we have breaking news. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. The breaking news. Mike Dunleavy Jr. promoted as your new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. That's right, Mike Dunleavy Jr. will be named GM of the Golden State Warriors. A press conference will be held Monday afternoon. He met with Joe Lacob last night on a new long-term deal. And, of course, Mike Dunleavy Jr. came over to the franchise back in 2018. Remember, he played there. Of course, we're going to get into that. But he got hired as a scout back in 2018. He had a rapid rise through the front office, was named assistant GM a couple seasons ago, and now he takes over for Bob Myers, who stepped away from the organization after 11 years and 4 championships. Now Mike Dunleavy Jr. named your general manager. We'll open up the lines, 888-957-9570. As we say, good morning again. Everybody getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? We will slip in some A's because their days in Oakland are numbered. And I know A's fans are sad about that, so we got a good guest list coming up today. We got Alan Stiles in the building alongside Spinoni and Lubman. And Alan, I just heard you on the crossover. Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Yeah.
Your new GM of the Golden State Warriors.
Right? Well, hey, look, big shoes to fill. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know how he's going to be. We know the moves that are probably at the top of his mind, but, he's been under Bob Myers' tutelage these last couple years. You got to feel good about it. I don't know that if Joe Lacob went directly to Kirk Lacob, how that would have been kind of perceived,
right,
or if he went outside and brought in a rando, how that would have been perceived. So this was the safe move, right? We just got to find out if it's going to pay off or not.
Yeah, this was a worst-kept secret around these parts in a while. Steiny hinted at it. Bob Myers, he hinted at it during this presser when he said, Mike's a great guy. I think Mike could fill in. Steve Kerr was on the Tim Kawakami podcast a couple months ago, basically talking up Mike Dunleavy Jr., and those around the organization kind of knew that if Bob did step away, they had their replacement in Mike Dunleavy Jr. So 888-957-9570. We could go a number of different directions with this. One, how do you feel about the move? How do you feel about Mike Dunleavy Jr. being named GM of the Golden State Warriors? He's going to have a little more power alongside Kirk Lacob. They're going to work in a tandem together to try to fix this organization, to fix this roster. Does it need a big fix? Does it need a tweak? What is the first move you want Mike Dunleavy Jr. to make as GM of the Golden State Warriors? A lot of people have been feeling indifferent about it. It's going to be very interesting. I'll say this about Mike, Allen. Mike loves to get down and dirty. And what I mean by that, he loves to get out there on the road. He loves to scout. He loves player development. He loves that stuff. He's a basketball lifer. His father obviously coached, GM, did it all. Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been around the game his entire life. He knows the business of the word, business of the basketball world, I should say. Mike Dunleavy Jr., I think if Joe Lacob gives him the room to breathe and grow into this role, I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. can do a very, very good job for this organization. Now, does that mean championships? We'll see. Championships are very hard. But I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is not going to come in overwhelmed with the role of this GM spot with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and I think that's a great call, Bonte. Obviously, you know the ins and outs of what's going on with the Warriors organization. I think we should start here, though. Let's pretend that Bob Myers never left, right? Yep. How many more championships do you realistically think the Warriors would have won with this specific core? Because I think that's a big question to ask just off top. Because Mike Dunleavy Jr. is coming in, and you know who the core is. If they don't win another one, it's going to look like it falls on him. But in reality, I'm not sure they were going to get more than one more with this core.
Maybe. Who knows?
Who
knows? Here's the thing. It's tough to gauge the Warriors right now. It is tough. And by the way, good morning to YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, and Twitch. Of course, we got some good stuff coming up for you guys. But I don't know how many more championships they would have got. What moves would Bob Myers have made? Do the Warriors want to make wholesale changes? Do they want to overhaul this roster? Do they want to trade veterans? Do they want to trade youngsters? Do they want to run it back? Because they believe they're better than Denver Nuggets, who, by the way, are talking that talk after winning their first ever world championship. Mike Malone, his stock is rising. Mike Malone talking that talk, wearing the chain, looking like Paul Wall. He's a wild man. We'll play some of that sound later. But I don't know. I guess the question to ask about Bob Myers was, would he have broken up the core? Would he have made the bold move to break up the core? Do you even need it to break up the core? A lot of people don't believe it. Alan, I run into a lot of people, man. And the consensus I get is that they want Poole gone and not Draymond Green. And now we could get into that. Would Dunleavy have, the gravitas to make a move like that? Would he have permission to make a move like that? I have no idea. But I don't know how many championships they would have won with Bob Myers. They would have been highly competitive. And you know what? They're going to be highly competitive under Joe Lacob because he's going to spend the money.
Well, and I guess that's my point. When you look, who the core is. It's been said that Steph wants the core to continue moving forward and see what they can do, see if they can this we're not going to dub it because anytime something gets dubbed, it never works out, right? Quest for 6, or we're not calling it any of that, but they are in search of their 5th championship. So you understand there's that part of it. So then you understand the cap issue, and you understand that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is fairly handcuffed. So in reality, there are not too many moves that he was going to be able to move. Is he going to come in and move Kuminga? We knew the conversation was that James Wiseman was a Lacob guy, right? I don't know if Kuminga is I don't know if Kuminga's a Lacob guy. I don't know if Poole is a Lacob guy. It doesn't seem, with this change, to me, it doesn't seem very obvious that Mike Dunleavy Jr. would come in and blow some stuff up. It doesn't seem like that. I think they are going to run it back. They know that they need to get better, right? And they're going to try to make some moves, but I'm very curious to see if they do move some of these pieces. I mean, Kuminga's been on, he had a rough go last season, but he did help in that championship run. So, and you got Jordan Poole. Those are really the only 2 moves we're talking about, unless Draymond opts out.
Yeah, I don't. The Jordan Poole stuff is wild to me. But 888-957-9570. Are we surprised about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? How you feeling about him being named GM and the man to replace Bob Myers as general manager of the Golden State Warriors? Again, if you're just waking up, this just broke at around 5:50. 5:50. Golden State Warriors executive Mike Dunleavy Jr. has agreed to a deal to become the franchise's new GM. Sources told ESPN earlier today, which is about 23 minutes ago. Dunleavy is elevated from vice president of basketball operations and replaced Bob Myers, who recently stepped down after 11 seasons and 4 championships. So he met with Lacob yesterday. They agreed to a long-term deal, and he'll join executive vice president of basketball operations, Kirk Lacob. That's right, Kirk Lacob in larger decision-making roles for the Golden State Warriors. So, of course, we know Dunleavy Jr. was drafted 3rd overall back in 2002. He spent 4+ seasons with the Golden State Warriors, and there were 4 forgettable seasons. Mike Dunleavy Jr. will tell you himself, didn't work out the way he wanted to work out, but he did play 15 years in the league.
Right.
But a lot of Warrior fans cannot look past how he played as a Golden State Warrior.
Right, and they should. Right, I know it's a 50 Cent Friday. We might need to get some redemption song in here because this is going to be, or this is hopefully going to be, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s redemption for his association with the Warriors. A lot of it, Bonte, which is the funniest part about all this, and when you have questions about, well, how much do you have, you have the couch coaches and the couch GMs. Well, I could have made that move. If Jordan Poole comes back to what he was in 2022 and Andrew Wiggins isn't injured and is more available than he was this past season, the Warriors are going to be much better. Mike Dunleavy Jr. wouldn't have lifted a finger.
Yeah.
Right? So there's only so much he can do to improve this team. And conversely, if Jordan Poole doesn't come back to year 2022, right? And let's say Clay regresses a little bit, now people are going to be mad at Dunleavy when, again, it has nothing to do with him.
Yeah. How much power will he have with Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob? Obviously, Kirk Lacob's going to have a little more say. He's been with the organization since day one, since the Lacobs bought the team. Lacob and, of course, Peter Guber. It's a very, very interesting time for the Golden State Warriors. And they make the move where they stay in-house, which I figured they stay in-house. Steiny called it. But a lot of people thought Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to be the guy. Yeah. He's around the organization. He's visible. He basically soaked up a lot of game from Bob Myers. I know he knows about this business left and right. He's a hell of a scout. He was a hell of a scout. Hell, he discovered Jordan Poole. He's a guy who wanted Jordan Poole, wanted to give him, wanted to draft him late in the first round, and look how that worked out. He helped you win in that basketball championship,
right?
An NBA championship 2 years ago. People forget that. But the optics of the way the season ended, obviously, has swayed a lot of people's opinion.
Short memories
on a lot of players.
Short memories.
A lot of players. We just forget that Kuminga balled out from the start of January 2023 until the playoffs, and he had some rough moments and didn't play.
Yeah.
He moped and went to the Chronicle, but the last 3 months of that regular season, you don't make the playoffs without Jonathan Kuminga. You don't make it without Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
You don't make the playoffs without Jordan Poole. All right? So maybe everything is overblown, but Mike Dunleavy Jr., I'm eager to hear from Dub Nation here. 888-957-9570 here on a Friday, where I was expecting to ask you about the Oakland A's or to give me some takes about the Golden State Warriors. Bradley Beal, you see our list, Alan, and Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. We got our list, and that list right there, Alan, is all the players that have been rumored or what Dub Nation wants, starting with Karl Anthony Towns.
Man. And he's talking crazy, by the way.
Well, the more he talks, the less and less I want him.
I can give you 40. Really, Carl? Really?
He's going to change the game.
Yeah. No, they will speak on me.
No,
that I changed the game.
No, wait. It's more impressive that they won the play-in game as opposed to the Nuggets winning the championship.
You know what all this is, though?
When does that crack come into play for you?
It's turning it. Now we're just talking. now we're just not. I want to ask though, Bonte, because I'm looking from here. Please tell me, because you have the lifers that stay on the list.
Yeah.
Is Boogie Cousins still on that list?
Oh, Boogie Cousins did make that list, right? He's a lifer.
Dwight Howard
Howard's on the list.
They just will never leave.
No, they will not.
I don't think people understand. Like, we're just frozen in time.
Bradley Beal. He came up again. Bradley Beal just never goes away like Kirk Cousins in the Niners.
Yeah. So, it's a great list. I see. Is that Rui Hachimura? I'd love that.
Hachimura's on there.
I'd love that.
Rui?
No, it doesn't matter if it would work. Doesn't matter how it would work. Just get their names on the list.
Just get their names on the list. So we got 2 pages full of names. If you figure out a name who should be on the list, Bobo's on the list. Franz Wagner should be on the list. People think that Orlando's is going to trade Franz Wagner. After them, hey, he looks like a good fit. Let's trade for him.
Right. Who do you want? Give me Ryan Rollins and PBJ.
Yeah, I mean, takes 2 to tango.
Have you fired up the trade generator? Are you a trade generator person?
I don't do that. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know why?
I dabble.
I used to dabble, but I stopped dabbling because I realized I don't know what the hell is going on in these war rooms.
No.
I don't know what these GMs want. I don't know what these coaches want. I don't know what the roster wants. So I'm going to stop playing that game. Well, I know what I don't want. And what I don't want is to see the Warriors trade Kuminga, Poole, and Wiggins for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon. That's what, so I saw that trade pop up a lot.
I can't do Wiggins.
Can't do Wiggins.
I can't do it. I'm going to tell you this, because, look, we're going to run into Guru a little bit later because Guru keeps standing me up at Washington Park.
Are you surprised?
We got Warriors World coming up, right? So I'm lefty, right?
Well,
I'm leaving out some of my scouting report.
Well, so you're on the roster.
Of course I'm on the roster. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
Don't consult with the GM, though.
Don't play with me, Bonte. I mean, don't play with me.
You know, I got JD tweet out there saying last time we left the best players off the roster.
Yeah, I wasn't here. And I don't know what type of drama that was.
Well, I'm looking at the roster, and I'm saying, well, we did have the best player at 95-7 a game. The best player shot us out of games. And the second best player was supposedly Daryl the Guru Johnson. But, your boy may just go to NBC, and let me tell you, some of the players that are available for NBC.
All right.
Look a lot better than the players available.
You've seen my game film. You've seen my game film. But look, Bonte,
I wouldn't be giving you a max extension.
All right, that's fine.
I wouldn't be giving you the super max.
Okay, well, look.
The 95-7 super max.
I do enough, and I can get hot.
I think you guys don't realize how competitive this Warriors World Tournament is.
What are they? What do you got? D1 hoopers? What are we talking about?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, sometimes we got
JUCO All-Americans.
We could deal with a couple. I can't.
JUCO All-Americans.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm worried about. I know a couple years Leandro Barbosa, I think, played. Okay, yeah, that team. Yeah, these other dudes.
Zaza.
These other players.
Kurt Lakem plays in this tournament.
Show me stats, Bonte. I will Google.
I guarded a dude when I was at another radio station. We had a team. I guarded a dude who had no body fat.
Okay.
And he hit me with the hezzy so hard that I walked straight to the bench.
I'll tell you this much.
I've yet to win a game in this damn tournament.
We getting one. I'm going to get you one.
You going to give me one?
Look.
You going to give me one?
Hey, if you give me the game plan, I can get you 40.
Oh, my God.
40.
Oh, my God.
But what I'm saying is I'm majority left-handed. I believe that I might still have more of a right hand than Jaylen Brown has a left hand.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I can't pay for that, man. I cannot let, and I know Jordan Poole, people are very hot and cold, mostly cold with him right now. I can't let that go for what I saw. Have you seen that tape going around from Jaylen Brown? Literally, they treated him like a high schooler that could not dribble with his other hand.
I mean, I didn't have to watch. I watched that video.
Can't do
but
it.
I really didn't have to watch the video. All I had to do was pop in the 2022 NBA Finals.
Exactly.
And watch how the Warriors took apart Jaylen Brown. And then, oh, by the way, who's more valuable in that series, Andrew Wiggins or Jaylen Brown? Mm-hmm. Andrew Wiggins. I think we forget about that. So I would be hesitant to pay Jaylen Brown a super max. That's what. That's just me.
A guard that can't really dribble. What are we actually talking about?
We can't. Come on, man.
What are we talking about?
We got one of those.
Yeah, we already got one.
We've got a splash brother, Klay Thompson. But what is the first order of business for Mike Dunleavy Jr., as he has been named GM of the Golden State Warriors? A nice little Friday news dump here on a 50-cent Friday, not a payday Friday, unfortunately, but still a Frisco Friday. Listen, what do you want Dunleavy Jr. to do? When he walks up to that podium, what do you want to hear from him on Monday? What do you want to hear from him? There's so many questions I have about Mike Dunleavy Jr. being elevated to GM of the Golden State Warriors. Do I think it's a great move? Look, I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is more than capable of doing the job. Is there a lot of pressure on him? There is no doubt. There's no doubt. He's been with the Lakers since 2018 now. He knows how they operate. He knows what is expected of this job, of this role. So how are we feeling about it? 888-957-9570. We'll read some of the YouTube comments, Twitch, as well as the Comcast Business text line. Oh, 650. Boy. Comcast Business text line. Styles has turned to guru with talking about his hoop game. Oh, man.
Look, man, first of all, Bonte challenged me, and somebody on the text.
I didn't challenge you.
No,
you came in here saying I'm a lefty.
No. You asked me if I'm on the roster. Guru hit me. I was first pick. I'm over here minding my business. And somebody on the YouTube chat, I don't know if you know me or not, said Styles couldn't make JV at De-La. I never tried out. All right?
Hey.
I never tried out for JV because you know why? Freshman year, they wanted me to run the offense. You know the offense I'm running? I'm running the Allen Styles offense, and they didn't like that too much.
What's the Allen Styles offense?
The Allen Styles offense, I'm running,
Chuck and duck?
I'm chuck and duck. I got the lefty floater.
No passing?
The Tony Parker.
So no assist.
I got assists, but
you're a scoring
but
point
I was
guard.
trying to prove myself by scoring, and then I shot, and then they took me out the game. And then they asked for me. Ask about me in Concord. They asked about me. They said, hey, Allen's not trying out. I said, no, I'm playing baseball. Great decision, by the way. Don't play with me.
A great decision. Woo! This Warriors World Tournament, man, can't come soon enough. By the way,
I just like ask about me in Concord. That's my favorite line.
Yeah, ask about me in Concord.
I'm gonna go around Concord like, hey, you guys know Al Styles? Oh yeah, man. When he went out for baseball, man, it just ruined De La Salle basketball.
The mean streets of Concord.
That's what I'm saying, man.
The mean streets. What is it? North Main Street.
You know, that's Walnut Creek.
That's Walnut Creek on my back.
We got Tree Boulevard. Shout out Tree
Boulevard.
Boulevard.
You want to talk mean streets? Who Walnut Creek?
Yeah, I mean, isn't it all the same? Isn't it all the same?
You know, and you know what? I got something for you later, and I'm not going to say it now. I'm going to wait for Flex Friday because whenever I come on this show, I got to hold it down for the East Bay because you and Shasky act like nothing exists past the Bay Bridge. So I got something for you later.
What show you been listening to?
I got something for you later.
What show you been listening to?
Oh, no.
They don't call me the king of Frisco. They call me the king of the Bay.
All right.
Come on now. I pay my toll at the Bay Bridge.
Because it's my job to let y'all know that we do exist.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
Well, I could do two things here, and I could alienate a lot of the fans here, but I've been feeling sorry for the Oakland A's. Mm-hmm. After the A's leave, nothing is going to be existing in the East Bay other than high school sports. That's unfortunate. Now you got the Oakland Soul. Let me pause on that.
Yeah, but I mean major sports.
Major sports
Leagues.
They're done. See, Tyler, you're right. I did pay them ties with the Bay. Come on.
All right.
I go to San Jose, back up north, 408-510-925. I rep. Now, Shasky, he's Excelsior. By the way, Shasky would be back on Monday, taking a well-deserved day off. Mm-hmm. And we got my man Styles in here. He's a lefty. I'm a lefty too. So I'm happy about that.
So that's why I don't know. That's why I'm trying to get this energy right.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You're Mike Dunleavy.
No, listen.
You're Steve Kerr. You're Mike Dunleavy.
Listen. We got some Daryl Morey's. Mm-hmm. We got some Jerry Krauses. We got some Jerry Wesses.
We're going to see.
We got some Major Riegers.
Yeah.
In this World's War tournament. I'm just trying to set the bar low, set the expectations low, and let's exceed the bad boys. But y'all coming in here acting like y'all the 92 Bulls or something.
In my mind, I'm expecting to see some real D1 hoopers.
Yeah,
I'm going to get dunked on. Oh. That's what I'm going into.
Well,
and I'm hungry.
That makes me feel good about you being on the roster.
Okay, so I'm too confident. I'm not confident. Let's go to break.
Yeah, let's go to break because you're worrying me here. I'm telling you, the lights get bright at this World's War tournament. And y'all start clanking them up.
No.
Hey, look, there's going to be video footage and there's going to be audio.
Hey, the lights get bright, I get brighter.
And then let me tell you, the last time the Warriors World Tournament rolled around, we talked about it for 2 weeks at the station. There's a lot of finger pointing. It's all bad.
Why are you talking about old stuff?
Because that's all I got to go off of.
All right.
And a lot of those core players are coming back. All right, brought to you by Go to State Lumber. The segment was, that is, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Dave Stewart's going to join us at 8 o'clock. John Miller's going to join us at 8:30. But what's coming up on the game sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater, 888-957-9570. It is all like Donkey Kong with the Go to State Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new general manager, 888-957-9570. I want to hear from you, Dub Nation. Surprised? You feeling the move? How you feeling? Mike Dunleavy Jr., now the top dog, GM of the Go to State Warriors.
Let's change this to that.
Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, throughout the show today, Alan, I know you haven't been around, but today, and we've been doing this since Wednesday, we're giving you and the guest a chance. That's right, our listeners out there, giving you and the guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. And the player they draft will most definitely be next to Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you will qualify by texting those words to our short code. Get to YouTube and Twitch right now and watch for the keyword for your chance to win. And make sure you're tuned in between 7 and 9. 7 and 9. Each day we'll have a new keyword. Each show's keyword will be different, and you will have 9 chances to get the keyword. And enter, and you do not need all the keywords to win. Again, this is dope. You get to go to Chase Center, you and the guests, and attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. Hell, Alan Styles may be in the building with the credential. You get to hang out with Styles Files, and he can tell you about his lefty floater. He can tell you about what he's going to do in the Warriors World Tournament. You get to hang out with Tim Kawakami. He may block in person. Kendra Andrews, Madeline Kenny, you name it. They're all going to be there. We're going to do that between 7 and 9. Some keywords going on there. So go ahead. Again, the Warriors elevate or promote Mike Dunleavy Jr. to GM of the Golden State Warriors. Now, again, he had recently completed his second season as assistant GM, and he got promoted to vice president of basketball operations. So his rise through the organization has been rapid. I mean, look, he played with the Golden State Warriors in a 15-year career, played his first 4.5 seasons with the Golden State Warriors. But Dunleavy Jr. came over as a scout with the Warriors. And now he's here. He came into the front office in 2018 as a pro scout, and he was going on that trail, scouting college players, having some input on that, on the draft war room and everything like that. So here we are. How we feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr., 888-957-9570. Ernie Chavez. Is Bonte going to be there at the introductory press conference? I will probably make my way over there just to get out of the house.
There you go.
There you go. Chase Center. I'll be there.
If you got Bougie Bonte there, then
Bougie Bonte,
it's official.
Man.
It's official. If Bonte's going to be there, Mike Dunleavy Jr. You spoke about Bonte before the break, Jordan Poole, and how he was a big proponent of going up to get Jordan Poole, and look how Jordan Poole turned out. Right? I know that means something different to a lot of people, but Jordan Poole is a good basketball player. Now you have this 19th overall pick, and I'm curious, should we feel, if you look at the draft picks since 2018, we don't know in terms of the draft room how much pull Mike Dunleavy Jr. had.
Right.
But I would imagine that if he's a scout, he could have been getting overruled. We don't know. So there is a part of us, or a part of me, that feels like we should feel maybe a little bit optimistic about this pick, because we have somebody who is boots on the ground, doing the scouting, looking through he's kind of in his bag in this situation. So you should feel at least a little bit optimistic. Now, he could swing and miss, but there's something to look forward to, because this is the one thing when we look at the cap situation, Mike Dunleavy Jr. can't control that. When we look at Draymond opting in, Mike Dunleavy can't control that. When we look at Jordan Poole, remembering what he did in 2022. He can't control that. He can't control Andrew Wiggins' availability. He can't control any of that. He can control this pick.
Right.
So I'm very interested in how this draft goes, specifically the Warriors and this number 19 pick, because this is Mike Dunleavy Jr., where he can say, all right, I can't control any of this other stuff, but this is what I do. I'm going to get this right.
Yep.
And you better I would say this, you better get bigger. Anybody, and look, I love my short kings. I call them Zonts. I'm a Zon as well. Shout out to us. We're more horizontal. Bonte's a vert. He's more vertical. I love us, right? But you better not bring home anybody shorter than 6'4". I can't do it. You can't. You cannot. I'm sorry,
Not with those Denver Nuggets, right?
You
who were celebrating
do
the parade yesterday. Eric Gordon, Mike Malone, Bruce Brown, Jokic. They're long, athletic. Jeff Green, he's a little older, but, man, they are physical.
Right.
That's the bar now. The West goes through the Denver Nuggets, so I'm with you on drafting guard small players. So who is Mike Dunleavy Jr.? We know he was a 15-year player in the NBA, and he was drafted number 3 overall by the Golden State Warriors. It did not work out. Did not. The fans just did not. They did not like it. And he was, kind of became the poster boy for all the bad, all the doom and gloom that hovered over the Golden State Warriors franchise. They couldn't get a pick right back in those days. But here he is as a scout. And, talking around and trying to sniff around to last year's draft and the year before. Obviously, James Wiseman's in Detroit. And Joe Lacob always likes to say it's a group decision-making process with the Golden State Warriors. He joined us in the studio back in November 2021. And he basically talked about the draft like everybody has some input there. Bob Myers basically had the final say, but it was all input on the draft. Well, when it came to Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, I know Dunleavy Jr. was a big fan of Franz Wagner. Not to say he's not a fan of Jonathan Kuminga, but he did like some Wagner. So when you speak about maybe being overruled in the draft room, maybe he got overruled.
Yeah.
Maybe the consensus was, hey, as a group, there's 5 heads showing that, hey, we want Kuminga, and there's only 3 that said, hey, we want Wagner. I don't know how it necessarily works in their draft room. I don't know if they show of heads, hey, say aye if you want this guy, say aye if you want that guy. I don't know how it works. But I do know Dunleavy Jr. was a big fan of Franz Wagner. Not to say he's not a fan of Jonathan Kuminga, but he was a fan of Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner is looking good to the point where Warrior fans are saying, trade for him.
Right.
And then I retort by saying, why would Orlando trade him?
No. You know how that's how it goes. You want, and that's just not the Warriors family. That's every family.
It's every family.
We want these guys, but take the guys that we don't want and that we don't want.
Right.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
So
anyway, it's official now. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the GM. 888-957-9570. How's YouTube feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? How's Twitch feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Are you a little petrified? Is this the beginning of the end? Now, Jama Malalea went back. Wow, that was a loud 2 minutes, Levin. Loud 2 minute warning. Did you get the same one?
Yeah, I got it.
2 minutes.
I thought that was a norm. I was just playing.
I thought that was just like center court. Somebody just over the PA now. 2 minutes. Or like they do in Miami. 2 minutos.
Yeah.
All right, Levin. I got you. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Where was I at? Dunleavy Jr. getting hired, promoted. Where's I at, though? I was going to make a point before the whole 2 minute thing derailed me. Where's I at, Lubbock?
Yeah, this is on you, Sam.
Yeah, this is on me. 888-957-9570. Does anybody care?
You were talking about Jama Malalea before I said it.
Jama Malalea moves on to Toronto. After decades in Canada, came here for a 2-year pit stop, helped to win the championship. But some people, I saw some tweets saying, oh, my God, Jama left. It's the beginning of the end. Just relax. He's a second assistant coach.
Right.
Is Steve Kerr still here?
Yes.
Steve Kerr still on that bench? Is he still calling timeouts for this team? Is he still calling plays?
Yep.
So Jabba, thanks for the memories, but I think they'll be okay.
Ultimately, when you have a dynasty, when you have a run that lasts this long, it's the same thing that happened with the Spurs. And the Spurs, they even took more time in between some of their championships. You know how many people you're just going to lose? That's part of it. But, that's where we are right now, Bonte. It's a summer. People need clicks, so that's what it is. But it's not cracking. You got the most important pieces. So how could it be breaking?
Yeah, no doubt. It's not breaking. They've lost many assistant coaches during this dynastic run.
And if they don't win another championship as his core, it still doesn't mean it broke. No. It just means they didn't win one.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk about Dunleavy Jr. We'll get to the Oakland A's. Rob Manfred says some things that really ticked a lot of people off, and Alan Stiles wants to show some love to the East Bay. He's got something cooked up for me because he doesn't think Shasky and I crossed the Bay Bridge or to go to Gay Bridge. boy, is that
you did that? You did the Warriors Summit, and you made this big deal that you had to cross the bridge.
Well, it was that time.
All right.
And it was 4 o'clock. You know how traffic builds up out there?
No, I do hear you on that.
It's rough.
Came to my party in Oakland, so there you go.
I've been to the East Bay a lot lately.
Hey, man.
Matter of fact, I've been to the East Bay, Contra Costa Golf Club, Contra Costa Country Club, on Tuesday.
You hit me when you're in Alameda. How about that?
Right.
East Bay Bonte.
The only time I go to Alameda is the Lola's Chicken. Shout out to my sister Brittany.
Shout out.
Lola's Chicken out there in Alameda. All right. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Shameless shout out 745. Shameless shout outs. And yes, Ernie, shout out to Premier Limos, my boy Steve and company. Premier Limos. If you want some car service, they're the best in the business. Premier Limos. But what's coming up on the game? We're going to continue to roll on Mike Dunleavy Jr. Eager to hear what you got to say about him. YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, and your phone calls. 415 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Dunleavy Jr. coming up on the roast.
Attention business owners, if you had
Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Who needs coffee when we have you?
Ah, that's right. Yeah, Alan Styles here for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Oh, Shasky woke up this morning. Damn it! Why? I'm surprised he didn't just jet up to the studio and tell you to go home, Alan.
Yeah, I feel like anytime I fill in, something like that happens.
It does kind of happen like that.
There's always something going on whenever I fill in, but shout out Shasky.
Shout out Shasky. And shout out to everybody out there listening. Again, between 7 and 9, and throughout the show today, we're giving you and the guests a chance to go to Chase Center. That's right, Chase Center, to attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. And with that player, we know Mike Dunleavy Jr. will be in the building as your new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show. You will qualify by texting those words to our short code. Get to YouTube and Twitch right now and watch for the keyword for your chance to win. And if you're in your car and you're listening on the radio, I apologize. Maybe you got somebody in the car with you said, hey, pop up YouTube to check out that keyword, because the first keyword will be unveiled in the next 11 minutes right here on YouTube and Twitch. So get there if you can. We appreciate the participation. Get to YouTube and Twitch and watch for this keyword. We're going to do it between 7 and 9. And each day we'll have a new keyword. Each show's keyword will be different, and you will have 9 chances to get the keyword and enter. And guess what? You do not need all the keywords to win. As this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. He's been with the organization since 2018 after his 15-year playing career. How are we feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr. as a new GM? How's it hitting you when you saw the news? Did you expect it, Alan? Are you surprised? And what do you think his first order of business is?
I expected it. And I think the first order of business is figuring out what pieces you're going to even think about moving, right? And what pieces are, all right, we know we're rocking with this. It feels like Draymond's going to opt in. I think that's right. The consensus. So assuming Draymond opts in, you got Clay, you got Steph, you got Draymond. You have that. You have Wiggins. Then the question becomes, all right, this Jordan Poole situation, you spoke about it, Bonte. The Jordan Poole situation. Can you figure this out with Draymond? So Draymond, and this was a while ago when he went on Stephen A's World, and he's talking about how if the punch didn't happen, they would still be playing.
Right.
My question is, and I don't know if this is a GM thing or a coach's thing. I don't know who it is, but have they sat down, no cameras, and Draymond said, regardless of whatever the reason was, look, man, it was my bad. I shouldn't have did it. I know we had a relationship. I want to get back to that. Has that happened?
Don't know.
And I don't know that's Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s job, but it kind of is to get the most out of your players.
Well, Bob Myers was the guy who would calm Draymond down, right? Remember the Pelicans game late in the season? I can't unsee it with him coming down from his seats.
He flew down
to tell Draymond, hey, you're a leader. Go in there and lead. Get back in that huddle. Not an assistant coach, not Steve Kerr, not any player. It had to be Bob Myers. Now that's gone. Does Dunleavy, can he build that rapport with Draymond Green? And by the way, with the draft coming up, this Jordan Poole, Draymond Green situation has to be figured out.
Right.
It's time to move the page. And I was thinking about this last night because obviously it's there. When the players and the coach, with Steve Kerr, Draymond Green basically say, yeah, that affected the season. And okay, great. Now the season's over. You lost in the second round to the LA Lakers. Really, it's remarkable they even got to a Game 6 against the LA Lakers in the second round, despite all the cohesion not being there with this team this year. But you got to figure that out very, very soon. Can Jordan Poole and Draymond Green exist together? Do they need to come to Jesus moment? What? And if they can't, then hard decisions need to be made because you can't go through another season like that. We got to move on. The punch is 2022, 2023. We have to move on for the 2023-24 season. Has to be done. And if it can't be done, then Dunleavy Jr. is going to have some hard decisions to make in his first month on the job.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be done if you're going to move, or if one of them's going to move.
Or does Dunleavy Jr. have that juice? Is this a move that signals that the Lakers are now taking over the decision-making? and they're going to have most of the juice when it comes to drafting, signing free agents, roster construction. Is Mike Dunleavy Jr. hired to be the puppet of Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob? I doubt it. I think Joe Dunleavy Jr. is going to have a lot of juice here. How much juice? That remains to be seen. But the Warriors do a great job in not letting you know who's making all the final decisions. It's more of a group thing.
Right.
So not one individual gets to blame. Now, people will speculate and blame Joe Lacob or Bob Myers or Steve Kerr, but it's actually smart when you think about it. We're always guessing, just like with the 49ers. We think Kyle Shanahan's making the final decision-making, but then you hear, well, he was talked out of Mac Jones.
Right.
He was talked out of Trey.
And we will never really know.
We will never really know.
Yeah.
Which is actually smart on these organizations to not pinpoint one guy and say, okay, it's all on him.
Right.
It's a group decision.
Well, what happens is, and this is how it should be, the positive stuff you find out about. You finding out about Mike Dunleavy Jr. and the Jordan Poole situation, wanting to draft him. When it's a positive, it comes out, hey, I want him to get his flowers.
Right.
When it's a negative, hey, we wear it as a team. And that's why the Warriors are an A1 organization. The other part of that is this. When Steve Kerr was on Draymond's podcast talking about, Miami Heat, everybody fell in line. They don't care if they didn't play. Here's the difference, though. If we're being honest, expectations are different depending on how you got into the league. And it shouldn't be like that, but that's the reality.
Right.
The mentality of a lottery pick is going to be different of that of an undrafted two-way player. That's just the truth. Now, you can work towards, hey, I don't really care about that. You got to figure it out. Or the other side of that, if you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., is, do we really want to have these kids and have them ride pine when they still have value? So that's ultimately the question, too, because Steve Kerr is telling you, I don't want guys that are going to pout, and I'm not going to reward the pouting. But the other part of that is you also need players, right? And an 82-game season, Draymond can't turn it on for 82 games.
Right.
Steph Curry can't turn it on for 82 games. Klay Thompson can't turn it on for 82 games. You need guys that are going to be able to hold the ship, and you can't just call on them. I understand that you have to be an adult and you have to be a professional, but there's also a part of this where I get that, but also now you're starting to play with my career.
Right. Yep.
And I don't want that either. So I'm torn on it.
Yep.
But these are decisions that Mike Dunleavy's going to have to make.
We also have some breaking news here at the NBA. Michael Jordan, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, Michael Jordan is finalizing a sale of the Charlotte Hornets, ending his 13-year run as majority owner. Michael Jordan moving on from the Charlotte Hornets. Not a great run for Michael Jordan, the owner.
Money time! Money time!
He's going to get paid, baby. He's going to get paid.
Well, he was going to stay, I believe, if they got the first pick. That's what I had heard. Or maybe
Victor
even
Wembanyama.
Yeah, and maybe refresh that.
The way you were setting that up, Monte, I was like, Mike Dunleavy Jr., you son of a gun. You're getting MJ out of retirement? Let's go.
Breaking news. Steve Kerr, back on May 21st, it told Tim Kawakami that he and Warriors executive Mike Dunleavy Jr. talked pretty frequently, and that Dunleavy and President of Basketball Operations Bob Myers are best friends. Dunleavy is viewed as a logical candidate for a promotion if Bob Myers doesn't remain to go to state. Kerr said this about Dunleavy. I like to get his thoughts. He had a long playing career. He's been in the NBA his entire life, basically, with his dad being a coach and GM and player. So Mike's got a great feel for the league, great perspective, and he's someone I really trust. That's what Kerr said back on May 21st. And the tea leaves. Start reading through the tea leaves. Mike Dunleavy Jr., hell, he joined us on a pregame show for a couple segments. It was almost like they were showcasing Mike Dunleavy Jr., bringing him to set, having him on the airwaves. Last year during the draft, introductory draft press conference, it was him holding up the jerseys with the rookies, not Bob Myers. So he's had to wrap a rise through the organization, and they like his work. They like his work as a scout. As Steve Kerr said, he has a feel for the league. He's been around the NBA for a long, long time. Anybody irate over Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Anybody happy and pleased with this hire? Is this a smart hire by the Lakers? Dub Nation, where you at? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. I think people are just, maybe they're in wait-and-see mode with Mike Dunleavy Jr., right?
Yeah.
What is the first move he's going to make? Who's he going to draft? Who's he going to sign? Who's he going to trade? He's going to keep the core together. How much juice will he have? I guess it's always a wait-and-see approach with the GM, right? Because when Bob Myers got hired, we really knew nothing about him.
Right. And I'm looking here at some of these draft picks, and obviously we know we just talked about, it's not all one person. But if he came in 2018, right, you get 2019, you get the Eric Pascals of the world. Did you have a hand in that?
Yeah.
Did you have a hand in Alan Smilagich?
Yeah. Well,
did you have? We know he had.
I heard
a hand
that was
in,
a Lake special.
We've all heard that one. Jordan Poole. Okay, we heard about it. But did you have a hand in Nico Mannion and Justinian Jessup? Now, as a GM, you're doing much more than just drafting. But this is the first move that he's going to be able to make. So we don't know. We don't know how much of an influence he had on these picks, and we don't know how they feel moving forward. But I do know this. The streets are talking. They're calling them Dunkirk, by the way. Kirk Lacob and Dunleavy. And it feels like they are in get the core number 5 mode.
Right.
Which to me lends itself to, and I love all the Kuminga videos, and he's cooking, and he's in his bag in New York or wherever he's playing. But that lends itself to, we're going to have to move you, young fella. We're going to have to move you. It's the cleanest, out of all the moves that there could be blowback for, even if Kuminga does become that guy, depending on what you get back, it's the cleanest move to me.
Right. I'm with you there. I'm with you. How are we feeling about Dunleavy Jr.? He was hated as a player here. Hated. People couldn't wait for him to leave town. And now he's one of the most powerful figures in this organization.
Yeah.
How ironic is this?
Right.
I mean, it's so wild to me. He literally was hated in a Warriors uniform. Lack of emotion, that it factor. People dogged him. Oh, my gosh, if it was the social media era, I feel bad for Mike Dunleavy Jr. But here he is back in 2023 as your GM of the Golden State Warriors. Now, he can erase a lot of that stuff that he, the player days, by being a great GM, by making some bold moves. Boy, what is that first move he's going to make? I can't wait. Monday's a presser for Mike Dunleavy Jr. By the way, throughout the show today, we're giving you a chance, you and a guest, a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors introductory press conference. Alan, if you got a keyword, go ahead, throw that keyword up. Do not read it, but text it to 20357. The first keyword, our only keyword between 7 and 9. Go ahead, Alan, get that in the camera right there. Text that word, if you're on Twitch and YouTube, right now to 20357. You and the guest will have a chance to go to Chase Center to the introductory press conference for the player the Warriors draft. Now, if they don't draft a player, we'll have to accommodate you in some type of way. There is always a chance that these picks get traded.
Yeah. And going back to Mike Dunleavy and what the first move is going to be, Bonte, if he gets one, right? If he gets one, nobody cares about his playing career anymore. If he gets a championship, nobody cares about his playing career anymore. But it's going to be one of the hardest ones to get. Because now, look, I wanted the Nuggets to smack the Lakers. Of course I did. Sorry, Joe Spadoni. But that's what I wanted. But then when they kept rolling the way they're rolling, okay, I really wanted the Heat to win the whole thing because I didn't want another Western Conference team with championship DNA. So now you have the Nuggets who people call them boring, but I call them steady Eddie. Right. And that's been the issue with the Grizzlies. They're hot, they're cold, they're front runners. The Nuggets, they're the scariest ones because they just kind of stay level. Right. So you have the Nuggets, the Lakers are going to make a move. So these teams are not going to stand pat. They're going to continue to get better. So what is Mike Dunleavy Jr. going to be able to do to keep the Warriors in the fold? Some of that is out of his control. Guys just got to play better and be available. But if he gets you one, and I would say more specifically with this core, nobody cares about his playing career.
Right.
You get step number 5, one more than LeBron, you're celebrated forever.
And then, the question will be, and it'll be an unfair question, very unfair question, but boy, what did Bob really do if Dunleavy wins one?
I put something out there, but all I had said was it's crazy that Bob is so beloved that I didn't see when he stepped down. I didn't see not one. I had to be the one to tweet it. And after that, everybody was, some people agreed, some people didn't. I didn't see one thing say, well, I mean, Bob had Steph Curry, who he did not draft, right? And Klay Thompson, who he also did not draft, right? And he did draft Draymond Green. and you get those championships. And I would never call it luck, but you did have the best shooting backcourt, arguably, of all time.
Right.
And nobody talked about that. And then because of that, you got Kevin Durant, right? Or that was a big part of that. Nobody talked about that. It was all, what are we going to do without Bob? I'm looking around. Don't we still have Steph Curry?
Yes, that's still there.
Don't we still have Klay Thompson?
Well, some people don't want Klay Thompson. Some people are out on Klay Thompson. Have you heard this show?
And I'm not taking anything away, of course. And I'm not taking anything away from Bob Myers. I'm just saying it was wild to me that not one, out of all the couch coaches we have, guys like, my dad and my uncle. Right. Well, if I had Steph, Klay, and KD, and Draymond, I could have won it. The way people treat Steve Kerr, it's crazy to me that Bob Myers didn't get any of that.
Right.
So now moving forward, if Mike Dunleavy does win one, then you start thinking, I guess maybe I could be a GM. That's how people will think.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HU1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. That's Alan Stiles filling in for Joe Shashka the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill. We got Spadoni, we got Lubin. And I got a couple questions here. This is the start of a new dynamic era in management. A new dynamic and era in management, I should say. How do you feel about him being that guy, Mike Dunleavy Jr., leading this new era of Warriors basketball? It's going to be the face. It's going to be out front. And any lingering thoughts about him, about how he was perceived as a player? Because a lot of thoughts come into play about his playing days when you think about his name being floated as the GM of the Golden State Warriors. A lot of people, oh my God. I've been on this. I think he's going to be a good GM. I really do. I think he has a gravitas. I think he has a wherewithal. The scouting is big, but also player relationships. He played in this game. He struggled, but he could relate to a lot of these guys. Being highly rated, going to Duke, winning the national championship, playing in big games, Dunleavy Jr. can relate to that.
Right.
He can.
Yeah.
So I like the move. Anybody else feel different about that? By the way, there's a rumor that the Pelicans are considering dealing Zion Williamson to the Hornets for the number 2 overall pick.
They want Scoot.
Zion Williamson going back to the Carolinas. He's from South Carolina, so not too far from his home. But, what is Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s first order of business? Does that perception of what you had as a player kind of cloud how you feel about him being the GM? Or is everybody happy? Like I'm looking here, Comcast Business Text Line 408. Great move. You had to hire someone internal and familiar with their organization and players. No way somebody from the outside was going to be able to come in and drastically change things. I agree with that. I agree. 415, Mike Dunleavy Jr. has already been a part over the past few years of building the team when they won the championship. He's now just a face. Not shocked. Okay. All right. Let's see here. YouTube, what are they saying? Well, they're talking about fake trades and everything like that, so I'm not going to get into that. I feel good about the generator. Move. I feel good. Love it. How you feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? I want to get your thoughts.
Guy's been around long enough to where he should know how the nuts and bolts of this organization work. As far as I feel like the Warriors got the best candidate in-house that they could have gotten for the job. He's going to be around. He knows his team, and I think his first order of business is keep this ship afloat for the next couple of years and get Steph as close to a title or win him a title as you can before he calls it a career.
A lot of people, I'm seeing some tweets, man. Disgusting. Terrible. Yuck.
For Mike Dunleavy?
Yeah. Does anybody even... Is that because he's just Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
He's got to get that film off him.
I'd be curious to see these people like, disgusting, Mike Dunleavy Jr., gross. Who would you rather see?
Right. Say if they hired Daryl Morey, I would be irate this morning. That's one that would make me angry.
Get ready for James Harden.
Come on.
I think this move just signals that they're just going to ride this current core out, and a lot of fans had their hopes up. Maybe if they brought in someone else that they would make a big trade or a big splash. You think fans are starved for that right now?
I think that's a great point, Spadoni, but also fans can't be mad at anybody but Steph, right? And nobody's going to be mad at Steph. Steph is the one who said, you're not breaking up this core. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with maybe moving off of Kuminga or Jordan Poole, but the price got to be right, Shout out my wife. She loves The Price is Right. You know?
Drew Carey.
The price has got to be
no
right.
Bob Barker.
No.
He ain't no Bob Barker. I tell you that one. That show's lost some luster. I
There
still
you
go
go.
on, though. I still go on The Price is Right, but it's just not the same.
No, but Drew does a good job. He does a good job. But, you know, we can fire up these trade generators, and none of them are ever going to come to fruition anyway. If the price isn't right for Kuminga, I'm sure you wouldn't want it to move. And look, for Jordan Poole, the problem with Jordan Poole is we don't know where these guys, the stocks are right now. If they're low, if they're high. I can't imagine Jordan Poole's stock being incredibly high, not as high as it was last year. And I would say Kuminga's might be higher than Jordan Poole because you haven't seen him mess up as much.
Well, that's the thing when it comes to these fake trades, right? When it comes to these fake trades, Jordan Poole, oh, man, he stinks. Get him off my team. Trade him. But we want this player.
Right.
Well, if his value's low, what type of player do you think you're going to get?
Exactly.
Like, let's be realistic here.
Exactly.
Same thing with Trey Lance. Oh, or with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy stinks, blah, blah, blah. But you go get 2 second-round picks for him. Wait a minute. I thought he stunk.
Right. So
You know
only you know that they stink.
Right.
The other team has no. The other team thinks
They're
that
booing
he's
the
good.
fool.
Right,
Yeah, they don't
right.
watch film. They don't watch tape.
There are some teams out there though that will.
You can sucker. There's always a sucker in these leagues. There's
You know,
no doubt.
shout out Karl Anthony Towns and the Timberwolves.
Yeah, there's
you
always
know?
a sucker. No doubt. Tyler Miller thinks this, and I wonder if a lot of fans think this. Joey Lightyears is the real GM now. Joe Lacob's running the show now. Dunleavy Jr. sits the GM in terms of title.
There's no way for us to know that yet.
If that is the case, does that concern you that Joe Lacob would have a lot more power when it comes to decision making,
Yes.
draft picks, signings? Is that a scary thought?
I think so because he gives me Jerry Jones vibes.
In terms of running the team,
I want to be a part of this W, right? I want to be a part of this championship. So it would worry me because, you know, you're a great businessman, but that's not necessarily your bag. So we'll see.
We shall see. All right, let's break here. 888-957-9570 in case you're just waking up. Mike Dunleavy Jr. hired as the new GM of the Golden State Warriors. Is that a good move? This is the start of a new dynamic and era in management. How do you feel about him being that guy? Mike Dunleavy Jr., that is. How do you feel about him being that guy, the GM of the Warriors? And any lingering thoughts about him, about how he was perceived as a player? Because I think that goes into a lot of people's decision about Mike Dunleavy Jr. or their thoughts or opinions. It's because of the way he played as a Warrior. Can you separate the two? 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
Moody. Moses Moody. What up, baby? By the way, throughout the show today, we're giving you and the guests a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. Alan Styles might be in the building.
Mm-hmm.
I know Sam Lubman is sneak his ass into Chase Center. Spadoni is not allowed there. He's not allowed. You stay away. Don't even go to a game. Don't even go on the block.
Well, it's not the California Classic this year, so I'll be going up to Golden One to watch the Lake Show take on Wembanyama.
Well, Wembanyama is not playing July 3rd, so that may derail my plans of going up to Sacramento. I was going up strictly for Wembanyama.
Do you care that he's not playing Summer League?
I was going to go up. I don't care that he's out playing, but I wanted to go up and see him play. I think it doesn't matter.
It might sound like get off my lawn, but I think it's kind of weak. Just play.
Just play one game, right?
Just play.
2 games?
Yeah. What are we doing?
I wanted to see him play up in Sacramento. Sacramento really happy they got the California Classic back. Kitty Caraway, ESPN 1320, wasn't happy about that. Who was it I'd be at Chase Center? The dental office. Well, free Novocaine for everybody. Ask the Kings about that. Make sure you tune in right now, because in 5 minutes, get to YouTube and Twitch. We're going to show up the keyword once again. In 5 minutes on YouTube and Twitch, we're going to get the keyword as we continue to break down Mike Dunleavy Jr. before we segue at 8 o'clock. We got Dave Stewart coming up at 8 o'clock, John Miller coming up at 8:30, and then we'll get right back into Mike Dunleavy Jr. But right now, we're going to talk about him being named the GM. I'm seeing a lot of comments on YouTube. This is the beginning of the end. What? Huh? Oh, boy. 650, Bonte, I don't think Dunleavy is taking the job to simply be a face. He doesn't need this job with his name. You're absolutely right there. You are right. He doesn't need the job. He wants this job. He wants to work. He wants to be involved in basketball. So the Warriors make the move eternally. They promote Mike Dunleavy Jr. Look at Tyler. Warriors in the end game right now, Bonte. Really? Beginning of the end? Really? That's how you feel? All right, let's go to Joe. Joe in the 818. What's happening, Joe?
Yeah, hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, I just had to call in on the Jordan Poole trade value. It's hard to believe that so many people are undervaluing his trade value. I can't believe it. You got to look at his performance as a starter, okay? And he has great stats when he's a starter. He's the type of player that needs minutes and he gets on a roll. He's a rhythm shooter. When you think about the right team who needs a 2-guard, and he can go and just be a 2-guard and get his minutes. Doesn't have to worry about being the next Steph Curry or be a point guard. He's worth a lot. And you can answer this question for me.
Uh-huh.
As far as guys driving to the bucket, I don't think there's a guy that's better in the NBA going to the hoop than Jordan Poole.
Really?
So I think too many people are undervaluing him. Look at all the stuff coming out of the draft right now. You got one and dones. You got 90% of the guys coming out there in the top 30 are 19 years old. What do you think Poole is worth? Even Kuminga, compared to those guys you don't know what they're going to do. Most of them are going to take 2 or 3 years to develop. So in wrapping this up, I'll take your comments off the air. I think we're undervaluing Poole's.
I do.
He goes to the right location, preferably with a decent point guard who can play some defense. That guy's value is high, and Kuminga's same way.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of talent. But go ahead and I'll take it.
Joe, real quick, Joe, I want to ask you about Dunleavy Jr. What's your thoughts about Dunleavy Jr., Joe?
I think that he deserved the shot, and now obviously you guys know you've been doing this a long time. His performance on what he does, this is probably the most critical season for trades and adjusting the roster that they've had in a long time. It all depends on how well he does. I think he deserves a shot.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. I'm with you. And good comments on Poole, some positivity. I think Poole is a little under. They don't win that championship a season ago without Jordan Poole.
I agree. And I've always agreed with you on Poole. But so that might have been a little overvalued.
Well, going to the rack, the best.
I mean, the guy gets swatted way too often. Mixing a pump fake one time.
I understand what Joe was trying to say.
Yes. And he probably is undervalued. The problem is it's a little niche-y, right? So Jordan Poole is a 2-guard where a lot of guys are combo these days. Now, he can be a point guard. He just, I don't know that
we've seen him do it.
We've seen him do it. I don't know how elite he would be at being a point guard, and does it take away from his scoring, right? You can't play defense, which he could get better if he wants to. We know he has the lateral quickness because we see it on offense, So there's something there. And then you have, and I'm seeing it on the YouTube chat, the attitude piece of this, right? And he got punched in the face. We don't know why. It doesn't matter. You don't put your paws on somebody. But then Draymond's trying to talk to him months later in the playoffs. He shows up Draymond. Now, if somebody who punched me in the face was trying to little brother me, I don't know how I would act either.
And to be fair, how many times has Draymond showed up somebody?
Exactly. So I think the problem with Jordan Poole's trade value is because of all those things. It makes the spot that he needs to go to a little bit more niche than it should be for somebody with his skill set. That's the problem.
Can you make it work with him, though? Because he is one of the few guys on this roster who gets to the free throw line and can blow by his man off the dribble. The Warriors don't have that many players on this roster that can do that.
No.
He has some elite skills offensively. And again, I think about the cohesion of this basketball team. Was it 25, 26? I'll text my boy Daryl right now. 25, 26 different starting lineup combinations. I mean, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's tough to find some rhythm. And that goes for Klay Thompson. Mm-hmm. That goes for Dante DiVincenzo. That goes for Jonathan Kuminga. That goes for Jordan Poole. Goes for Kevon Looney. Heck, even Draymond Green had to adjust his role at times during the postseason. You cannot build continuity and expect to win big on the biggest stage when you don't have any cohesion. Hell, Andrew Wiggins missed the last 2.5 months of the season.
Right.
Now he came back and played well, but it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. And it was a lot to ask for Jordan Poole last year. And I'm not making excuses for him. 4th overall in turnovers in the NBA, that's not good enough. Just some of the shot selection was porous. Mm-hmm. It was horrendous, right? I'm not absolving him from any of that. He's got to be better. They all got to be better. Right. But let's not be mistaken here about the combinations. How can you get into a flow when one day you're the 6th man, one day you're the 8th man, one day you're starting, one day you're a facilitator, one day you're a scorer. Hell, even Klay Thompson had his role change in terms of I'm the 1 option now from January through March. Oh, wait, Steph's back. Now I'm back to number 2. Oh, wait, Wiggins is back. And now I'm off the ball. I'm maybe the 3rd. Like, everybody had their roles. DiVincenzo with Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II gets traded here, starts being active, and all of a sudden DiVincenzo sees his role decrease.
Well, sure, but I don't know how much more volatility that the Warriors had versus other teams. Every team deals with it.
Every team
to some
deals
degree.
with it. Not to this extent.
Sure.
Then you add everything off the court.
I think the Wiggins is probably that extra straw. Because here's the thing, Bonte. This is the scary part about Jordan Poole and why you can look at it and think maybe he has more value in a trade than on this team. Because so far, the issue is that you signed a guy who plays his best ball when your team isn't whole. Because that's the only way you can get him in the starting lineup. That's the only way. Because you're not going to sit Klay. No. And obviously you're not going to sit Steph. So you cannot run out. I saw yesterday somebody talking about it. Running out, well, I don't know. I'm not benching Klay, and I'm not, and obviously Steph is Steph, but you got to get Jordan Poole in the starting line. You can't start those 3 together.
No.
You can't do it. No. So we can't go, if you are going to keep Jordan Poole, you either think about sitting Klay, you just think about maybe, I don't want to trigger people to say platoon because you got the Giants, right? You got to do something because even if it's Jordan, you got to level up and you got to be able to come off the bench because that's the thing, Bonte. Everything else you just talked about might not happen again. Getting GP2, Andrew Wiggins being more available, but Jordan Poole's piece of it, unless Steph or Klay are going somewhere, that's not changing.
That's not changing, as well as for Jonathan Kuminga. And we heard moments after Game 6 when they lost to the LA Lakers, all these reports are flying, and Kuminga's telling his agents, hey, if he doesn't get a bigger role, we like to be shopped. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know how he's going to get a bigger role if they keep most of this core together. I don't know how that works. I don't know how it works, man. I really don't. Will and Moran, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, Bonte? Thanks for taking my call. What's up, Alan? I just wanted to say shout out Mike Dunleavy. Congratulations. It's always awesome, to get that next level in your job because he started out as a Warrior, so it's I don't know why people aren't rooting for him. He's lightweight, homegrown. So shout out Mike Dunleavy Jr. That's awesome. Number 2, a lot of people that think that they could run an organization. You're dreaming just because you won a fantasy draft or won a fantasy thing doesn't mean nothing because there's a big thing that a lot of people leave out. There's the human element. And when you're a former player, you've been through situations, you've gone through things that these other players are going through growing pains, and you can have these conversations that have merit and value. And I think Mike Dunleavy is going to do awesome. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And here's the thing. Everybody wants to wants to give, Mike Dunleavy a whole bunch of crap already, but it's like, remember, everybody was booing Lakeup and Myers. We want to hang banners. Everybody was clowning on him. Everybody did short but throw things at him at that, and now everybody loves him as he's leaving. So do the same for Mike Dunleavy. He's a homegrown product. Let the guy cook. If it doesn't pan out, it doesn't always, because when you're dealing with professional athletes, how many of thousands of athletes have passed the eye test and don't pan out? That's just the worldwide of sports, and that's just how it works. Mike Dunleavy, congratulations. And so long as he just rights the ship and makes positive decisions, I think the Warriors are in great hands, dude. So shout out Mike Dunleavy. You're going to do a great job. And I know there's tons of people out there that are going to support you in your success, dude. So congratulations. Dude.
Hell of a call, Will. Hell of a call. Mm-hmm. I'm with him with Mike Dunleavy Jr. I think he's going to be a damn good GM.
Yeah.
I really do. I've been believing this ever since the rumors started happening with him being elevated at some point during the season when Kerr talked about him. Then, we talk every day and I get his perspective. I think Dunleavy Jr. could do a hell of a job. But you got to be able to separate the player and the scout, and getting to know the scout and getting to know him, how he embraces. I've had a lot of conversations with Dunleavy Jr.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, wow, this guy's impressive. Like, he's not just one of those former players. It's like, oh, I'm bored. I'm going to stick around that organization, get a little check here. The guy is scouting, going on the road, looking for players left and right.
And you know why, Bonte, or maybe one of the biggest reasons is you talk about how, sure, he played 15 years, but his time with the Warriors wasn't great. Couldn't we make the argument that might drive him?
Right, exactly.
He wants to get that taste out of his mouth. He wants people to not just remember him for what he did as a player. Mm-hmm. He wants people to remember him for what he's going to do as a GM. So you could even say that might be pushing him and driving him. Look, I know people think that I was this or I was that as a player, but let me show y'all what I can do as a GM. Yep. I'm going to make sure that when you speak on me, you'll talk about the 15 years and whatever the case is, but you're going to talk about what I did as a GM and what I did for this Warriors organization.
No doubt. By the way, 15 minutes, shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up on the Morning Roast. You know what we do every Friday. Shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. Shout out the bridge that's crossing. Shout out your local liquor store. Shout out the chicken spot, Lola's out in Alameda.
The dads, Father's Day.
Shout out to the dads on Father's Day. Alan Styles' first Father's Day.
First one.
How about that?
First one.
It's a great day, buddy.
There you go.
It's a great day. You don't have
milk
to do a
it.
damn
You should
thing.
actually say it's Father's Day weekend. Milk both those days.
Milk it, baby. Milk it.
I plan to.
Father's Day. Sometimes I tell editors, just leave me the hell alone for the first half of the day. That's what I want for Father's Day. Let's get out of my face.
All right.
All right. Here's a code word, 20357. 20357. That's right. Type this code word in, and you and the guest will have a chance to go to Chase Center to attend the Warriors introductory press conference. Text that bad boy to 20357. You see the word Alan has up. YouTube and Twitch, get there right now. We're going to do it up until 9 o'clock. Up until 9 o'clock, we'll show you the keyword, and each day we'll have a new keyword. Each show's keyword will be different, and you will have 9 chances to get the keyword and enter, but you do not need all the keywords to enter. By the way, if you're listening down Odyssey app, don't forget about the Odyssey app. Download that bad boy. Thousands of other stations. Millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Let's go to Dave in Livermore. Dave has some thoughts on Poole and Mike Dunleavy Jr. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? So Mike Dunleavy, look, this guy's played his whole career. You don't make it to the NBA and not have a high basketball IQ. So I believe he knows what is needed on this team, just like Bob did. And he's been learning from Bob.
Yep.
So let's not get that twisted. And then when you come over to Jordan Poole, they're going to look at that situation and they're going to, okay, let's look at his past. And he's balled out this past, right? The attitude is going to interfere, but I have a question for you guys.
What's up?
Why are we so concerned, besides Steph's opinion, on keeping Draymond Green when in the playoffs he is a complete liability because he can't do anything to slow down Anthony Davis or Jokic, and we're going to see them every single year in the playoffs. And then nobody wants to defend him because he doesn't score. So they just double up on Steph and Clay and Wiggs. So why are we keeping him when he's a liability in the playoffs?
Well,
because his attitude, hold on. One thing, his attitude doesn't even allow him to play when we need him the most.
You know, Dave, there's a lot of validity to what you're saying right now. And this is why Shasky and I, we get labeled Draymond Green haters, right? We get labeled Draymond Green haters. I love Draymond Green. He's going to have that jersey retired. He's an all-time Warrior. What he's done in the community, everything about Draymond Green. I like the person. I like the player. But what we saw in the playoffs, as much as we get on Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole and all these other guys, Draymond Green, he made second team all defense this year, and I thought he had one of his better years in the league. I thought it was one of the better years of his career. Mm-hmm. But I can't unsee the stuff that I continue to see offensively with him. And I think he's a guy who, if he wanted to, could average 12 points a game.
He had that one game where he dropped, 21?
21.
Yeah.
Game 5 against Sacramento.
Yeah.
Game 4 against Sac. He damn near had a triple-double. You know? He had a good Game 5 against the LA Lakers scoring. I believe he has that capability to do it all season long. But for whatever reason, I get it. You got the Splash Brothers. You got some shooters around you. But the predictability of the offense, I can't unsee, Allen.
Yeah.
You know when he's passing. You know when they're blitzing the passing lanes. You know when he's not even looking at the basket. And Anthony Davis and LeBron James camped out so much that we watch the NBA Finals. If you have a liability on offense, your offense will get exposed.
Yeah.
And the spacing for Klay and Steph was compromised because of the lack of attention defenses gave Draymond Green and, for that matter, Kevon Looney.
Exactly. Well, and to go back to the point, look, the bottom line is if Steph wants Draymond, that's a conversation that's going to happen between Joe Lacob, right, Mike Dunleavy Jr., and Steph, because Steph has said, I want to ride this out with my guys. So that's just kind of what it is in terms of the actual logistics and whether it makes sense or not. The caller is completely right. It doesn't make very much sense. And Draymond, we're not asking you to boogie on people. We're asking you to just be aggressive and be a threat. We're talking about, I'm sitting here losing my mind, Bonte, watching Nuggets Heat because they're you guys are saying that Aaron Gordon is the liability when he can do 10 times the things that Draymond can do offensively. If that's the Nuggets liability, meanwhile the Warriors have Draymond and Looney as their liabilities, that math is not mathing at all. At all. You cannot continue to operate like that. So maybe it's an internal thing. Draymond, get after it. I heard Philmo Mike calling to the pregame show talking about Draymond get on the court. I don't know if
Philmo Mike called this morning?
He called this morning.
Wow, Philmo was up early.
He called this morning.
Damn.
And I don't know if it's necessarily teaching a dog new tricks or just remembering those tricks. Because I'll tell you this, Bonte, we all talked about that Game 7 when Draymond went off. In 2016, you got Kevin Durant, and he decided, I don't need to shoot anymore. Then Kevin Durant left, and he still thinks that he doesn't have to shoot anymore. You do.
Well, that's the super disappointing part about 2019. We knew the Warriors weren't going to win much, especially when Steph got hurt 4 games into the season. But that was an opportunity to just say, you know what? I know Steph's going to be back. Klay's coming back at some point.
Yeah.
We just traded for Andrew. They ended up trading for Andrew Wiggins. I'm still going to be left open. They're going to give me warm-up shots. They're available for him. I would have chucked up 10 threes a game that year. The hell with it.
He ain't getting that work in.
But that's what was disappointing, Allen. You didn't put that work in 2019, 2020. Because think about how much value he got the contract that August. So, the money was there. The money was cooked in. It was baked in. Now, again, do you win championships without Draymond Green? No, you don't. I get all that. I understand it. But this is what happens at a crossroads of these organizations. You have to make tough decisions.
You have to.
Is it smart business to extend Draymond Green? We'll see. We shall see. Do you want to give up completely on the youngsters just to keep Draymond Green here? We'll see. But listen, the only one who's not it's not just Draymond Green being scapegoated here. Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, everybody. But this is the consensus. There's one untouchable. There's one heartbeat. There's one culture. That's Stephen Curry. How do you maximize him? What's the best players around him at this juncture of his career? I don't know. It's for Mike Dunleavy Jr. He's on the clock now, as he's your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening? Austin, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, Austin. What's going on?
Okay. I'm on my way to work, but hey, shout out to Mike Dunleavy. He gonna get the job done. Either he gonna find another Draymond Green or get us a bid. But besides that, only way Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson can play together at the same time, they're both coming off the bench with Kuminga and having Moody start. It's about time somebody pull like Andre Iguodala when he first came to the Warriors, accept a new role. We knew he could score like 20 points per game or whatnot, but he made that sacrifice as a role player and take that bench role. and that's why the Warriors are where they at today, just because of that. But yeah, what y'all think about that?
Now, interesting. It's very interesting.
Can't go nowhere.
Yeah, for me, Austin, he's hung up. For me, it's not who starts so much. I'm kind of over that. The more you talk to players, the more you get around the game. I'm like, who cares who starts? If you're seeing 30 minutes a night, you're good. Who's in that finishing lineup? Who can I trust to close a game? Because let's not forget, closing games this past season was an issue for the Golden State Warriors.
It was a little bit
of an issue. It was an issue.
It was. But you, I'm sure a lot of people, if people think that you're a Draymond Green hater, people definitely think that you are a fan of Jordan. You're a Jordan Poole guy. But that was why the whole thing of the pouting thing for Kuminga. Okay, he's young, doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Jordan Poole, you lost your minutes because you were playing slip and slide on the court.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was. You were the sixth man. You were the guy. So that whole thing, and when what was it in the playoffs when he was mad that he got taken out?
Right.
You were not playing well. What are we going to work through this in the playoffs? That was bizarre to me. That made no sense. But the Kuminga thing, sure, be a professional, but I get it. The Jordan Poole thing, we tried to give you the keys.
Right.
You tricked it off a little bit.
Right.
What do you want us to do?
You did. Jordan Poole had a very up and down season.
Yeah.
He drove me crazy just as much as the next man. The dribbling, the slipping, the over-dribbling, going too deep into the paint, the bricking of layups. Jordan Poole did not have his best season at all. And look, I'm a fan of the Golden State Warriors. Just like the 49ers, at this point, I don't care who plays quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I just want a Super Bowl.
Sure.
I just want a bowl. I don't care. I'm not going to get extra satisfaction if it's Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm a flex.
Maybe a little.
I'll flex.
That's the same
I'll flex.
thing.
I'll pat myself on the shoulder, but at the same time, I'm like, it's about the Niners.
Right.
It's about the Niners. If Jimmy Garoppolo would have won one, I've been high-fiving Jimmy G. But same thing with the Warriors. I don't hate or love a player to equal. Like, Steph is the god, right?
Right.
We're all going to love Steph. We're going to cape for him. I do have a special soft spot in my heart for Klay Thompson. I do. And I'm not stupid enough to look at the last 13 games and say, oh, boy, Klay Thompson really struggled this season. It's 13 games. But I get why he struggled. Now, he missed a lot of open shots, but think about what those teams made him do. Sacramento and LA Lakers. We're going to make Klay Thompson, who's not a strong ball handler, we're going to make him dribble the basketball. Mm-hmm. We're going to turn him into a ball handler.
And he had no choice.
Because why? The spacing on the floor was compromised.
It was terrible.
They're shadowing Stephen Curry, basically playing a box of one and pressuring him. Spacing was terrible. I'm all about opening up the floor again and getting these guys wide open shots and getting them room to operate. And now if you got players on offense who are not even looking at the basket, we're watching these teams not even guard dudes. Mm-hmm. They're saying, forget him. Let him shoot. Let him shoot. So how do I get the most out of this? Jordan Poole's a guy who can help get open shots.
Yeah. He takes away from the predictability of that offense.
Exactly.
And I don't hear enough people talk about how the Warriors been running out this offense for years now. And look, they just won in 2022, so I'm not going to say people are catching up. But there are days where it looks stale, right? And it's more, and I guess it's probably less about the offense and more about the players. When you have a guy like Klay Thompson, you know what he wants to do. You know Draymond ain't shooting it. You know Kevon Looney ain't shooting it. Now you have three guys, right? You have three guys, and then you have Wiggins and Steph, who, all right, I got to respect them doing both.
Right.
But you have three guys in that offense with no unpredictability.
Right.
That's going to make any offense look stale. You have to, but then you have a Jordan Poole who, okay, he can do a little wrinkle. Shout out, like me, Dale Sal. I'm breaking out of that De La offense. I'm doing me. That's what Jordan Poole can do.
Offense, you're not running a veer option?
Look, man, I do one cut, and if I get that ball back, it's going up. It's going up, dude.
Good luck to Team 95.7 game in the Warriors World Tournament. Now you got two black holes. Daryl the Guru Johnson and Alex.
No. I'll be on my...
Daryl gets the ball and he's shooting.
No,
it's going up.
Look, whatever the team needs, I can be on my Rajon Rondo. I'm on that high. Oh, my God. I can do what I need.
Oh, my God.
It's whatever you need, Coach.
Shameless shout-outs coming up in 2 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Alan, you'll get some shout-outs in here. Michael Jordan selling the Hornets. It's going to show a majority stake in it. He still have a minority stake in the Charlotte Hornets. Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. How are we feeling about that? 888-957-9570. Borelli, this time, book the executive show in the morning. Roast, bruh. Maybe Mike Dunleavy Jr. will build a rapport with Shasky and I. Who's going to kick Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Will it be Willard and Dibbs? Will it be Steiny and Kuru? Who's going to get the GM every single week or every other week?
I'm curious about that.
I'm
curious about that.
There's some competition for that within these walls.
You know?
Dunleavy Jr. No, he loves his golf. He loves his golf.
And I saw you getting after it.
Hey, maybe a round with Mike Dunleavy.
There you go.
Nah, I'm not going to be Shasky here begging for golf.
All right.
I'll let Shasky do that.
You know, we'll get out there. I like what you're doing.
Hey,
I like
I'm
what
trying
you're doing.
I'm trying to.
It's all you can do.
Hey, I'm trying to get
Us
I got my
lefties.
first split. I got a first. Oh, yeah, you're a lefty too on the course.
Yep.
How long you been playing golf?
So I've been I got clubs when I was probably 14, 15, but never really was playing like that.
De La Salle money.
Look, it's not a De La Salle swing. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much right now. But I didn't really start playing consistently until after college. So I'm still working on it. I've shot 89 twice, and that's my claim to fame.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got for you. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of like Jordan Poole. I'm very up and down.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm very down right now. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in about 20 seconds. Again, we're going to show the keyword right after shameless shout-outs before we go into the injury report. Dave Stewart. Of course, we know who he is. A's pre- and post-game show, but more so, he had the scowl, the stare. My man was an all-time pitcher helping win an 89 World Series for the Oakland Athletics as Spinoni brings me my second cup of coffee here on a Friday. For some reason, Thursday night, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to cheat some sleep. And I stayed up a little late watching that 30 for 30 on Bill Walton.
Okay.
Very interesting. 4-part series on Bill Walton.
Right.
Very intriguing.
Did they release them all at one time?
No, they did 2 this week and 2 last week. So they're all available.
Okay.
All right, before we get to shameless shout-outs, 650. Bonte, why doesn't Luton shoot more? I see the tapes. He has a nice stroke. Is it possible he's asked not to shoot unless he's in the restricted zone? You know what's funny? Bully, how one time seen him before pregame warm-up. He was warming up. We're like, yo, shoot. Because he does have a nice mid-range jumper. Maybe he knows that it's the Splash Brothers, and I think Looney should shoot more. Be more aggressive, just like Draymond Green. I like when he's more aggressive offensively. I love when he's more aggressive offensively.
The Looney thing, that was the thing, 2 years ago? He was shooting threes.
Yeah.
And then it just disappeared.
Yep.
But that is the point, though. Draymond and Looney, they got to stop thinking that, hey, my open shot is a bad shot. I'd rather Steph or Clay take a contest. You got to put it up.
You put it up because you don't put it up, it screws up the offense. Mm-hmm. It screws up everything when you don't put those shots up.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great shot. You're wide open. Let him go.
Sabonis, when he started when Looney said, hey, I'm just not going to guard you, and he started actually shooting them with confidence and rhythm, and he started hitting them, the Warriors were worried. Well, all right, we got to live with it, but you got to put it up, man.
Right. 5-1-0. Warriors just hired Jim Tom Sula. No, Dunleavy Jr.
Man.
He's going to surprise some people around here. All right, 888-957-9570. Light them up. Shameless shout-outs right now on the Morning Roast. All right, before we get to the lines, before we get to shameless shout-outs here on a Friday, this show is flying by. This week has flown by. Thanks to everybody participating in the Morning Roast. They say it's the dog days of sports radio. Hell with that. You guys have been representing on the chat, on the Comcast Business Text line, on YouTube. I'll give this first shout-out out. 650, shout-out to the South San Francisco Parks and Recreation. Shout you guys out for doing a damn good job. Alan, you're the guest. You're in here for Shasky. Mm-hmm. You get the first crack at this bad boy. Let's go.
So I got to shout out Stanford, who's playing in the College World Series this weekend.
I like that.
Okay, so shout out Stanford. They got to take on number 1 Wake Forest tomorrow. I think it's at 11.
11 a.m.
Make sure that pops. And this is what I came here to do, Bonte. I'm shouting out De La Salle, who have captured another NorCal championship, which is essentially state, because baseball, they don't go down and play SoCal. De La Salle beat Valley Christian.
Wow.
Came to the South Bay to give you that action. Okay, Hank Tribalti, he hit a home run in the game early.
I like that.
Then hit a grand slam, and I believe the top of the 7th to take the lead at Valley Christian. De La Salle gets another championship.
Wow, they had a kid I read about who's believe mother had just passed
That's
away.
him. That's him. And then he goes out, hits the 2 home runs.
Yeah.
So shout out Hank Tripaldi. Shout out Dale South Baseball.
Yep.
Another one, DJ Khaled.
Damn, that's a good shout out there. Spadoni, what you got? Get that mic in there.
Shout out all the dads out there. Happy Father's Day to dads, father figures, uncles. Hey, moms, if the dads wasn't there. Shout out everyone.
That's right.
This weekend, shout out to all of you.
That's a good call, Spadoni. The moms who wear both hats in the family, the dad and the mom. There's a lot of single parent moms, a lot of single moms out there doing the damn thing, getting their kid to practice, getting their kid to school, getting their kid to ballet class. Shout out to you moms as well who wear both hats. That's a good call, Spadoni. Love what you got here before we get to the lines?
Yeah, shout out to all the A's fans who turned up on Tuesday night for that reverse boycott. 27,000 of you, but it sounded like there was 57,000 of you. A's fans are not the problem. They're some of the best fans in baseball. They're some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Most of those fans had no idea who was even on the field that night for the A's, yet they were still going nuts for everyone who stepped in the batter's box who was wearing green and gold. So, A's fans, you guys are great fans. You're getting absolutely screwed by that pig-headed Commissioner Rob Manfred, and I'm feeling for you, but you're a tough fan base, and I'm shouting you guys out here tonight for it.
Great, very good job, Lubman. Good shout out there. Let's go to the night of numbers, the unofficial, official statistician of the morning roast.
The night of numbers for the king.
That's right, Alex in Atlanta, who joined us in studio a couple Fridays ago for the last 5 minutes. We got a special guest today for the last 5 minutes, a special one. Alex in Atlanta, what's happening? Who you shouting out?
Hey guys, today I'm shouting out my younger sister Jenna. She got engaged earlier this week and she's finishing up her doctorate program this year, so we're all really proud of her, so I wanted to give her a shout out today.
Absolutely. Good shout out there. 510 Comcast Business Excellence. Shout out to the PS5 and Spider-Man 2 pre-sales today. That's right. Shout out to USA Men's National Team for beating Mexico and those dirty players. That's from the 925. 3-0 yesterday at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
Love to see it.
That's
Bonte.
right. I love to see it too. Kelly in San Francisco. Kelly, what you got? What's up, Kelly?
Hi, I wanted to shout out the Millbrae Mischief 14U headed to Petaluma today.
Absolutely. Playing in the championship game, a tournament. What tournament, Kelly?
A tournament.
Let's go.
Football tournament.
Shout out to Millbrae. I like that, Kelly. Shout out to the 14 unders out there at Millbrae. I love that right there. Love that. PCL Loon God. Shout out to the clear track at TJ Maxx. Shasky, we'll see you at opening later on today. TJ Maxx, he shops there at TJ Maxx. You always had a shot at my guy Shasky. Don't be doing that. By the way, breaking news here. Shout out to the NBA for suspending John Morant for 25 games.
Wow.
25 games for John Morant. He will be suspended in the NBA for whether it was a toy gun or real gun. John Morant suspended 25 games by the NBA for his shenanigans there. I'm going to shout out to all the fathers. I like that one. Shout out to everybody out there who just graduated. A lot of high school graduations, a lot of college graduations. Feels like it goes off for a 6-week stretch. But again, shout out to all the graduates, and a special shout out to Guru Johnson and his daughter Milan, going out there to Grambling State University, just graduated high school. So Guru Johnson and Mia doing a great job at parents.
There you go.
Daryl Jr. at Santa Clara University, and then his daughter going out to Grambling, man. That's awesome.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I guess I haven't been on since, so shout out my little sister. She got married.
Did she really?
She got married, what was it, in late May. So I don't know if I've been on since then.
Wow.
But shout out my little sister.
Shout out to your little sister, all right? Shout out to the PHBA Panthers 12U headed to Petaluma for the Father's Day softball tournament. See you out there, Millbrae. I like that as well. Good shout-outs there. 888-957-9570. Got a couple more seconds here for shameless shout-outs. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to my daughter, Kaylee. Shout out to Kaylee. 510. Shout out to my grandpa, R.I.P. and my mom for making me an A's fan. You know what? That's another shout-out. Shout out to you, A's fans. I know it stinks. You're losing your baseball team. You lost your football team. It stinks. I really feel for you. But shout out to you A's fans for fighting every step of the way, trying to keep your baseball team in Oakland. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing at all.
Well, I would also shout out A's media as well. Because, they're really putting their hearts out there. Casey Pratt. And
Brody Brazil.
Exactly. And I came up with Brody as well, just seeing him on, the high school sports shows and everything like that. So shout out to them because they're letting it be known, like, this is our life. And obviously, when you cover a team, it becomes a part of you. And a lot of these guys are fans on their way up, too. So shout out to them for not being afraid to be real about themselves in a climate where a lot of people can be very judgmental. So shout out to them.
No doubt. Let's go to Chris in Concord. Your neck of the woods here. Chris in Concord, what's happening?
Hey, guys, just wanted to give a shout-out to my daughter, Pepper, and I also wanted to give a shout-out to my girlfriend, Stacy. We're expecting a little baby boy here in October. You guys have a great Friday.
Absolutely. Congrats to you guys on the baby boy there. Good stuff, Chris. Don in Concord, before we move on to the injury report. Don, what you got?
Hey, shout out to Walnut Creek for the together we had out there at Walnut Creek when we got the station all together. Saw everybody.
Yeah, the
also
summit.
the Cal Bears.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're my guy, dog. Yeah.
Day.
You were there with the sporty green, right?
That's me.
That's you, Don. I could never forget you, man. Thanks for coming to Bois-Vino about a month ago, man. On a Monday, it was a lot of fun there. I'm disappointed to see Alice Styles come in and hijack the set. Bois-Vino, the Warrior Summit, was a lot of fun. Standing room only. It's a lot of fun, man. Shout out to 95.7 The Game in our audience. Again, Matt Nahiga sent out a tweet earlier this week. We haven't said much about it on this show, but 95.7 The Game, #1 in the Bay Area last month. This show has won 17 of the last 21 books. But it's because of you, the fans on YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, all the calls, all the people who rep 95.7 The Game. I feel like, have become the people's show, the people's station, out there in the community, seeing us at games. They see you, Alan. They see you all the time at Warrior games, Giant games, out there in the community shaking hands with our fans. Because as Steiny says, we don't talk at you. We talk with you. We value your opinion. We value your participation in the show. You guys rip us, roast us all the time. You guys have better takes than us half the time. So shout out to you guys listening to us at 95.7 The Game and help making us #1 in the Bay Area, man. They said we were a minor league station that was going to be out of business 5 years ago, and look at us now. Look at us now. With that said, let's go to the injury report. Man, Alan, I'm so psyched up about the Giants right now. I'm all in on them. I'm all in. They sucked me back in after Yaz tied the game.
Yeah.
5-5. You knew it was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Still haven't spent a dime. Well, on food, I have. When you bring baby Chaz, you got to get to baby buffet. You got to find this out, Alan. What's your daughter's name again?
Ella.
Ella's going to find this out. It's the baby buffet. And what that is, garlic fries, pizza, popcorn, chicken strips.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're going to be spending some change.
The last Giants game I went to, there was a group in front. There was a family in front of us, a little boy, little girl, just a mess everywhere. I'm just thinking, man.
Oh,
can't wait.
You're going to be spending a lot of money. That's why you gotta shake some hands and get those free tickets, baby.
Right.
Free tickets are a must in this industry. All right. But the Giants, man, they're breaking down. They won 6 in a row. They got the Dodgers today. 3-game set down at Dodger Stadium. Huge series for the Orange and Black as we get through June. But they could be without J.D. Davis for the next week. The team announced that Davis is dealing with a grade 1 right ankle sprain and expect to decide on him for the next 3 to 10 days. The depth will be tested with the Giants roster. As Mitch Hedinger's out for the next 3 months, he's going to have surgery on his forearm. The good news is that the low-grade ankle sprain leaves the door open for a quicker return. The hope is he can show enough improvement this weekend to be available for the Giants on the next homestand and avoid a stint on the IL grid. That next homestand, you got the Padres, you got the Diamondbacks. It does not get easier after the Dodgers. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Since you're on YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to throw up the code word one more time as we go on to break. The code word to get to the introductory press conference for the player the Warriors draft in the upcoming NBA draft. You can go there to Chase Center. Here's the code word. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll do it again with Dave Stewart. We'll show the code word during Dave Stewart's interview right here on 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA.
welcome to the roast here on the Frisco/50 Cent Friday. Payday's next Friday. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the YouTubers, Comcast Business Text Line, all the real ones out there getting ready for work. Longshoremen, big truck drivers, plumbers, janitors, bakers, cops, nurses, doctors, psychiatrists, therapists, all of you. And a special happy Father's Day weekend to all the fathers out there doing the damn thing. Alan Stiles celebrating his first Father's Day this weekend. He's in for Joe Shasky, the butcher. You're going to love it. It's going to be awesome. Spadoni, Father's Day times 4, right? This is the 4th one?
Yeah, my first Father's Day with 2 kids.
First Father's Day with 2 kids.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's go. And Lutman, you're a long way away. But shout out to Mr. Lutman, Sam Lutman's father, who's down there at the U.S. Open in L.A. We love Mr. Lutman on this show. He does a great job. He's got a crazy-ass son to Sam. Sent him down to the University of Miami. That's not good parenting. He sent Sam Lutman, this white kid from Walnut Creek, Los Angeles High School, to the U. Do you know what goes on in Miami, Mr. Lutman? But you know what? He's all right. He's all right. We love him. Dave Stewart coming up in a second here on the Morning Roast to talk about the situation in Oakland. But in case you're just waking up, it broke during the pregame show. Joe Spadoni during the crossover with Alan Stiles. Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. How you feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Does the perception of him as a player kind of get to you? Is that kind of determining your position on Mike Dunleavy Jr. being promoted as a GM of the Golden State Warriors? How you feeling about that, Dub Nation? That broke at 5:50 this morning. Alan, another crack at it. Mike Dunleavy Jr., I like the move. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it was probably the safest thing to do. He knows the situation. He's been studying under Bob Myers. So going in a different direction and trying to make a splash, which I don't even know what that splash would be. It would have been boom or bust. At least we know what we have, and we know that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is familiar with the situation.
All right, Rob Manfred yesterday, before we get to Stu, Rob Manfred yesterday spoke to some reporters outside of New York City as owners were meeting and whatnot, and here's what he had to say about the reverse boycott the other night at the Oakland Coliseum.
Did you watch the A's game on Tuesday when the fans came out for the reverse boycott?
I was actually at a dinner with the owners.
Did you read the coverage?
I did. I saw the
impression of that.
You know, I mean, it was great. It's great to see what is this year, you know, almost an average Major League Baseball crowd in the facility for one night. That's a great thing.
He also said he feels sorry for A's fans.
I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland. I do not like this outcome. I understand why they feel the way they do. I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer. Okay? I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, you know, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
All right, that was Rob Manfred, and a lot of us feel like he was a bit tone deaf with those comments there.
This guy stinks!
Not showing any empathy. I wonder how Stu feels. Stu, of course, longtime Oakland A. You see him on the pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports California. I know he has some deep thoughts. He's from Oakland, California. I'm not even from Oakland. I feel some type of way about this move. So let's talk to Stu. Of course, 89 World Series champion. He dealt against the Giants. We know that. Stu, good morning, man. I wish I was talking to you about boxing because we got some great fights recently. Teofimo Lopez winning. We got Errol Spence and Crawford coming up. It's been a good year of boxing so far, but unfortunately, we're bringing you on to talk about this situation with the Oakland A's, and I know you have some thoughts about that. First of all, I guess we start with Rob Manfred's comments there as we say good morning to you, Stu. What did you think about what he said about the reverse boycott and feeling sorry for A's fans?
You know, I thought that it was I thought it was a great show by the fans of the Oakland A's going out to the ballpark and showing that there is support for the team and wanting that baseball team to stay here in Oakland. I was very, very moved by that display from the fans.
Dave, when you look at the team, right, and how they're trying to get through this, obviously, they beat the Rays, you throw out Randy Arozarena. How does it, as a player, how does it affect you on a day-to-day basis when you know everything that's going on? How do you just go in, put your cleats on, left foot first, right foot second, and just go out and go to work every day knowing everything that's going on around you? How do you try to separate that, or do you not separate it? And do you maybe have that drive you even more? I want to put on a show for the fans that are here.
Well, I think you'll hear this on a regular basis. And they're professionals, and their job is to go out and play baseball. Their job is to go out and put it the best performance that they can on each day that they put the uniform on. There will be distractions. There's no doubt that there's distractions. You've got media that's circulating this thing, and this has been going on for a while. The conversation of the A's going to Las Vegas, it's been happening for a while, and so you deal with the distractions on a day-to-day basis, the questions from media on a day-to-day basis. But, the bottom line is, regardless of the outcome, the player plays for the organization. There's really nothing that he can do about that. What he is in control of is his performance, how he plays on that given day, and that's what you have to try to focus on.
We're talking a three-time World Series champion, World Series MVP in the '89 Babe Ruth series against the Giants, Dave Stewart, who was born and bred in Oakland, of course, with the St. Elizabeth's High School, just had his jersey retired. His number 34 retired last season. He's in the A's Hall of Fame, and I know this means a lot to you to see them move. Just the realization now of the governor of Nevada passing this bill and knowing that it's a foregone conclusion that the A's are leaving. What was that moment like for you, Stu, when you knew that, boy, this is really happening, that the A's are leaving after being rooted in Oakland for so long, over 50 years, Stu?
I've been following it closely, and obviously I'm a part of the history of the organization and actually have close ties to the organization. And so, when you know that it's out there and you're watching the steps and you see it getting closer and closer to that final decision, really what you just have to prepare for is that it's going to happen. And that's what I did when I had heard the news that it was signed off and ready to go to the owners' vote. I had been watching it closely. It's almost as if though you're watching a relative that is fatally ill, and at some point they're going to leave this earth. Well, I relate that to the same thing in watching this process, and it's hurtful. As a kid, I was going out to the Coliseum to watch the A's play, and grew up watching the A's play, and so it really hits you in the gut when the final decision was made.
Dave, you say you've been following all of this closely, and look, the reverse boycott, I would call it a success. Honestly, I don't know about those numbers that Manfred is talking about as far as it being close, because I'm watching TV and I see a lot of empty seats when I see baseball highlights, at least for a lot of these stadiums. So I've been reading that there might be another planned reverse boycott, possibly when the A's play the Giants. The perception of A's fans, when I see things on social media that say, well, if they showed up, then they wouldn't be here, and people that just don't understand the situation because either they don't care enough or they're just too lazy to really dig into it. How do you feel about the current perception of A's fans and whether it's fair or not for those that don't necessarily understand the situation to think, well, if they like the team, why don't they go to the games? It's not that simple.
Well, A's fans, and they're the best fans in baseball. Point blank simple. You won't see better fans than the Oakland A's fans. I've been, like I said, going to the game since I was a kid, and there were people that were coming out to the park in the '70s that were coming to the park in the '80s when we were having our run and we were playing well for the city. And I think there was some carryover from the fans that we had that trickled over into the 2000 A's. They're just great fans, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I think that it is. I think that it is reasonable for fans to want to have, players that they can hold on to for a career, a Cal Ripken type thing or a Tony Gwynn type player in your organization. I think that's reasonable for fans to expect that. But at the same time, these fans show up, and they're big time Oakland A's fans. There's green and gold throughout the city. You can't question the faithfulness of the fans.
No, you cannot. We're talking to Dave Stewart, three-time World Series champion, 89 MVP in the World Series when the A's swept the Giants in 1989. Now, I know you wanted to be in on the plans to build a stadium in Oakland, California, Stu. We know a lot of people wanted to build in Oakland. What happened with that? And did you think that it was, I'm not going to say a farce that maybe the city of Oakland didn't want to build or wanted to spend money on it, but more so John Fisher from his angle. We haven't heard from him. We don't see him at all. And I think that's really disgusted a lot of fans on why they don't go to the games, because the owner doesn't look like he even cares there. So I guess, first of all, I'll ask you, what happened with the plans when you wanted to get involved with the stadium plan, and why did that go awry?
I don't really know what took place. It just didn't happen. But no, I have to say this, that John Fisher, if you really think about it, is no different than most owners in baseball. Mm-hmm. They leave the business of baseball to the people that run baseball, and so you're hearing from Dave Kaval, or you might hear from Billy Beane from time to time when Billy was a part of the organization. But that's common in baseball. That's not uncommon. Most owners are not the voice that you're going to hear. They are the voice behind the voice, but they're not the voice that you're going to hear. So what you're experiencing with Mr. Fisher is the same that you would with the owner of the Dodgers or the owner of the Padres or the owner of Philadelphia. Any baseball organization, the owner usually is the voice behind the voice. So that's not uncommon in the game of baseball. As far as the city of Oakland is concerned, and I believe I made this statement, and I'm getting calls from close friends that I'm mad at the Oakland A's, and that's not the case. I'm disappointed that this situation couldn't end up where we have a ballpark in Oakland, but at the same time, it's a bad divorce is what it is. Mm-hmm. The city of Oakland, they have blame too. Yeah. And their blame is, in my opinion, just as much as it is the Oakland A's. This process has been happening, as you said, for a long time. This isn't over the last 10 years of the Fisher administration. It went far beyond that and long before that. And now it's come down to this, and I believe that the reason why nothing happened in this particular case is that you got inexperienced young people that, in my opinion, they couldn't have done their due diligence on what the effect of a major league facility will do in a downtown area. And all you had to do is go right downtown the set, right across the bay to San Francisco, or go down to San Diego, and you can see how those cities are flourishing from having a downtown facility. And so blame on the A's, blame on the city of Oakland, the city council of Oakland, not the fans of Oakland. Mm-hmm. Let's separate that, because the fans, as I've said, they're the greatest, but some responsibility has to sit on the city council as well.
Dave, when Rob Manfred speaks yesterday, and he says, "Well, there were no plans," but I'm sitting over here thinking, "Am I missing something, or did the Howard Terminal situation just never happen?" What did you think about what he said yesterday, and just give us your overall thoughts on how he's kind of approached this situation?
The truth is, I just heard his comments prior to coming on here on your station, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. Right, maybe it's coming across, or maybe it should come across this way. I think that Rob, and I can't speak for him, is thinking that all the proposals for new stadiums were coming from the A's and Dave Kaval. With the failed attempt at Laney College. I think at one point they were talking about Fremont. They talked about, then it eventually got to Howard Terminal. And I think he may be looking at it as all these sites were proposed by the Oakland A's, and that the city council never came to the A's with a proposal or a proposed site for baseball. That's the only way I can think that he meant that. And there may be some truth to that. There may not be. Once again, I'm close to the situation and watching it and having conversations about what's going on. But, I'm not a part of the real conversations that are taking place between the team and city council.
Stu, I know this is tough for you, man. I can hear it in your voice. It's tough for a lot of A's fans out there. We've taken a lot of calls about it, read a lot of the reports, and it just stinks. It really just stinks that the city of Oakland continues to get punched in the gut, especially A's fans, man. They deserve a lot better. That's a passionate fan base. Go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, when you think about it, and I was once again speaking to a writer yesterday. A lot of today's baseball, you can point directly to the Oakland A's, and maybe I'm just egotistical in that way. But Charles Finley, he started a trend. He started a fashion of baseball with the Oakland A's uniforms, coming up with the different colored baseballs, with the marketing of the game. Charlie O the Mule and the rabbit popping up behind the behind the umpires with baseballs, and then it went from that to Billy Ball and that brand of baseball. And one of baseball's all-time best players to ever play the game, Ricky Henderson, with stolen bases. And the Oakland A's having the starting rotation of all the 20-game winners and the guys that were pitching the unbelievable amount of innings and complete games. There's a lot that you can point to the Oakland A's when it comes to the tradition of what's happening in the game today and the impact that the Oakland A's have had on the game of baseball. And that's what's hurtful. When you think that, they're going to lose their last major league franchise and who knows if baseball will ever return to the area. That's really hurtful, and that is the punch in the gut.
Wow. Powerful stuff there, Stu. Powerful stuff, man. We'll see you soon. Continue the great work there at NBC Sports California. We'll talk boxing next time. Trust me, you'll be a lot more uplifting when you have you back on the show. But we appreciate the time this morning. Go.
And you believe Teofimo retired, or you think he's...
Yeah, he's coming back, Stu. Come on, man.
Come back, 25 years old, man. Come on.
There's millions of dollars on the table for him, man. He's not saying no to that money. He's coming back. We're going to get Shakur Stevenson, maybe against Devin Haney. You got some blood. Boxing's in a great... I think it's been a great year for boxing, man. A nice little bounce-back year for the sport of boxing, Stu.
I agree with you.
All right, Stu.
Take care, man, and thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Dave Stewart, 3-time World Series champion, 1989 World Series MVP, man. He's so good, man. Mm-hmm. You could feel the pain. You could feel the pain.
Yeah.
This guy went to St. Elizabeth High School, grew up in Oakland, watched his team for years, got to play on his hometown team, helped his hometown team win a World Series. He ends up winning the MVP with 2 dynamic starts in that series against the Giants. He helped back in the day, trying to, hey, let's get a stadium in Oakland. I'll get a team together to get a stadium in Oakland. And they're going to Vegas. And Manfred with those comments, it stinks, man. The whole thing. I want to get your thoughts on how you felt about the reverse boycott game, but all I got was sadness.
Yeah,
I turned it off because I was getting sadder watching the game, and then you turn it back on, you see him win, and it's just like, this isn't right, man. Because I believe this is a 2-team market. I believe the 2-team market can thrive here in the Bay Area. I really do.
But I agree, and there's a cloud hanging over, and you see everybody, and I know our guy Evan Giddens was there, and everybody looks happy. We're showing our support, but deep down how they really feel, because it's just a tough look, and it's just a tough situation for all the A's fans and all the memories. And yeah, you got to go there. This isn't the first time they've had to do it. I was at the last game for the Raiders, at the Coliseum as well. So it's just a reoccurring theme for these fans, and it's unfortunate. And this one seems the messiest, because when you come out and you make a mantra, a hashtag, whatever it is, called Rooted in Oakland, for it to end like this, and that's the worst part of it, man. That's the worst part of it. Because you were we're trusting you, because you decided that you're going to go in this direction. You decided you're going to claim us as Oakland. And then you go out and do this, and the way it went down might have been the messiest out of these other situations. So it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, in case you're missing out on the A's news, we got a lot going on here. John Moran suspended for 25 games. Michael Jordan going to sell a majority stake of the Charlotte Hornets. Mike Dunleavy Jr., of course, named as a new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. We got thoughts on that. The A's moving. Nevada's governor signed a $380 million bill to help bring the A's to Las Vegas. The only step left for MLB's first relocation in nearly 20 years is approval of other owners, which the A's see as a fait accompli. Boy, you talk about lying. There's something here. Oh, here it is. March 29th, 2018. Dieter Kurtenbach, Bay Area News Group. We love Dieter. A's relationship with their fans has reached a new low. Opening day proved it. And then Dave Cavill quote tweeted it saying, "Fake news. Ask our actual fans. Future is bright in Oakland for baseball." It's back in 2018. And all he did was continue to lie. Lie, when they had a backdoor deal with Nevada. This sucks for A's fans. I feel bad for them, man. It's a sad, sad story. And we're watching baseball in Oakland for the last time here, possibly this season. We'll get to Oscar in Stockton before we get to John Miller. How much time we got here, Spino? We got a minute? We got a minute to go take this call real quick? 30 seconds? No? All right, we'll get to Oscar on the other side. And then we'll get to John Miller, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants, talk about baseball in the Bay, some Giant stuff. We'll get his thoughts on the A's because he used to practice in the bleachers with a tape recorder, practicing his craft, mastering his craft. So he'll have some thoughts on that as well. That's coming up on the roast. And then we'll get to Mike Dunleavy Jr. in the 9 o'clock hour here on the roast. And that will be brought to you by the way, hold on, we got sponsors for everything now. Business is booming. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Mom?
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole out there in London. See him on Instagram out there in London, overseas, getting some work in. That's right. Get away from the Bay Area for a second. By the way, Styles, get your keyword. Throughout the show today, we're giving you a guess and a chance to go to, you know what? Save it for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we'll show you the keyword as you and a guess get a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. We'll be showing that keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show. We'll do it in 5 minutes when we have John Miller on. Let's go to Oscar real quick in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How y'all doing about taking Shasky this morning?
Oh, man, we got Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky. No Butcher today on the Friday.
Okay, how you doing? Sorry about that. I'm out here running. I got a track and field national qualifier going out here in Stockton today. So, but, yeah, I just want to talk about the A's a little bit. Man, my thing is that I grew up in Oakland, man. I go back in the day with Burt Campaneris and Sal Bando. So, you know, I'm a real Oakland fan. And before we had basketball, everybody grew up playing baseball, sponsored by the A's and Ricky Henderson, even though I go way, way back. And to see the A's leave Oakland, that's the last straw. All the teams are gone, but the A's has always been a stalemate right there in Oakland. And I stopped really watching the A's. I watch them, but I don't know who they is because every year we win and contend, and before you know it, we ship all the players out for money. So I knew right then something was going on. And, you know, like you said, he backdoored us with the Vegas, and that's always been in his mind to move the team. And that's real sad as a fan of baseball, and that's why a lot of people do not watch baseball really no more in the inner city, man. I'm sorry to say. You know, I'm an avid fan. You know, I watch softball and everything else, but for me, I can't really watch the A's play because of that one reason. If they didn't move the team, I knew that was the reason when you just said that. Yep. Otherwise, other than that, I like the move with Dunleavy being the GM. And the Warriors, everybody is panicking. Stop panicking, man. The Warriors will be all right.
All right.
Other than that, man, you guys have a nice day, man. I want to say, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Today is the first time ever in Stockton, California, we're hosting the National AU Qualified Track and Field Championships at Western Ranch High School, which I am the coach there. I also run the club team, which my son is on. So come on out and support. We got clubs from all over the Bay Area. Everybody will be out here today and tomorrow. They've been there all week. So that's all I want to say.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff out there at the track meet. Good luck at the track meet out there in Stockton. That's a cool call, Sarah. Good call, Oscar. A lot of A's fans say that, though, Alan. They don't know the player. They don't know the name on the back of the jersey. You fall in love with a guy, boom, he's out.
Yeah. And that's been going on. But even so, they were still – the A's were in playoffs and they were competitive even through all that, which is crazy.
Yep.
Which is crazy.
You grew up in the East Bay, Alan. Mm-hmm. Did you grow up an A's fan or Giants?
The only reason I grew up Giants fan is because my mom worked in the city and got tickets to Giants games.
Got it.
But
you
I
were
got
out there in the
love.
East Bay.
Love for the
Right.
A's. I got a lot of love for the A's. And
were you out there Tuesday, the reverse boycott game?
No, I was on baby duty.
Baby duty, yeah, it makes sense. I understand that one.
Yeah, come on now.
But what was your emotions like? Because you got a lot of buddies out there in the East Bay.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends that were there, and I was excited for them. And it's just tough, man. It's just a sad situation because you feel hopeless, right? Or you feel like you can't really help, and you feel like you can think about it if it was your team, right? And I might lose some roasters here, but I'm one of the random Giants Raiders fans that you'll meet. So I did deal with it when the Raiders left, and you just feel hopeless. You don't know what you had people all around saying. All right, well, why don't the A's fans just go to games? Well, you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. If you do go, then you're supporting a guy who does not care about your city and does not care about bettering the team for your city. If you don't go, you look like you're bad fans. And as a fan, you want to see a game. That clubhouse, the clubhouse they had for a little bit, the clubhouse was lit.
Yeah.
You know, they had some good stuff going. So it obviously stinks. I don't know what they do. I'm just sick of Oakland fans having to ask these questions or having to be asked these questions. Are you still going to be a fan? I'm sure they're tired of being asked those questions. Right. And unfortunately, that's just the situation.
All right, before we get to Hall of Famer on John Miller, we got to give somebody a chance to go to Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
Two people. That's right. You and the guests get a chance to go to Chase Center to attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft, who would obviously be next to Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. We're going to show you that keyword right now. Oh, let me flip it up. Text that keyword right now to 20357 right now, and you have a chance. And don't forget, make sure you tune in between 7 and 9 on Twitch and YouTube. Each day we'll have a new keyword. Each show's keyword will be different, and you will have 9 chances to get that keyword to enter. You do not need all the keywords to win at all. John Miller doesn't need a credential. He could just walk up to Chase Center, and they'll let him in for this press conference here. But John Miller, longtime play-by-play voice of the San Francisco Giants, been here since 1997. But he's a Bay guy, Hayward High School, College of San Mateo, you name it. And so we'll start our conversation with John Miller about the Oakland A's situation. John, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. I got Alan Stiles in for Joe Shasky. I'm Bonte Hill, and it's good to talk to you. And first and foremost, man, the sadness of the Oakland A's leaving. I know you got your first crack at Major League Baseball with the Oakland A's in the 1974 World Series. Could you discuss that and some of the memories you have with the Oakland A's and just what you're feeling right now with this new decision that it looks like it's a foregone conclusion that they will be in Las Vegas?
Yes, and let me just start with good morning to you. Thanks for having me on. And I am in L.A. with the Giants, getting ready for this series, the first of the year for the Giants in L.A. The whole schedule is so much different this year, so they're playing the Dodgers a lot less than they have been, and this is their first visit to L.A., and they don't play the Dodgers again until almost the very end of the season.
That's wild.
Play a little more than half of their full schedule of games against the Dodgers in the last 10, 11 days of the whole season.
That's
so
crazy.
These games are important, even though it's not quite mid-season yet. Because they have so few of them, so we'll see. And it seems like the Giants are in good shape to meet the Dodgers because they're hot and yet they're banged up a little bit. But even more chance for some of these young guys to get in there. And so far this first half, I think some of the brightest moments for the Giants have been with the young guys, 8 of whom have made their major league debuts this year. So. But it is sad for me. I grew up in Hayward and a Giants fan. The Giants were the only team. We had one big league team, and the Giants sort of were my introduction to baseball, and Russ Hodges and Lon Simmons were the broadcasters who described the exploits of Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda, Willie McCovey, and Juan Marichal, Gaylord Perry, all of the future Hall of Famers that were on that ball club. And especially with Willie Mays, you couldn't help but be a fan when you saw what he was capable of doing. I remember thinking of him as a 10-year-old that he was like a superhero. He could do anything. And that was not far removed from the truth. So in 1968, the A's came to town. And the great thing for me was, as a Giants fan, the Giants were a National League team. And now the A's came in, and they were an American League team. For the first time, we got to see American League teams face to face. And the second time the Yankees came into town, and at that time, 1968, it was before the second major expansion. There were 4 new teams that came into Big League Baseball the same year in 1969, 2 in each league, and the leagues were divided into divisions for the first time. Through 68, in 1968, in fact, it was still a 10-team league, the American League, the National League, a 10-team league. You played every team in the whole league an equal number of times. The schedule consisted of 18 games against every team. So 3 visits to each city. New York, name a city, you went there 3 times. So the Yankees, when they came in the summertime, I thought, man, I grew up with Willie Mays, and I really want to see Mickey Mantle play, because Mantle and Mays were the premier center fielders, and back in the 50s, Duke Snider was on that list, and they all played in New York City at the time before the Dodgers and Giants moved west. So I went to the Coliseum and got to see Mickey Mantle play, and he hit a home run, which was kind of a thrill. I'll never forget it. He was batting left-handed, and I think it was John Blue Moon Odom was on the mound for the A's, and he hit a home run in the right field. And a fan was kind enough to look that up. I told that story in the air one night, and a fan looked that up, and sent me all the details as to what game it was and who the pitchers were. And I hadn't even remembered, because I saw Reggie Jackson hit a lot of home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie was a young, budding superstar at the time in '68. That was his first full season in the big leagues. The next year, he would be chasing the Babe. At the All-Star break, he had 38 home runs. You remember that? 1969? Oh, yeah. Wow. What a year. And so Reggie also hit a home run in that same game. So I had not remembered that two future Hall of Famers would go deep in that game. So anyway, so that was kind of the fun thing. But the thing that's interesting to me is now people sort of want to talk about Giants fans, A's fans. Never the twain shall meet. Well, I was a fan of both. Why not? The A's were a team that was real close to where I lived, and I still was a Giants fan, hugely.
So, John, you approve of the split cap, huh? So you approve of the split cap then, John?
Well, I approved of having two teams in the Bay Area where you see all the teams.
Yeah.
So it's a different schedule now. Now we all play all the teams every year, so it's not that as big a deal as it was at that time. But anyway, the A's were kind of a young team, and they had some great pitching, and they were a team on the rise when they arrived in '68, and the Coliseum was the modern ballpark, the new and brand new ballpark. I had already been there before the A's arrived. They had a soccer team, the Oakland Clippers, in the National Professional Soccer League that existed at the time, and they were a really good team. And then, of course, the Raiders played there. They moved over from Frank Ewell Field. So that's what I saw at the Coliseum. And then the A's came in. So I used to go and sit in the bleachers in right field before Mount Davis was kind of the monstrosity got constructed. But I sat under the overhang of the second deck in right field in the corner of the bleachers where there was nobody alongside you or behind you. And usually one of my buddies from high school, from Hayward High, would come with me. And we would broadcast the games onto a tape recorder from out there.
That's great.
And when people would inevitably start sitting nearby, we would tell them what we were going to do, and just to give them a forewarning so that we wouldn't be bugging them. And but they seemed to enjoy it. So anyway, so I have a lot of fond memories of those A's and watching guys like Reggie Jackson and Catfish Hunter, and later on Vida Blue came along, Ken Holtzman, Raleigh Fingers. They developed. He was a sort of a swing man, a starter, reliever, spot starter, whatnot, who became the closer. And so we watched that club go. And then when they were on the road, they would televise games from Yankee Stadium, Tiger Stadium, and all these places that we never got to see following the Giants. The Giants never played in those places. There was no such thing as interleague play. So anyway, so for all those reasons and many more, it's really sad even if you just grew up in the Bay Area, not much less if you're a diehard A's fan. It's just a sad turn of events to see the A's set up now to leave the Bay Area.
You hit the nail on the head, John, and I'm just sitting here listening. I mean, I could listen to you just talk about all this stuff all day. I did want to ask you just about the Giants, and you talk about how excited you are about the rookies, but I'm gonna make you choose. Is there a rookie that you're the most excited about that you've either seen play already or that is on the way up?
Well, I'm still going to give you a two-part answer. But of the guys we've seen so far, I'm very excited about, and I'm talking about from what we've seen so far, not their advanced billing or anything like that, but what we've seen. The guy that has been better than advertised, better than expected so far, is Patrick Bailey, the catcher. Mm-hmm. And we were told that he had some issues as a hitter, particularly as a right-handed hitter, because he's a switch hitter, that he was a little more challenged batting right-handed, facing left-handed pitching. Well, so far, he's done great batting right-handed. So that's been a surprise, and everything else about him has been as good as expected, and maybe even better. His defensive abilities, his ability to handle the pitching staff, ball blocking, throwing. He made a throw the other day in St. Louis that was just remarkable. It kind of reminded me, and since I'm sort of going back nostalgically back into the early days of the Oakland Athletics, I remember when the Yankees would come in, and they had a young catcher back in the 70s, Thurman Munson.
Oh, yeah.
And, Munson was a great player and a leader on that team. But Munson was not a classic thrower. He seemed to break every rule as a thrower. His idea was to get rid of the ball. There was a steal attempt to get rid of the ball as fast as possible. He'd throw it sidearm. He'd throw it underhanded. He'd just get rid of it as fast as possible. The ball would sail. It would fly. It would, no telling where it was headed. But he got rid of it so quickly that often he was able to throw out a guy because of that. If the ball ended up in the vicinity of second base close enough, somebody could catch it and tag the runner. So the throw that Bailey made the other day in St. Louis, and I don't know if you remember the one I'm talking about, I think it was the young guy, Walker, trying to steal.
Jordan Walker, yep.
He was off balance. He got rid of it, kind of a sidearm throw, and it tailed a little bit to the first base side a second, but it ended up right there where Crawford was able to reach down and, as he caught the ball, tagged the guy. So Bailey's been very impressive. The guy I'm the most excited about, and we haven't seen him yet, is Kyle Harrison. And he's still developing. He needs to throw more strikes. He needs to. And I always remember Randy Johnson, the big unit, now in the Hall of Fame. As a real young guy, we all knew about the great arm, and he was 6'11", and he was so tall and so intimidating, but he was wild. And I remember talking to him at that time. He was still in Seattle with the Mariners, and he said that it was about not just repeating the delivery, but he was so tall, such long legs, long arms. There was so much to his delivery that he would get off kilter with his mechanics, and he would not know what the problem was. And he said finally there came a time where he'd miss real badly with a couple of pitches and know, okay, I'm off kilter, and here's the problem. He would be able to identify what it was himself and then make that adjustment and correction in the middle of an inning without a pitching coach or anybody having to go out and tell him that. So that was a big turning point. So I think that's, for any young pitcher, I think that's a turning point where you are so self-aware that you can determine that yourself. So that may be where Harrison is right now. But it sounds like his control issues have gotten a lot better, and as he's gone along this year. So because he was walking the whole lineup there for a while early in the season, but not any longer.
John Miller, of course, National Radio Hall of Famer back in 2014. He was inducted to the National Radio Hall of Fame. 4C Frick Award winner in 2010. They call it Giants game since 1997, but has been involved in the game of baseball since the late 60s here. Follow him on Instagram at John Miller SM Giants. Your Instagram page is dynamic. And you brought up Thurman Munson. This is a conversation for another day. How the heck is Thurman Munson not in the National Baseball Hall of Fame? I don't get that one, because Buster Posey kind of reminds me of Thurman Munson when you see the numbers and the captain and the leadership role. But you're down there at Dodger Stadium for the first time all season. Is there any Giants-Dodger games that sticks out to you? Which one stands out? Because they've got a long history. You've covered a lot of great games between these two clubs. Is there one game that sticks out to you, John?
Well, there have been so many, as a kid growing up with the Giants and Dodgers, the first game I ever saw in person at Candlestick Park, my dad and my godfather took me to Candlestick to see the first Giants-Dodger matchup of the 62 season.
Wow.
And at that time, that was the first year of expansion. They were going to play 18 games, so that was the first one. And the thing I'll never forget about it was that the Giants beat the Dodgers 19-8, and they took a 19-3 lead into the ninth inning. And the Dodgers scored 5 runs against Billy O'Dell, the Giants' starting pitcher, and they even got the bullpen up. And I told that story in the air one night, and a lawyer was at the public library in San Francisco in the microfilm record. So this is a while back now. And he looked that game up in the Chronicle archives at the library. And he made Xerox photos of the game story by the Hall of Fame writer Bob Stevens, who covered the Giants, and the box score and whatnot. And I was so appreciative to that fan because it was a great keepsake of my first ever game. I was so impressed with what I saw that I not only remembered the score, I remembered the game totals. The Giants had 19 runs on 12 hits.
That's incredible.
The Dodgers walked 10 guys, made 3 errors. The Dodgers out-hit the Giants. They had 8 runs on 15 hits, and yet they lost the game by 11 runs. Felipe Alou hit the first home run I ever saw in person. And Willie Mays hit a home run, and I thanked Willie years later for hitting a home run the first game I ever saw. I said, I don't even know how you knew I was there. But, so anyway, and Jimmy Davenport hit a home run too. But I even remembered the paid attendance, 32,819 on a Tuesday night in mid-April.
Wow.
So the amazing thing was that in the story that Bob Stevens wrote, it said that they asked Alvin Dark if he was a little upset in a blowout that he had to get his bullpen up. And he said, no. Billy was just trying to throw strikes and get the game over with and get the guys in the clubhouse. I knew he wasn't tired because he'd only thrown 150 pitches, 150.
Wow.
And what he meant was he'd thrown 150 going into the ninth inning. And he threw 22 more in the ninth inning. He threw 172 pitches in that game. Now, people always talk about, we didn't even know pitch counts in those days. They didn't even keep pitch count. Well, apparently they did. And so did the writers. So, and Billy O'Dill threw 172 pitches and went on and made 40 starts that year and won 19 games and lost 14 games.
So John, the other night when a kid from Stafford threw 156, you probably just said, they did that all the time back in my day. What's the big deal here?
Well, I remember when I was in Baltimore, and Ben McDonald was the great pitcher in college at the time, and the Orioles had the first pick in the draft. And he's pitching. They drafted him. Now he's pitching in the College World Series. And Skip Bertman, the coach at LSU at that time, was McDonald's coach. And he threw 157 pitches in a game. And then 2 days later, he came on in the 7th inning as the closer and pitched the last 2 2/3 innings. 2 days after he'd thrown 157 pitches. And the Orioles are watching in horror at the ballpark as this number 1 draft choice that they just drafted is being, it looked to them anyway, being abused on the mound. And Frank Robinson said, somebody give me my gun. Give me my rifle. As they showed a picture of his coach in the dugout because he wanted to shoot him. It's like, are you kidding me? This guy with such a great future, you're using him like that? And it turned out, Ben McDonald, I asked him years later about it, and he said, well, that wasn't such a big day. I had in high school, as a senior in high school, in the state tournament in Louisiana, I pitched a 14-inning game. And I pitched 210 pitches in 14 innings. I went the distance in high school. And then the next day, that was the semifinal, we won the next day the final state championship, and I came in and pitched the last 3 innings of that the next day. So, and then, McDonald, after he got to the big leagues for a while, eventually broke down and had to have the Tommy John elbow reconstruction surgery. And I would have thought maybe it happened in that College World Series with LSU that we had seen, but it probably happened while he was still in high school. And he was a really young guy. So I think that a lot of these injuries do occur that way, and guys grow up differently than they used to in, say, Billy O'Dell's day, where they played catch all the time and they threw all the time as kids growing up. Now, if it's football season, you play football. If it's basketball season, you play basketball. And then you start playing catch and whatnot, playing baseball. So the way guys are raised and the way they throw, I think, have changed a lot over the years. And former big league players often went home after their playing days were over and became high school coaches. Now you've got to have that teaching credential and whatnot. And so that doesn't happen that often anymore. And you may have guys in high school coaching situations, or even in the youth leagues, the summer leagues, the travel leagues, whatnot, who don't have the depth of knowledge and experience that you'd like to have coaching these young guys, because there's a lot of guys getting Tommy John surgeries who are in high school, who are 15 years old, 14 years old, and whatnot, who are pitching one day for one team, and then they're with another travel team the next day, and they're the catcher. You know, can you imagine that, pitching a full game and then being the catcher and doing all that the next day?
That's incredible. It's incredible. John, a lot of our roasters, a lot of people listening on YouTube, a lot of people listening on the radio are saying they can listen to you read them a book, Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs, and be satisfied here. So I think people are loving you right now. They would love to read. They say, one guy said, you can sell them cigarettes. They don't even smoke. That's how good your voice is right now. But it's good to hear you on these airways. Have a great call down there at Dodger Stadium. We're excited for this series. Giants 2.5 back of the Dodgers. Dodgers coming back to the back. The Arizona Diamondbacks, red hot. We'll see them in about a week here at Oracle Park. John, thanks so much for the time and the stories. We got to do it again very, very soon, John.
All right, and I appreciate you having me on. I wanted to also mention I did a podcast
with Brett Boone.
Brett Boone this week, and apparently the second part of that gets released. I don't know how people access podcasts, but wherever you can access them, it'll be there. When we were talking stories about things that we recall, so. And Brett Boone's been through a lot of stuff. He was a really outstanding player, so it was a lot of fun. So people might enjoy it. Baseball fans might enjoy it.
The Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original. We had Brett on yesterday. He said it went 2 hours and 10 minutes, and he felt like it could have gone on another 2 hours. So he got you rolling there, and we heard the interview was great. We've heard the first part of it, so it's really good stuff. And your partner, Mike Krukow, was on the podcast as well with Brett Boone earlier this week.
Oh, cool, yeah. Well, it sounds like a fun podcast, so I had fun with it.
No doubt. We'll have fun today at Dodger Stadium. Giants and Dodgers. Matos getting his first crack at the Dodgers. It's always fun when the Giants and Dodgers get together. It's an important series, as you said, John. So thanks for the time today. Have a great weekend down there in L.A.
7:10 first pitch, and all the best. Thank you.
All the best. Have fun down there in the City of Angels. John Miller, been a play-by-play voice since 1997. And you know what? One more time. We'll do it one more time. John Miller can talk all day. I mean, you got 3 questions in. We knew that coming in.
Right.
We get 2 questions and go 20 minutes. It's actually a slam dunk. I don't mind it on a Friday. Get to relax, rest my voice, my vocal cords out. But we got to do this before 9 o'clock and before the legal, all right? Throughout the rest of the day, on 95.7 The Game, we're going to give you and a guest a chance to go to Chase and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. Who will be drafting that player? Well, it sounds like it's going to be Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the day. Here's our code word right now. Here it is right now. Check it out. Text that code word to 20357. Get it up there, Alan. Get it up there. There it is. All right? Make sure you're tuned in. Each day we'll have a new keyword. Each show's keyword will be different. You have 9 chances to get to the keyboard and enter. You do not need all the keywords to win. That's right. Text this 20357 right now. There it is. And guess what? We got John out in time to read the legal ID.
That's how we drew it up.
That's how we drew it up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. So story time with John, there's a lot to take away, but he's seen a lot of baseball. And the recall, I think, is my biggest takeaway. How do you remember the 19-8 game? And how many hits the team had, how many the attendance numbers. Now that's next level sickness.
No, that is next level. That's what they say, about LeBron and Sean McVay. But John really does this.
Yeah,
he really does.
He lives that life.
Exactly.
He lives that life. All right, John Miller from Stu, the 8 o'clock hour. A lot of fun here. We got one more hour to go. Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill. We got Spinoni on the board. We got Lubin, and we got a lot of stuff happening today on a Friday. All right, Michael Jordan going to sell a majority stake in the Charlotte Hornets. John Morant suspended 25 games by Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA. 25 games. And we got some quotes here from John Morant. Let me pull that up here. John Morant, his statement. I've had time to reflect and I realize how much hurt I've caused. I want to apologize to the NBA, the Grizzlies, my teammates in the city of Memphis, to Adam Silver, Zach Kleiman, and Robert Pera, who gave me the opportunity to be a professional athlete and have supported me. I'm sorry for the harm I've done to the kids who look up to me. I'm sorry for failing you as a role model. I promise I'm going to be better. To all of my sponsors, I'm going to be a better representation of our brands. And to all my fans, I'm going to make it up to you. I promise. I'm spending the offseason and my suspension continuing to work on my own mental health and decision making. I'm also going to be training so that I'm going to be ready to go when I can come back to the court. I know my teammates are going to hold it down, and I'm so sorry I won't be out there with you at the beginning of the season. I hope you'll give me the chance to prove to you over that I'm a better man than what I've been showing you. And you know what? It's all about that action, right? Mm-hmm. But look, we're going to land it for second chances, and third chances, and fourth chances. I'll pull it for John Morant. He's young. Lord knows what I was doing at the age of 22, 23, 24, 25. Mm-hmm. Now he's got to get better because you're in a different platform now.
Social media, too.
Social media, everything about that. I'll pull it for Ja. Yeah. 25 games, he's appropriate. Now let's see what happens in this offseason. I'll give him a second chance.
Yeah.
But he's got to prove it to us, Alan.
Right. And I think based on everybody, how they were talking and how Adam Silver brought up, I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it should have been more. I'm saying I think a lot of people thought it would be more. 25, right. The Grizzlies, they're going to be fine. I saw, Bonte, it doesn't take long. I saw trade generators. If Ja gets a whole season, you think they'd trade, you think they'd move this guy or that guy, which is ridiculous, right? So now we know 25 games. And look, I'm pulling for Ja. I would never, we know there's a rivalry between the Warriors or the Grizzlies, or the rivalry that's not a rivalry. You want to see people win. Yep. And when you look at the state of the NBA and the faces of the NBA, Ja is one of those unique players that really can be in that realm and speaks to a certain audience. And you like the edge that he has, just don't go over the top, right? Just don't go over the edge. And that's what he's done a couple times. But pulling for him, what was the first time? What was it, 8 games?
8 games.
So the first special was 8 games. Yep. I'm excited to maybe find out what he's working on, because that was a gripe that I had. Yep. Bonte, look, we know that the Grizzlies, the playoffs were around the corner. He gets suspended for 8 games, and he goes to Florida, and it was some type of therapy counseling, and nobody knew what it was. Yeah. Was it for drinking? Mm-hmm. What was it for? Mm-hmm. So nobody knew, and then he comes back and does something very similar to what he did the first time, the second time. So hopefully he takes it a little bit more serious. Not just him, his whole camp.
His whole life, his whole camp.
His whole camp. Take it seriously.
His father, his friends, everything.
T. Morant, all right. This is where you need to level up. And I'm not speaking on him as a father because I don't know him as a father. Yeah. But I'm saying your son needs you.
No doubt.
Okay, and everybody needs you that's involved with Ja. So
I'm with that.
It's got to be real deal this time. Mm-hmm. I see it on the YouTube chat. No drive-through situations. You got to put the work in. That's from Uncle Looney.
Well, somebody on the YouTube chat said the Ja Morant ones. You could be an elite running shooter, something like that. It's just like,
the jokes right themselves.
Yeah, I know, man. I probably botched that joke, but that was about. Somebody said that it was during the John Miller.
We get it.
Yeah, we get it. All right, Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Mike Dunleavy Jr. now being in a position of power, working next to Kirk Lacob and, of course, Joe Lacob, the ultimate decision maker, as Anthony Slater wrote earlier this week in 95.7 The Game. It's been hinted. Steiny brought it up. Look, there's no breaking news. Dunleavy's going to get the job. We kind of knew that. If you're around the Golden State Warriors this year, you knew that if Bob Myers did leave, they would probably remain in-house and just promote Mike Dunleavy Jr. Bob Myers hinted at it at his final presser when he announced that he was stepping down. Right. Steve Kerr told Tim Kawakami back on May 21st, hey, Mike Dunleavy Jr. and I talk every day. We're good. We're picking each other's brains. So kind of was in the makings here, but now that it is official, it's official now, Warrior fans. How you feeling? Can you separate Mike Dunleavy Jr., the player, and the GM? Will you give him a chance? Because these are big shoes to fill. There's no doubt about that. 888-957-9570. You also said you had something for Shasky and I about East Bay, about not crossing the bridge.
Oh, no, that was just for shameless shout-outs. I just had to get my De La Salle out there.
Oh.
Because I know y'all wouldn't.
Oh, come on. We show
But if it was some city team or some South Bay team, you would show love. No, so I'm going to show love myself.
Jay Jefferson.
I'm going to show love myself.
Jay Jefferson. Mm-hmm. Go look him up at De La Salle.
Look, man, you don't got to tell me.
You know what time it is up there.
That's all I had. I said my piece. But hey, if you East Bay Bonte.
Hey, the Climates High School. We had the coach of Oakland High, Coach Watkins.
Hey.
Come on, man.
East Bay Bonte, I'm okay
with. You know what's funny, though? I will say this, and I love my Oakland Cats. But I'm like, man, where you from? Oh, I'm from Oakland. Oh, man, so you rep the Bay? No, I rep Oakland. But if I say that from the city, I just ripped it. Oh, man, you guys are elitists, blah, 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 blah.
But you do.
Oakland people can get away with not repping the Bay and just repping Oakland. But in the city, we got to rep the entire Bay. How's that fair?
I think there are a lot of city cats that just rep the city.
I rep the Bay, man.
You've been forced to rep the Bay.
No, I
you
always
rep the
rep
city.
the Bay, man. I rep the Bay, man. But City College San Francisco, greatest junior college in the world. That's for damn sure.
That's you.
It ain't Laney. It's City.
I don't know. Laney was on Last Chance U.
They were. That
was a great season, by the way.
It was a great season. College 7 won the national championship in JUCO football. Omari Green, Mr. Hardy. So he's listening. I give you Bulldogs some love, but not too much love. Spinoni, what you got?
We love the Peralta Community College District,
We
though.
do.
Shout out Berkeley City College.
Berkeley.
Shout out Laney. That's the only two I went to.
Alameda, too, right?
They're, sure.
Yeah,
Throw
they're part
them
of
in
that,
there.
right? Are they
Shout
part of that?
shout out DVC. All right, shout out DVC. All right.
Also,
do you even know what DVC? Have you ever heard of DVC?
Yeah, Diablo Valley College,
on,
man. The
man.
Vikings.
Monterey Peninsula College. Go Lobos.
Yeah.
Also went there.
All right, there you
I'll go South Bay though. Shout out Kenyatta.
Yeah, Kenai, the Colts.
Shout out the Colts.
Shout out the Colts. Shout out to Foothill, Los Altos Hills, the Foothill Owls. Got love for them. And shout out to Can Opener Cal. Calvin, St. Louis. What's up, Can Opener?
How you doing, man? How you doing? Hey, man, when you was talking about somebody talking about boxing, I was just about to call you about that. So guess what? I'm here for it, man.
All right, let's go. What you got for me, Cal?
Well, man, first of all, let's go ahead and shout out to all the fathers out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't even know it was a Father's Day because mothers, they get all the roses, they get the rainbows, kids sit them down, giving good parties and everything. All we get is toolboxes, bologna sandwiches, and attitude. But anyway, we had a good weekend with boxing, man. That boxing match, man, between Telefimo Lopez, man, oh my God.
Josh Taylor, he put it on.
There was another one broadcast on the Zone with Munguia and Derevchenko. Derevchenko, man, that fight was awesome. What makes me mad is because you don't see those kind of fights, man. When I was boxing, dude, as soon as that bell ring, man, we was out there throwing blows, hooks, overhand rights. I'm digging to your guts, and I want to come up the middle and hit you with an uppercut and lay you out. These fighters these days, they want to take their time, jab, you jab, I take my time. You know, like Devin Haney, man.
Yeah.
But what I would like to see is have all these guys fight each other, man.
No doubt.
Have Stevenson fight. Have Javante Davis, all them fight. It's too much talent out there, and these guys not fighting each other. And when they do, they sit up there taking their time.
Yep.
Now, for Spence and Crawford, come on, y'all. Y'all know Spence got that all day long. Yeah, Crawford's a monster, but he looks like one. But when it comes to Spence, Spence got the basic essentials of boxing down, man. He gonna break you down to the body. He gonna inflict his will on you and stuff like that. He gonna take that man out, but it's gonna be good for boxing. It took too long, though.
I thought you was about to talk some dubs, man. We can talk boxing. I'll get you on the boxing podcast.
We're gonna talk some dubs, man.
Mike
You know
Dunleavy
I'm really with
Jr.
the
How you feel
dubs,
about
man.
Mike Dunleavy
But
Jr.?
What I like to say about the dubs, looking at what just got through happening in this championship, guys. Let's keep it real. Denver just got through beating 2 8 teams, the Lakers, and then they sit up there and they beat what? They beat Miami. The Warriors could have done that, man. But guess what? The Warriors don't sit there and be able to play playoff ball. They're cheating the Warriors, not letting them be able to sit up there and play their style of ball when the playoffs come around. They need to let the Warriors do the same thing, and the Warriors could have won the championship. The Warriors got people on their team that can sit up here and play. We just won the championship last year. Let the Warriors play playoff ball and see what they would have done. Soon as everybody sit there, everybody on the Warriors, they get called for 5 fouls soon as the game starts. I don't like that kind of stuff. Those was the champions right there, and they didn't treat them like the champions this year. Let the Warriors play that same kind of ball where everybody's throwing elbows and everything like that, and the Warriors would have won.
All right, Big Cal. Have a good weekend, Can Opener Cal.
Boom.
That interview was brought to you by nobody, but Can Opener Cal got to get his takes in. By the way, shout out to the 408 Comcast Business Text Line. It's on the second day of the soda diet. Second day. Feeling good, but fighting those cravings. I'm pressing through and through. Keep you posted. 408, stay strong, my man. It is tough. It is tough, especially that first week. But you can do it. And when you see those results, you're going to be proud of it. Go to SOTAweightloss.com. Soda.
There you go.
Yard.
You know, I see you and Goo doing what you got to do. I got my own battle of the dad bod going on, but you know, I I got my own workout regimen that I get down with.
There you go. Yeah, it's getting up jumpers. Broke jumpers.
I have never used steroids.
By the way,
period.
Late addition to the show, you do look like you doing more than
now that the baby's here, I've been leveling up a bit.
Eugenics? You and Frank Thomas?
I do a little paleo. A little paleo. Intermittent fasting is my jam.
Oh. You looking yoked out there, man. You still wearing them small t-shirts, Alan, man.
This is the only size that fits me.
You got me jealous, man. You got the price, man. They lifted up my shirt. All right, late addition to the show, Eric Musselman. Eric Musselman, coach at Arkansas, coach Moses Moody, but more importantly, Coach Mike Dunleavy Jr. We're going to get into the brain of Mike Dunleavy Jr. through Eric Musselman. He's going to join us on the Morning Roast on the other side. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
95.7 The Game.
All right, throughout the rest of the day on 95.7 The Game, we're going to give you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center to attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. Steiny and Evan will be showing you a keyword from 10 to 2. Willard and Dibbs will do the same thing from 2 to 6. And you have a chance to go to an introductory press conference. I keep talking about the Murray kid, Chris Murray. Imani Bates, I'll take him too, whatever. Looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, by the way. Check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season. And I don't know if you noticed this, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Lubman doing work at Oracle Park.
He has been grinding.
Photos with E40.
Yeah.
Chopping up 40 water like he's his business manager. Chilling with Rob Parker. Getting interviews with Logan Webb and Gabe Kapler. He was on Gabe Kapler's couch.
Mm-hmm.
And Gabe Kapler was like, usually he says, hey, let me get some space. He's sitting next to Lubman like it's all good.
Yeah, he's
my
in
guy
now.
over here.
He's in now.
He's in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a factor.
Sam is having a great, remember that VH1 show, Best Week Ever?
Yeah.
Sam is having, a best year ever? He's got the new spot.
You know what it's called.
What
it's
is
the
it?
Summer of Love. The Summer of Love.
Mm-hmm.
And he's having one hell of a start to summer.
Yeah.
He is rolling. You see his glow? You see the way he's walking around here?
Yep. Go get a young fella. Go get a young man.
Who feels himself more? Sam Lubman, our producer, or Eric Musselman, the head coach of the University of Arkansas? Bus, man, welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. We love having you on in the Bay Area Airways. Obviously, your connection with Moses Moody. But, man, I gotta start here. You in a tournament, taking off the shirt, getting psyched up in the locker room. Some of the best content ever, E-Bus. And it really is.
we like to have fun after a win. I'm not so sure my wife likes the shirt coming off, but I am trying to do everything I can at my age to stay in as good a shape as I can in case we have another celebration at some point in the future.
No, we're all in on the Must Bus, man. We love the excitement. Bully and I always laugh on the Warriors pregame live. We're always watching you from afar, just kind of laughing like, man, look at Must, man. He's having a blast down there in Arkansas. But let's talk about Mike Dunleavy Jr., a player. You got the coach, a young Mike Dunleavy Jr., of course, coming out of Duke, where he won a national championship. And in case you heard, or I don't know what's going on in Arkansas right now, Must, but he's been named the new GM of the Golden State Warriors. So we want to bring you out and maybe talk about the Mike Dunleavy Jr., the player, and who he was back then, because a lot of fans can't separate the player and who he is right now as a GM of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, no, really happy for Mike. Obviously, you can go all the way back to 2002 when he was drafted in the first round, the third pick overall by the Warriors. And, coming out of college when the evaluation period was going on at that time, Gary St. Jean was the general manager, and Chris Mullen was in the front office. And, a lot of film being watched, obviously, when you pick that high. Not only are you trying to evaluate the player, but also his basketball IQ. You're trying to evaluate upside. You're trying to evaluate how he can fit into your culture. And obviously his career at Duke from 99 to 2002. National champion as a sophomore. In the title game, he scored 21 points.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously was a great shooter. Played with other guys, other pros. And so I think when you look at the totality of him as a player, as a rookie, I certainly think that the thought process with the organization was that he could be a long-term player in the NBA. Obviously, at 6'9", thought that there would be tremendous upside to continue to grow as a player as well, because there's not a lot of guys at his size that could play the off guard and the small forward. And obviously, the 5 years with the Warriors. And then a pro career that really lasted from 2002 until it ended in 2017 with the Hawks. So, you're talking about a player that even as a rookie had an impact. I thought he was a great passer, almost a point forward. from day one of his rookie training camp. He never skipped a beat. He actually could learn and knew three positions, the 3, the 2, and the 4 for us the year that I was with Mike. So, and then I think his reputation now, as an executive, is really unique. I think that when you have a general manager who played in the NBA, he's got a different perspective than maybe some general managers that did not play. I think it's a huge advantage. I think it's a huge advantage for an NBA coach if he played in the NBA, somebody like Doc Rivers that I worked with. Not to say that guys like Eric Spoelstra and Mike Malone and guys like that can't be excellent coaches because those guys did not play in the NBA, but I certainly think all things being equal as a general manager or a coach, if you've played, I certainly think it really helps from a respect standpoint with the players. So I think Mike's going to be an incredible general manager.
When it comes to just Mike and his personality, right? What pieces from that you've seen, what pieces do you think will translate to him as a GM? The hardworking, his IQ you talked about a little bit. What pieces from him as a player do you think will translate to him being a successful GM?
Well, because obviously the draft's coming up here on Thursday, and as I sit around with my staff and even some of our players, because we're hopeful that there's 4 Razorback players called on draft night. Yeah. We talk about draft rooms, and the one thing that I think really, 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 really stands out is the fact that Mike is so calm, cool, and collected. And when I think about the guys that I work for or the draft rooms that I was in, that calm demeanor, whether it's free agency and you're against the clock to try to sign a player, I think you got to be a recruiter through free agency. I think in the draft, you've got to have great planning. You got to have a calm demeanor because that draft room, there's a lot of balls being thrown at you. Come decision making time. There's trade proposals. There's who do you pick. There's not knowing a guy that maybe you thought would drop to you and he gets picked early. So all those things, the basketball IQ, the demeanor of being calm under pressure situations. I think those are areas that Mike's really, really going to excel at. And I think he'll know how to put together a team. I think he'll understand, the importance of role players. Like, there's a reason that Miami, has great success year in and year out. I think Mike will really, really understand the value, just as Bob Myers did, the value of a Gary Payton Jr. And how those type of players can fit in on any given year and change the makeup of your team. Because obviously you've got to have 2 to 3 superstars to win at a high level. But then the teams that are really excelling or exceeding expectations become the teams that really understand the role players, how they fit, and how a role player can maybe supersede what he's done in prior seasons.
Eric Musselman here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Of course, he coaches at University of Arkansas, but Coach Mike Dunleavy Jr. for his first 2 years in the NBA knows Mike well. Did you ever see Mike? Because I know he loves to scout. He loves to get out there on the road. Did you ever see him out there at your games or at any tournaments, Mike Dunleavy Jr. there scouting?
Yes, we've seen Mike a couple different times. I think we've seen him at least one NCAA tournament, and then I've seen him in at least 1 to 2 regular season games. Again, I think, he has a reputation of being a great worker, for sure, of being an evaluator. Sometimes, you'll see a guy scouting a game even on TV, and sometimes guys are talking on Scout Row, and Mike's the guy that's going to watch the game. He's going to watch the interaction that happens between head coach and player. He's going to watch the interaction that happens between player to player. I felt, even as a rookie, the maturity level, was like a veteran, and maybe that's because, his father was a longtime NBA player and a longtime NBA coach. So you can take Mike's age and basically double it. because of the experience that he's had growing up with a dad who not only played in the league,
right,
but was one of the most successful coaches. So he's at a perfect age too. I mean, he's going to be one of the younger GMs in the NBA. And I think from a continuity standpoint, he could be in that position long term for many years with the Warriors.
Muss, we've talked a little bit about Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s personality and how he, is this calming presence. It is starting to sound, and I hate to do it, but it's human nature to do it. It does sound as if his personality is somewhat similar to Bob Myers, which I do think will help Warriors fans, at least at the beginning, because Bob Myers has turned into this almost a godlike, a godlike creature for the Warriors fans, just for everything that he's done. And now you go to Mike Dunleavy Jr., who is going to be a tough situation for him, simply because we understand the Warriors situation in total. Anyway, how do you feel that he's going to be able to handle this situation walking into these big shoes?
Well, I think, and again, I'm living in Fayetteville, Arkansas, so I'm not in the Bay Area, although I do try to watch as many Warrior games as I can. From afar, Bob Myers had such an impact in so many different ways, and I think one of those was the individual meetings that he was able to have with players. And I think that's going to be a vital aspect. I think that's what separated Bob Myers from other general managers, was the fact that he was able to communicate with an NBA star in situations that needed to be dealt with maybe head on from a communication standpoint. Mike's not going to have a problem at all because he's put on uniforms next to all-star type players and been able to interact and have great relationships because he was really, really well liked as a player. So I think the communication aspect with the player is going to be very, very easy for Mike. The one thing that made Bob Myers a little bit unique was as an agent, the dealing with contracts. I think that's where an agent who goes to become a GM, that aspect of the financial, but the Warriors have so many, smart people in there, and obviously, Mike's incredibly bright, so I don't think the numbers are going to affect him at all as a GM. I think he's one of those guys that probably can figure out numbers very quickly, whether you're talking about rookie salaries or how trades would work. He's probably a guy that doesn't even need pad and paper based on his IQ.
Muss, I got to ask you about Moses Moody. We love Moses Moody out here, but we also felt like, and I'm not asking you to critique the coaching or whatnot, but we were a little disappointed with the lack of playing time he received during the regular season. Now, he got a bump in the playoffs, and he showed that, hey, you know what? He's an NBA player. Being asked to guard LeBron James, that's no easy task, and a lot of people fell at that. What's the message to Moses Moody going into his third year on this basketball team that's looking to hang another banner, but you got this crazy mix of veterans and youngsters, and everybody's talking about the two timelines? Well, what's been your message to Moses Moody this all season, and maybe even throughout the season as he was getting DNPs and inconsistent playing time?
Well, Moses he's really, really mature. His 1 year at Arkansas, I felt like he could have a bad game. He could bounce right back. He could have a great game and still come in and not feel too good about the game prior. He's got a great level-headedness about him. And I think I think his third year is going to be his best year. I think he could have a breakout season. He's a guy that if he does get a DNP, he knows just get back in the gym, get in the lab, continue to work. I think he understands that, and so does his family. His mom and dad. I think that his support staff, they understand that he's in a great situation with a great organization because there's not many lottery picks. There just really aren't many lottery picks that get to play on a playoff team or a team that has NBA championship aspirations. So if you're one of the few lottery pick players who gets to play on a team like that, you sit back, you soak up all the veterans' knowledge, and then when your name's called upon, you got to be ready to go. And then at some point, you've got to have a breakout season, whether that breakout season happens in year 3 or year 4. But sometime before that first contract comes up, you want to really have an impact, and I think Moses is ready to do that this year.
All right, Mus, you've turned Arkansas. You've made them relevant again. Obviously, Nolan Richardson did an awesome job down there. You had Mr. Anderson do a great job down there, but you're now running a show, and you're getting guys into the league. Speaking of Moses Moody, Jalen Williams, who's having a good career with the Oklahoma City Thunder. He really came on this past season. Who's the next wave of Hogs in the NBA? Who's coming up in the NBA draft, man?
Well, we hope to have 2 lottery picks this year. I can't wait to go to New York and be in Brooklyn and be at the draft. It's the first time. I mean, I think of I've been through so much in my career.
Right.
I've never been to the draft, and I've never sat with a player. So I'm like, I get goosebumps even talking about it. Like, I'm so excited.
Keep the shirt on, Mus. Keep the shirt on.
Keep the shirt on. I'm wearing a suit. I haven't worn a suit in a long time, but I'm gonna be appropriate. But Anthony Black is going to be drafted in the lottery from all the feedback that we've got. He should go in the top 10, and then Nick Smith. We're very hopeful that Nick will be a lottery pick as well. He dealt with some injuries here at Arkansas, and Nick is going to be in the green room. So both Nick Smith and Anthony Black will be in the green room. So we're hopeful that we have 2 lottery picks, and then we have 2 other players. Ricky Council, who we got through the transfer portal, is a transfer from Wichita State, and then Jordan Walsh was a freshman this year. So we're hopeful that it's a historical draft day. Those 4 guys are on almost every mock draft. 2 of them in the second round and 2 of them in the first round. So we hope that this is, the greatest NBA draft day for the University of Arkansas in the history of the program. And we're hopeful to hear 4 guys' names called, and 3 of them would be freshmen. So if we could have 3 one-and-done players off of a roster that made a Sweet 16, I really think it'll help us in recruiting in future years.
No, you guys have been fun to watch in the tournament as you guys turned it up there in the month of March. We saw you here at the Elite Eight at Chase Center. It was a lot of fun watching you guys tangle with Duke University. I know you guys hung tough in that game, but, man, a lot of good things happening at Arkansas. By the way, Nevada, too. We can't forget about your days with Nevada. Caleb Martin had a great NBA final, Alan. How about that?
I'll tell you what, that was – I flew down to Miami and watched one of their games against Boston in the playoffs. And, I mean, if you really study the Caleb Martin story, it's absolutely insane. But both he and his brother had great careers, at University of Nevada. They led us to a Sweet 16. And the one thing that's probably the coolest thing coaching college is to see a guy like Caleb Martin and Cody, both those guys getting second contracts. And I mean, it's unbelievable. Caleb Martin was 1 vote shy of being the Eastern Conference MVP, and that's from a player that was waived by Charlotte. So really, really cool story with both Martin brothers as well.
No doubt. All right, you see him coaching with a shoulder harness or arm brace, whatever you want to call it. He's got the shirt off after gaze, but he's got things rolling down there. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Of course, Moses Moody here with the Golden State Warriors, but just shedding some light on who Mike Dunleavy Jr. was as a player, and of course, Mus believes he could be a good GM. I'm with him, Mus. I believe Mike Dunleavy Jr. could do a damn good job with the Golden State Warriors. Mus, we appreciate the time on such short notice, man. Good luck this next season. I'm sure we'll talk again here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Sounds great. It's always awesome to join you guys. Appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Anytime. Eric Musselman here on the Morning Roast. We got 4 minutes until volley. A lot going on, man. What a day. I thought it was going to be a slow Friday coming in. No Giants last night. The A's lose to the Rays. You got the bad announcement from Rob Manfred. I don't even want to play his clips because I want to end on a high note here on the Morning Roast. It's been one hell of a week. We got Uncle Gene joining us in about 8 minutes. Uncle Gene coming through. It's going to be a lot of fun here on the Roast as we end this show. How about this? We did play this. As Mike Dunleavy Jr. gets announced as GM, what's your thoughts on that? 888-957-9570. We'll be taking the calls all day long here at 95.7 The Game as Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been named to replace Bob Myers as GM of the Golden State Warriors. Here's Mike Malone, because guess what? As the Warriors are trying to figure out who's going to be the GM, who's going to play on the roster, what trades they're going to make, Mike Malone and the Nuggets are feeling themselves.
What a great day to celebrate a championship, but we're not done yet. We're some greedy baby. We're some greedy We're getting another one, and I'm out.
We're getting another one, and I'm out. Do you have the sound of him and Bruce Brown, Spadoti, where he basically said, me and Bruce Brown are going nowhere. Hell no. We ain't going nowhere. We running this bleep back. We running it back. So Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets right now are feeling themselves. And you got a Jokic problem. You got a Murray problem. You got an Aaron Gordon problem. Michael Porter Jr. was grabbing rebounds later in that series. Mm-hmm. Bruce Brown, if he comes back. KCP. Christian Braun. Did I say Jamal Murray? Jeez. They're not going nowhere. So that's, what do you want to see Dunleavy do? First day on the job, what do you want to see Dunleavy do? Make a decision on Draymond? Make a decision on Poole? What is his first move?
Well, if he decide, and whatever the move is, he's not going to
do it
announce
alone.
it.
Yeah,
right. It's either Jordan Poole's going to stay or Jordan Poole's going to go. Or Kuminga's going to stay or Kuminga's going to go. I think we'll know a lot more after the draft, depending on what happens there. I mean, I don't, not that the 19th, I mean, I'm sure we could find a bunch of great 19th picks, but once you get past the draft, depending on what they do, if the main roster is still the same in terms of, okay, you got Poole and Kuminga, it feels like you're going to ride with what you got. I mean, you have to make a move, but I don't think it would be a blockbuster.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So I see David Hernandez on YouTube. First move he wants to see Dunleavy Jr. do is ship out Jordan Poole. Tell the Core 3 and Kerr he runs his team. He won't be a puppet GM for them. That's from SC.
Good luck with that. It's not about being a puppet, but if Steph Curry wants Draymond to stay,
he's probably staying.
He's probably staying.
What's the first move you want to see the Warriors make with Mike Dunleavy Jr. as your GM of the Golden State Warriors? 510 saying, go get Zion Williamson.
Come on, man. I can't do Zion.
Why? Because of the off-court stuff?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
because of the on-court stuff.
The off-court stuff, I mean.
Do what you got to do.
Your lower extremities were compromised.
I mean,
do what you got to do. I'm not
She's
really.
a porn star.
I mean,
I'm talking, I know.
On the court. You know? He hasn't been playing.
Well, J.J. Redick thinks this before we get to Father Time and Napa. Here's what J.J. Redick said earlier in the week about the Warriors and signing Clay and Draymond.
I'm never going to advise a player to take less money. And particularly with both Clay and Draymond, Clay coming off 2 injuries, he's getting older. Draymond, this will probably be his last really big payday. You have to go for it. Given what they've accomplished for the Warriors, given how they've shown the ability to spend on players. Now, there's other things in that organization they're particularly cheap with, but given how they've shown they're willing to spend on players, I think you can run this back for 2 more years, potentially trade Jordan Poole. I know his value probably isn't as high as it was this time last year, but you could trade him, build around the edges. There's question marks about Dante DiVincenzo and bringing him back because of his contract structure. So there's a lot of question marks, but if you have Steph Curry playing at an all-time level, I'm paying Klay Thompson, I'm playing Draymond. There's no untradeable contract in the NBA. History has shown that.
Well, that's what J.J. Redick thought. What will Mike Dunleavy Jr. do? But you have to keep in mind there's some of the organization, including Sean Livingston, who joined All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steve Jackson. Here's what he had to say about the best player in the NBA. That could be Nikola Jokic.
Best player in the world right now.
Ooh, best player in the world right now. I always say Steph, but if I'm, best player in the world,
outside of your former team or outside of your teammate.
Right. It's hard not to say Bron. He's older now, so I'm gonna say Jokic.
You got to, bro.
I'm gonna say Jokic.
As hard as it is, you got to.
And it's always, for me, it's about I want to give it to the ball handlers, the guards, the forwards, the ones who's kind of doing that. But I mean, he's doing all
of it. All of it.
he is, the sun that makes everything else. Makes everything else work.
Jokic, best player in the league right now.
Hard
to disagree.
Has to be.
Hard to disagree.
Yeah.
That interview, we're going to play some of that sound on Monday. I'm sure Steiny Eagle will have some more of it. Let's get to Father Time real quick in Napa before the music quiz. Father Time, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thanks for giving me a minute. I love you guys' show. You know that. Alan, you sound great on the radio. Your voice is the best. Where are you playing pickup? Never mind. I'm trying to play hoops with my boys. Maybe. Hey, how about Allen? De La Salle, Bellevue, 153-game streak ended at Quest Field. Sorry. Father's Day weekend, man. You know, if Steph Curry, the president of basketball operations, thinks that Mike Dunleavy is the right fit, I'm not going to doubt Steph Curry. Speaking of Steph, Clay, Dunleavy, that's like 100-plus years of basketball experience.
Right.
Let's roll, Warriors. Sorry, fans in Oakland. I got my aunties. I got people. I got Everett and Joe. I got everything in Oakland. Gotta love the East Bay. It's a divorce. I'm a child of divorce. It's Father's Day weekend. Sometimes you get a dope-ass stepfather. Sometimes you don't. But hopefully Oakland fans can, hang in there. It's been an incredible history. Last thing I want to say to all you dads out there, keep it real. I've got a Father's Day thing, and the only thing that keeps families together, in my opinion, in the 21st century is food, which I'm cooking. I'm cooking on my own Father's Day, right? Music, which I rely on my girls to tell me what's cool, and sports. And sports. Right, and sports is great. Cause
Father Time. I don't know if that was Father Time or Dr. Phil.
I don't know what just happened.
I don't know what just happened either. I say, but every Friday we're going to do the song of the week that best describes the week. This has been a good week on the roast. It's been a really good week. I had a lot of fun this week. All the shows zoomed by. Today we're going to focus on the mood A's fans are in this week. Go ahead and do it, Alan. You got your script there?
Yeah, I got you. All right, Bonte, if there was one song that I would say represents the mood of the A's fans in the Bay Area right now, hey, Alexa, play Music Quiz.
You probably heard a lot of this at De La Salle, huh? They played this at De La Salle?
You said that last time.
Well, that's what they do at De La Salle. I'm not wrong,
It's a big
right?
song. Come on now.
It's evergreen. It's an evergreen statement. Who is this? Coldplay?
Come on.
No, the lead singer of this band was actually at the reverse boycott.
Who was that?
His name is Billy Joe Armstrong.
Billy Joel Armstrong. All right.
Well, that's the name of the guy who's the lead singer. That's not the group.
Oh, okay. What's the group?
We've talked about him in the past. From the East Bay.
Oh, the guys from Berkeley. What's their names? Green Day? Green Day. There we go. No, Uncle G did not tell me that. Green Day. We always talk about them. Wow. All right.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Oh,
that's
boy.
what it is, unfortunately.
Well, there it is. If you think you know your music, just ask your smart speaker or Alexa to play Music Quiz, and boom, you'll be ready to go. It's free to try out, and it's super casual and fun for all ages. Again, just say, Alexa, play Music Quiz, and the fun will begin. And see, every Friday during the summer. That's why we love you here at 95.7 The Game. We made an executive decision. The last 5 minutes of each show, every Friday, we're going to bring in a roaster. Mm-hmm. The first roaster to come in was Alex in Atlanta. Now, Tyler Miller threw a hissy fit on YouTube, so we brought him in last week, and your boy was cheesing ear to ear. It was like a fat kid who loves cake, right? He saw that chocolate cake. Tyler Miller was feeling himself. Tyler.
Let him get the takes off.
And now we got Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, the uncle of the roast. I still haven't gone to his daughter's restaurant. I feel bad for him because I can't get out the house. Uncle Gene, happy Friday, my man.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me, guys. So before I say anything more, shout out to my wife, Jan, my son-in-law, Grant, and 2 grandkids that are watching now, Noah and Henry.
We love that.
Guys.
We love that. We love that. And Uncle G, I'm surprised you didn't bring the wife in because she was great with the duet. When you had the freestyle and she was playing the drums with the pots and pans, it could have been Song of the Year.
All right, there's a correction there. I was actually playing the drums. I wasn't hitting the pots and pans. But anyways.
What you got for Uncle Gene, man?
Uncle Gene, any Father's Day plans?
Not yet, because my kids are not in the area. I mean, I got my daughter in San Francisco, but I got a daughter in London and a son in New York. So, I'll probably go out with my wife.
There you go. There you go.
And so you got your Sell T-shirt on. I guess so that's where we'll start. You're East Bay through and through.
Yeah.
How you feeling right now about the Oakland A's? Rob Manfred saying what he said yesterday, basically another middle finger to the A's fans. How you feeling right now, Uncle Gene, about the Oakland A's situation?
I'm feeling very badly. I mean, I called in the day after I went to the game, and I couldn't even finish what I was going to say because I started to choke up. I realized, I've been here 50 years this year. Came here in the middle of the dynasty, adopted the team right then and there, and followed them through thick and thin, through lousy owners like Charlie Finley and through great owners like Old Man Haas. From the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, and this is the lowest of lows. And to me, it's baffling. It's a terrible business model. I don't know how this guy expects to make money moving to this tiny stadium in Las Vegas. All right, where he's got to sell out every night. Okay, not even the Yankees sell out every night. All right, this is crazy. But it's like a backroom deal. Some guys are getting paid off, as far as I can understand, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody was operating in good faith. One, I guess it was a good thing, but it's a good thing because of the reverse boycotts. How do you feel about the reverse boycott? Were you there? I think there might be more. There might be another one. Give us your take on the reverse boycotts, and if you were there, how you felt about it.
So there are the two most memorable moments at the Coliseum at an A's game I have are, first of all, being at the game with my 12-year-old son when Ricky Henderson broke the all-time steals record.
Oh, yeah.
That was great. The second was the other night. That was an amazing experience. I've never been to a protest at a ball game or any kind of sports event, but just hanging out with everybody, it was kind of like a homecoming. I screamed my head off. I was surprised I didn't lose my voice. 27,795 people in that fifth inning, which I mentioned on the air the other day, was just, it was amazing. I mean, they started off the inning perfectly quiet, as if some famous celebrity had passed away and they were doing a moment of silence, except they were playing the game.
Right.
And then the first batter, for Tampa Bay, gets a base hit, goes to first. And then there was this deafening roar, okay? And I looked down, and two Oakland police passed in front of me because I was right next to the walkway, and they looked nervous, all right? 2 or 3 minutes later, they started smiling. I said, no, this is perfectly cool.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So, no, I'll never forget that. And I've been to, I've been to 7th games of World Series, and, I don't remember that kind of a roar or that kind of an experience.
Wow. So you're no John Miller, huh? Your recall's not quite there, like John Miller. Uncle Gene in the studio here. We're doing this every Friday. Last 5 minutes of the show every Friday. We want to honor our roaster, bring them in the studio because we love our roasters here. You guys are what keeps us going, Uncle Gene, every single day, every single week. So I got to ask you, you're a big Warrior fan. I got to meet you at Chase Center. We share some good stories there. Yep. Mike Dunleavy Jr., the new GM of the Golden State Warriors. You're a diehard Warrior fan. You know this team inside and out. What's your thoughts on Mike Dunleavy Jr. being promoted to the GM role?
Well, from everything I've read and heard, it sounds like he's eminently qualified to do the job in terms of carrying out regular GM duties. But I frankly have the same concerns about him that I do about bringing rookies in, that, he's just not going to replace Bob Myers immediately because Bob Myers built those special relationships. I mean, he did things that were above and beyond just being a GM. I mean, for example, who's going to take care of Draymond Green, when he needs a father figure to kind of pat him on the back and guide him through, some of these moments we all know about. So that's going to take time, I think. So, yeah, I mean, I'm confident he will, he'll work his way into the job. But I think there's going to be a loss at the beginning.
What are 2 moves you want to see Dunleavy Jr. make? Is it a trade? Is it a signing? Is it breaking up the core? Yeah. What do you want to see happen here?
Well, I hate to say this, but I hope they trade the pick. I just don't want to see any rooks at this point. I understand that the team wants to take at least one more shot at a title, and why not? They got 3 Hall of Famers that you can still play, especially Curry. And why not take one more shot at it? And if you're going to do that, package Poole and the pick, and if necessary, Kuminga, and get the highest quality, big man, or maybe a point guard, because we're going to need that too, in a trade. That's what I would like to see.
Uncle Gene, everybody. He's not afraid of the bright lights right now. The roast coming in strong. So that's a big high bar to clear. Alex and Athletic came out firing. Tyler Miller held it down. Now, I knew Uncle Gene wouldn't disappoint. Come on, man. He could go on and on and on for days. Let's do some final thoughts, Uncle Gene, in a second here. Go ahead and play it, Spinoti. Uncle Gene, you're the guest here. Final thoughts. You get the first crack at it.
Okay, so I'm wearing this shirt for a reason, man. I mean, there's a 99.9% chance that this sale is going through and the A's are moving, but there's still 0.1%, okay? And as a famous philosopher by the name of Yogi Berra once said, it ain't over until it's over. So let's keep hoping. Mr. Lacob, if you happen to be watching or listening, please get on the phone, offer this guy a way out because he's making a huge mistake. Buy the team, maybe get Dave Stewart as a partner. Let's keep this team here.
I love it. I love it, Uncle Gene. Allen, what you got? That was powerful.
No, that was great, Uncle Gene. And we talked about the reverse boycotts and how well the first one went. There might be more. And I would just say this, from the outside looking in to A's fans, there's a good chance that the A's are going to be gone. And I know you don't want to put money in the pocket of an owner who has treated you so poorly. But I do want to say, if you feel like going to a game, if your kid's looking at you in the eyes and saying, I want to go, or you feel like going, don't let that be the reason that it stops you.
Yeah.
Because this is all you got. So you might as well enjoy yourself and go to the game if you feel like going.
All right, Spadoni, what you got here? What you got?
Keeping on the A's theme here, the one person I've yet to hear from, and it's pretty disappointing, is a guy named Billy Beane. He has been the symbol of this franchise for the better part of 20 years. For God's sakes, there's a movie after the guy. Brad Pitt, right? Yeah. Where's Billy at? I would like to hear from him, and it's just disappointing. He seems like he doesn't want to talk about it.
All right, what you got, Sam Lubman? What you got?
I got the Giants. I need a big series from the Giants this weekend in LA. I hate the Dodgers. I want to see them lose. I want to sweep this weekend. Let's really make a statement. Dodgers tonight, they're calling up Emmett Sheehan to make his Major League debut tonight. Another superstar prospect that the Dodgers just keep cranking out. He was their 13th ranked prospect going into the year. Man, whoever it was that set up this system with the Dodgers with these prospects, man, I'd love to have them running the team.
No doubt.
Andrew Friedman.
There you go. 602 Comcast Business Text line. And I agree with this. Gene, for better Warrior takes, did Bonte, who actually covers the team. He's right. Uncle Gene knows more than he's forgotten more about sports than I know. Don't try to take my job. I got a family, Uncle Gene. All right? Thanks so much. Now, my final thought, what a week here with the Roasters. Thank you for everybody participating. Mike Dunleavy Jr., my final thoughts. A new era begins in the front office. Kirk Lacob, Mike Dunleavy Jr., what will be the first move they make? That's all I keep thinking about. What is next now? Now we got a couple dominoes falling into place. What's next for the Golden State Warriors? We'll hear from Dunleavy Jr. on Monday when they hold a press conference to officially announce the move. Mike Dunleavy Jr. being promoted as GM. I'm sure Steiny and Evan will talk all about it. Uncle Gene, thanks so much for coming by, man. Appreciate the love as always. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Happy Father's Day weekend to everybody out there. Even the moms who have to wear both hats. Happy Father's Day. Hopefully you have a great weekend. Enjoy it. We'll see y'all Monday here on The Roast.
The job is done. We can go home now.
Warriors have a lot of decisions to make, but now we know who's going to be making them. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru taking a few days off, and I guess what we can say is step one's complete after Bob Myers steps away, Mike Dunleavy stepping in. Now the heavy lifting starts. Evan?
Well, Steiny, I mean, the first thing we got to do is allow you a chance to take a victory lap. I mean,
what?
Well, about your source from a couple weeks ago that had Mike Dunleavy Jr. taking over as the next GM of the Golden State Warriors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spadoni.
It was always his job if they could.
This is what a victory lap is. My God.
Reach an agreement. Yes. I feel better about saying the Warriors weren't going to win it, and then they didn't win it.
Oh, my God.
Getting Mike Dunleavy right.
There he is.
Mike Dunleavy has been around for about 6 years. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. 6 years with the Warriors organization. 15 years as a player. Started his career with the Golden State Warriors. And to me, there's two things that just jump out right away. And one is good luck. I mean, he has got a really tough job to start out with. There's not going to be any adjustment period. There's not going to be any, hey, settle in and take a look and then assess. I mean, he's got to make a decision on Draymond Green. He's got to be in on a decision about Steve Kerr. What do you do about Klay Thompson? So he's got a lot of things on his plate, including a draft in less than a week that he's heading up. So Mike Dunleavy is in the mix. I mean, he's not, again, starting slowly and easing into this job. That's the first thing. The challenge that he has, to me, is a great one. Secondly, does it matter? Look, I was around when Mike Dunleavy played here, and there was acrimony between him and the fan base. That was a long time ago, Evan. And I've been giving this a lot of thought over the last 3-4 weeks. Does that matter? And initially I thought, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that he wasn't loved here as a player. But honestly, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, the more I think about it, the more I think, I don't think it really matters. I really don't. That was a long time ago. It was a bygone era, the early 2000 Warriors. I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there that don't even remember that period of time. They weren't even around for that period of time. They started picking up the Warriors maybe after We Believe or once Steph Curry got here. So I get it's going to be a talking point, but I don't see how it manifests into negativity. I really don't. That's 20 years ago he played here.
I don't see it being a negative factor either, but what I do think is important about it is from Mike Dunleavy's perspective, there's a preparation that he's already been through. And that is, if things go wrong, or if things go less than ideal for the Golden State Warriors over the next however many years he's general manager, he's already been through this. He's already been booed.
That's true.
He's already been thrown away by the fans. He's already been besmirched. He's already been through a lot of the steps that general managers and owners sometimes have to go through. And you have to be able to be okay with that kind of criticism. That was criticism that escaped Bob Myers for the majority of his time in Golden State because of the ridiculous success that he had. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. has a far tougher task now than Bob Myers probably ever did as GM of the Warriors. So now he understands the task at hand. You laid out Draymond Green's contract, figuring out what to do potentially with Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, and then, of course, bolstering this roster as best he can to try and compete in the next 3 years that Stephen Curry is under contract. Those are his tasks right now. If he succeeds, he's going to be beloved. If he doesn't, he's just going to go back down memory lane because he's already been there before.
Here's the problem. He can succeed and not win a title. But that's not going to be good enough.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. Because, well, think about that. He's charged right now. If you're telling me he's got to win a title, Mike Dunleavy, I mean, is that the standard? He's got to win a title.
It might be unfair, but yes.
It is unfair. Okay, that's fair. As long as you're saying it's unfair. As long as you acknowledge it's unfair, I'll go along with it.
It's unfair for anyone to step into a situation such as this with so many questions, with so little flexibility financially currently, and expect them to just immediately run off a championship. But there are also things that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is bestowed with as GM that other GMs do not get the benefit of, which is, number one, a cornerstone franchise player, as you've described, the greatest face of a franchise in the history of sports, Stephen Curry. That is not something to be taken lightly, and that's, I think, the reason why people have those potentially unfair expectations, because you do have a top 5, top 10 player, maybe of all time, on your roster, even if he's going on age 35.
There is no such thing as succeeding without winning a title. Without a title, there is no success. Good luck, Mike. We're going to hand you the Golden State Warriors at the end of a dynasty. Now go make another one. See, I think that's overstated, and here's why. Let's say the Warriors take a guy, Joe Jones at 19. I was going to say Joe Smith, but
Joe Spadoni.
Yeah, we'll say Joe Jones at 19.
The grinder.
And he turns into a star. He turns into a star in 4 years, but maybe they don't. He's a great player, but he can't get it done. But he found a guy. I think if he finds guys, it's going to be. I think he'll be fine if he finds guys. But I hear what everybody's saying. 4 titles in 11 years or whatever it is, and he's got some pressure on him. He knows that.
That's the precedent that's been set, though. He knew taking this job meant that. I have to imagine. He's been around the block for such a long time, and he's been in NBA since he was a child. He knows what people expect. He knows that it might be unfair, but he also understands the noise that he's going to hear if it doesn't happen. And I think he's okay with that.
Yeah, I think, remember when Gabe Kapler was hired by the Giants, and somebody asked him, you think you're starting in a hole? And he said, yeah, kind of, because of the situation with the sexual assault things that happened down with the Dodgers when he was there.
Yeah.
You think Mike Dunleavy's kind of starting in the hole?
I mean, not as much as Kapler was. Kapler was airdropped into a literal rebuild.
True.
I mean, dug himself out of it with a 107 season that, until he actually wins a World Series, people will probably not give him credit for. So I would say Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in a far better situation than Gabe Kapler. The only thing is, of course, you're on the back end. It'd be like if Gabe Kapler, I guess, came in 2015.
Right.
The back end, you didn't know that they weren't going to win at that point, the Giants.
Right.
And people don't necessarily know if the Warriors are going to win now. But, again, you're a year removed, about 365 days from your last championship. I think any potential front office free agent would gladly take the situation that Mike Dunleavy has.
I agree. No, it's a tough job to turn down.
Well, because also
there's only one guy who did it.
But from your perspective, I think there are a lot of people around the league that expect him to fail. So that is the expectation internally from other people in his spot.
Fail's an interesting word. If you're saying succeed is a title and a title only, I'm not going to use fail if they get to 4 straight Western Conference or 4 straight NBA Finals and lose. I think there's a way to succeed here, and it is to smooth over the next couple years and start adding more talent, young talent to this team as Draymond, Steph, and Clay get older. And I think they tried to do it with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and Poole to a lesser extent. And now they're basically saying, Mike, we got to try to do it again. We got to try to do it again, even though it's 3 or 4 years later. We got to find some young players to go along with our big three. There's a ton going on today, and I can't wait to get into it all. And here's the one. This has something to do with John Fisher and the A's. I'm going to scoot over.
Henderson.
So, what'd I say?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Keep going.
Yeah, it's a 1. So I'm thinking about the A's a lot after what happened on Tuesday and John Fisher and the farce that's going on with the Oakland A's, and he won't sell the team. So Michael Jordan, this blows me away in a way. So Michael Jordan sold the Charlotte Hornets for $3 billion. Michael Jordan's been the owner of the Hornets for 13 years. 13 years. They never won one playoff series. They made 2 playoff appearances in 13 years. They won no playoff series in 13 years. He bought the team for $275 million. And 13 years later, after no success, he sells it for $3 billion. Now, you tell me why John Fisher cares. Like, it doesn't matter. Michael Jordan ran a franchise into the ground. He's going to make 50-fold as much money as he bought the team for. Like, there's no consequence for an owner who doesn't have success. Michael Jordan was a failure as an owner. What's it matter?
No, we're talking about failures. That is a failure.
Rewarded. So, like, listen, I'm no John Fisher fan at all, but I'm looking at Michael Jordan and I'm like, well, just keep owning the team. Keep owning the team. Don't put any money into it. And you know what? You'll still make money as you put no money into it. And then when you eventually sell, you're going to make an exorbitant amount of money, even though you did nothing really to raise the value of the franchise.
No,
it's
but
a joke.
But the difference there would be if Michael Jordan tried to strategize and create this kind of, I don't know, this idea that Charlotte Hornets fans or previously Charlotte Bobcats fans were the reason why he failed or the reason why that team was not successful. That's the difference. If John Fisher made any sort of legitimate effort to ingratiate himself with the fan base since the moment he bought into the A's in 2005, since the moment he gained full ownership officially in 2016, and then had not made the concentrated effort over and over again to essentially scapegoat the fans. Michael Jordan never did that.
No, but he didn't spend any money. He was cheap. He was unbelievably cheap because he felt like he was underpaid his whole career. And one of the things that he took with him from his playing days to his ownership days is, I'm not overpaying for guys that I don't think are great. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't make mistakes or he didn't. Kemba Walker comes to mind. He paid Kemba Walker a lot of money. But for the most part, he stunk as an owner.
No, he was terrible. But he was a terrible...
He wasn't even around.
He was a terrible decision maker.
Okay.
That's different than being a poor human being and businessman. Like that's
true.
That I can at least... Well, I actually don't know if he's a great human being. From everything we've seen for The Last Dance, he might not have been. But the difference is... Also, the NBA has a salary cap. So I think Joe Lacob has reconstructed the way we look at spending and not spending among owners in basketball just because of how willing he is to redirect his own funds into his own team. But the last large contract the Oakland A's handed out was in 2004.
Eric Chavez?
6 years.
66.
$66 million.
Remember.
You know how much Max Scherzer makes this year?
No.
$60 million. For one season.
What about I think they paid
Chris Davis.
Big Ben McDonald?
What,
$10 million
that
over
had
1
a farm?
year?
Who are you talking about?
Who am I talking about?
You're thinking of Chris Davis. They paid him.
No. It's a pitcher. They gave a pitcher like 2 years.
Ben Sheets got 1 year for $10 million.
That's Ben Sheets, not Ben McDonald.
Oh boy.
Half right. That's good enough on this show.
Guru's not here today.
No, I get you. I just I don't know if there's a connection or not, but I'm just looking at Michael Jordan, 13 years of absolutely no success.
No, but the question still stands. I mean, why is an owner incentivized to do anything for his franchise to succeed if he knows? I mean, you could look at Dan Snyder in Washington and how he's been a terrible person, and he hasn't ostracized the fan base in a way that John Fisher has in Oakland, but he just had a major come up. He was forced to sell his team. Sarver in Phoenix was forced to sell his team, and those guys profited billions of dollars from what they originally bought into. Whenever Joe Lacob decides to sell the Golden State Warriors, not for, of course, the reasons that have to do with Michael Jordan or John Fisher or any of those other guys I just named, but he's going to turn a massive profit if and when he decides to sell the Golden State Warriors. That's the reality of ownership, but the difference is, of course, Joe Lacob feels it is his, whether it's competitive spirit or his duty, to do everything in his power to win. That is something he has made very clear from the start once he joined, around the turn of 2010. Once he bought that team, his goal was to win. It was to invest and to make sure that his brand was the best, that his team was the best. Michael Jordan never, it appeared, had that intention despite his competitive spirit on the court, and yet he still walks away with $3 billion.
I understand the fan thing, and I'm not comparing Fisher to Jordan in terms of trying to alienate the fans or blame the fans or say we don't have any success here because we can't draw fans. But I also would come at you from the other side and say, I don't think Michael Jordan tried hard. I don't think he tried as hard as Joe Lacob.
No.
So, I mean, Michael Jordan has more money than Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
So why didn't Michael Jordan try like Joe Lacob? I get Lacob's got an ownership group behind him, but so does Michael Jordan. Anyway, I was just feeling some kind of way about Michael Jordan.
No, he's the greatest player potentially in basketball history, and he is arguably the worst owner, at least in recent memory.
Yeah. A couple other pieces of NBA news, and then I'm going to tell you about the show. Ja Morant, 25 games for reckless and irresponsible behavior with guns. I'm not sure how much there is to talk about that. It's about what we thought, 30, 50, I don't know. 25, it is what it is, 25 games. Also, Bradley Beal, this is according to Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report. Bradley Beal given permission to speak to other teams regarding a trade. That's from Chris Haynes. And guess who's meeting with Bradley Beal? The Bucks and the Heat. The Bucks and the Heat are gonna meet with Bradley Beal. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Bradley Beal. As it relates to the Warriors, here's the one thing that's starting to hit me, and we're gonna start with the other side. And it's, where does Mike Dunleavy start with the decisions? What's the first piece of business? I got to believe they know right now whether Draymond's opting in or out. And according to Anthony Slater, that the Warriors right now are attempting to work out a reasonable long-term contract. Long-term meaning 3 years.
Well, and I think the first two decisions kind of happen simultaneously just because they have to. And that's the NBA draft along with Draymond Green. So you have the draft coming up next week. Draymond Green has until June 29th to opt in or out. So technically the first order of business is the draft. You got to figure out who's going to be a part of this team, if you want to flip him, if you want to involve Jonathan Kuminga in a trade like we've heard, if you want to involve Jordan Poole, if you want to move up, if you want to move back. Those are decisions Mike Dunleavy, I'm sure, has already been involved in, but has to make first. But the biggest one as it relates to next season is Draymond Green. That draft pick, in all likelihood, is not going to be a major part of wherever the Warriors' 2023-24 season goes, but Draymond Green will be. So, to me, it sounds like they're trying to work something out. The question is, and it's kind of also what we're waiting for with Dunleavy, is what are the years, what are the money?
Right.
And we still don't officially know that about Mike Dunleavy Jr., but I can't imagine it was Bob Myers' money.
No.
And if you're Draymond Green, the first place you're looking at dollar figures is probably a guy in your own team, and it's Jordan Poole.
Yeah, the Dunleavy details don't really fascinate me that much. 3 years, $15 million. That's what I'll call it. $5 million a year.
Okay.
Does that sound about right? Excuse me. Does that sound about right?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. But I don't know. That's a total guess.
Yeah.
But here's the one thing that's going on with the Warriors, and we're going to take a listen to some sound on the other side, and it's about Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and to a lesser degree, Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole. And the question is this. Jordan Poole got paid last year. And Klay Thompson and Draymond Green want to get extensions. The question is, for lack of a better term, will they take a little less than market value to stay here? And so, should they have to take less money? If Draymond Green knows he can go out and get $30 million, let's say 2 years at $60 million, would he take less to stay a Golden State Warrior? Would you ask him to take less? And it gets back to this whole loyalty thing. This whole, you want to stay a Warrior, you'll take less money. And we're going to see how that plays out. But there's some very interesting sound from ESPN that I want to play from one of our guy, Brian Windhorst. But also, and this may sound like a non sequitur, but we got Dan Fouts today because we want to get into some football at 11 o'clock. Dan Fouts, the former San Diego Charger. But the thing I really want to talk to him about is he played his entire career with the San Diego Chargers.
Go Chargers!
His entire career with the San Diego Chargers. And the last few years, he didn't win as much as he won, let's say, in his prime. Why'd he stay? Why'd he stay in San Diego? Were they paying him more than anybody else? Did he want to stay there? I'm very interested to see the factors involved in a player starting a career in one place and ending it in one place, and whether that was important to him, whether it just worked out that way, and see if we can relate some of his situation to what's going on with the Warriors.
Well, and especially as somebody who never won a Super Bowl, and in fact never even got to a Super Bowl. Is that is that a reality that an athlete can go through nowadays? I'm not so sure, just because of the emphasis on winning. We just talked about how if Dunleavy unfairly doesn't win a championship, he might be labeled as a failure. Dan Fouts, I don't think, is seen by some as a failure. Maybe he's seen by others as it. I'm not sure, but he's in the Hall of Fame because of his commitment to San Diego and, of course, his play on the field. I also am curious to see, as someone who has seen the team that he played his entire career for leave, how he feels maybe about the Oakland Athletics moving to Las Vegas. So I think there's different levels that we can get into this with Dan Fouts as it pertains to ownership and, of course, as an athlete that's now in Canton, Ohio.
And don't forget, Dan Fouts, one of the few former athletes turned sportscaster. He did sports.
San Francisco.
Yes, so he's very familiar with the Bay and SI legend.
Might also have something to say about the 49ers quarterback situation.
Of course. So we can lean on me. That's what we're going to do with Dan Fouts. When you're not we are strong. All right, on the other side, let me tell you what's going on. Dan Fouts, 11 o'clock. I want to get into some of this ESPN sound that I found very interesting. And then another chance for you and a guest to go to Chase Center to attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. We're going to be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at a certain point during today's show. We'll let you know when, and you qualify by texting that word to our short code. Get to YouTube and Twitch right now. Watch for the keyword for your chance to win, and it's all sponsored by Lucky Row.
The San Francisco International Arts Festival.
Bill Withers? Is that who it is? Yeah.
Not Ben McDonald.
That's true. Made up for the mistake.
There you go.
It's a great tune. Steiny and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru in Dallas, Texas, where it's humid. You going to give it to me?
No, I'm not.
You were wrong on that.
I was not.
Yeah, you were.
I was proven correct. By the way, I love you, Goo.
Yeah.
Had to let him know.
Have a good weekend, Goo. We know you're listening.
Yeah.
Steiny, I disagree. No way anybody outside the Warriors is giving Draymond $30 million for his past performance. Teams are too smart and have too much evidence to support the claim. He is a player that will age exponentially fast. I don't disagree with you necessarily.
What if his boy LeBron James says, I want Draymond Green? He got Tristan Thompson paid. He got Timofey Mozgov paid. He got J.R. Smith paid. He got a lot of players that are worse than Draymond Green paid before in the past.
I mean, if Draymond Green wants to leave, he'll leave. Like, if he wants to leave, I think he'll be able to find some team that'll give him $50 million over 2 years.
Ideally, that'd be in Golden State.
No doubt. I want you guys to take a listen to this, because this was a very interesting back and forth between J.J. Redick and Brian Windhorst on ESPN. And it's in 3 different parts, but each of them have their own entity, which is worth discussing. So this is J.J. Redick on whether the Warriors are a contender without Draymond Green.
Absolutely not. Draymond is so important to everything they do on both sides of the basketball. Defensively, specifically, what we saw last year was a non-elite defense from the Golden State Warriors. They get beat at the point of attack too much. They foul too much. They hovered around 15th all season long in defensive rating. And yet, Draymond Green had another elite defensive season. Like, he is the anchor of that defense. When the Golden State Warriors have contended, it's because they've had a great defense. You lose him with really no way to replace him, you're not winning an NBA championship. I don't have the Golden State Warriors as the number 1 contender, but they're still in a tier of teams in the Western Conference who, depending on what they do this summer with the draft and free agency, around the edges, I believe those teams can compete. And the Golden State Warriors are one of those teams. But they're not winning without Draymond, and there's no way to replace Draymond if he does leave.
Did Draymond have an elite defensive year?
There's a couple things there. To answer that question, no, because of the precedent that he has previously set. However, J.J. Redick, I do agree with his comment about Draymond Green being the anchor defensively. That, I believe, is correct. Did he have an elite year? No. And by his own standards, because J.J. Redick brought up a popular analytic, defensive rating, about 15th as a team. Draymond Green had his worst defensive rating of his career, 112.
Wow.
He was a top 20 defensive player by that metric.
Right.
But even a year ago in 2021-22, he was a 103 defensive rating. Last year, he was 112. So by his own standards, he did not have an elite defensive year, even if he is still the best defensive player on the team.
Yeah, it's always hard when we, especially talking about Clay, Steph, and Draymond, because their greatness was so great. Even when they begin to decline, they're still elite. There's no doubt about it. But if Draymond Green was a top 3 defensive player a year or two ago, let's say 2 years ago, and now he's down to 20, you can see that on the court. Draymond Green is not the dominant defensive player he was a few years back. He's still their best defender by far, I think. He's still one of the best defenders in the league. But because he's declined individually, the Warriors have declined team defensively. So he's still a hell of a defensive player, but he's not a defensive player of the year candidate to me anymore.
Look, he was still all-NBA second-team defense. That's nothing to knock. But if I hear Golden State Warriors fans saying, well, Bam Adebayo couldn't stay in front of Nikola Jokic, and we didn't really check him in the finals, or Dylan Brooks isn't a great defender. Well, those are 2 names on the same list as Draymond Green. So I believe Draymond Green to still be a solid defensive player. That was the best and the heart of the defense last year for Golden State. But he's not the first team guy anymore. And for him to be able to play 72, 73 games last year, that's something that in a contract year I might expect of him. But after getting a new deal, I'm not sure I can expect that again. Even if he plays that level of defense, it might not be every single night, and especially not on Tuesdays in Oklahoma City.
Rip Cougar on the YouTube chat says, no one's as good as they were 7 years ago. Well, let's not use 7 years ago. Let's use the last 2 years. This past year, he declined. He declined. Next year, I think he'll probably take another small step backwards. That's just the nature of getting older. But I'm not questioning Draymond Green's importance to the Golden State Warriors. That's why they're in a pickle, because they need Draymond Green, but to keep him, they may have to pay him what he's not going to be worth down the line. Here's Brian Windhorst. This is what he had to say after J.J. Redick had his say, and this is the one that got me thinking.
Here's the real thing that faces the Warriors. They have not just Draymond Green, who is almost certainly going to opt out of his contract. He's got a player option for $27 million. They also have Klay Thompson to deal with this offseason. Klay Thompson has a year left on his contract after this year, but this is the time in the NBA where you talk about extension. This is what they did with Andrew Wiggins last year. And the Andrew Wiggins situation is very important. Andrew Wiggins signed an extension that included a $9 million pay cut. He reset his salary structure, took it back, took a longer deal out, and guaranteed him a lot of money. This guy was coming off the best performance of his career in the NBA Finals. He took that pay cut. And the reality is this, with the new rules that are coming into place, which might as well be called anti-Warriors rules, a big chunk of this CBA is aimed squarely at the Warriors and their ability to spend like crazy. To keep this team together, they really need Draymond Green and Klay Thompson to consider not going for the all-out payday that potentially they could get if they went elsewhere. If that's what Draymond wants, it's going to be hard for the Warriors to do that. It's going to be hard for the Warriors to give Klay Thompson more than the $43 million that he is guaranteed for next year. I think they're going to hope to do what they did with Wiggins and get those guys to take a step back. Now, it's a hard sell because you say, well, wait a minute, this organization makes hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a cash cow, but they're headed for a $400 million payroll this year. And it's also a hard sell when Jordan Poole did get paid and did get his big raise. But the reality is that the Warriors are hitting a wall, not only in terms of how much money they can spend, but with the new rules that are going to make keeping this core together. The new rules are aimed at trying to force the Warriors to break up. And Draymond is the first domino that is hovering right there on the edge.
Man. Now, let me ask Warrior fans a question. Wiggins takes a pay cut. You want Draymond Green to take a pay cut. You're going to want Klay Thompson to take a pay cut. But you paid Jordan Poole last year $128 million. Can Draymond Green...
There's some incongruity there.
If Draymond Green... Let's say the Warriors can somehow... Well, first of all, if they sign him, he'd be okay with it. But can you ask Draymond Green to come back next year making less than Jordan Poole? Like, I'm sorry. That's not nothing. It's not nothing. Not after this past year when we've seen some kind of disconnect between the young players and the older players. There's something going on with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, and Draymond Green does not, there's something about Jordan Poole he doesn't respect, and vice versa. Draymond Green, hey, come on back, Draymond, but you're still not going to make as much as Jordan Poole over the next 3 years.
And
really?
That could be a problem.
Wow.
Especially if you're paying more to the guy that's coming off the bench than the guy that's starting.
It's a good point.
So, if I'm Draymond Green, you kind of have to, it's impossible to do, but you do have to make this decision almost independent of Jordan Poole, because the question is, do you want to be a Golden State Warrior for the rest of your career? And that's also the question Klay Thompson has already answered a couple of times, but now has to reevaluate, I'm sure, because they're going to ask both of those guys to take less money than they'd previously taken. Now, while you have one standard of Jordan Poole making 27 beyond next season, moving up, you also do have the example of Andrew Wiggins taking a financial step back. That is the one place where you could, I think, go to both Draymond and Klay Thompson and say, hey, this guy was the second best player on our finals team. You remember way back in 2015 when Stephen Curry was the sixth highest paid player in an MVP season on your first title team. There are sacrifices we need you to make if you want to stay here and if you want to win. And I know that we might have messed things up with Jordan Poole as far as money's concerned, but that's what the market dictated. The market and what we need right now dictates that you need to take a step back, and if you can't be okay with that, then unfortunately you can't be a Golden State Warrior.
I think it's fascinating. You know what? I'm so glad we got Dan Fouts coming on at 11 o'clock. Dan Fouts, the longtime quarterback of the San Diego Chargers, played for just one team. He worked in the Bay Area as a sportscaster, and we're going to be picking his brain at 11 o'clock because I just want to hear Dan Fouts address. Well, did he ever take a hometown discount to stay in San Diego? I don't know.
The money was also significantly less than it is nowadays. I mean, if Dan Fouts had the chance to make $50 million, he might not have been a Charger for life.
Well, but even though the money's much different now, if he was making $3 million and some other team was willing to pay him $5 million, I got to believe he would have thought about going to the team that was going to pay him $5 million. But the whole loyalty issue, I mean, what better person to talk to about it than Dan Fouts, who played every single NFL game with the San Diego Chargers. Obviously, we're going to also get into the 49er quarterback situation with Dan Fouts, but it's mostly about his perspective on the way Klay Thompson and Draymond Green might be approaching kind of what we're looking at here. And
Well, and how stars view their ownership and how they view their relationship with the fans, with the team, with their previous successes. Do they feel like they should be paid based on what they've done or what they're going to do? I mean, there's a lot of different things I think he can weigh in on as someone that's also from, Kentfield, California, went to SI in the city. Yep. Like, he has a pulse on the city of San Francisco and the greater Bay Area that I'm interested to hear.
Yeah, me too. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in for the next 15 minutes before we get Dan, you can do that. I mean, do you expect Draymond Green to essentially take a pay cut? Should he have to take a pay cut? Then what about Klay? It's going to be the story of at least the next few weeks in the offseason. Back to J.J. Redick, back to Wiggins, and this is the part that sometimes we just don't want to acknowledge.
I'm never going to advise a player to take less money. And particularly with both Klay and Draymond, Klay coming off 2 injuries, he's getting older. Draymond, this will probably be his last really big payday. You have to go for it. Given what they've accomplished for the Warriors, given how they've shown the ability to spend on players, now there's other things in that organization they're particularly cheap with, but given how they've shown they're willing to spend on players, I think you can run this back for 2 more years, potentially trade Jordan Poole. I know his value probably isn't as high as it was this time last year, but you could trade him, build around the edges. There's question marks about Dante DiVincenzo and bringing him back because of his contract structure and what he essentially took less money to go on the Warriors and build his value back up, which he did. So there's a lot of question marks. But if you have Steph Curry playing at an all-time level, I'm paying Klay Thompson, I'm playing Draymond. There's no untradeable contract in the NBA. History has shown that.
Wow. Well, now the thing that he said that I don't know if I wanted to nitpick him a little bit. He said, 2 more years. I think it would have to be 3 more years, wouldn't it? Don't you want to line those 2 guys up with Steph, who's got 3 more years?
You would. Yeah,
I would think so.
I would also assume that they would want to, because then at that point you have the decision entering your mid to late 30s of whether you want to retire, whether you want to take a 1-year flyer with someone else, if you want to readjust your role. But either way, I do think that the big 3 feel a need in a way to go out on the same page or on the same note, whether it's win or loss.
I just think that when you're talking about these 2 players, I have a feeling the numbers that put it in the cap, Spadone. I think Poole. I'm not Poole. I think Draymond Green and Klay. I think the money's going to be a little higher than we think. I really do.
For who?
For both.
For both?
For example, I think Dre is going to get 30 to start. And I don't think Clay gets any less than 30 to start. Like, I don't think you're getting Klay Thompson. Hey, Clay, you're gonna play for 43 this next year, and then we'll give you 2 more years at 40. That ain't happening, I don't think. Do you think?
No, but and what he's also talking about is Jordan Poole and the tradability of that contract. Right. Anything is, and to me, I don't believe Jordan Poole is a toxic person, and I believe he's a hard worker, and the key card speaks for itself. But in relation to his place on this team and where the Warriors want to go as a group, Jordan Poole does and has become, in a way, the odd man out. And we're talking about the unfairness that's thrown at the feet of Mike Dunleavy Jr. There's also an unfairness to what Jordan Poole has had to go through. And if he's traded, I'll be sad to see him go, because it's only a year removed from them being champions and Jordan Poole being the prince of the town. But for what the Warriors want to accomplish this year, to me, it's becoming increasingly clear that he is less a part of that than maybe anyone else on the roster. Not because I don't believe he can't be a good basketball player, not because I believe he's a problem child, but because of everything that's transpired, he just happens to be kind of almost the poster boy for a lot of frustration.
I'm kind of with you there. And when we were coming into the studio, Bonte Hill, who does the morning roast, was leaving, and he said something that I was like, yeah, you're right. And what he said was, it just feels like Jordan Poole's done here. It just feels like fait accompli.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say fait accompli. I did. But
of course he did.
It does feel like it's almost becoming a foregone conclusion that Poole's got to go. And if Poole goes, that means Draymond stays. Now, I do think there's a sound reason for trading Jordan Poole. If you're going to try to keep this thing together and take another stab at it, okay, we're going to trade Jordan Poole. I think the most likely trade for Jordan Poole, what I would love to see the Warriors do for Jordan Poole, is get 2 players. Can they get 2 rotation guys back? That would be a terrific trade. I mean, I don't even care what kind of players they are right now. But if you can get 2 role players for Poole, I think I'd take it right now. I really would.
And I also think if you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., the newest general manager of the Golden State Warriors, you have to figure out your first move is an important move. And people are going to get that first impression about what you're planning to do with this team and where you want the direction of next season to go, along with, of course, this offseason. I mean, his first move is going to be whoever he picks at 19 or whatever he decides to do with that pick. But the move that everyone is going to remember him for at the beginning of his time is what he does with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. And that's the question that he needs to answer, maybe more than any other thing that he does this offseason. And Jordan Poole right now is probably sitting somewhere. He's probably working on his game. I'm sure he is fine with where he's at with Golden State. But I think even if he's not being quote-unquote actively shopped, according to Slater, he knows that there's a very real reality that he is not going to be a part of this team next year. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. is probably best equipped to handle that choice because he's been involved with the team. He's seen where everyone has come from. And he has, I think that's why Joe Lacob, true to his word, wanted to, rise Dunleavy from within, wanted to keep things in-house because the decisions that have to be made, in a way, can't really be sold to anyone outside of the organization by someone that's not inside.
I think, you know what? I think there might be something to that. And it's not, I don't think it's necessarily that Bob Myers wanted to take a drastically different course. I don't think it's Bob wanted to break everything up this year. And that's one of the reasons he's leaving. I just think Bob did get burned out. And I think he saw where the franchise was and said, you know what? It's just a perfect time. Good transition point. This is why I'm leaving. I do think there might be something with it being a sign that Mike Dunleavy from within means we are going to try to run it back. Maybe tinker around the edges, as J.J. Redick said, as opposed to the Golden State Warriors have hired I don't know. Daryl Morey's top assistant. Well, then you start thinking maybe that guy's coming in here to break things up. So maybe this was a sign. Tony in Antioch. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, guys. I have this dream. I have this vision. And this player, solves a lot of problems if the Warriors can get him.
Jokic?
No, I wish. He solves just about all our problems. But no, this is a true point guard. He's tall. He's lanky. He would help us cut down on the turnovers. He would solve the Jordan Poole problem, especially if Jordan Poole doesn't want to be here anyway, and potentially would even help us bridge into being a good team if Draymond doesn't want to be here either. And that guy is Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, boy.
I would love to see the Warriors, if we're going to do this, if we're going to turn a new leaf, keep Steph and Clay for the next few years, but kind of try to bridge into the future as well. I would love to see them get a guy who's been in the league a few years, has crazy vision, runs the fast break like nobody else. Imagine the shots Clay and Steph and Wiggins are going to be getting. Imagine how Ben Kuminga could even fit in as just a guy who's just out there running around, getting alley-oops, slashing. I just think if they could get a guy like that, instead of, trying to draft a rookie, or anybody. I just, turnovers killed us. Steph, I think, he can handle the ball, but he's part of that turnover problem sometimes, and I just feel like it would be so fun to watch, and I think they would actually win, too. So I want to get your guys' thoughts. I don't know. I've heard he doesn't want to be in Indy, but, if Jordan Poole wants to go somewhere else, maybe that's part of that deal.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Halliburton's a great name.
And be a righting of wrongs.
Good, hell of a player, too.
Could have drafted him.
Yeah, I don't hold that. I don't hold that against the Warriors. Do you? I don't hold it against a team who we didn't draft him at 2. We should have, but he fell all the way to 13. You know what I mean? If Halliburton had gone third or even 4th, if it would have gone LaMelo Ball after he was in that draft, right? That's the one we're talking about. Wiseman, LaMelo Ball. Yeah, Halliburton was drafted 4th that year. Then I think you could say, the Warriors made a big mistake, but it was 13. It was 13. Remember, he was falling, and it was because of his shot. A lot of it had to do with his shot because he had kind of a funky shot, but he makes it work for him.
Yeah, I don't think Indiana would want to give him up, nor do I think the Warriors would like to acquire him for that reason.
How do you get Halliburton? What would it take? It would take at least a first-round pick with Wiggins.
It would take a lot of draft picks because he's not a restricted free agent until next offseason.
Right.
So not only would you have to give up a lot for him, you would have to also re-sign him to big dollars.
Yeah, and someone would have to come with him.
Yes.
To make the salaries work. Well, there's a name we haven't. Steiny, the Warriors did make a mistake with Wiseman. Yeah, no kidding. That's what I said. But I don't hold come on, Rip Cougar. I see you're on me early. He's on me early on the YouTube chat. What I said is I don't hold not drafting Halliburton against the Warriors. Just like I don't hold the Warriors responsible for drafting Todd Fuller instead of Kobe Bryant way back in the day.
And it's a Friday. Don't let them get to you, Stein.
Oh, hell no.
Absolutely not.
Hell no. But, Kobe Bryant said, go ahead and draft me. Anybody. And I won't show unless it's the Lakers. No, seriously, Golden State, go ahead. Go ahead. Draft me. I ain't coming. But you can draft me. Go ahead. And then Charlotte said, you know what? The hell with him. We're going to draft him and trade him. And that's what they ended up doing. All right. I guess the Warriors could have done that too.
By the way, do you want to give out that keyword on the other side of the Fouts interview?
Yeah.
So you're going to have a chance to go to the Warriors introductory press conference at Chase Center next week to see the newest draft pick for the Golden State Warriors. And you're going to want to tune in. Yeah, we'll take Dan 10-10, 10-15, but you can only qualify if you're looking on YouTube and Twitch. So while you're there, subscribe to the 95.7 Game YouTube channel. We'll not be giving it out over the air. You have to go to YouTube and Twitch.
All right, Dan Fouts on the other side. Here's my first question to Dan Fouts. Why did you play your whole career with one team? Because we're looking at 3 guys, well, maybe 4 if you count Looney, who may do that for the Golden State Warriors. Dan Fouts on the other side. He's a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm.
The best Father's Day gift is the family.
Chargers, go!
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru's taking a little breather. And joining us right now, Hall of Famer Dan Fouts, a Bay Area product, and one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, quite frankly. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
That's good to be with you guys, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, there's three things we want to talk to you about today, and your name, to me, fits every one. One is the Golden State Warriors have a couple veteran players who may spend their entire career with the Warriors, Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. And I want to just compare and contrast that with you staying in one place in San Diego your whole career. We have the A's moving to Vegas. Want to compare that with San Diego moving to L.A. And then, of course, want to get into the 49er quarterback situation. How is all three of those okay?
Well, yeah, they're very predictable, but yeah, let's go.
Okay, my first question is this. Why did you spend your whole career with San Diego?
Well, San Diego's a nice place to be, number one. But the other thing is that early in my career, we were not very good, and I was trying to get out. We didn't have the free agency that we have now in the NFL. 1974 strike, the motto was no freedom, no football. Well, that didn't go very far. So, but once things turned around, obviously it was great to play for Don Coryell and the Chargers. But we didn't have the movement, so players were kind of restricted as to how they could go away from a team or try to improve their lot in life. So, luckily for me, things turned around, and I was happy to be in San Diego for those 15 years.
Let me ask you this: when you were in San Diego, do you ever feel like you took a, quote, hometown discount?
Wow, that's a good question. I think every contract I had was a discount, especially when you compare it to today's salaries, but let's not go there, okay?
No, I mean, did you ever say, you know what, I want to be in San Diego so much, it doesn't mean that much that some other quarterbacks who aren't as good as me are making more?
Oh, that thought never crossed my mind. I wanted to make as much as possible, and I wanted to stay in San Diego. So I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. And
right.
Fortunately, things worked out well. We had, a very memorable span there with Coryell and that great offense that we had.
Dan, my family's from San Diego, so they're very familiar with your career. And after the 1982 season, you guys had, you played 7 playoff games, but your last playoff game was in that 82 year. You signed the 6-year deal in 1983. At the time, makes it one of the most lucrative in football. Do you think that, one, that kind of deal is available right now to quarterbacks going on their age 32, 33 season like you were? And secondly, do you feel like it was because of what you were paid previously for, or what you were being paid to do in the future? Because I think that's what a lot of people are trying to grapple with. Should players and ownership essentially reward what you've done prior or what they expect you to do down the line?
Well, it's probably a combination of both, and it depends on which franchise and what owner and the player himself. But, players are playing longer, especially quarterbacks are playing longer these days because of the rules, the way they protect the quarterback. So you can see that once you have a franchise quarterback, you should be rewarding him and keeping him with the franchise as long as possible. And if that means paying top dollar, fine, because he's probably going to be able to play out the entire contract.
Dan Fouts joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hall of Fame quarterback for the San Diego Chargers, Bay Area product. I don't want to get into your business, but did you make the most money in your career the last year or two of your carear? Or was it when you were in your prime?
Year. Yeah, the last year was my high point, and it was great. I mean, obviously I felt rewarded by by the team, and
definitely.
I was ready to give it my best and go out on top. It didn't work out that way, but I was top paid. Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like there was loyalty both ways, quite frankly, between you and the Chargers.
Yeah, I think so. There was a change in ownership there, things kind of turned a little bit sour because they fired Don Coryell. And, I knew I was next. That's usually the way it goes in a regime change. You fire the general, and then the colonel goes next.
Well, speaking of ownership groups, Dan, obviously there's one out here in Oakland that is going to be moving the team in the foreseeable future to Las Vegas. You played your entire career in San Diego, and I know that you weren't obviously playing when the team moved from San Diego to Los Angeles, but I mean, how did that make you feel? Did you feel betrayed at all? Did it feel like it was business as usual? And then especially with the way that the Chargers exited and the way that the A's are exiting Oakland, it feels sort of similar to me with how the picture being painted as the fans being a part of the problem. I know it's not so much as about the players, but from someone who is with that organization, who is in San Diego, did you feel like the Chargers might have done the city wrong a little bit?
Well, it was a gut punch. There's no question, but the city was also at blame because of poor leadership in the mayor's office. They could not reach a deal. They had tried and tried years after year. But for the fans of the Chargers, the people that stuck with us through thick and thin, and very similar to the situation in Oakland. When you think back to the beginning of the AFL, the Oakland Raiders really put Oakland on the map. And the San Diego Chargers moved from L.A. to San Diego in '61 and put San Diego on the map, made both those cities major league cities. And now both teams are gone. Now the baseball team is gone out of Oakland. And it's just, it's rough for fans. And it's just, as I said, it's a gut punch to anybody that followed either of those teams.
Yeah, Dan Fouts joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hall of Fame quarterback, played his entire career with the San Diego Chargers. Dan, just knowing you from your quarterback days to when you worked as a sports anchor, I know you follow all different sports, but have you been following the 49er quarterback situation over the last year or so?
Of course. The 49ers are my second favorite,
all right,
obviously, behind the Chargers. But with my background with the 49ers and having followed them, they're right on the cusp. And I think what Purdy did last year is so phenomenal. And I just hope that he's back to, 100% health. I think it's remarkable that he's already out there throwing and looking good, but it's such a tough injury. But he is the key.
Hey, how many quarterbacks were drafted during your career with San Diego while you were there?
How many were drafted afterwards? I'm sure they had quite a few. I don't know the exact number, obviously, but it seemed like there were new guys every year.
I mean, I'm saying when you were entrenched,
how many guys were coming for your job?
Yeah, they weren't looking for another starter, is what I'm getting at.
Well, back then, though, you needed a backup. And Mark Herman was probably my best backup. I also had Ed Luther for a while that played at San Jose State. Two very good quarterbacks. So with the physical nature of the game back then, and you needed somebody to come in the game in case your starter got hurt. And the Chargers were lucky to have. And don't forget, also, early in my career, I had James Harris, who played for the Rams and was a great quarterback for the Rams, was my backup. So as far as drafting other guys besides that, those were the top three.
Well, and of course, the reason that everyone, Dan, is so focused on the quarterbacks in San Francisco is because they feel like they have everything else figured out. You got a great head coach. You got great weapons for the quarterback to throw to. You got an elite defense. But in a quarterback-driven league, and obviously you help forward that and Air Coryell, but now with how important the passing game is, I mean, is it crazy to think that the 49ers, just because they don't have a clear-cut, maybe top of the half, top 10 quarterback, it's unrealistic to win the Super Bowl, or do you not abide by that?
Well, it would sure be nice to have a Tom Brady as your quarterback. There's no question. But I think what Purdy did last year put the 49ers right in position. If he doesn't get hurt, who knows about the next game or if they win that game. So, I think what you got to do is you hate to have to use the word patience, but with a young quarterback like Purdy, and they have a decent backup in Sam Darnold, who is capable of playing well in this league. A lot of times it's systems that fit quarterbacks and vice versa that make for a successful team.
Dan, I'll tell you what, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but I'll reinforce it. Man, if you and those Chargers played in today's day and age, woo, I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Well, I'm not kidding you. You're right.
No, you know how everybody says that, but man, you guys were something else with three receivers and Air Coryell and all that stuff. So we really appreciate your time, and we still think about you here in the Bay Area.
All right. Thanks, guys. And, hey, go Giants. Beat the Dodgers.
Yeah. Good call. Dan Fouts.
Like he said, San Francisco 49ers his second favorite team, and he's obviously still got the Giants very high. I'm sure he still keeps tapping in on the Warriors. And, no, he did not take a pay cut throughout his career.
Go Chargers. Go.
So to me, that's kind of important. The last year Dan Fouts played in the NFL, last year, he made more than he ever did. That was his highest paid year.
And his last 16-game season, by the way, was 7 seasons before he retired. So he was paid based on what they thought he was going to do. But if you're talking about declining, not being as good as you previously were, Dan Fouts obviously had an all-time bar, but it's hard to recreate that.
Recreate?
Oh, I should say recreate the same performance. Like we're talking about Draymond Green. He's still a second-team all defender, but he's obviously not the DPOY he used to be. He's not the generational defensive talent he once was. And so that's where you got to weigh what to pay a player and if they're going to be okay with making that kind of money. Because if they go to Draymond, and John Hollinger threw out the valuation yesterday of $8 million per year, I would love that as a fan to be able to bring him back and keep this core together. But if you're Draymond Green and you're trying to maximize your potential earnings, Dan Fouts at age 36 wasn't the quarterback he was at age 26, made the most money of his career. That's not going to be the same reality for Draymond Green if he wants to be with the Warriors.
So you don't think there's any chance they go 27, 5, 30, 33?
I mean, can they? Is Joe Lacob willing to foot that bill?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm asking, yeah.
Well, he said he doesn't want to go near 500, which is what the mark would be.
Here's the thing that I don't...
Actually said he want to go near 400.
I don't quite understand not that I don't understand what they're doing, but I don't understand how much the money actually matters. So, in terms of the salary cap and the luxury tax and the second apron, and we can talk about that down the line, but the Warriors they've blown through the luxury tax to such a degree that whether Clay takes $25 million, let's say, for an extension to start, or $35 million, they're shot either way in terms of going through the luxury tax. So the only thing that matters is the actual money that they're paying them. It's not going to... They're already in big trouble with the new CBA and all that kind of stuff. But if they were to pay Clay more than you expected them to pay, let's say, it's not going to hurt their ability to make other transactions.
No, but it comes down to individual needs. I mean, just financial wants. And look, if Draymond Green says, hey, if you're going to ask me to take any sort of pay cut, I'm not coming back, I can't come down his road for that. That's his decision. If Klay Thompson says, I want to continue to make $40 million, well, number one, I'd say good luck. But if he wants to make close to $40 million, Bobby Marks has him as a $30 million player a year still, then if he wants to go make that money, that's his right. But it does feel like Joe Lacob has drawn a more of a line in the sand this offseason than ever before. And they're going to have to go over that line in the sand if they want to keep this big three together, as well as maybe run back the foundational six. Even if you trade Jordan Poole, the amount of money you'd be saving if you took back, let's say he's making, Jordan Poole's making 27, so you took back a couple of players that amount to 23 or 24 million. Yes, that's $12 to $15 million in saving based off the tax money that you're under, but that's not a grand scheme of money if you're paying $450. So, to me, Draymond I want Draymond Green back. I don't know if you do. I want Klay Thompson back. I want all three of those guys to retire at the same time and ideally go out with a guy like Steve Kerr to end this dynasty or whatever you want to call the back end of it in the most, fan-appropriate way possible. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to have to figure out if he, under Joe Lacob, along with Kirk Lacob, I'm sure, are comfortable with footing that bill.
Yeah, let me throw this at you. With Mike Dunleavy, I think we're always behind. We're talking about things that the organization's ahead of us on. For example, Mike Dunleavy, I think right now knows if they're bringing Draymond Green back or if it's feasible or if they want to.
It sounds like they're trying to.
Okay. I think Mike Dunleavy knew before he took the job a general plan about Klay Thompson. Maybe it's, we're going to, Draymond's got an opt-out. We'll deal with that now. And maybe we don't even know they've drawn a line in the sand with Klay and said, no, Klay, you got to play next year and then we'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think there are things that they know that we don't know, obviously. But can I ask a sensitive question?
Well, in front of the masses and the public, of course. What a better forum.
I'm throwing this at Warrior fans, too. Does Klay... you heard J.J. Redick. I'd never ask anybody to take less money somewhere. But we hear about hometown discounts. And we hear about, guys on the decline, but they want... Does Klay Thompson owe the Warriors any more than Draymond or Curry because he missed 2 years with injury but got paid $75 million over that time? Or is that completely and utterly irrelevant?
I would answer
Plus,
no.
They also extended him as he had the first injury.
Yes,
right?
They did.
Yeah.
This is the end of his 5-year deal coming up, his extension. I don't think he owes the organization any more than Stephen Curry or Draymond Green. And the reason being, if you look at what the Warriors were financially when he joined the team, I'm not going to talk about when Joe Lacob bought it, but even when he just joined the team in 2011 to where they are now, 12 years later, he is getting his piece of that pie as much as he can as a player. I mean, it's kind of a joke, but when Andre Iguodala went to the mic last year, or whenever they came out with the net worth of the Golden State Warriors, whatever Forbes the number had, and said, hey, Steph Curry getting a piece of that? The answer is no. He's not getting a piece of that.
Right.
He has only an opportunity to make as much money as the league will allow him, and he's done that. And so is Klay Thompson. I don't think he owes, as far as the injury is concerned, the Warriors anything. They chose to give him that deal. They knew that he might be missing significant time. Maybe not 2 years, but certainly one season after the torn ACL, and they were okay with giving him that money. And it wasn't as if he wasn't trying to work his ass back to get back onto the court the entire time.
No doubt.
So he's putting in work no matter what. And I think that while I hear the argument about he got paid $80 million, he's sitting on the bench and all that stuff, it wasn't as if he wanted to.
No,
and that wasn't the goal of the contract.
No, and you know what? It's the question would be less about. The question would be less about. Well, he got hurt and rehab. He didn't play for 2 years. Didn't the Warriors stay loyal to Klay, even though he got hurt? But I'm with the YouTube chat here. My family says it's irrelevant to Klay. You're absolutely right about that. And then Ted DiBiase, sometimes he takes shots at me on the YouTube chat, but
sure he loves you.
So far, so good. He said no, he shouldn't take a hometown discount because when he came back, they won. It's one way to look at it.
Yeah,
it's absolutely one way to look at it.
Maybe that's why his agent might have leaked that he wanted a max contract.
You know what's funny is everybody who talks about Klay are still saying, if the Warriors don't want to give him the supermax, is that even a question? Is there even... Klay Thompson's going to make $43 million next year. Is it even a question that he's going to have to take some kind of pay cut? Or does Klay actually think and want and expect to keep making $40 million a year after next year?
Well, I'm sure Klay Thompson wants to keep making $40 million.
Okay.
And I'm also sure the Golden State Warriors do not want to pay him $40 million beyond next year. And that's where they got to find some middle ground. I believe they will, because I also believe that they've found middle ground with Draymond Green as we're speaking. And there's some sort of, like, I don't think the news about Mike Dunleavy Jr., having negotiation with Draymond Green about putting together a short-term, 2, maybe 3-year deal after he opts out, I don't think that's out of the question. And I also think that there has to be discussion with Klay Thompson about his future. Because, look, all guys right now, Draymond Green going into last year, Klay Thompson going into this year, and Steve Kerr going into this year, saw Bob Myers work under a 1-year deal, essentially.
Yep.
He's not here anymore, or he won't be after June 30th. So I'm sure they have all either reached out or been reached out to about basically what's coming down their road in the next 365 days, or where the Warriors want them to be after next season.
Yeah, you put everything exactly right. And I don't know where Mike Dunleavy, in case you're just joining us, has just been named the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. It happened earlier this morning during the pregame show. Joe Spadoni broke that news. By the way, did I tell you I was listening to the pregame show on my day off on Wednesday?
Oh, yeah, because you had a Twilight. I was up at
4:50.
Oh, jeez.
Started driving down to Palo Alto about 5:05, and I listened to Spadoni for 40 minutes.
From 5 to 6, pregame show every single weekday.
This was on Wednesday, and I have to say, he's going to take this the wrong way, but I was a little disappointed.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Spadone, what did you do?
Wednesday, let's see. It's so early to forget.
No, honestly, I wanted to hear Spadone.
Was it post-reverse boycott?
Yes,
was that the topic? Okay.
Yeah, he was playing he played a lot of sound that day. A lot of sound from the night before.
It was important
Which is
sound.
good radio. No, it's,
Oh, gotcha. You wanted to hear me getting mad.
I wanted to hear you talk about whatever.
I thought it was about the win.
Care about Mark Kotze? He's the manager, right?
He is the manager, and that whole thing was giving a shout out to him in there because you know what,
Yeah.
was good. He has been dealt an awful hand this season, and he's probably going to get axed, maybe not, but heading into Vegas, he'll probably move into a new direction. I would assume because that's usually what happens with this sort of thing.
Right.
So just for that day, for that moment, it was a celebration of Oakland. This morning, I got more upset at Rob Manfred, but unfortunately, as I was getting into that, the Dunleavy news broke, so I had to get into that.
Well, you know what? If we want to, we can listen to some of those Rob Manfred cuts if we want to get mad.
On the other side.
We can do that. Yes, on the other side. But
funny, we talk about Mark Kotze. Talk about a guy who was set up to fail. Like,
Oh
we're
my
joking about Mike Dunleavy Jr. not having a great hand dealt to him, and he's on the backside of whatever. He ain't Mark Kotze.
No, he's not. No, he's not. On the other side, we'll get to Rob Manfred's heady statement about the Oakland A's, and this thing is not ending well at all. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Alameda County Fair is...
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Steiny and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru in, I'll say it, everybody get Chaco. Guru in the Big D. Lone Star State, Dallas, Texas.
They're for a family reunion.
Yes, he
Wish
is.
him all the best.
Yes, he is. Coming up in 5 minutes, it's going to be your chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with their draftee. In about 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to show you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch, and then you will qualify by texting that word to our short code. Go to YouTube and Twitch right now, and you can watch for the keyword and your chance to win. 5 minutes, I'm going to put that word up on YouTube and Twitch.
Can also meet the newest general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
That's true.
I'd assume.
All 8 of them. By the way, let me tell you something. You're getting...
Huh?
You're getting... Here's the... I know people are excited. Spit it out. Comcast Business Text Line. Evan Giddings is very astute, and he's making a lot of sense.
Is that my dad?
Evan is a terrific co-host. That on
mom.
The YouTube chat. Wow.
I do appreciate it. No, look, you guys are
He been in the lab.
And how about this? How about this? He's not just coming in here, Phil. You were on the Dan Patrick show today?
I was. Yeah. No, our program director,
Dan Patrick.
Big Boss, was nice enough to ask me to do a hit on the Dan Patrick show. They wanted somebody who could talk about the reverse boycott, the A's relocation, and Rob Manfred's statements from yesterday. So I was honored to join them for about 7 or 8 minutes.
Oh, well, you know what? Let's take a listen to a snippet.
Do you want the Oakland A's to take the nickname A's, or do you want them to leave it?
I personally think they should rebrand. And look, if there's a possibility for a future Major League Baseball team, an expansion team that comes to Oakland in the future, the city would be more than welcome to open its arms up and maybe rename them the A's. But I have to imagine, when the Cleveland Browns left Cleveland the first time, I don't think they wanted in Baltimore them to be called the Browns, nor do I think that ownership group wanted them to be. It's just simply too difficult, I think, for a lot of people to see. And also, quite frankly, the city of Las Vegas should not want them to be called the A's because of how John Fisher and the A's have handled this entire process. They have not been exactly great businessmen throughout this entire saga of trying to move them to Las Vegas or stay in Oakland, whatever they purport. So if I'm a team in Las Vegas, I'm a fan of a Las Vegas baseball team, I don't want any part to do with the A's because everything you associate it with right now has to do with greed, gluttony, and things that aren't simply going to make your baseball team and franchise that attractive.
How about that alliteration? Woo!
Thanks, guys. No, it was, look.
Were you nervous?
Oh, extremely. I'm still
really?
sweating. I'm still sweating. My BPM, I think, peaked at 118 at about 8:35 a.m. this morning.
Fair to say you got more nervous for doing Dan Patrick's show than a St. Mary's baseball game? Or Stockton Ports?
Well, Steiny, when it's your first time doing something, when it's your first time jumping on a national radio show, when it's your first time doing a local college sport, when it's your first time even doing a high school game, your first time stepping on the court as a varsity high school or then college player, you get those butterflies, and that's exactly what I had this morning. I'm just glad that Dan was nice enough to throw a couple layups to me, and it was also something that I was well versed in. It wasn't something that I had to necessarily study up on, and it was something that I'm passionate about, and so hopefully it shone a light for a lot of people that listen to his show on what's been going down in Oakland, unfortunately what is to come in Las Vegas, and ideally just inform people and involve them in the situation at hand.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Evan Giddings.
Thank you, man.
Oaktown is big time.
A lot of people saying, nice job, Evan, but then Damon Cheng says, it's only Dan Patrick.
Oh, no, I'm all about Steiny and Guru. Come on, man.
Evan is the man. Chris A. on the Comcast Business Text line. Another little piece of news. Joe Lacob's going to introduce Mike Dunleavy Jr. as the next Warriors GM in a press conference on Monday at 11 a.m. I got to believe we'll take that live.
Looking forward to it.
We'll do it live. That means, okay, we'll get a little break at 11 on Monday.
It means we're going to hear some very important information, Steiny, at 11 that we will be locked into the entire time.
I got two.
Right.
Can I break two pieces of news?
Yeah. You already broke the Dunleavy news 2 weeks ago.
Just FYI, in the Warriors' office, Mike Dunleavy Jr. they call him Junior. That's how they address him. Junior. At least Bob Myers did.
Okay.
And then secondly, Bob Myers, at least earlier this morning, was not at the Chase Center.
Oh, he wasn't?
We've been making a lot of jokes about Joe's going to make him work till June 30th or whatever.
But do we have confirmation he has not received one, maybe 5 of his 15 calls per day from Joe?
I don't know if he's taking calls, but he did say everybody will be happy to know he was making breakfast for his 5-year-old daughter at about 8:30 today. So good for Bob. 415, as soon as Steiny starts reading some complimentary texts about Evan, there's going to be no doubt Guru will phone in from Texas the next segment.
Oh, David Chang on YouTube. Steiny is greater than Dan Patrick. And, of course, preceding that, Austin from San Jose, from Dan Patrick to Steiny.
I appreciate that.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
You both have immaculate hair. I will give you that. Something I hope I
part.
can hold on to for another 50 years.
All right, because this is
I feel
news.
like I'm better than you.
You're not. I feel like we need to play this because it's coming from this morning, and it's Rob Manfred, and it has to do with the A's, and we got to button this thing up, but we can't button it up unless we hear the whole story. And this is Rob Manfred today talking about Las Vegas and the A's.
I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland. I do not like this outcome. I understand why they feel the way they do. I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer, okay? I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
Did Joe Lacob need community support?
Nope.
Nope.
You don't need community support. You'd love it. Be great to have. And obviously you need to work with politicians in the legislature, but please. How'd you feel when you heard that? By the way, the Oakland A's have put out a statement, and the city has, I think. It was the city, saying that's just absolutely a flat-out lie that Oakland never had a plan.
Well, it is. And if Rob Manfred was Pinocchio, his nose would be so long at this point that piece of wood you could use to rebuild the bridge on the River Kwai. That's how freaking long that lie is, because that's just simply false. There have been multiple offers that the A's have put together with the city of Oakland, one in which I described earlier on the Dan Patrick Show, which was a $15 billion proposal that involved infrastructure, that involved basically reforming the entire Jack London area. And the A's were willing to go as far as to put that like the city of Oakland was willing to meet them. But the A's have entirely, and John Fisher this entire time, have put together these different kind of semantical, financial just theories that have been aimed at painting the city of Oakland and its A's fans as the enemies, as the ones that have not shown up, as the ones that have not supported. And that's just simply not true. And so when you go on, your platform, I believe he was talking at the owners' meetings yesterday, and he's talking about how he feels bad for the city of Oakland. He feels bad for the fans. Number one, that's a lie. Your actions have not described that, or at least have not shown me that. Talking about how there hasn't been an offer from the city of Oakland, that's also just not true. And then to go as so far as to say the reverse boycott on Tuesday night was a nice display of an average crowd and an average attendance at a Major League Baseball game, while that might be accurate this season, is tone deaf, is completely unnecessary, and is spitting and kicking dirt on the people that showed you, maybe for the last time, that they do support the A's, that they do want them in Oakland. And the reason why they won't have a team in a couple of years, and that team is going to be playing Las Vegas, is because of the two words, John Fisher. I make it 4 words. John Fisher, Rob Manfred. That's why they won't be playing in Oakland, not because they won't show up to a baseball game.
Let's take a listen to the sound you're talking about, because it is, I can see how it'd be infuriating to an A's fan.
Did you watch the A's game on Tuesday when the fans came out for the reverse boycott?
I was actually at a dinner with the owners.
Did you read the coverage?
I did. I saw the
impression of that.
It was great. It's great to see what is this year, almost an average Major League Baseball crowd in the facility for one night. That's a great thing.
That bothers me.
That's just a kick in the groin.
You know what bothers me most about that? And I'd love to get Sigmund Freud in here. But I'll take any other therapist in the Bay Area, psychologist or psychiatrist. Why did he say, no, I was at dinner with the other owners, but I saw it? Did you see the reverse boycott? I was actually at dinner with other owners. Yeah, I saw it. What? Like he was changing his strategy right in the middle of his first sentence that he didn't even have an answer.
He didn't believe what he was saying. Another lie.
Like he was actually going to start out the interview, I believe, with the notion of, yeah, I didn't see it. I don't know. I didn't see it. What happened? Why don't you tell me? It's like a coach after a play. Hey, did Draymond get fouled on that last play, Steve Kerr? I didn't have a good view of it. I didn't see it. Like, I think that's what he was gonna do, and then right after he did it, he said, "I can't callous. No, I'll insult the fans instead."
Yeah, he found a way.
I'll insult the fans instead of ignoring them. That was bad.
And this is the voice of Major League Baseball. I know that the commissioner works for the owners, and it's been clear that this entire saga that he has worked at the behest of John Fisher. He's trying to help him get his team out. But to sit up there, and I guess he can't just blatantly come out and say, you know what, we don't want the Oakland A's. We don't want the A's in Oakland anymore. We want to move them to a place that we believe as the, oh my gosh. Like the A's are a top, right now, Oakland, top 6 market in the country, top 10, however you want to cut it. Las Vegas, I don't even know if it's in the top 25 in terms of markets, but it's growing, and they want to be a part of it because it's a hub, and they want Las Vegas to have its major teams, and they want to continue to grow their revenue stream. They want to continue to make money, and they want to continue these owners to make money. John Fisher bought in for $150-odd million, maybe a little bit more when he first got in. The A's are worth $1.1 billion right now. So, we went back earlier, we were talking about how Michael Jordan is a terrible owner, but he still pocketed $3 billion based off of his recent sell. John Fisher is going to win. He is going to win as far as the money is concerned, and Rob Manfred has been an accomplice the entire way. And if that's the case, I can live with that. But on the way out, just pouring dirt on top of the graves of fans and future fans that won't have a chance to root for a baseball team in the city of Oakland. They won't have a chance to root for a sporting team at all in the city of Oakland. To me, at the very least, try to sugarcoat it. At the very least, try to be kind. At the very least, try and make it seem like the reality that we all believe is true is, and thank you. Never Go Full Jeff on YouTube. Las Vegas is the 40th biggest market in the entire country. It's not as if they're leaving for utopia. They're not moving to Paris. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just disgruntled and pissed off and defeated and just pessimistic about the entire situation, but I would have to believe a lot of people feel the same.
Clearly, they feel the same. There were at least 27,000 of them that made it clear they feel the same on Tuesday. Let me ask you this, Evan, because you're on top of this more than I am in terms of the nuance. And that's a fact, because that's why a guy like Dan Patrick has you on a show, because your depth of knowledge on this topic is just so deep. It's why they don't come to me or Spadoni. They go to Giddings.
Oh, Spadoni's got something to say. I know that. Pre-game show, 5 to 6.
I guess what I'll ask you this is there anything that could happen? Or is it over?
Well,
is there anything that could happen? Why are you laughing?
Because the cynicism believes that the ownership group in Oakland has been such terrible and ineffective businessmen throughout this entire process that they could find a way to mess this thing up in Las Vegas if things really happen. The other issue is, of course, the governor of Las Vegas had been in favor of this move. Once it was pushed through the early parts of legislation, it did feel like yesterday, once the governor signed the bill, that was kind of the nail in the coffin, so to speak. And then to hear Rob Manfred come out afterwards and talk about it was just, I mean, at that point, it was already done. In fact, I didn't even listen to it until this morning because I didn't need to hear what he said. The message aligned with everything I believe about the commissioner of Major League Baseball right now.
You know, you brought up something that I really didn't even think about was what are they going to be called if they go to Las Vegas? Well, so I have kind of two questions. You're an A's fan. Mm-hmm. If they become the Las Vegas A's, I take it you will not root for them?
Sports are a narcotic, Steiny.
Oh.
They're a drug that's hard to kick.
Oh.
And the only reason I can speak to this, unfortunately from personal experience, is because, like the man we had on earlier, Dan Fouts, I grew up a San Diego Chargers fan. My mom is from San Diego. I have family that still lives down there. I love the area, and I love the Chargers growing up. Watching them leave hurt me, and it hurt a lot of people in that community. But what I found was I didn't watch the Chargers for a bit, and I couldn't. But I eventually came back to it. I don't love it in the same way. But if the A's move to Las Vegas, if and when, and the ownership sells, and they find themselves as a young upstart team, I don't know. I might find myself watching the A's. It's not going to be the same. I don't know if I'll go out to Las Vegas, every so often to go watch these games because it might hurt me too much. But I'm a fan of baseball, and the reason is because of the Oakland Athletics. And so there's some extension there for that. And the A's are going to be a narcotic that it's going to be hard to kick for me, just speaking honestly. I think I probably will at some point later in my life still watch and maybe even root for whatever the A's become.
Interesting.
And maybe that's
because
minority take, but
yeah, no. The one thing I do think that the A's fans have been crystal clear about is this is not about the team. It's about the way the team's run. It's about who's running the team and how they're running it. I do think that the same fans that, like, you're always going to like the A's.
Mm-hmm.
Even if John Fisher's the owner.
Well, if he's still going to be the owner, it'll be very difficult for me to want them to succeed just because I know he got his way, and I know there's nothing that we can do about it. And he's perfectly okay with being the villain of all this, or Dave Cavill, who's been his mouthpiece for years. They're okay with being the villains in all of this because they got their way. And so while they're still there, I honestly don't think I can root for them to win. The one thing that I keep coming back to is the players that I've been connected to throughout the years because the A's haven't been able to retain anyone. That means there's been a laundry list of guys that have come through that I've felt personal connections to, some of which that I've had personal connections to. A guy like if for example, a guy like Marcus Semien ever rejoins the A's after he wants to finish his career with the A's in Las Vegas. I don't know why he would, but if somehow he ends up on that team, I'd root for him because he's from my hometown of El Cerrito. He went to my high school. He went to Cal. A lot of fans grew up loving him in the Oakland Athletics when he was here. Like, there are personal connections, I think, for people that would not prevent them from rooting for individuals. But as the team is concerned, it's going to be very hard for me to get on board with anything under the ownership of John Fisher.
Yeah. It's really too bad. It's really, really too bad. Looks like the A's are out. Going to Vegas.
But to our overarching question about what does an owner owe as far as success, winning, like that's why I do think that Joe Lacob and other owners in the NBA as well as in Major League Baseball that spend and even in the NFL, they should be applauded because they are the outliers. The majority of owners maybe aren't as fixated on moving their teams or making the city out to be a bad guy like the way that the old Spanos family did in San Diego, along with the way that the Fishers have done here in Oakland. But most of the owners are here to pick up a check. Like the teams are their trust funds. And so a guy like Joe Lacob, who is at least willing to reinvest that money into his own team to try and succeed each and every season, I think to me should be applauded because it doesn't happen very often.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this topic. We have a lot going on today. Mike Dunleavy, Jr., named general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And the question I have for Warrior fans is, do you think this is a sign that they're going to try to keep this together? Do you detect anything from this hire, such as by Mike Dunleavy Jr. being in-house, and instead of going outside the organization, it likely means that they're going to try to keep this thing together for another year or two? Do you have an opinion about that? Also, as it relates to Mike Dunleavy Jr., what should his very first move be? If you were Mike Dunleavy, there's a draft in 6 days.
Boy.
After you make that selection, what do you extend Steve Kerr?
Is that my first move?
Do you re-sign Draymond Green? Do you extend Klay Thompson? Do you find out what Steph Curry's thinking? Even though I'll bet you everybody in the organization knows. But if you're Mike Dunleavy, and this is a start of a new regime, yeah. Was that Myers?
Oh, that is Dunleavy, the boy.
Wait,
yeah, when you guys interviewed, that's why it's funny whenever I play it. It's always
thought it was
Mike
Myers.
Dunleavy.
Well, do it again.
Oh boy,
that's Dunleavy.
Yeah, I think you asked him about whether he'd be like a coach or. I think that was actually asking him about being like taking over for Bob. And he's like, I haven't really thought about it.
That's Junior.
Oh boy,
there you go, Junior.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my he's got quite a task ahead of him. All right, here it is. Here's your chance to be at the Warriors draft press conference on Friday. One lucky listener. Look at Twitch. Look at YouTube. We're holding up a word. All you have to do is text that word to 20357. Text the word we're holding up, and you're in the hopper for a chance to go to Friday's press conference next week where the Warriors have they'll unveil their draft pick. As of right now, it's number 19.
I just figured it out, Steiny.
Yeah.
The first place I heard the word Hopper is the antagonist in Bug's Life. That's the first time I ever heard that word. He's a grasshopper. His name's Hopper. And he took over the anthill in Bug's Life.
Wait, it was his name?
Yeah.
Sounds like Dennis Hopper you heard of.
Well, yeah, but not when I was 6 years old. Like, the first time I ever heard that
word. You didn't see Apocalypse Now when you were 6?
Actually, what kind of childhood did you have?
Was it Apocalypse Now? I think it was Apocalypse Now that he was in.
He was in that. Yeah, Marlon Brando as well as.
Hey, by the way,
Martin Sheen.
You want to see an unbelievable movie? Not Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm.
Go see a movie called Hearts of Darkness. It's a movie about the making of Apocalypse Now.
Isn't that what the book is called? Heart of Darkness, which is what it's based off of?
Joseph Conrad,
yeah.
Maybe? This is called Hearts. This is different. I'm pretty sure. I'll Google it, Trent, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. It's unbelievable because they filmed it. I don't know if they filmed it in Vietnam, but they filmed it somewhere in that
Love
part
the
of the
smell of napalm in the morning.
And they had monsoons, and they almost ran out of money. And there's a scene in there where they kill a cow. Boy, Mike Dunleavy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy, if you haven't heard, he is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. If you're Mike Dunleavy, what's the first thing you do? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back to talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
This is a message for all baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why would you want to resuscitate that?
Ow! That's how I felt listening to Rob Manfred yesterday.
By the way, a couple factual things. I don't think I might have said something wrong. Apocalypse Now was a loose adaptation of Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness.
Oh.
And the documentary about Apocalypse Now is called Hearts of Darkness. It's really good, man. It's really good. I'd highly recommend it. You know what else I'd highly recommend?
Talk to me.
Figuring out how to download the Dan Patrick Show, because Evan Giddings is putting on a show, ladies and gentlemen.
It was a good time. Although I have to admit, the majority of the audience forgot about me immediately because I was followed by Bob Costas, apparently. So,
boy, the real story is him following you.
What?
Facts. Costas total snoozer after Elon.
Absolutely. You know what it was like? You know what I heard happen? I wasn't listening, but I heard what happened was when Costas came on, they started booing him, and then Rick Barry came out and said, "Come on, people."
This is crazy.
Come on, people. Hey, by the way, at some point we got to talk about. Don't take this the wrong way. We got to talk about your sister.
Excuse me?
We got to talk about your sister.
Older sister, married with 3 kids.
Is that
easy?
I just had to put that out there. The way you framed the question.
What is going on here?
Shut up, Fitz. She lives in Oslo?
Stockholm. Sweden. Yeah.
I mean, how do you know your boy? Sweden's in Scandinavia,
yes,
right?
It is.
You know your boy loves Scandinavia.
When's the next time you're getting out to Stockholm? Put you in touch.
I would always, that's on my bucket list. Stockholm, Oslo, Norway. Of course, Norway, the northernmost Scandinavian country, hence Norway.
That's where the lights are supposed to be at their most vivid, I believe.
Yeah, you're talking about the Aurora Borealis.
Mm-hmm. But Stockholm is, I mean, you've done more traveling than I have, but it is the most utopian city that I have ever stepped in. Like, people give certain metropolitan areas around the country some crap for being, dirty, or there's this and stuff going on.
Right.
In Sweden, it's like everyone picks up everything they've ever dropped. There is some sort of unknown entity that cleans the street in 5-minute rotations, because the brick, the houses, it's all centered on these little these aisles. Like it's built around, of course, the ocean, and everything seems to be in perfect place. There's nothing that's out of edge, like at a single angle. It is weird. It creeped me out a little bit when I first got there, but once you, of course, immerse yourself in the Swedish culture, you find that it's pretty damn beautiful.
You know what it sounds like to me? Stepford.
Where's that?
Oh, boy. I forgot I'm working with Evan.
Stepford?
You've never heard of the movie The Stepford Wives?
Oh, yeah, with Matthew Broderick. That one?
That would have been the remake of
there
it,
you go.
but this one was way back.
Was it in black and white?
No. Okay. That's a 3.
Oh, no. I was going to say the only black and white films I've seen are from Kurosawa. So.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Akira. Nice.
Seven Samurai.
That's great knowledge. Now, what was I going to say? Forget.
Something about Stepford and his wives.
Yeah, so the Stepford Wives is a story about this community. What are you laughing at? What's John laughing at?
I don't know.
Evan's just in his bag today. I'm loving it.
Gotcha.
Thanks, man.
Stepford was a community where they tried to set up this utopian suburbia, and they basically drugged the women, is essentially what they did. They drugged all the women to be, like, subservient to men, and how they love being housewives.
Real upper of a movie.
Well, not really. Not really, but it was anyway.
Right down your alley.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you.
So, but at the end of the day, Stepford didn't survive, I don't think.
It was kind of like a Twilight Zone type of thing.
Oh.
Yeah. You love Rod Sterling.
Oh,
don't
my
you?
God.
He's your boy.
I'll tell you what else I loved is the movie, The Twilight Zone. Great movie. Jonathan Lithgow.
I thought that was a show.
It was a show. Good knowledge. And then they made a movie out of it. And in the movie, 4 vignettes. It's not a movie. It's not one whole movie. It's 4 3 or 4 vignettes.
Shout out Friedman's Appliance. Live vignettes.
Nice. Nice. Back to Dunleavy. What's up, City Boy? How you doing, my man?
Good. Just on the Bay Bridge, rolling. Friday. Happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So Dunleavy, you know what? I tell you what, I'm going to really not reserve judgment. I'm going to back this guy until I see a reason not to, because, as a Warriors fan that goes way back, I think we were all disappointed in Dunleavy's success as a player. But let's be honest, he was overdrafted. That's not his fault. That's on the GM. I don't remember if it was Twardzik or who it was, but you can't blame a guy for being overdrafted. And by all accounts, he's a smart guy. He's got basketball pedigree going back to, 1970 or something. I mean, with his dad.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of excited for the Dunleavy era, and I'm in wait and see mode. But I think for his first move, I mean, what I would do, I would try and talk Draymond into opting in. I would offer him and Clay 2-year extensions for $50 million, and kind of tell them, look, this is what it is. You guys, that is market value for them. 12 months from now, I think. So
yeah.
And that would assure them staying. And then I think they got to go get a big boy. I mean, Matt, you've talked about it, and whether it's Zion or Cat. Or, and if, I heard about talk about trading Kuminga for a pick. I think that would signify that they're trying to package a couple of ones. If they trade Kuminga for a high pick, then you got 2 ones to entice somebody into giving up a player. So I think we're going to see a big boy added to this team. Or maybe we'll see some more sort of, ancillary moves. Maybe they go grab a DeRozan or a Zach LaVine, but I wouldn't give up too much for a Bradley Beal or a Zach LaVine. I mean, those guys make so much money.
They do.
And honestly, and are they really even an upgrade over Clay? I mean, maybe marginally, but I'm not looking to spend, if I'm Lacob, I'm not looking to spend, $200 million on a guy that's a marginal upgrade. I want a big time player. So, but I think I trust Joe. And I'm gonna trust Dunleavy until I have a reason not to. So I'm really excited for the future of this team. I think they're gonna set up. They kind of have a lot of pieces to move around, even though there's no wiggle room in free agency. I think there's a lot that can be done. And
hey, no, sorry about that, City Boy. I was going to ask you with that first move, Jordan Poole has to be involved if you're going out to get someone, right?
I mean, he has to be. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I want to like Jordan. What did he have? What did he have a game where he had 4 points in the play?
Yeah.
Points and 4 fouls and 5 turnovers. I mean, you just can't. You can't. I mean, that's just wow. I mean, So yeah, I think him and Kuminga and probably our first round pick are gonna be gone. But I'm willing to do that because you got to move forward. And those guys aren't going to be star players. I mean, they might be good players.
Right.
I'm not saying they're not going to be good players, but they're not going to be great. And I'm willing to move off some good players to bring in something special. So you go get a big boy, and this team could compete for 2 more years for a title. So that's what we want, and that's what I want. So, and I do want to say this next couple of 3 weeks is going to be super exciting.
Yes, it is.
It's all going to happen. It's all coming down the pike immediately. So.
Good stuff, City.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because in 5 minutes, if you go to YouTube and Twitch, we can show a keyword that will give you a chance to be a part of that when they introduce the newest draftee for the Golden State Warriors at the Chase Center. So YouTube and Twitch are going to be showing a keyword and the code to text.
All right. You know how Guru and you often and anybody who knows me gets on me because Danny, you never take a strong stand.
You said it, not me.
He's on the fence.
Your words.
Yeah, because I'm a little analytical and I like to look at a situation from a 360. I like to do a 360 on it. You look around, you take every angle, and then you look at it and you present them and you, So what I'm getting at, I'm going to take it. You know what? Put in the cap. You cannot trade Kuminga. You can't trade Kuminga.
Why?
Because even though you might even think he's behind schedule, you can't tell me he can't help you next year. You can't tell me he cannot help you next year. I'm not giving up on a guy who's been in the league 2 years, who never played college basketball, who's shown signs of life. Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't think he should play on a team or a lot of minutes on a team if you really think you're going to win a title. That's fine. That was 2 years ago. Last year, he didn't play a lot at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that because at that point, you were going to try to win a title and you needed another run. But Evan, you cannot tell me Kuminga can't be helpful next year you can't tell me he won't be helpful next year if he's a Warrior.
I certainly hope he would be, and I want him to be. And I think if the development that we saw at the end of this regular season continues to next season, he will be. But the reason why, just from talking about how I know you a little bit, the reason why I think you're on that train is because you don't believe that a move involving Jonathan Kuminga gets the Warriors from, let's say, wherever they are now to being a title contender or favorite potentially. Like, there's no move out there involving Kuminga that you think can move the needle that much.
I mean, I don't know. If there is, obviously, if the Warriors have traded Kuminga in the number 19 for Giannis, well,
then see ya.
Correct. But on balance,
like none of the names we've thrown out there, Bradley Beal, I guess Chris Paul's a different story, but a trade target. DeRozan, who City Boy just threw out, Zach LaVine. None of those guys are worth Kuminga.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't, because I know what they are. And City Boy said, Kuminga's not going to be a star. Let's see. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I got to see that. You can't draft James Wiseman and trade him for Gary Payton Jr. and then draft Jonathan Kuminga at 7 and trade him 2 years later for, I guarantee you, it's going to be underwhelming.
And it feels like Steve Kerr wants to groom him to be the next, four-man kind of new Golden State generation power forward. He's discussed him so often as playing that position specifically. And in the modern game, if we're talking about not being able to play with two non-shooters or two non-scoring threats on the floor, well, Jonathan Kuminga, ideally, in the near future, eliminates that scenario for Golden State. He makes them have multiple scoring threats from the 4 or 5 position. And if that means that, maybe he has to sit behind Draymond Green for another year, like, I'm with City Boy. Ideally, you would have Draymond opt in for one more year, but I don't think he's going to do that.
Right.
The question becomes then, if you re-sign Draymond Green for the next 3 years, you align him with Clay, you align him with Steph, you align him with Kerr, then don't you have to trade Kuminga?
Well, you don't have to, but
he's not going to play, or he's not going to get that kind of runway that's been afforded to other young players.
Did he play Yeah, you're right. I was going to say, did he? He played a lot when Wiggins was out, but. Again, let me be. I don't know. There's a chance Kuminga might not be as good as people think, but I'll be damned if I'm going to watch Kuminga play for another team 4 years from now when we stink. If that that's good. That's what you can't do.
But I also think that even this year, even if all that happens and everything falls into place and you bring the guys back and you run it back, Jonathan Kuminga could be the perfect safety net. The question is, does he want to be that guy? Because from all the reports that we've heard, he wants his role to increase. He wants more minutes. He might even want to start. I don't know. But what he doesn't want to do is what happened last year, because that we've clearly seen put him on the poster of frustration.
Yeah. This guy's intriguing me. Lefty in Walnut Creek. Wants to talk a little Sweden? Lefty? How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Steiny? You got me intrigued talking about Sweden. So back in 1991, I was just done playing college ball, and I got a chance to go over to Sweden to coach over there. I'm like, crap, they played baseball in Sweden. Well, they did. They hired American coaches to go over there and, teach them the game and play. So I coached 3 teams, and I played for the senior team. One of the teams I coached was a girls' softball team. That didn't suck either. But one thing I noticed, and I'll ask you guys if you know why, I was a left-handed pitcher, so I got to pitch, for the senior team.
You were crafty.
Exactly. So most of the batters over there, like 5 or 6 in every lineup, were left-handed batters. Just the opposite of what we find here in America.
Huh.
You guys take a guess why most of the batters in Sweden were left-handed? The Swedish players.
Do they teach them to write left-handed?
No, it goes to their biggest sport back there, which is hockey.
Yeah.
So the players were all taught playing hockey left hand low. So when they got into baseball, they just had that same grip. And that's why they were all left-handed batters for the most part.
Fascinating.
I like it. Did you like it over there, Lefty? Real quick.
What? Go ahead.
Did you like it?
Matt, I'm a 25-year-old kid from California. Do you think I had a great summer over there?
I bet you did.
That's a dumb question from Steiny. Thanks, Lefty. Appreciate it. Of course you did.
Beautiful people in the world.
Can I ask you one thing about Sweden? You want to hold up the word?
Yeah. I'll hold up the word on
You hold up
YouTube and
the word.
Twitch while you ask me a question about Sweden. Get to
Okay.
YouTube and Twitch right now, holding up a word. Text that word to the code also on the sheet for your chance to go to the Warriors introductory press conference at Chase Center for the newest draftee.
What's the diversity like in Sweden?
Like a lot of European countries.
Well,
not great.
Okay. Well, I would say, like, the 2 countries I've been to, London and Paris, are unbelievably diverse.
As far as what, like their
all different colors,
their thoughts, their people,
mostly the color of the people.
Okay.
You see all different shapes, sizes, and colors
In that
London and Paris.
In that department, Sweden can't help you a whole lot, at least from what I've seen.
All right.
Doesn't mean there aren't some progressives out there. Doesn't mean there's certain kind of people. It just, I don't know, maybe the cold keeps them out. Who knows?
Gotcha. Hey, gotcha. Austin and Santa. Steiny is in over his head right now. Oh, please. Oh, please. Not in over my head.
About Sweden, you might be.
No.
What?
I'm asking questions about Sweden.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying I know it all about Sweden, but I do. And Austin laughing about diversity in Sweden. You've heard the story about a 5-minute fool and a lifetime fool, right?
No, but I'd love to hear it.
Oh. Well, maybe Austin hasn't heard it either. So I just said, how's the diversity in Sweden?
Yeah.
And apparently it was a very dumb question. Just totally dumb. Okay, so Steinmetz, you're a 5-minute fool. But you know what? If I don't ask that question, I really never know. And then I'm a lifetime fool. So, okay, I was a 5-minute fool.
We teach lessons on Steiny Guru.
We try. Angry vegans in Richmond want to talk about Junior. What's up, Angry?
Hey, man. How's it going? Not much. I'm Norwegian, by the way. It's an incredible country, and Steiny's right. There's increasing diversity over the last 40 years. They've been getting more and more immigration. But anyway, in terms of Dunleavy, think about this. He was the head of scouting, and I think Lacob's smart. So maybe Dunleavy was the one guy in the room saying, maybe you don't want Wiseman. Maybe you want, LaMelo Ball. Or maybe he's the one saying, maybe you don't want Kuminga. You want Franz Wagner. I got to imagine, supposedly everybody shares their opinion there, that Lacob learned something from what Dunleavy had to say about scouting over the last 5 years. And maybe also that's the reason they might trade Kuminga. Maybe he had that opinion back then.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and Angry's basically saying, well, what if Dunleavy's been behind the scenes and some of the stuff that he voiced input about that didn't get done maybe are turning out would have been better than what they had done. I have no idea. Yes, John.
Do you guys think if 2 vegans get into a fight, they still consider it beef?
That's a 3. That is a 3.
I want to say I heard that before.
I had.
If they get over it, do you consider it squashed?
Okay.
It's a 4 as a dad joke, no doubt about it. I know London and Paris aren't countries.
You
nitwit. Of course, England, because of London,
UK?
has a lot of diversity.
Or is it back to Britain?
Yeah, there's no UK.
Don't be disrespectful.
To Ireland.
Okay.
I had something really good to say. I forgot.
So, when he's talking about...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, when he's bringing up Dunleavy, it kind of got me thinking about, okay, well, if Kuminga was Dunleavy's guy, wasn't it reported that Mike Dunleavy was involved in the Jordan Poole contract negotiation? Like, he was at the forefront of trying to help retain and extend Jordan Poole. So, but Jordan Poole's name has been involved in just about every trade rumor that we've talked about. So if it's true that he wouldn't want to move Kuminga because of his association with him as a draft pick, wouldn't that also apply to Jordan Poole, or no?
Yeah, although I do think this. I think opinions can change over the course of years, and they often do, quite frankly. I mean, like, just as a fan or as a coach, you can like a player less now than you used to like him. You can like him more now. You can gain an appreciation for him. You see him play 2 or 3 years, you realize there are things he can do. So, is there a chance that Dunleavy loved Poole last year, which is understandable because Poole was a big part of their championship?
A lot of people did.
And now he had a bad year, but he's getting paid. Yeah, I mean, I could see either thing. I could see Mike Dunleavy saying, we can get him back. He can become the player he was. Or, you know what? I didn't really see this side of Jordan Poole when we drafted him and maybe early in his career, so maybe it is time to move on.
Well, do you apply the same view of Kuminga as not really knowing what he is as a player and not wanting to give up on that potential to Jordan Poole? Because he's only 23 years old. I know he's played a lot more basketball. We have more of a sample size to make a judgment on about his game and where he could go. But if you're not willing to give up on Kuminga, why would you be willing to give up on Poole? Or do you look at them as completely different?
I look at them as different because I think you might get a team that saw Poole last year and liked him. And then said, you know what? He's in a bad situation this year after the punch, but we're going to acquire the player from a year ago. My question is, we had Brian Geltzeiler on yesterday, and we were talking about Bradley Beal. And there was a lot of Bradley Beal, Jay Williams said Bradley Beal, the Warriors would be unbelievable. Well, what Brian Geltzeiler said is, what about Porzingis?
Mm-hmm.
Porzingis is he's got an opt-out, just like Draymond Green. Only he's making $36 million next year. So the question is, what's Washington want to do? What are they going to do? And then what's Porzingis going to do? Maybe they're trying to clean house in Washington. Just throwing this out there. I mean, if he makes 36, would you do Poole, Kuminga, and number 19 for Porzingis?
So instead of turning Jordan Poole into 2 players, you'd be turning both Poole and Kuminga into 1 player.
Right.
And Geltzeiler's scenario also involved re-signing Draymond Green.
No doubt.
Because he said, what would KP look like with Draymond?
Right.
I think that would be formidable. And I think that would, along with Wiggins, Clay, and Steph, along with the bench right now that, if you don't include Kuminga and Poole, would probably be Gary Payton II. I guess you'd bring Kevon Looney off the bench.
You'd need a big step up from Patrick Baldwin Jr.
You'd either need a big leap from him, you need a big leap from Moses Moody if you feel like he's ready to step into kind of a full-time bench role. Maybe there's
So you're doing it. Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole, and the number 19 for Kristaps Porzingis.
I think there's better options elsewhere, but
I'm not doing that.
That would align with the big 3 staying together, which I believe needs to happen. And if that's the best way that they can get better, I think it's a lot. Look, Kristaps Porzingis had a great season last year, played the most games in his career, I think, since age 21. He's 24-9, shot 50+% from the floor. He had a great season, but I don't know if he can replicate that, nor do I think that he can do it over what you'd probably have to pay him for, because he's not coming over, opting in for a year, and then going on the market. Number one, you wouldn't trade for him to do that. You'd be signing him assuming he's going to stay long-term.
Maybe. You'd hope so.
Well, I think that's an awful lot to give up. A first-round pick, Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole for 1 year of Kristaps Porzingis. That's why I wouldn't do it.
The hope, we got to take a break.
Oh,
I also, on the other side, 888-957-9570. Brian Geltzeiler, SiriusXM Radio, NBA expert, Said, what about Porzingis? Forget Bradley Beal. He said, what about Porzingis? I'm out on Kuminga, Poole, and a pick for Porzingis. In fact, I'm leaning more toward keeping Poole and Kuminga and looking at other ways to help my team. That's me. What about you? I'm not trading Poole and Kuminga right now unless it's a blockbuster that gets us right back into the thick of things. 888-957-9570 is the number. And also, I've got a correction to make on my Stepford wives' knowledge. That's coming up on the other side.
Mom? Dad?
You know those awful family
you gotta
reunion
go do that.
T-shirts?
The Johnsons?
We had 38 Johnsons together in Dallas. Oh, there's another cut. 38 Johnsons we had out at our family reunion. Oh, yes, 99.
I actually, what I could see Daryl the Guru Johnson coming back with is, I'm sure he'll have a family reunion T-shirt, this kind of stuff. But what he's going to wear in is his newest apparel of the Dallas Cowboys. That's what he's going out to get and fetch and bring back, and that's what I think he'll be rocking on Monday. I don't know, it might be a Tony Pollard jersey, might be Van Der Esch, maybe Jerry Jones. He could have a jersey on.
The other thing that's going to happen when he comes back, I think, is we're going to notice that he's lost a lot of weight. I think he's into this.
He's looking slim.
I think he's into the soda.
Yeah.
Weight loss program. He lost 10 pounds in week 1. His weigh-in is probably tomorrow for week 2.
He better be careful.
And then he'll be back, on Thursday next week or Wednesday?
Yep. Thursday.
Thursday. He's going to be down at least another 10 by the time we see him.
How do you think he's doing with all the barbecue around down there?
I actually, I got to be honest, he seemed pretty committed.
No, I think so too, because we've seen him out at the cafeteria, and he stays away from the pop. He stays away from the beer. He stays away from his usual drink, and he's admitted even it's difficult. It's tough for him, but he's been locked in. Like, I got to give Goo a lot of credit. I didn't doubt him, but. It's always interesting when you see someone try and go through a transformation, whether it's with their diet or any part of their life. There's always those moments of kind of weakness that you see them in, and a moment at the cafeteria could absolutely be a place where he could, I'll put it off. I'm gonna start it, next week or restart over this weekend. But no, credit to him, he's been locked in.
By the same token,
and Bonte.
Yes, by the same token, there is also the opposite feeling when you do something for 5 days and you're like, holy cow, I lost 6 pounds. And you just get into it. Then you're just like, how much can I lose this week? The problem is that 1 week where you're like, this is unbelievable. Yeah, you didn't lose any weight last week. And then you're like, well, the hell with it then.
Well, and eventually your body's going to get to that point where you have to plateau. That's the tough part. But I know Soda does an incredible job at making you do the weigh-ins, at taking pictures. And those are all, yes, to give you some sort of starting point, but they're also motivation so that when you look in yourself in the mirror and we see the Guru with his beautiful daughter who's graduated high school, is heading to college next year. When you see him and he's looking all thin and he's looking slim, Goo loves posting those pictures and he loves people seeing him in a happy, fit place. And I hope he's able to stay there for as long as possible.
Yeah, me too.
And shout out to Soda, weight loss.
Absolutely.
For helping him.
From the 707, I just listened to the Dan Patrick Show. Or I listen to the Dan Patrick Show every day, and I heard a familiar voice on there this morning. Great job, Evan, representing the Oakland A's.
Well, thanks to the 707.
I think he meant the Oakland fans. But nevertheless.
Yeah, no.
The compliment was
not
was
talking
there.
about ownership. But no, appreciate it. Yeah, you can go check that out. It's on I think it's up on YouTube on the Dan Patrick Show channel. And it was fun to be hopping on the second most important radio show of the day.
Yeah, and also, try to get a hold of that and see if we can get like Dan Patrick. Your interview's the most downloaded interview, and probably not.
Again, Bob Costas came after, so I probably got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, and talking about the pitch clock working. Yeah, who cares? Talking about the. By the way, you're a human jinx for this guy Arias.
Luis?
What's
Come
he
on,
hitting now?
Steiny.
Ever since you brought up 400, I think he's down about 352 now.
Why, you got him on your team? Is that why?
No, but I do have Dansby Swanson.
Just hit a home run?
Yes, he did.
No, look, my point is simply not that Luis Arias is going to hit 400 for the entire season. By the way, he's down to 378. But if he were hitting 400 in 1978 at this time in the year, there would be chatter about it. I'm not saying there should be. It's not important in the grand scheme of things. Wake me up when September ends, which they played earlier. Shout out Green Day. But Luis Arias, it just goes to show how few eyes are on the grander stories of baseball. Like, it took Aaron Judge breaking the AL home run record, and I don't know if we talked about him until the second or third to last week of the season. That's just how things can go.
All right.
Because we're locked into the Giants, right?
Well, the funny
San Francisco.
Well, I told you guys this yesterday. I don't understand why there'd be any urgency for the San Francisco Giants. It's like, just do what you're doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They got 10 games coming up in the next 10 days. They got the Dodgers, they got the Padres, and they got the Diamondbacks. 3 teams from the NL West.
10 games starting tonight.
That's right. I just said 10 games in 10 days.
What do you think? Well, I was trying to set up something. So
okay.
10 games, what do you think they go? Because, I mean, they're going through the NL West gauntlet right now.
I think they're going to go 5-5. And I think that's good. That'd be a good 5-5. Because those are 3 good teams.
I'm with you. If they go 5-5, I will look at this team and be impressed.
They'll still be 4 games over at that point.
They'll still be in the last spot in the wild card.
Exactly.
But to the point about the kids, because I'm not full Larry Krueger. I'm not just, trade Alex Cobb, trade away all these guys in order to clear room for the young boys to come up. But where I will hear him and extend the olive branch is, what was that record of the last 49 games, Steiny, that the Giants have been?
They're 30-19.
Did that happen to coincide with some player movement, a la Casey Schmidt, a la Patrick Bailey, a la now Luis Matos?
Well, Matos had nothing to do with it.
Well, he didn't, although he is 1-0 in his Giants career.
He had nothing to do with 30-19.
He's undefeated. So the rookies that they've brought up this year have helped inject some life into this team. What's to say if they did it the first 19 games of the season, they wouldn't be sitting a lot closer to first place in the NL West.
Yeah, keep bringing more up. See how good you are. Yeah, bring more young kids up.
You haven't failed yet?
Please.
What? We're not talking about Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman here, okay?
By the way.
We're talking about what?
I got to tell you. So Krueger yesterday, remember they came in and Krueger had some take that was going to be that Willard set up, and I said, I didn't go to my car. I don't even know what it was.
Oh, really?
Anybody remember what Krueger's take was?
It's what I just said.
Take all the kids, get rid of Cobb?
Yes. Yeah.
Get rid of Cobb?
Trade Alex Cobb. I think Alex Wood was also on the block in his hypothetical. Who else was on the trading block? Like Wilmer Flores. Basically players.
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
If he's in the way of a top-tier prospect coming up and getting continuous reps and a lot of ABs or innings pitched, get him out of here. Clear the room. It's okay. We can be bad this year because we want to get the young guys into the bigs, get them experience, and then next year, Steiny's going to be the year. Well, it sounds like that's what the point of it is.
That's preposterous.
You're preposterous.
That's... You know what? That just sounded like a little snippet of Between the Ferns.
Which I do love.
It's pretty funny. No. Why would you do that right now? You're 36-32. You're playing good baseball. I don't get it.
But anyway, they need to go out and get a big boy, Steiny.
The Warriors.
No.
Well, I'll tell you who you go out and get.
Strosho?
Yeah. No.
Bieber?
Nope.
You're a big fan of the Biebs.
I do like him. You got to go get Ohtani. Nice little series from him.
Oh, down in Texas.
Holy Toledo. This guy's unbelievable.
And
I mean,
talk to him.
I don't even think we know how great he's doing. Like, it is incredible. He's basically the best hitter and the best pitcher in baseball.
We've never seen anything like it before.
No, we haven't. I don't think we have.
Even the Babe Ruth example, he didn't pitch and hit at that level at the same time. So even if we want to throw that in my face.
How much would you pay him anything he wants?
Yes, blank check. And this is where I will channel my inner guru because hand Steve Kerr blank check, hand Kyle Shanahan blank check. I don't know, but I would legitimately hand Shohei Ohtani a blank check and say, I'll pay you in American dollars, I'll pay you in yen, I'll pay you in euros, I'll pay you in rupees, which have found their way into our YouTube chat at times this year. I'll pay you whatever you want to be a San Francisco Giant next year and for the foreseeable future.
I think you have to. Steiny, do you ever give Guru a hug and tell him you love him? I don't hug him, but I've told him I loved him. I have.
I've witnessed that, yeah.
I've definitely told Guru. Okay, we can open up the...
I've seen Guru hug you.
When?
At the bar.
I love you. Anyway, yeah. By the way, Friday, didn't we open? Wasn't it last Friday that somebody that was, hey, if you want to ask Guru a question?
Yeah, it was Ask Me Anything on Friday.
Ask Me Anything.
I'll ask you anything, yep.
Okay. Well, we can do Ask Evan Anything from now till 2 o'clock. I'm not going to do it the whole show, but if somebody wants to ask Evan a question, maybe you're a young broadcaster wanting to break into the play-by-play game. You have some questions for Evan. I'll take some questions too, but I'm not as fascinating as Evan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you asked a really interesting question at the start of the segment.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, it was during the break.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Mike Dunleavy was hired to extend the championship runway or to tear it down? I think that's a really good question. And I would say my guess would be to try to extend the runway. That's what it feels like. Just it feels like they're talking to Draymond. It feels like Poole has been further separated during this offseason from the team. While I do think there's something to him being in-house means some kind of stability, whereas had they gone outside the organization, maybe it meant we're going to try to transition in a hurry. So I think my answer would be they probably hired him to extend the runway.
I'm in agreement with you. I think if you have to choose one or the other, that Mike Dunleavy Jr. was not brought in to tear this thing down. But unfortunately for him, there are some outside factors that he has no control over that could impact whether he has to choose between one or the other. And the biggest one right now is, of course, if Draymond Green opts in or not. Now, reportedly, he's been in talks with Dunleavy about staying in Golden State. That signals to me they want to extend the runway. And then, of course, the other moves. What kind of player do they draft? I would imagine, based on everything we've heard from Steve Kerr before, of course, he went on Draymond's podcast and talked about the Miami Heat and their lack of inexperience in relation to their title run or their finals run, along with everything we've kind of heard him talking about how guys, he really loves college players, loves 3 or 4 years guys. If they draft one of those guys, that also signals to me that they're extending the runway. But I also think that Joe Lacob is forward-thinking enough to know that Mike Dunleavy Jr. could be a guy to not tear it down, but also could be the guy to extend the runway and then transition into the next phase. And I think the ideal window to do that is at the end of Stephen Curry's current contract. That doesn't mean Steph won't be in Golden State beyond 3 years, but that to me is about the next 3 years is I think where Dunleavy Jr. is going to prove that it is, in fact, the latter of the question. He's here to extend the runway, not tear it down.
Kevin N4 says, tear it down? Who the hell would ask that question? That might have been too forceful, but maybe begin to tear it down? Will you meet me there? To begin to tear it down, and it would start with not having Draymond Green back.
Well, and that's the thing.
But yeah, tear it down. It's not all going to happen in this year.
Well, if we knew that Joe Lacob, his first contract offer to Stephen Curry in his last year was not the max. Well, I'm assuming he's also going to not offer whatever the full amount that Draymond or Klay Thompson could potentially get. He's not going to immediately start with $25 or $30 million.
Right.
So what if that pisses off Draymond Green? He said, no, man, I'm not coming back for a pay cut. In fact, whatever the offer was that you got coming after this, I don't want to hear it either because I feel disrespected by your offer. Well, then he opts out and he says, I'm going somewhere else. Then, if you consider yourself needing Draymond Green to be a title contender, you don't even get the choice whether to re-sign him or not, then you might have a choice.
Well, and that's where the whole I think it's complete posturing. And I think the Warriors would like to have Draymond back. I think he ideally would come back. But by him saying I want to retire a Warrior,
please do,
means nothing other than That's what he wants.
Yeah.
But how much does he want it? You want to take the veteran minimum? Well, of course not. That's stupid. Okay. Well, but we can't pay you 30. So how much do you want to retire a Warrior? So that that's the numbers, if they come out on a Draymond extension, are going to be what it's all about. And then if Clay gets it, it would be a re-signing with Draymond. With Clay, it would be an extension. But those numbers are going to be fascinating. By the way, I made a mistake earlier.
Oh, wait, but before you do that, I want to let people know that just before this last top of the hour break, we're going to be giving away your opportunity to get in the hopper, go to the Warriors introductory press conference next week at Chase Center for the newest member of the Warriors via the NBA draft. We're going to do that right before the break. I'll hold up a keyword. You got to get to YouTube and Twitch while you're there. Subscribe to participate.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We were talking about the Stepford wives earlier.
Thought there were sons. No. Okay, sorry. Wives.
It's Mumford.
Oh, Mumford. Thank you.
They have that song with the profanity in it.
A lot of people do.
No, but this one's very noted. It's you could hook it up, my friend. I forget that song. It was a good song, Mumford and Sons.
Okay, so the Mumford wives.
What's it called? It has a catchy beat. You know it, John? It's don't tell me I'm gonna Mumford. It was top of the charts 8 years ago. What's it called? Their big song, Mumford and Sons.
I Will Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the name of the song or just what we're doing?
Yeah, I'll wait. I don't know. Anyway, Stepford wives. I said the wives were drugged. Apparently that's not true. Susan texted in, and also somebody on the YouTube chat said, no, they were robots. They made them into robots. They took the wife and they enhanced the wife via a robot, like her figure and her mindset, and they made robots into subservient women. And
that to me sounds much more interesting than poisoning them. I'm more into the sci-fi aspect.
No, they killed them. So it would be like the wives, they killed the wives and replaced them with robots. But each of the robots were a better quote unquote, better version of the original human being. In other words, the men being in the Stepford community basically got to design their new wife.
Well, if the Golden State Warriors got to design their newest draft pick, what do you think that would look like?
Well, you know what? I was going to ask the same question you asked about Dunleavy. I was thinking next Thursday, the draft is happening. What do you think's going to happen? With the 19th pick, the Golden State Warriors select somebody you've never heard of, or do you think Adam Silver's coming out and saying, we have a trade? We have a trade. The Golden State Warriors send the rights to the player you've never heard of to the Charlotte Hornets for, I don't know, whoever's on the Hornets other than LaMelo Ball.
I think if the Warriors are going to make a splash move, a trade, wouldn't it has to be before the draft, because whoever you take after, unless I guess there's been some action about you could trade Kuminga to move up in the draft to take someone at, if we threw out the Wizards, for example, they draft number 8. So if there's a move involved there, you could trade up, send Kuminga, get a top 10 pick, and then maybe you could package that afterwards based on who you select. Maybe that's more of a wanted asset for another team. But no, I think, Steiny, if they're going to go out and get a big boy,
yes,
figuratively or not, it has to be before the draft. And you almost have to decide what that pick, like Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and X pick, to me is more intriguing to other teams than Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Joe Johnson from Missouri.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying there.
But it doesn't sound like you believe it. Like, you still think that there's an avenue for them to make a big trade after the draft?
Yeah. In free agency, I think it's possible. But I think it's also possible on draft night also that something may happen. I mean, to me, that's another thing. If we don't hear, let's say we don't hear anything until Thursday, and the Warriors trade the 19th pick, that tells me, it would tell me that probably means Draymond's coming back, right? Because unless you're sure a 19th pick can play for your team, which the evidence isn't there that he can, it tells me that they might be moving off a young guy to try to get a little bit older.
Well, which way are you leaning? And maybe this is something we can get into on the other side.
To what they're going to do?
Making the pick or using the pick? And we got a break coming up in a minute, so we can get onto that.
I would make the pick, but my direction with this Warrior team's a little bit different than others. I'm not interested in bringing Draymond and Clay back for 3 years. Like, that doesn't do it for me. And I know, and you know what? This is where people are right. Me not being a Warrior fan makes it easier for me to say that. There's absolute truth to that. I just don't like the, I subscribe to the you got to lose a guy a year early before a year late. I see a scenario in which in 2 or 3 years, Draymond, Clay, and Steph are playing obviously their worst basketball of their career. Still probably pretty good, but we got a lot of guys in the team, those three, and they're making a lot of money, and now you're hamstrung. I just am not a fan. The one thing I'm not a fan of is anybody who says, who cares about 2025? I do. And I think Joe Lacob does too, because you cannot, it's just not that simple to say the future be damned. I just, even for Steph Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. And when we come back, that segment will be sponsored by Cars.com. Go ahead, Evan.
I told you just before the break, going to hold up that word one last time on YouTube and Twitch. Text it to the number below, and you'll have a chance to go potentially see that number 19 pick next week at Chase Center for the Warriors introductory press conference.
All right, there you hear it. On the other side, we'll talk more. Mm-hmm.
I love it! Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day over the course of this ad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This song right here.
Don't you got to be careful with that if there's
I'm
a lot
going to pull it off soon.
Cut that.
Let's pause. Make sure to pause that now. Close that app. Yeah, there's a bad word in there. Mumford and Son, Little Lion Man. Thank you to the text line and to Joe Spadoni. I appreciate that.
Our guy.
Somebody hit a text here that kind of hit home with me. And
They from Reading?
No. It was a guy, I can't remember, but he's like, Steiner, are you a fan of anything? And, it hurt my feelings a little bit. Because he said, don't say basketball.
Some might say, now they know you have feelings.
So I thought about it a lot. I forget who it was on the text line. Probably Drew Down or somebody. No, it was Rebel 4. I don't know. Anyway, it made me think. And you know what I realized? I'm not a fan of teams. I'm a fan of people. Certain people. Like, I'm a Bob Myers fan.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I'm a Steph Curry fan because I got to watch him for 13 years on and off the court. The guy is just one of a kind. Love Steph Curry. Everybody out there knows I have a crush on Andrew Bogut. I love Andrew Bogut.
Yes, you do.
I thought he was an integral piece of the first championship. So there you go.
And
I root for people.
But I also know that
teams.
you don't just root for the great players. Like, you root for Stephen Curry because of how great he is, yes, as a player, but also because of the person he is.
Yes.
Andrew Bogut, because of the person he is in addition to the player.
Not really.
Well, his personality. I'm saying, like, you kind of know the way he operates, the way he moves. He's not greasy. He's not shady. He's straight up.
Yeah, I like Bogut.
But I think we need to distinguish that it's not like you're like when people say, hey, I'm a LeBron fan or I'm a Steph fan, that kind of turns people off because they feel like you're basically you're front running. You're all about winning.
Right.
But that's not the case with you.
No, I like to pick people who are maybe a little under the radar. Steph Curry's greatness is obviously out there in the open for everybody to see. But let's say a guy like...
But you like a guy like Barry Zito, right?
No. I
Why
can't
not?
stand him.
Oh, geez. Why? I thought you always bring him up when we talk about redemption stories.
Okay. He's a good guy. There's no doubt about it. So as a person, yes. Barry Zito's fine. I like him. Good guitar player. So, yeah, I like Barry Zito. What I didn't like about Barry Zito was how high maintenance he was. I've told it, he couldn't come out of the bullpen. Why? Oh, it messes with my routine. Well, you're not getting anybody out as a starter, and now you're telling me you won't relieve. That's a problem.
Starting pitchers have a routine, Stanley.
What was your routine?
My routine?
Yeah, what was your routine, and when did it start?
Well, the 3 times I got to start
At
in college.
Willamette.
Well, it always moved, but we had to get to the field. So, all right, so you know this. As a Division III player, like, you don't have all the regular, I don't know, let's call it amenities of a Division I or even Division II athlete. Like, we had to take care of the baseball field. There was no grounds crew out there shuffling dirt or pushing water, pools of water built up from Pacific Northwest rain. So we'd get out there at 7 a.m. for a 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock doubleheader. And the only person that doesn't have to participate in groundwork is the starting pitcher.
Nice.
So I'm showing up early, and I'm taking a nap. Like, I'm getting more sleep. So I'll pull up with my... What did I used to get from McDonald's? A couple of hash browns, some coffee, orange juice, bring it to the field, sit in the clubhouse. I would help with a couple of things like like, for example, something a lot of people don't think about is you have to take the baseballs and then rub them with some mud or, kind of get some sort of something on it, right? They call it Mississippi mud in the show. But basically, so you'll participate in that. And then afterwards, you kind of hang out. I would start stretching around an hour before first pitch, and then I would start to throw in my bullpen about a half hour before. But everyone's different. One of our starters would show up 45 minutes before a game. That's often what a lot of times major league pitchers will do. And in particular situations, sometimes they're even later. Like a guy like Dallas Braden, he threw his perfect game on Mother's Day back in the day. Historic. he was late or later than when he normally shows up to the ballpark. And he's admitted that he came through like a half hour, 45 minutes before first pitch, and then threw a perfect game. So he didn't have his time to get his bullpen in, didn't get his stretching, his massaging, all that stuff that people usually do as a starting pitcher. So everyone's got a different routine, and you got to respect it. That's the bottom line.
Who has to?
Everyone.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to come at it from another point of view.
People on the team, people in the crowd.
You know what? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. You should have been out there helping your teammates even when you were getting the start. Shame on you. I only had one routine on game days at Franklin and Marshall College, and it's usually in order to prepare for the game, I didn't go to class so I could prepare for the game. That was my one.
Yeah, you'd read scouting reports on.
Absolutely, yeah.
What was it? On Muhlenberg.
That's not bad. The Mules, Mules. And I also see. I didn't have any routines worth sharing. But no, it's a good question. I'm a fan of people more than anything else. And then I will. Last year, who'd the Eagles lose to in the sixth? Kansas City?
Yeah,
I was rooting for the Eagles. But they lost, and we're on to Cincinnati. You know what I mean?
Actually, they're on to the offseason, but that's fine.
And by the way, Eagles had a great offseason. 49er fans, you don't want to talk about that.
I think the 49ers do want to talk about it because
Eagles
they
got rid of their dead
the
weight.
Eagles' best defensive player.
Only plays 2/3 of the snaps. And it's Javon.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Hargrave.
Yes. It isn't Javon.
Arguably the best defensive tackle in football.
You know what? And that's where I'll have to get some of my season ticket holder Eagle fans to address that.
Aaron Donald can take a seat.
All right. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, there's a lot of news today. And let me share some of it with you. Mike Dunleavy Jr., he's the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And he's on the job. And he's been on the job seemingly for the last few weeks. And he's going to take over for Bob Myers. John Morant, we didn't talk about this at all. John Morant suspended 25 games. We talked a lot yesterday, Evan, about Bradley Beal. His agent is calling teams to suggest trade ideas, and if the Washington Wizards are amenable to it, they're going to trade Bradley Beal. And the two frontrunners right now, Miami Heat and Milwaukee Bucks. You want to see the Warriors get in on that at all? There's another name out of Washington, Kristaps Porzingis. He might be available. Would you rather have Porzingis than Beal? Do you want neither of them? I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga at this point. I'm just not, unless it's for an absolute big boy and it looks like a no-brainer. But and I've been, and this is the thing, Evan. Like, I'm glad you're in today and not Guru. You know why?
Don't cut that.
You know why?
You better be careful.
Because he would be saying, Sonny, all year long, you said Kuminga shouldn't play because they're a championship team and he's not ready. And you always took Steve Kerr's side. And yeah, you're right about all that. All of it. He's still 20 years old. And I am a long way from giving up on Jonathan Kuminga.
The thing is with Jonathan Kuminga is he going to be okay with the same role next year as this year? Because there's a good chance that could be his near future. Like he's going to be the guy that has to start instead of Andrew Wiggins if he needs a night off. If they're load managing Draymond Green, if they're load managing Klay Thompson, maybe if Stephen Curry gets hurt, they go to a bigger lineup. Who's to say? But Jonathan Kuminga, if Draymond Green is still on the team, is not going to have an avenue to an automatic 25 or 30 minutes a night, which is what he seems to want.
From the YouTube chat, Louise, that's my grandmother's name, Louisa. Louise Robertson saying Steiny's wearing us down word by word. Huh.
Do you have a word count?
Yeah, it's called 4 hours of talking. Come on, Louise. What's going on, Louise? What are you doing to me?
Well,
Steiny's San Jose Jazz fan. Steiny's a great source of material for everyone here. I'm trying to be nice to the YouTube chat. I give him shout-outs. I give him credit.
Well, here comes one. Miller Hannah. We love Steiny. In fact, he was asking about you taking your victory lap, which you did at the top of the show about the Dunleavy news. But you're not trading Kuminga, so that means it sounds like you're trading Poole.
If I have to, again, if we're going in that direction where we're going to bend over backwards for Steph Curry and we're going to compromise the future of the organization for Steph Curry, and we're going to take a beating 5 years from now because that's what Steph wants, then, yeah, I guess I'm trading Jordan Poole. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding about trading Jordan Poole, about catering to Steph. So, you know what? Steph's got to talk soon. What do you think about that?
I don't think he does.
He doesn't have to.
I don't think he will.
Somebody's got to catch up with him.
Actually, he will be talking soon because, and I'm not exactly sure the date. I think it's at the end of this month, the beginning of July. But the match, this TV golf event in which Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson are going to be paired against Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, they will have to talk. And I'm sure, because I can only assume Charles Barkley is going to be on the broadcast, he's going to be giving him, he's going to be prodding him a little bit about what's going on this summer.
I wonder if that's a good question. Like, I know it's a big deal.
Someone's doing their job over at TNT.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, when is this match? Is it before the draft, during free agency? You know, John?
It's June 29th.
So that's the
week
day
that Draymond has to choose.
That's
opt in or opt out.
That's right. There may be news.
What a day.
Interesting. Anyway, so yes, I am. I don't want to trade Jordan Poole, but if you are going in that direction, trying to maximize Steph, and Jordan Poole can get you a couple veterans, then yes, I would do it. Although I'm not wholly crazy about it.
And it's because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to Poole. Like I still believe in Jordan Poole. I think he can be a great basketball player. I don't think he could be a pantheon type talent like it looked after they won the championship with him being potentially the heir apparent. I don't think that's going to happen. But I don't want to see Jordan Poole in another jersey. But every avenue that we've talked about that leads to the Warriors contending this year and in the next couple of years seems to align more than the opposite, with Jordan Poole being a trade chip, being a way that you can improve this roster immediately. And I feel bad for the kid because he's being talked about every single time we discuss a name, and he's the guy who got punched. He's the guy who got paid. He was the guy who was supposed to be next up, and now it looks like he could be on his way out less than a year after he signed an extension, one in which people thought at the time was a great move for the Warriors.
I think a percentage. I do think there were some fans who thought it was a little early.
Okay.
I don't know what the percentage is, but I don't think it was unanimous. We got to pay this guy, and if we don't, we're in big trouble. But I hear what you're saying there. I thought one of the reasons they paid Jordan Poole was not necessarily to say he's a cornerstone, but because he was an asset. And if you look at let's just say hypothetically he played this let's say hypothetically right now he were a restricted free agent.
Yeah,
because that's what he would be.
Yep.
He'd probably get no offers from any other team because those teams then will know the Warriors would probably match if it's reasonable. And I guess they could have saved some money. Maybe he's only a $20 million player right now. I don't know.
Well, but let me ask you this. So a guy like Tyler Hero, which is where the contract was kind of set.
Exactly.
That's the money that everyone felt like was appropriate for Jordan Poole because people thought he was better than Tyler Hero. Or came off a better season than Tyler Hero, either or.
Right.
Does that change now? Because Tyler Hero was hurt for the finals. I mean, he didn't play for the majority of the postseason. We didn't have a chance to really make a judgment on if he is a more valuable asset than Jordan Poole.
No, I mean you're absolutely right.
Poole played every single game this year. Like I know that
and you know what? That's not something to scoff at.
He's missed 6 games in the last 2 years, and it was because of the COVID protocol. Like, he's been healthy for every single game, even if this year was a roller coaster.
You know what? It's a great point. You have a guy in Jordan Poole who played 82 games last year, but you have 2 other guards on the team. The 2 starting guards are aging and most likely going to miss some games. I mean, they're at that point of their career where you got to assume they're going to miss at least 10 to 12, if for no other reason than load management. I mean, right now, to me, a full season for Steph, Clay, and Draymond would be 70. You get 70 out of those 3 guys. See, you know what? And that's really what it comes down to for me. One of the reasons I'm scared of extending Clay and re-signing Draymond is because of the injury possibility at the age they're at. And but if you were to tell me right now, hey, Steiny, I can guarantee you that in the next 3 years, all 3 of those guys will play at least, let's say, 200 regular season games. So Curry will go 60, 70, 65.
Yeah.
You're taking it. And then you know what? Then I'd be more apt to be confident about extending them and re-signing them. Fillmore Mike. What's up, Fillmo?
Oh, what's up with it, man? I'm in the Point right now, also known as Hunters Point Bayview. But
nice. Soft.
I just want to say, okay, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I do know. I do know, Fillmo.
Well, you be in the East Bay, you feel me? I know some people from the Sunset that'll probably check you, but I love you, Steiny. But look, though.
I own Hunters Point. Own it. All right, I'll stop talking now.
I'm in the mission,
you,
Mike.
Buddy.
It's all love. Nah, I just want to say, you got to be fair and honest with yourself sometimes, you feel me? And for Clay representatives, I know it's business. How can you even say I deserve a Supermax? You feel me? Like,
yes, I do.
You gotta have some integrity. You feel me? Like, integrity is doing the right thing when nobody looking, bruh. The right thing is to be, hey, let's come together, figure out something fair for both of us. I'm on the other side of my career. You feel me? We talk about Warriors culture. That would be the ultimate test of Warriors culture. Draymond and Clay look at themselves in the mirror and say, do I really deserve a Supermax? Am I really that type of player? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My last thing is this about Poole. I love Poole because for whatever, Steiny, I swear to God, I love this quote you said. You said, Poole's nothing but a young Curry. I swear to God, I love it because he is. We gave Curry an opportunity to grow to what he was. You feel me?
Yeah.
Poole is not given that opportunity. Can the man live? He's made super strides, super progress. He works on his game. I was talking to Spadoni earlier. You know what will make the Warriors better? Draymond Green, work on your 15-foot jumper, bruh. Work on your float game. That would make us immensely better. We don't got to trade for nobody. You feel me? So it's like, I wish Warrior fans would let Jordan Poole live, bruh. Like, do you think that this is his ceiling? I know this ain't his ceiling. He's going to get better. So why are we such in a rush to trade everybody?
It's a good question. Fillmo laying it down, as they say in Hunters Point.
Stop it.
What?
You know what?
I know what. I'm just messing around.
I think he's right, though.
I do think he's right,
And
too.
I hear him.
First of all, let me just be a little clear. I never said Poole was going to be Curry, but there are similarities at this point in both their careers. And one is Curry was a terrible defender early in his career because he was physically scrawny also. As for Poole's turnovers, Steph Curry had a turnover problem early in his career that some would say still extends to this day, although it's obviously not a huge issue. I'm just saying, yes, there are comparisons made between Jordan Poole and Steph Curry.
Well, and where I think Filmo is right is that I don't identify Poole as the problem either. But in this offseason in which they're going to have to make difficult decisions, instead of being viewed as the problem via a trade, Jordan Poole could be the solution to what ails this roster. And if you want to say it's chemistry, unfortunately, I think Draymond Green, just because of what he's done here, and even what he did last season, he had a better year. And I think Jordan Poole can help make this roster better if they move him. But I don't know. I'm torn on him because I think I've told you this before. I bought my brother a Jordan Poole jersey because that was his favorite player. I mean, there's a lot of Warriors fans that a year ago today were heavily invested in the future of Jordan Poole, and that has flipped in 365 days.
That's a good point.
And so that's what makes this difficult, and why I think also Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the man to make these decisions, because he has a familiarity and has already been in the building and is equipped to make these hard choices. He's going to be labeled one way or another. No matter what he does, and you've said this multiple times, Steiny, I don't think it's going to be all glitz and glam. It's not going to be roses at the end of this offseason. If Draymond Green's back, there's going to be some people that are pissed off about him being back. If Jordan Poole is traded, there are going to be some people happy. There are going to be some people mad. If Jonathan Kuminga gets moved, there are going to be people on both sides of the fence. If Klay Thompson gets an extension, some people are going to be happy. Some people are going to say, what are you doing with that money? Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to make one choice to start his tenure as general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and there's going to be a million different opinions, which is why I can't wait for it, because we're going to be here all summer to talk about it.
Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. We should clear this up because this is important. The whole idea that, Klay wants a Supermax. Klay said he wants a Supermax. We got to get this right. And here's what it really is. Adrian Wojnarowski, late in the season, reported, and this is exactly how he said it. I'm talking about Woj. Greeny, I'm told Klay Thompson has an expectation that he would be rewarded with a new max-level contract extension this offseason. The Warriors could be facing a payroll and luxury tax over $500 million. I'm going to read it again, because this is all there is to it. So you can take it with a grain of salt, or you can swear by it because it's Woj, or you can dismiss it for whatever you want. But Klay Thompson never said, as far as we know, to a reporter, I want Supermax. Klay Thompson, I'm told, has an expectation that he would be rewarded with a new max-level contract extension this offseason. Now we go back to Filmo Mike. And I'm kind of with it. Do you think Klay really expects a max extension?
Do you think Draymond Green expected a max extension when he asked for it last summer? I think he wants one. I think Klay wants one. And we can get into it more on the other side.
More on the other side. Let me do some house cleaning then first. I'll try to find it. Evan, just talk for a second. I got to find something.
Apparently, on the other side, I'm going to be answering questions that Steiny wants me to, you throw out a number. 888-957-9570. Ask me anything. And that's essentially what's going to be going down. So.
All right, I'll do it. Let's do it live. I'll do it live. All right? On 95.7 The Game. Matt Steinmetz here. Hey, you got to check out our friends at Buon Vino, 1501 North Broadway in Walnut Creek. We had the summit there. It was an absolute blast. They've got wine tasting rooms. They've got your favorite wines, and they've got their new location. Again, 1501 North Broadway. Go see my friend Dan. Go see my friend Katie. They're doing a great job over there. Great job, Steinmetz, but they're doing a great job at Buon Vino.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson is in Dallas, Texas. We're efforting a little news.
And I do have it for you.
Okay.
So, according to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, Warriors veteran Draymond Green is expected to opt out of his $27.6 million player option for 2023-24 to become a free agent this summer, but Golden State is doing everything it can to retain his services. Again, that's according to Mark Spears.
All right. The ball moves forward. Draymond Green, essentially a free agent. Now, the Warriors want to do something with him, but now other teams can do something with him. How expected was it? I think it was pretty expected.
I think so.
But now it gives you more clarity to what's going on. The Golden State Warriors essentially affirm that they are trying to keep Draymond in the fold for 2 or 3 more years, right? And Draymond's opting out. Now, the way these things sometimes work, like Draymond knows. He knows. That's why he's opting out. Now, what does he know, Steiny? Well, he knows that the Warriors have interest in keeping him, and I'll bet you he knows somebody else may want him. And so Draymond Green officially, according to Mark Spears, is opting out. He's told the Warriors he's opting out, and he will become a free agent. Draymond Green. It just sounds weird saying that. I mean,
As
Steph,
of now,
Clay, and Draymond Green have been around for over a decade, and it's just really strange to say Draymond Green is a free agent.
well, and this is where the dual paths of the question we asked earlier about Mike Dunleavy Jr. do apply. Is he here to extend the runway, or is he here to help rebuild a potential downfall of the dynasty? And if he wants to do what we both believe he's here to do, which is extend the runway for Stephen Curry and the rest of the big three, then step one of his time as general manager of the Golden State Warriors must be to keep Draymond Green. And now we know that he's opting out, which means that the only question is, how long do you want him for? And how many years can he effectively get from the Warriors?
Well, but also what's important is how much he might get from another team.
True.
And whether or not he wants to play for that other team that might have interest in him. You know, there's a saying, we use it all the time. Only takes one team to make Draymond Green a big boy salary contract offer. One team.
But so if Draymond Green and the Warriors can't come to terms for, 3 for 75,
okay.
Like, if the Warriors don't want to give him $25 million, and a lot of people are of the thinking that Draymond Green is more valuable to the Warriors than any other organization because of the continuity and everything that comes with it, why would another team be comfortable giving him, say, $30 million a year? If they know that he's worth more to Golden State than anywhere else. And the Warriors aren't comfortable with giving him 30.
Well, he might be able to get 30 from some other team.
But why would they give him $30 million at this point in his career? Let's say over three for 90.
Okay, well, they might not. But here's the other thing. Let's say Draymond says that I want to retire a Warrior. So I want 3 years, rip up my contract, 3 for 75. All right? 25, 25, 25. And the Warriors say, yeah, we might be able to do that. And then the Lakers come and say, we'll give you 60 over 2. Then what does he do? Or vice versa. What if the Warriors say, look, Draymond, we'll give you 2 for 60 or 2 for 55. And the Lakers come in and say, oh, we'll give you a third year. Oh, we'll definitely give you a third year. Well, now we got trouble.
Well, and that's the team I'm afraid of because his obvious relationship with LeBron James, Clutch, Rich Paul, everyone in Los Angeles. And that is, to me, the one place where he could go Number one, because he's familiar with him and he, loves LeBron James and jokingly, but not really jokingly, talked about skipping a game to be at his milestone passing career mark earlier this year. But also because the Lakers also are one of the few teams that have the cap space to afford paying Draymond Green $30 million a year. The Warriors just have to decide if they want to pay him and pay the luxury tax on top of that. They're able to do it. They're able to keep him, and they'd be able to offer him, if they wanted to, more money than anybody else. But to me, the range for the Warriors that I hope that they could keep him at would be 3 for $75 million. So about $25 per year.
All right, and right now I'm looking at, there's another team I've heard, and that's the Detroit Pistons. So they got the Pistons. Why are you laughing?
Come on, you don't see the comedy there of him being
with
back
Wiseman,
with James Wiseman?
No, I don't think that's comedy.
That's his mentor.
No, I don't think that's comedy.
Okay.
I think it's small potatoes that Draymond would end up with Wiseman. Bogdanovich makes 20.
Monty Williams makes 15.
Cade Cunningham makes 11, 10. I mean, they're going to have money. Their payroll for next year right now is $97 million. The Pistons. Pistons will have some money. Let's go to Mike real quick in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Enjoying your commentary also.
Appreciate it.
Two things. I think kind of a third thing, but I think everybody expected Draymond to opt out, and I do think he'll get bigger offers anywhere. Just depends on if he wants to stay here or not. The main reason I called is kind of a funny tidbit off of your earlier conversation about the match, the golf tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you did not see last night, TNT signed Draymond to be the commentator with Barkley.
Nice.
So somewhere in my little back of my mind messed up the way it works. I think Draymond knows he's coming back, and I think Clay knows he's coming back. I don't think it's out yet. And I can't imagine they would sign all three players if they're all going to three different cities. That's just kind of the way I look at it.
That's not a bad.
I like that.
Yeah, I think there might be something to that. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Well, that's the one thing, and this is what I mean by we have no idea. I mean, we're Draymond Green. He's opting out. Well, what you don't know is he's already agreed to a 3-year deal with the Warriors, maybe. And we don't even know about it yet.
True. Same
with Clay. We're talking about Clay. Do you do this? You do this? You do that? He might be listening saying, these fools, they don't even know that they've already given me their word. They're going to tack on 2 years here at $70 million.
Or Draymond Green says, that offer's on the table. I'm going to need you to sign Steve Kerr for another 3 years or 2 years.
Forgot about Kerr.
I'm going to need you to sign Klay Thompson for another 2 years.
So Klay wants the Supermax, Draymond wants the max, and Steve Kerr wants Monty Williams money.
Sign them all.
Guru would.
God,
I miss Guru. Miss him so much. All right, on the other side, it's called The Crossover, and it's going to be with Larry Krueger and Mark Willard, and it's going to run about 10 minutes today on 95.7.
I'm Scott Trout, attorney and CEO of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. We help men deal with the life changes triggered by divorce, such as child custody and property division, among many others. But life changes also occur after divorce. These changes can make parts of your existing court order irrelevant. If you feel a modification to your court orders might be necessary, talk to us at Cordell & Cordell. We're a partner men can count on.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Sustainability is not enough. It's time for something new. That's why the California Academy of Sciences is on a mission to regenerate the natural world by restoring vital ecosystems across the globe. Join us and learn more at calacademy.org/regenerate. This is a message for all Bay Area homeowners. If you want to sell your house,
does as a facilitator, rim protector, distributor, but it's just that it's like he's synonymous with winning, and
he's also still good.
Yeah,
he's still good. That's why someone would pay him. No one's doing a 5-year max, anything like that, right? But like 3 years, and I mean, even the thing we've all proposed, 3 years and $70 million.
Right.
I think a bunch of teams would line up to do that.
I think there could be a team out there that gives him 90 over 3. To tell you the truth,
right. Why not? Why not?
Now, then the question will be, how much does he want to be here?
I mean, if certain players are making 60, Draymond's not worth 30?
I think he is. I think, and not only that, the big concern that I've had about him the last couple of years is just would, as he aged, let his legs go, and he hasn't. His legs are in great shape.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it's which team feels like they're a Draymond Green away from trying to make a run, and does that team that feels like they're a Draymond Green away have enough cap space? That's where I do come back to the Lakers, Larry, which is he aligns with just about every single piece of their puzzle. And now it just becomes, well, do you feel like Golden State is more of the place for you, Dre, than LA?
I got huge concerns right now.
Why?
About what? It's a Friday.
No, not about the show, not about life. Not about life. Not about any of you. I mean, I'm overwhelmed by the star power of Evan Giddings, even in the room today, like going on the Dan Patrick show and then slumming it in here after the fact. I don't know why you haven't already taken that contract, but
he's the second most famous Dan I talked to today.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Shut up, Fouts.
There you go.
You're on a roll.
Go Cats. Get them, Cats.
Too bad Dibley's not here to make it a threesome. Anyway, so I have concerns as a Warrior fan that things feel like they're coming apart at the seams.
That's so funny. Evan just said that 10 minutes ago during the break. He said it feels like they're just winging it.
Well, and not so much winging it.
Coaches leaving, GM's leaving.
So strength in numbers.
Coach?
Well, Jama Malalela, which I know that a lot of people, you're a fan, you may not even know who that is. I'm here to tell you that's a big deal. That's the person who ran their player development program. That's a future head coach. That's a right-hand man type of a person on the Warrior bench. Jama Malalela leaving is a big deal. You don't need us to tell you that Bob Myers leaving is a big deal. I'm interested in the wording that was just used in this report about Draymond Green. Opting out, not a concern. Quote-unquote, Warriors doing everything in their power to bring him back is very different than the tone we heard the day after they were eliminated, which is the two sides are already working on a new deal. This is a very different sound. Meantime, total silence around Steve Kerr. I heard you guys saying a few minutes ago, total silence from Steph Curry. Meantime, Klay Thompson has not been addressed, and there have been overtures that maybe he still thinks he's a major money player going forward. All of these things. Strength in numbers feels like it's turned into every man for himself. That's my concern.
Somebody turn off the lights on the way out.
The disease of me. It took a while.
The magnitude of me? We're going to Reggie?
No, that's Pat Riley.
Oh, okay.
Like we already had the two young guys we talk about already with the whispers of complaints about role and playing time. It feels like every man for himself right now, or at least that's my concern.
Yeah, I bet you. I could see that. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. It's also one of these things, Mark, where we could be behind on so much. Draymond may be telling Steph, I got a deal already.
Yeah.
And Klay may be saying the same thing, and whatever, on July 1st or whenever they announce it, we realize, hey, they're running it back, and Steve Kerr's got it's possible.
Let's not ignore, though, when was it in the season when Draymond took the mic after one of these games and started talking to Bob Myers and how Myers' contribution was so significant and this and that, and now Myers is, gone.
It might have been after he talked him off the deep end against the New Orleans Pelicans, but...
So, you never know.
The one thing that I am starting to really forget Poole. I get that if they go down a certain way, he may be the guy that they have to move. I'm more I think about it, I'm not moving Kuminga. I'm just not unless it's for a great player. I cannot give up on Kuminga.
The calculus of the whole thing changes if suddenly Draymond Green leaving as a free agent is now on the table.
That's true.
Yep.
Everything changes. My opinion would immediately change. Wouldn't yours?
Talk about reacting to new information.
Forget your opinion. Does Steph's opinion change?
Well, it would have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why would you be out there wanting to trade Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga for both reasons of saving money and getting him away from Draymond if Draymond's not here?
Right.
Why? I would immediately change my thought on those two young guys. I would immediately change my thought on the Warriors' chances of winning a ring this year. I would essentially think there are next to none.
And that
if
also
Draymond Green's not on the team.
Also changes the answer of the question we asked, which was, it was Mike Dunleavy Jr. brought in to rebuild this thing or to further the runway. If Draymond Green's no longer part of the team, then you could make a case that he could try and tear this thing down.
Bob Myers was his guy.
Yeah.
And he's gone. And so right?
There's how do the players feel about Joe? How do the players feel about Joe's kids running the team if indeed they're running the team and Dunleavy's just the kind of the face?
And they feel like he ran Bob Myers and maybe Draymond Green out of town.
I do think there's a chance that the veteran players aren't high on Joe because of the way he handled the draft when Clay got hurt, and I think it's possible that a veteran or two may think. Notice how I'm couching everything. May think he kind of gave up on us. He gave up on us when he took two total projects,
or at least he prioritized his thing over our thing.
Right. So we'll see. I think it's interesting though. I don't know. I don't like. Maybe Mike Dunleavy could have been brought in here to keep it together, but he doesn't have the wherewithal, meaning the money. Maybe Lacob's like, look, if we can get him for 80 over 3, we'll do it. Let's try to get him for 69 or 60. I don't know.
Can I ask a question that I know is going to piss everybody off?
Please do.
No, you can't. Oh, yes. No. Go ahead.
Is it possible this is over? That this whole run is really over?
Of course.
And that's kind of we don't want to admit it. We don't want to acknowledge it. The fans don't want to admit it. Fans don't want to acknowledge it. Bye-bye Myers. Maybe at some point here, bye-bye Kerr, bye-bye Draymond, bye-bye Clay, bye-bye Poole. Is it possible that they're...
When do you say it's over? Like if Steph's still standing...
Yeah, when it actually is.
Well, I mean, let's say Myers leaves. Let's just say Draymond goes somewhere else. And...
is that Draymond Green saying it's over though? Is Draymond Green leaving?
Well, yeah,
saying
that's what I'm. That's
hey, I think it's over. I'm out.
Does
Draymond leaving make it over? It might make it over.
Yeah. I say yes.
Yeah,
for multiple reasons. Not just because I don't think that they can currently, as they're constructed, win it without him. But for me, as I sort of detailed to you yesterday, there's an aspect of Steph, Clay, and Dre that to me are one person. That's the dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
That's a statue in and of itself. Those three together. So the second they're no longer together anymore, it changes, and that dynasty, that run, is kind of no longer.
So let me go back to what I said before about the Green thing, about when he's talking about Myers. That sounded like he was appealing to somebody. And we're not running the team. Joe runs the team. So was he appealing to Joe? Hey, don't let Myers walk at the end of the year. Myers is the glue. Myers keeps this whole thing together. Joe. That sounded to me like a message from Draymond to Joe through the microphone and the media. And if Joe's like, yeah, I heard you, but you know what? Kent and Kurt got this, and we'll bring in Mike to face it up, and we got this. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, no, you don't got this.
Right. I think everything's on the table.
Yeah.
I think, for example, maybe, when Draymond said, of course Bob's decision's going to impact me, but I'm not going to base it all on that. But what if there is stuff happening? What if Myers is gone? And what if they basically told Draymond, look, Jordan's not going anywhere. He's just not. He's too good. He's too young. Maybe Draymond's already determined he's gone.
Maybe.
And Curry knows it right now, and Clay knows it. And then Clay's saying, you know what, I don't know. I mean, does it feel that dire?
With each little thing that leaks out, it makes me circle back to the same question, which is, why did Bob actually choose now to leave? Please don't tell me that he loves his kids that much. I'm sure he does.
He was making breakfast for his 5-year-old this morning. That's a fact.
I believe it.
Did you guys see Steph working out with Scoot?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I did.
That was probably in Walnut Creek,
No,
wasn't
it was at Stanford, I thought.
Oh, was it Stanford?
Stanford, yeah.
You think there's anything to that? I mean, they're talking about making moves and shaking things up.
Can you get to 2?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's given up Scoot Henderson for Poole coming in 19. But
I think they might give it up for Zion. I know New Orleans is trying to get there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
You're getting really good at that.
I got to try to sneak it in.
Time.
Got to sneak it in.
Really getting good at it.
Sneak it in.
Proud of you.
What else was I going to say? How about this? Just, you know how when Durant left, people said the Warriors had a motivation to win without him like they did before he arrived? How come that wouldn't work for Draymond? Like, I get Curry would be hurt, but man, what about if you go do it without Draymond? Like
you can't.
You can't?
No, I don't. Nope.
I also don't.
I don't think that's possible.
I think the dynamic of that, though, is created that when you're like, okay, we're a group, and they already had one ring, and then it was like, oh, you couldn't do it, so you had to bring in Kevin. And people didn't like that being said, so then there was motivation to prove, actually, we can do it without Kevin. That dynamic never existed with any of the original 3. Nobody ever was like, oh, you know what I mean? You had to make. So I don't think that motivation would exist. That's why.
What is the motivation?
The only motivation, they're going to hear, if Draymond leaves, then they're going to hear all off season the Warriors are done. Right?
Yeah.
And all season.
And Klay Thompson's going to stick 4 fingers in your face like he did all of last year.
Well, you know what? Maybe Monday you and Goo could get Steph on and ask him how he feels about this.
Right.
Well, we're going to have. I'm sure we're going to carry the Mike Dunleavy press conference live at 11.
Yeah, you're really looking forward to that, aren't you?
Will Joe jump in on that presser?
Oh gosh,
who will be up there? I mean, he might be
Kirk.
You know what's weird?
His successor.
you know what I just thought of? It's going to be weird to see a press conference without Bob Myers.
It really is.
What if it starts with Joe going, Mike's like a son to me?
I mean, Bob's still under contract. He might be.
Mike's like a son
That's
to me.
right.
He might be there.
Bob
Trying to give the final
Bob will
speech.
introduce Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Joe's like, hey, Mike, what's your cell number? I'm thinking about calling you, I don't know, 10, 12 times a day.
Can't think of a better way to start my final 11 days of employment than to introduce Mike Dunleavy Jr. as the new general manager. By the way, did you guys make anything of this? Like, even Woj's tweet, Mike Dunleavy's the new general manager.
Not president of basketball operations.
Who's the president of basketball operations?
You know, I thought of that, and I'm not sure.
Larry Harris, maybe?
Kirk
No,
Latham?
I don't think he's.
You don't think so?
No,
he's the one guy with the credentials.
Well, he was a GM before. He doesn't even live in the Bay.
You'd have to pay someone for that title, though. So I don't know if they.
He could make Kent or Kirk the. It's possible because I think some teams don't even have one.
Yeah, who reports to who if those are two separate people?
All right, let me tell you. Dunleavy reports to Joe.
Yeah.
I bet you Kirk reports to Joe.
So they're side by side.
One's business, one's basketball.
Man,
they combine.
That causes a problem.
Like Larry Harris has quietly been here for the whole dynasty.
He has.
Yeah.
And he's done,
He's been
by all consideration, he's been terrific.
Loyal soldier.
Now he's got to report to Mike?
Well, I got to think, if Joe's got a board in his office, isn't that really Harris's board, right? That's probably, I would imagine that's Harris's board.
Yeah, I think in Mike's a little bit. I think Mike did a lot of traveling the last year or two, for sure. And that'll be another interesting thing just to see how he GMs, because every GM does it different. Some travel with the team all the time. Some never travel or seldom travel. Bob didn't travel a lot because he didn't really have to. Like, he knew what this team was, but...
Some guys travel just because they want to get out of town.
You're right.
Dave Twardzik.
You're right.
If you made some of the moves these old GMs made,
that's true.
You'd be traveling too.
But I mean, like, I know when Travis Schlenk took over Atlanta, they were so young that he was on the road with them all the time, kind of. Because
where's he?
He's in Washington
He
now.
just got to Washington.
Yeah, and Washington's got
Trade destination.
action. Bradley Beal talking to the Heat and Bucks.
The Zinger.
Porzingis has a $36 million opt-out. 36. What's he going to do?
He's going to opt in. Come on, he's not getting 36.
Well, Poole makes
You think
27.
Zinger's getting 36 a year?
No, but
But he could get 90 over the next 3.
Right, like sometimes I think we do this. We've been doing this with Draymond.
Yeah,
It's
I
like he's
agree.
not going to take a pay cut. Well, no. If he got 3 years and 70, to me that's not a pay cut. I understand he might take $4 million less this year, but he's guaranteeing himself, in my mind, $43 million new dollars.
Right.
That's not a pay cut. But maybe they see it as such.
Right.
And so, like with this report, here's something I could find believable. I'm not saying this is happening, but I could find it believable, especially after, you remember the sound we played yesterday when Dunleavy told us the afternoon of Game 6 against the Kings, I didn't even bring up money. I asked him about the offseason, how far they go. Does that affect what you do in the offseason? He immediately brought up money. It's a financial component to what we're going to have to do. So let's say Draymond does get in for those conversations, and they're like, look, here's the deal. We need you to opt out, and here's the new deal. It's 3 for 60. And Draymond's like, no, it's not. And Bob's not there to have that conversation. Yeah, I could absolutely believe that is where we sit right now. And now suddenly new options are on the table.
Yep. The other thing I was thinking is we've been talking all since the season ends. What are the Warriors going to do? What are the Warriors going to do? Well, guess what? They might not be in control like they thought they were in control. And I'm not saying they were in control, but maybe, one thing, Draymond says, I'm out, and they didn't expect that. Now, all of a sudden, what are you doing?
down.
You know what I mean? And like it's easy to say, well, we're going to extend Clay, we're going to re-sign Draymond, and we're going to pay Steve Kerr a lot more money. And then all of a sudden, Draymond's like, that's not enough, and I'm going to the Lakers. Then what? Now you are on the fly, I would think.
Well, we know he's opted out before June 29th. That's also when the match is happening with Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, and Draymond Green is going to be the reported sideline reporter there. Do you guys read anything into that? Like would Draymond Green, if he wasn't coming back, be willing to do something like that with two guys he's no longer going to be playing with? Because I'd imagine he's going to make a choice before free agency of whether he's going to sign here or not. And maybe he already has. I don't know. The timing seems interesting of that event happening with those three particular guys. And if Draymond is saying, I'm out, that would make that entire event, well, number one, something we want to watch, but also kind of awkward.
Well, you wouldn't know yet. You wouldn't know yet because nothing can be announced until free agency.
Well, not officially, but I'm saying the rumors of what's going to happen coming out before.
I completely believe that those three will see themselves as a brotherhood forever, whether they're on the same team or not. So I could buy it either way. By the way, let me equally also say him opting out is zero. I think is zero surprise to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was happening all along. So this also may mean nothing. This also may just be the Warriors looked at this news and went, well, yeah, we've been having conversations. Of course he was never going to opt in and do a 1-year deal.
But once again, back to the
that?
speech, back to the post-game speech, he made a big deal like, hey, Bob's key. That was directed at somebody. And that obviously fell on, I think it was directed at Joe. I think it fell on deaf ears, and now Bob's out, and maybe that changes the dynamic here.
I don't think
maybe
it's
Bob left because he saw this coming.
I think that.
But
I think
what?
What's
coming?
Bob was completely in control of that. No, I don't think the Warriors forced Bob out.
If Bob said to Joe, hey, Joe, look, talk to Draymond the other day. He's going to opt out, and he thinks he's going to get $30 a year, and I'm sniffing around, and he is going to get $30 a year.
Right.
Are we going there? No, we're not going there because my tax bill is going to be $500 million or what my payroll's gonna be. I ain't going there. All right, just wanted to know. And then that formulated his, you know what? Maybe it's time for me to tuck tail and get out of here because I'm not going to be here standing here with a lottery team with a huge payroll with a guy who's maniac billionaire calling me 17 times a day.
That's actually a great point. I didn't think about this, but it's like if Bob knew Joe was all in on we are going to re-sign Draymond and bring Clay and extend Clay and get why would he leave? Then it's going to run itself again for another couple years. Like that does resonate a little bit with me, but maybe it was the other way where Joe's like, this is the year we're getting off Draymond. I've had and
Mark's thinking about the money with Dunleavy. That kind of maybe Dunleavy's on the top of his mind is the financial side of this because that's what's driving all the decisions.
And maybe Bob's like, yeah, I'm out.
Or maybe he's also
I'm not here. I'm not going to be here when everybody leaves.
It's $1 million question to me.
Or maybe Draymond, he at the beginning of this year through the end of this year figured that's a lot I got to deal with. Maybe even if Draymond's coming back, he doesn't want to be a part of that anymore. Even if the band is back together.
Why did he leave?
Bob?
He's 48. Why did he leave? And why do we even acknowledge it when people say that they're leaving to spend more time with their family? Why do we not laugh at that?
He made breakfast for his 5-year-old.
I bet of course he loves his
scrambled
kids.
eggs.
I love mine.
Did you watch the presser?
I'm 48. I'm here. I'm not like...
Did you see that
he
presser?
He squeezed the oranges himself for his daughter's orange juice.
Seems like more of an over easy guy.
He's committed.
There's nothing like pouring cereal for a kid. There's nothing like it. It only takes about 6 seconds. I think personally you can have a full-time job and pour the cereal. But
I think that presser was like Bob talked, and we're all sitting there wondering, why is he leaving? And then Joe started talking, and then we all went, yeah, now I understand why he's leaving.
I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes. Except for not really. Like, I'm with you. That's totally how the day felt.
That's what it felt
like. But I still, for me, that is the question when you start looking at everything else that's happening around. Silence from Steve and Steph. Jordan and Jonathan don't like their role. Jama Malalaila's out. Why did you, Draymond opposite, why did you leave? What is going on?
Maybe he says you just answered your own question.
What is going on?
Bob, are you going to run the draft, Bob? Well, I wasn't really good at that, right? I wasn't really good at that.
Exactly.
What? Now the guy that he drafted 35, who's a Hall of Famer, is opted out.
We're all heading to greener pastures.
All right, gentlemen, have fun. There is something, I will say it, there's something a little unsettling about saying Draymond Green, free agent.
He's a free agent.
He is. Have a great show, guys.
All right, have a good weekend.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, jump on in right now. I wonder if anybody's feeling the same way, and I don't want to speak for you, Larry. Larry Krueger in for Dibs. What's going on? Twitch, YouTube. Good afternoon. Comcast Business text line. We'll take you to the finish line of the week, and we got some juicy Giants guests. 3 o'clock, Kyle Haynes, the director of player personnel, joins us. And at 5:20, none other than Farhan Zaidi will join us on the show. But the developments of the day with the Golden State Warriors, Mike Dunleavy Jr., the general manager, and Draymond Green is going to opt out. And all I can do, Larry, is sort of pass along, the gut feeling. And something doesn't feel right. There's just, we're walking up the ladder of something's not right. Something's wrong here. And the only way for me to say it briefly is what I said a few minutes ago, which is in this moment, strength in numbers feels like every man for himself. And gosh, this whole thing might implode from the inside out. It's on the table right now.
Well, my biggest question is, what is Steph Curry thinking? What is Steph Curry thinking? Because if Draymond is Draymond opting out, as you said, it's a formality and he's going to be here, then maybe the drama of the last segment was all for nothing. But if Draymond opting out was not foreseen and there's a chance he leaves, you're talking about more. I know it's the Splash Brothers and the three of them together. You link them, but in reality, on the basketball floor, nobody's more linked to Steph Curry than Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Nobody's more of a facilitator for Steph. Nobody's more of Steph's bodyguard. Nobody sets up Steph. I mean, you see it in the half court. I mean, Steph dribbles into a corner. He winds up along the baseline. Draymond runs over, catches the ball. Steph runs to a new open spot. Draymond finds him immediately. You know, they work hand in glove so well that I can't picture Steph Curry here without Draymond Green. I really cannot.
The one thing that I just think we've learned this lesson repeatedly in sports, it's hard to relearn it every time we do. We get much more whimsical and emotional about this stuff than they do. We do. Oh my gosh, these three guys, we act like they grew up together, a couple houses down from each other. I think they look at this as an insanely successful partnership, but for the same reason that rock bands have a hard time getting to the age of the Rolling Stones and still being together, because as you grow and as you become famous and rich and successful, every person does suddenly change. And the thought is, wait a minute, like, I had a huge hand in this success. So you have got to compensate me at the highest of levels. And when everybody in the room all feels that way at once, at a certain point, it becomes too expensive. And when you face those players with that question, well, we've only got this amount of money to pay you, but you're so whimsical and emotional about this team, right, Draymond? So you'll stay for a little bit less, right? Probably not.
Well, and
history
a little
says
bit
no.
less. I mean,
or a lot less.
We
I
could
don't
be
know.
talking about. I mean, think about it this way: what if we're talking about the difference in $30 million?
It's a lot of money.
Would you hang with your buddy and look away from a $30 million thing for your family?
Hang
I mean,
on,
Draymond. At the end of the day, Draymond's team is his wife and his kids.
See,
I mean, that's what. I mean, I love
right.
doing this show
You're
with
right.
you. I've loved the stations I've worked at. But you know what? My team is my wife and my kids.
You want to take less money to maybe, I don't know, come back again. And I think Dibbs is going to do some more paternity. You don't want to come back for free?
You know what? I'll come back Monday.
Okay,
as long as you're not here.
Deal. All right. We got a deal.
Okay.
We got a deal.
I'm here Monday with Dibbs.
I'm going to town in about
That's
4
it.
hours. Perfect. Well, that negotiation worked out.
It all worked out.
No, you're absolutely right. You're of course 100% right, which is that there is a limit. Now, I've always said this, and maybe I'm just being too naive, but I've never walked in the shoes of someone who is working out $100 million plus deals over a short or a long term period. Therefore, I try not to judge what it would be like. I've seen a few professional athletes do this, and I've always been drawn to it. The most recent example I can think of was John Rahm, when the whole live golf thing came up. And John had my favorite quote through all of this. Some guys are taking $200 million, and people are screaming it's blood money. And okay, whatever everyone's perspective is, because we all take money and we don't really know necessarily where it's coming from. That's my take on it. But John said, I sat down with my wife and I asked her, because John, one of the top players in the world, probably had at least $150 million on the table from Live. That'd be my guess. He said, I sat down with my wife and we said, well, where do you want to be? Well, I'd rather be on the PGA Tour, but this is a lot of money. So we sat, we talked, and we asked ourselves, if we take that money, would it change our life at all? We looked at each other. We both said no. So we didn't take it. And I wonder why more people don't do that. So in other words, $90 million for Draymond somewhere else, $60 million for Draymond with the Warriors. How does that change his life? I don't know that it would.
Well, it depends what his habits are. I mean, the old saying, we make a lot, but we spend a lot. You know what I mean?
But he's got a lot more to make, and isn't there a value to being a lifetime warrior? Wouldn't you say there's a price tag for that too?
But would you let's go through it. He's got his rings. Is his spot in the Hall of Fame secure? I say yes.
Yes, agreed.
So he's got the relationships. Nobody's ever going to take that away.
His future also secure in broadcasting. He's totally secure.
Oh, I mean, he's got multiple careers, burgeoning careers, but he's also got the jewelry and he's got the relationships. He's got money in the bank. But you know what? I'll tell you the one thing that makes me think he's gone, and this is just from being a lifelong Warrior fan and watching every minute. There was a ferociousness to Draymond Green in every single playoff series I've ever seen him play, except against the Lakers in this last go-round.
That's interesting.
Where he was not ferocious, and you didn't feel like Draymond would literally kill the other team if he possibly could. He felt it was Draymond light. He did not bring that same ferocious intent, almost as if mentally he's like, I'm not gonna ferociously compete against these guys that are going to be my teammates here in 4 months.
I know a lot of people felt that way. A lot of people
didn't sense that. I sense that.
Well, I certainly don't think Draymond decided to not play hard because he likes LeBron that much. I don't think that's in his DNA.
Not play hard.
Okay,
but get to that. This is the most ferocious competitor in the league today, I think, and it's noticeable the level that he got to emotionally against Sacramento, and that was not the same level he seemed to be at on the floor from just me observing against the Lakers.
888-957-9570. We'd really love to take your calls on this. Kyle Haynes with the Giants player personnel, knows the young guys better than anybody on the planet, is going to join us in 40 minutes. Take a lot of calls up until then on the Warriors and then get right back to it. And then also, again, another chance, get over to Twitch and YouTube. Your final chance, in fact, on this show today, your final chance to win your way in to the Chase Center and the introductory news conference after the draft, which, who knows, might have just gotten juicier. I don't even know who's going to be there. Presumably it's a player, and it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. and maybe Joe Lacob, and now there are going to be some new questions in the room based on this. That's interesting what you just said. Your gut's telling you that Draymond's going to play on a different team next year. Is that right? Did I get that right?
My ample gut. No.
You are sitting on that side of the room, and the camera is very unflattering.
Yes, it's very.
Yeah.
God,
we should switch halfway through the show.
No. I mean, I feel like I'm the Warrior. I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, man. I grew up watching them in the 70s. I mean, Bernard King, Lloyd Free. I've been there for every nightmare draft day party, and you name it. I'm all in on the Warriors and have been forever. And I watched the thing really, really close. And to me, there was something different about Green against the Lakers than Green in every other playoff series. And it just seemed like either it was his relationship with LeBron or his mindset or whatever, but he was way more ferocious against Sacramento than he was against LA.
I didn't see that. Number one, not through my eyes, but two, gosh, what you're saying right now, and you don't necessarily even mean it this way. This is literally one of the most offensive things you could say about a basketball player ever, in that the potential is he's played hard his whole life and he stopped when he played his friend.
I didn't say he stopped playing hard.
Well,
I'm saying that he got to a
lesser level. He found a lesser level because he was buddies with the opponent. I can't think of anything worse.
He seemed less. The word is ferocious. I mean, he's an unbelievable competitor who walks that line of just insane to crossing the line. He was that way in every playoff series I can ever remember him, including Sacramento, and I didn't see that against the Lakers.
I mean, there were games every time Anthony Davis didn't play well, and the Davis cadence. Good game and a bad game.
Right.
Good game and a bad game. When he didn't play well, it was often because of the defense that Draymond played, or at least in part, and he got a lot of credit for that. I don't know that anybody else on the Warriors was slowing down Anthony Davis even a little bit. Kevon Looney played a whole lot less in that series because of the matchups. He was instrumental against Sacramento. He was a way lesser factor in the Lakers series. I did not see Draymond as being, I don't know, something different. I think what happened is the Warriors got outplayed. And so when you get outplayed, your players look worse. Klay Thompson looked worse in the Lakers series. It's for a much more obvious reason with metrics attached to it. He shot poorly. But I thought almost all of the guys looked worse against the Lakers than they did against the Kings.
Okay. I'm just saying, it's my observation. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel. I really feel like I thought I could have swore he helped somebody else off the floor in that Lakers series. Look at the way that he defended Sabonis. Look at Sabonis's face as that series went on with all the damage that he did, and he just competed like crazy, like he always does against LeBron. I just felt like, if you put Draymond's competitive fire at a 10 at all times, and he stays right there at a 10, I thought it was more like a 7 against the Lakers.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. I will say this. Draymond works based, you hear him talk about it a lot, based on his respect level for the opponent. And he will call out the players that he openly is like, I lost respect for this player. Remember, I lost respect for Domantas Sabonis in that series. Maybe that is the problem. He's not going to lose respect for LeBron. He's not going to lose respect for Anthony Davis. But then again, I've seen that in the past. He has a high level of respect for Nikola Jokic and verbalized that last year after their series, which was a victory in 5 games over the Denver Nuggets. So
if you said that Draymond was going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings, you'd be like, man, he's going to have to probably sit down with Mike Brown and Sabonis and maybe have some pretty good conversations after the way that series was fought. When you think about him joining the Lakers, you don't think like, oh, man, he's going to have to really sit down with LeBron. No, you don't.
No, it conceptually fits.
Yeah.
It has all year. We've heard that rumor for months, even though I think we largely just kind of made it up because it sounds like something that would happen. And maybe it will now. Maybe it will. But by the same token, I didn't see anything that stood out. I'm not bothered by the long embrace after Game 6 between the two. That just doesn't hit me a certain way. Players have relationships with players on the other team. If you're friends with LeBron, fine. You're friends with LeBron. I'd have a problem with it if it means you suddenly can't play well anymore. But I did not see him as one of the main reasons the Warriors did not play well against the Lakers.
All right. To me, it just, when I'm watching that, I'm thinking, is he going to go play for the Lakers next year? I mean, seriously, that's what I was thinking watching.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people did. Okay, coming up next, let's get to your phone calls. Those of you who are there, we're coming right to you. 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy's the GM. Draymond is opting out. What does it all mean? Plus, we will explain in detail how you can end up inside Chase Center at the Warriors introductory news conference after the draft. Coming up next, Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
The best Father's Day.
can somebody give Bob some credit?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, so that's funny. Like, you almost seem surprised with the audience engagement that we are getting right now with regard to what you just said.
Yeah.
And my answer to you, and for those of you just joining, what you basically just said was Draymond did not look like the same person against the Lakers, and that raised some concerns in your mind. And you're finding a lot of people agreeing with you on whether it's Twitch, YouTube, text line, phone line. We'll go to the phones here in just a sec. And I responded to you and I said, yeah, people hate Draymond right now.
Which is just so wrong on so many levels.
It's kind of wild. And when I say people, I don't mean all of you Warrior fans.
That's very disappointing.
A lot of you do. And it's everywhere I've gone, every conversation I've had, every platform where that happens. So this is not a one-off. Like we were at the Warriors Summit at Walnut Creek a few weeks ago, and more than half the audience responded negatively to a simple question of, do you want Draymond on the team? Not like do you want to trade him for a star? Not just, do you want him here or not? And I'm telling you, 60% of the people were like, no. So there is a Draymond anger that is thread through the fan base right now at a very high level, because I've seen that not just there, but all over the place. And whether,
why? What's the deal?
For some
Give me
people,
your theory on it.
I think for a lot of people, he's always ridden the line in terms of his behavior, and the punch was the breaking point for a lot of people.
So he's crossed the line, and I never even had a problem with Draymond when they blew the finals to the. I played too much pickup basketball. If somebody dangles their stuff in your face, you push them off, and you're like, get that out of here.
Are people really dangling their stuff in your face during your pickup games?
If somebody's trying to step over
what kind of league are you in? And I jiggle it often. Jeez. What's going on out there in the East Bay?
Yeah, man.
What the hell's happening?
Well, no, but if you go down and somebody tries to step over you, that's a sign of disrespect. And to me, what Green had there was reciprocal response simply, and he never should have been kicked out of that series. I think it's a blight on the NBA that he was kicked out of that series.
Let's head to the phones, and very interested to hear people on this. Again, Draymond is opting out. The Warriors may just be shrugging their shoulders today going, that's no surprise. We knew that. I also expected Draymond to opt out, but the way this is being pitched and when does raise some thoughts and concerns. And the first thought that I have is this coming apart at the seams? And we don't even realize it. Bob's gone. Jama Malalela is gone. Steve is silent. Steph is silent. Clay and his agent have started to dip their toe in the water of Clay's expecting big money in the form of an extension, and now Draymond is opting out, and the way Mark Spears tweeted it was the Warriors are doing everything in their power to keep him, which makes it sound a little bit more desperate than it felt 3-4 weeks ago.
Sounds also like they need to convince him to change his mind about staying, doesn't it?
It feels like it, doing everything in their power to keep him, you know what I mean? Yeah, that sounds like, well, I'm out of here. Well, we're going to do everything in our power.
Whoa.
Like, are they trying to change his mind? Austin in San Jose. Hey, Austin, you're on with Willard and Larry Krueger. What you doing, Austin?
Hey, good evening. Good evening, Willard. Good evening, Larry. I've talked to you many years, Larry. Good to hear you. Listen.
Wait, Austin, you're in San Jose. It's 2:30, so you're scaring me with this good evening
Seriously,
thing.
this reminds me of Rick Barry signing off on his 2:00 show. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
My bad, guys. Listen, I'm on the other side of Draymond. That's my guy. Never going to go against him. I don't know who these people are that are saying they want Draymond gone. Come on, man. The 4 chips,
seriously,
you don't have him without him. You won't get any more if he's probably gone. Larry, I want to disagree with you on the L.A. Lakers thing, too.
Okay, sure.
That's reading way too much into it. This guy is a pro, man. This guy is a champion. I don't think it's...
But there's but can we at least agree that I'm not calling out Draymond Green. I have more respect for Draymond Green as a player than almost any player I've ever watched. To me, he's a modern version of Bird in some ways as a competitor. And he is a crazy competitor, one of my favorites. I'm just saying the level that he gets to in the playoffs that we saw in the first round against Sacramento is literally a man on the edge, right there teetering between over the line and on the line. And he didn't get to that against the Lakers. He's helping up AD. He's chit-chatting on the free throw line with guys. He just didn't. It just seemed a little different. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not accusing him of dogging it or not of being emotionally vacant or, I'm not questioning his competitive fire. I mean, none of that. That's go all way too far. I just noticed a difference. You're saying you didn't.
And maybe Austin's gone. Oh yeah, Austin, you have that?
You didn't notice any difference at all?
I did, but I think it was more reflective of the whole team right at that point. I think the team didn't have anything left. I mean, it wasn't just about Dre.
Fair enough.
Who else was playing well at that point? So I think, listen, another thing I wanted to say, guys, is Draymond Green, if he is opting out, I want you guys to tell me what the team looks like next year. Who's the playmaker, okay? They don't have one right now. So everybody's talking about Draymond leaving. That team looks completely different next year if Draymond's not on that team.
Well, I mean, Austin could not agree more. I think Steve Kerr agrees with you. He has said that out loud. J.J. Redick said it yesterday on ESPN. I think anybody who knows anything about NBA basketball feels this statement that I'm about to make is true. The Warriors cannot win in the playoffs without Draymond Green. Like they can't do it. He's irreplaceable. Monty Poole came on this show 3 weeks ago, and with the idea of Draymond not being on the team, he goes, the reason I think the Warriors want to keep him is, let's say you did move on from Draymond Green. He goes, what's the next thing you would want to do as the Warriors? He goes, you'd want to go find another Draymond Green. And there aren't any. There's no other players like him. It doesn't mean he's the greatest player in the whole NBA, but he's unique.
He's very unique.
He's
a rim protector and distributor. To me, I'll say this, what it's starting to remind me of a little bit, if this is the way it goes. What was the other big fracture in Warrior history? It was Nelly and Weber. And what was the result of that? Nelly left and Weber left. I could see the result of this being Green leaves and Poole leaves.
Absolutely. Well, now that's up to the team. Obviously, Green is not. That's the thing that I think is uncomfortable for everybody now. What's happening is you're watching the Golden State Warriors for the first time in 10 years lose control. They don't have any control over Bob Myers. They don't have any control over Draymond Green. They lose Jama Malalela. You're a year away from not having any control over Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson if you don't do anything about it, and they may not want you to do anything about it. So what do you have control over right now? And I think it's the reason we've been talking so much about Poole and Kuminga. That's what you have control over. You can trade those guys if you want to, but there are big names right here who suddenly have the control over the Warriors, and at least one of them has already exercised it. That's new. Who would leave the Warriors? Well, someone has. And once someone big has, maybe someone else will too. I'm looking at the numbers, just the Kings series versus the Lakers series for Draymond Green. In the Kings series, he averaged 9.5 points per game. Lakers series, 9.3 points per game. So points, about the same. How about assists? In the Kings series, 8 a game. Lakers series, 5.7. It goes way down. Rebounds, 6.2 per game, Kings, 7.7 per game, Lakers.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about
maybe you're not talking about stats.
Yeah, I'm not talking about stats at all. I'm just talking about Draymond Green is unique. He is a crazy competitor, and he gets to that line. In that Sacramento series, he was right there. It was like every other year. The Lakers series, I didn't sense that same, we gotta have this. I hate my opponent. You kind of feel when you're watching these series that Draymond literally hates his opponent. I don't know if he actually does, but it gives you that feeling. I didn't feel that in the Lakers series. Yeah. It really wasn't about how effective he was and what his stats looked like. I never even really looked at his stats. To me, it's just more of a vibe.
The whole series felt sleepy to me. So I'm not even going to disagree with you that he felt sleepy, but he didn't feel like the sleepiest of the sleepy. The whole series felt sleepy.
Yeah.
They came out in game one, lost a game they should have been able to win, and we blamed it on the fact that they were exhausted from Game 7 2 nights before. Then they come out and get a victory, and then they only win again in Game 5 about a week later. And outside of that, they were outplayed. Steph didn't shoot well. Clay really, really didn't shoot well. Jordan Poole was a hot mess for 5 of the 6 games. Andrew Wiggins was just there, kind of disappointing. Kevon Looney, way less of a factor. I could go person by person and feel like all of them were certainly lesser. I get what you're saying. You're talking more about a vibe.
I mean, I think the text line is agreeing with me here. 707 says, I'm with Larry on this one. Dre's impact and intensity was way down. That's all I'm really saying. And I'm not even talking about stats at all.
Yeah,
I'm really just talking about that crazy level that only Draymond gets to. He didn't get to that level against the Lakers. I'm not saying that's why they lost. I'm not saying it has anything to do with scoring, rebounding, distributing, or anything actually basketball related. I'm just talking about intensity and anger and ferocity that just comes screaming out of the TV set when you're watching it. It's like, I've noticed that. That is Green, and that's the way he plays in all these other playoff series except for that last one.
I mean, it's an interesting point. And again, I've always looked at him doing that when he feels it's necessary. I actually don't think he does that every game of every playoff
Not every
series.
game, but
I think he does it when he feels like it's what his team needs him to do. And at times it has led to him being suspended in the middle of playoff series, which happened in the Sacramento series.
OKC, think of some of those
right.
past series. He just gets to a level.
I don't know if he ever felt that in the Lakers series. It's odd because they were losing, but also maybe he didn't see the opening. I don't know. Again,
somebody says clutch. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they're both clutch.
I don't know. That's hard. I mean, there's got to be Clutch as an agency's got more people than just those 2 guys.
I think it has more to do with. Well, we'll see. But I get the vibe watching that series. Like, Draymond's going to be a Laker next year, isn't he? That's what I felt watching it.
We can't rule it out. I will say this. Speaking of the text line, 954 texted in a bit ago, and we are going to play this for you shortly. Because remember, when we're saying Draymond is opting out, at this point, this is just a report. He has not opted out. It is a report from Mark Spears,
who's credible.
He's very credible, very dialed in. But I think it's important when words come out like that for us to hear them, because the tone matters. Is Draymond's opting out? Or, as expected, Draymond's opting out, and the Warriors are going to be right there, and they're going to try to re-sign him. That still remains the plan. Or is it Draymond is opting out, and the Warriors are doing everything they can to keep him? Do you know what I mean? Those are 2 very different statements, and 954 is texting in that it sounded very nonchalant. So we're going to have that for you here shortly.
Okay. I'll say this. Do you think the opt-out is about money? Because money...
Everything is.
Money can be, hey, Joe pays more money, and now suddenly he's here. Or is it about what's going on with Bob and the changes and the organization and Joe? And I don't know.
I think both, but I don't think you can ever discount money.
Does Draymond want to leave because he wants to leave? Or does Draymond just want the $30 million? He doesn't want to take a $30 million less.
I don't think he wants to leave. He said as much, that he very, very firmly has multiple times that he does not want to leave. So if he's leaving...
Since the Myers decision, has he said that?
Yes.
Okay.
He said it on his podcast. Here's the statement or the conversation. It involves Dunleavy as the new GM as well, from Mark Spears, ESPN.
Dunleavy already has a strong relationship with head coach Steve Kerr. He's growing in his relationship with co-owner Joe Lacob. As Woj mentioned, he's a 15-year NBA vet, so he played in the league. He was drafted by the Warriors. I'm told that he's already met with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. The Warriors expect Draymond Green to opt out of the final year of his $26 million contract, I'm being told. But Joe Lacob, Dunleavy, like the Warriors, they're going to do everything in their power, if he does as expected, to bring him back. You know, Golden State is also getting calls on Kuminga. They're getting calls on Jordan Poole. They have the 19th pick in the next week's draft. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. isn't getting no training wheels.
Oof, okay, that's a lot. And I'll actually
agree.
A lot there. I'll agree with our texter just on the part about Draymond. It does not sound like he's sounding an alarm. Oh my gosh, Draymond's opting out, and the Warriors have their fingernails on his butt and they're trying to stop him from leaving. That's not what it sounded like to me. as expected, Draymond is opting out, and the Warriors continue to do the work that we all thought they were going to do. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you've already met with, like, if you're Mike Dunleavy and the first thing you do as you become GM is meet with Steph and Draymond, that sounds like a good sign, because Steph's not a free agent. That means you're meeting with the two people who are going to have opinions about how you should rebuild this thing going forward. That's the way I take that.
Yeah, and also the fact that Draymond had Kerr on his show, he sounded like he was staying. But what if Green says to Dunleavy, "Hey, you know what? I want to come back and finish this thing here, but Jordan's got to go." And what if they've now dialed around to the league, because obviously there's several teams looking around and shopping different players. That's what's going on right now. You can tell all around the league. And what if the Warriors are looking at the trade proposals for Poole and they're not good? And then it's like, well, wait a second. Draymond's at the end of his career and he wants us to divest ourselves of this asset, and we're going to only be able to do that if we do it at a loss. Well, so maybe that's a roadblock.
Possibly. I don't think if Draymond was like, we should trade Jordan Poole, I don't think that would surprise anybody. I don't think that's going to catch anyone off guard. Do you want
what if there's no market for Jordan?
Well,
and he's demanding that.
Now, hold on. That was one of the other keys I just took from what Mark Spears just said. Did you hear the interesting quirk? Not the Warriors are talking to other teams about Jordan Poole. The Warriors are receiving calls about Jordan Poole. Not they're making calls, they're receiving calls. That means other people are interested in Jordan Poole.
Sounds like the Trey Lance conversation all over again.
I mean,
we're not shopping Trey. We're listening to calls.
And yes, those are words from a reporter that could have been fed to him. But that would suggest, and I've long believed this.
What are you taking away from that?
Well, the idea that and I think a lot of Warriors fans feel this because we watched Jordan and it was a disappointing season. I think a lot of Warrior fans feel like Jordan's trade value is toilet paper and nobody around the league would want him. I don't think that
20 a game in the NBA.
Wow, at age 23 with an undercurrent of it went bad because a teammate punched him and we don't have teammates that would punch him, I think is how other teams look at Jordan Poole. You know, he is not a finished product. That kid's going to get better. And if there's a new environment, I mean, with all the opinions I've shared here in the last few months, probably sounds like I hate the guy. It's much more, I don't like him here at this time.
I think it's bigger than that, Mark. He's broken. He thinks he's Steph Curry, and he's not, and he doesn't want to do what he does well, and he loves to do what he doesn't do well.
Okay, but even if you're right...
That means he's kind of broken as a basketball player.
But even if you're right, why? Why? Like, I would argue that...
Because he doesn't want to take that punishment going to the lane.
I don't think he wants to take that punishment in practice that he took. In other words, I think... Jordan thinks all this stuff that has gone wrong for Jordan, I acknowledge what you're saying, but I think it is in some ways circumstantial to the Warriors. Like, he doesn't like the way the Warriors handled the situation preseason. He doesn't like coming off the bench. He doesn't like that he's a starter some nights and on the bench other nights. These are all the things that people have been telling me in defense of Jordan Poole. I acknowledge them. However, they are the reality of here and now. So he got to go play somewhere else. I'd be shocked if he doesn't want to go play somewhere else at this point.
Yeah, fresh start.
So that, like, the rest of the league, to me, would still be very interested in this guy because all those factors that make it bad here don't exist other places.
Maybe. Or maybe people are seeing what I'm seeing, which is here's a guy that loves to shoot heat check threes. He shot 25% from beyond the arc in the playoffs. He shot 32% in the regular season. He's a 94% foul shooter when he's on top of his game, and yet he doesn't want to put it on the deck and go to the hole.
I mean, what if Toronto is on the phone with his agent? They're like, here's the deal. We're rebooting. We want people who can grow with what we want to do. We got a brand new coach. We got a starting role, and you don't even need to be in the same country as Draymond Green.
Fresh start. Yeah. We offer you a fresh start.
In.
Yeah.
I'm in.
And I'm sure when I'm talking about his game's broken, it was broken this year. It's not a sentence, right? Other teams are going to look at him and say, oh, yeah, that's an issue, but it's not unsolvable. It'll be different in a different environment.
Let's go to somewhere where it is a nice evening, and that's Charlotte, North Carolina. Sister Agnes is on with Willard and Larry Krueger. Hey, Sister Agnes, what are you doing?
Phone. Yeah, I hope my phone lasts. It's down a little bit, but go ahead, Willard.
All right, no, you go ahead. I got 3 more hours to talk. It's your turn.
All right. Well, I think what you were just talking about with Jordan Poole, I've never been sold on him, and I think that, he's not he like a Jordan Clarkson, or who's the guy that just got the sixth man from the Nuggets. He will never accept his role. Like you said, he thinks he's Steph Curry, and he's given up the work ethic, and so I don't think it was the punch so much. What matters with the punch is the Draymond Green. I don't hate anybody, especially a basketball player. So my concern with Draymond is he's allowed himself to be manipulated by LeBron James. LeBron James will do anything to win. And I know that any competitive player will do anything to win. But remember, Tristan Thompson on Draymond Green's podcast told him the deep, dark secret of how they were able to do a comeback with the 3-1. And they were searching for Achilles heel. And Draymond is an Achilles heel for a team. If like Larry said, if he doesn't play up to his potential or to his animus, his whole energy, it affects the whole team. And so Draymond not playing hard is different than Clay not playing hard. And I just think he has affected the Warriors. I mean, you could say, okay, without Draymond, we don't get 4 championships. But with Draymond, we lost 2 of them. So I'm kind of fed up with his antics.
Yeah.
His stream of consciousness. But
Sister Agnes, I think you got a lot of people who agree with you, but to me, that's an interesting way to look at life. They've got a dynasty, and they went to 6 finals. They win 4 of them. You could blame him for the 2 losses, and you're like, I can't believe it. They lost 2 finals without Draymond. They're not even there without him. They don't win any without him. The good outweighs the bad, I guess, is what I'm saying in a major, major way. And I don't buy that Draymond Green didn't play hard. I just don't like.
No,
was it perfect?
And I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I don't buy that he didn't play hard. All right, we got plenty more time for this coming up. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Stay where you are. We will continue to take your calls, but also coming up next, the director of player personnel for the Giants, who knows these young kids better than anybody on planet Earth. He's Kyle Haynes, and he joins us next. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season.
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll keep taking a couple of phone calls on this until Kyle Haynes, Senior Director, Player Development, San Francisco Giants. As you were just saying, interesting guy, too.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, he was drafted to play for the San Francisco Giants and did in the minor leagues for 10 years, and now he essentially runs the minor leagues. So if you want to know a brain that has watched every single thing that has happened with Luis Matos, Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, and Patrick Bailey, and Casey Schmidt, and everybody else, this is the dude. This is the dude. He's going to give us a call here in just a few.
Yeah, and also he's interesting because he transcends regimes. He was a guy that was very much a big player in the Giants farm system with Sabian and Evans and that group, and is still very much a power player in the Farhan kind of reshuffled front office.
Also talking about Draymond Green and the new Warrior general manager, Mike Dunleavy, and working through this. I think this is good and important for us to play for all of those of you who have not heard the sound. If you've simply seen the quote, the Draymond Green is expected to opt out, a report from Mark Spears of ESPN. Important to hear what he said and how he said it. Here it is.
Dunleavy already has a strong relationship with head coach Steve Kerr. He's growing in his relationship with co-owner Joe Lacob. As Woj mentioned, he's a 15-year NBA vet, so he played in the league. He was drafted by the Warriors. I'm told that he's already met with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. The Warriors expect Draymond Green to opt out of the final year of his $26 million contract, I'm being told. But Joe Lacob, Dunleavy, like the Warriors, they're going to do everything in their power, if he does as expected, to bring him back. You know, Golden State is also getting calls on Kuminga. They're getting calls on Jordan Poole. They have the 19th pick in the next week's draft. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. isn't getting no training wheels.
No training wheels. Nope. But I got a lot from that. And maybe I'm reading too much into simply the way he phrased it, but they're getting calls on Jordan Poole. Not making them. They're getting them. They're getting calls on Kuminga. That doesn't surprise me. Not in the slightest. But even the part about Draymond Green, it's like it's kind of as expected. Draymond Green's going to opt out. I thought that was a slam dunk the entire time. And what I was waiting for is, what's the sound behind the Warriors are doing everything in their power? So in other words, here's two ways that you could say it. This is kind of what I mean. So Draymond Green is expected to opt out of his contract, and the Warriors are doing everything in their power to work out a deal and keep him in Golden State.
There's a lot of concern in your voice there.
All right, next one. As expected, Draymond Green is going to opt out, and the Warriors are going to do everything in their power to make sure there's a deal and that he stays in Golden State.
And the key part that you didn't mention there is that Mark said in only his casual tone, the Warriors expected Green to opt out.
Absolutely.
So,
well, who?
But you know what changes? What makes this juicy is that the money. How much money all these guys make. It's like if you're going to move a Klay Thompson, you're talking about $43 million. If Draymond Green opts out, he's opting out of $27.6 million. So if you're going to move Jordan Poole, you're going to move a guy who's making $27 million. So every one of these moves, if they're guys coming and going, are going to change this roster dramatically because of their departure and also what pieces would be coming back and how this thing would be reconfigured. So these are all huge stories, really.
Yep, absolutely. We'll keep rocking with this for a little bit, too. Kyle Haynes is actually going to call in about 3:30. So more time to hang out on this, at least for the time being. And when you bring that up, I want to bring this back to the fold, especially for those of you who weren't with us late yesterday. Hear this. This goes back to my most recent conversation with Mike Dunleavy Jr. It happened right before Game 6. Dibs and I are over at the arena right before Game 6 against the Kings. It was the night that the Warriors were going to defeat the Kings with their 4th consecutive win, and the beam was done, and that was that, and the Warriors went out on the Chase Center floor and laid the biggest egg known to mankind. But right before that game, Dunleavy jumped on our show, and, well, the question is on here. The question was about the forthcoming offseason, and I think this carries new weight now knowing that this is the GM. So listen to the question about the forthcoming offseason.
I do want to ask you this because maybe it's a fan thing, but it felt like Steph Curry kind of gave some validation to it with regard to saying things stayed the same this year because we won the title last year. So I wonder, when you guys, I know it's one game tonight, but is there a lot riding on how far you go in these playoffs with regard to how that affects the offseason?
Yeah, it's probably fair to say. Certainly, there's a financial component to it that we're always taking into account. And our owner, Joe Lacob, spent a lot of money the last couple of years, and rightfully so. We got a great roster. We won a championship last year. So we'll always continue to evaluate and look forward. But, yeah, taking into consideration how we do this postseason is a factor into what we do next season.
He took it to money right away.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him about money, and he took it there immediately, which is, yes, we were willing to spend the money last year because you're coming off a championship, and we'll see this year how far we go, but there's going to be a financial component to this. So take that answer to now and look at this whole thing and wonder who it is they're going to spend that money on. And again, they've made it clear that they'd like it to be Draymond Green, among others, but they'd like it to be maybe Draymond Green even first. So I don't know. The more I listen to this and the more I think about it, I still think this could go a number of different ways, but I don't think today's news, at least not yet, changes the calculus from where it already was.
What I'd love to know is, are we talking literally about the number of playoff games that the Warriors would play and what the net revenue would be in those games, and that equation would be impacts their decision making? If we go 2 rounds, if we go 3 rounds, if we go to the finals, because there is a huge amount of money for every game. Is that what he's referencing? The other thing I thought was interesting, playing the Spears thing again, did you catch the part where he said, well, Mike's got a great relationship with Steve Kerr and is working on his relationship with Joe Lacob?
Right.
Joe Lacob just named Mike Dunleavy the general manager of his team. Theoretically, most general managers have the keys to do what they want to do and build the thing the way they want to build it, right? He's a general manager. Generally, the buck stops with the GM, but if he's got a relationship, he obviously had a relationship with Bob Myers. Myers kind of referenced it. Hey, I was getting burnt out. We brought in Dunleavy. So obviously they had a trust and a relationship. Dunleavy has that trust and relationship with Steve. But is he still developing that trust and relationship with Joe?
Here's how I take it.
It's a very interesting way to phrase it.
But again, as with all things, you could take it a couple of ways. Does that mean that there's some clear work that needs to be done, or was there a problem in the past, or is it just because Bob Myers was there, so Joe called Bob, and he never really talked to Mike Dunleavy that much because Mike was an assistant. So I look at it this way. For instance, have you ever worked at a radio station where the program director left and the assistant PD took over?
Yes.
Right. And so all of a sudden, yes, I know that person. I talked to that person. I've been in that person's office, but I've never that's never been my point person.
Right.
So we got to work on that now. That's sort of how I took it. But
I almost kind of looked at it as hey, Bob is privy to maybe the ugly side of Joe. The late night call, the complaining call. He shouldered the lion's share of the pushback or the communication with Joe, and that maybe Dunleavy was shielded from that. And now he's in the catbird seat, and he's got to kind of be that guy who fields all those calls and deals with Joe's ups and downs and mercurial thoughts and wishes and that kind of thing. It's just, there's a lot going on there, but it is interesting.
Did you just call him Late Night Lacob? Because I think that nickname is already taken in this town.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's a Late Night Lamont. You can't do Late Night Lacob. Okay, before we go back to the phones, hey, YouTube and Twitch audience, lucky you. Those of you who aren't there yet, now would be a good time to do it. It's 3:11 right now. I will promise that before 3:20, by 3:20, that is 9 minutes from right now, for the first time today, we will hold up today's keyword and the number to text the word to. That will be your first opportunity in this show to qualify for the prize that we're working on right now. And this is the last chance here on this show today on Friday. This is your last chance to qualify for the prize to go to the introductory press conference at Chase Center for the Warriors draft pick. I'm sure you'll see Mike Dunleavy Jr. there. And
can I hold it up? Because there's just one right here.
Give it to you? Here.
Oh,
you got one? Is that the right one? See, hang on. I got no. Don't show that yet, because I did. Which we got dueling words in here, Grandy. We got dueling words in here. So
not the one that Larry has.
Okay, not the one that you have.
How appropriate on a day where we discuss two separate agendas potentially for the Warriors. We have separate agendas.
Could you all see that? Like you just flipped. I'm looking at the delay feed that I have in here. Put it down. Put it down. It's wrong. Don't text that anywhere. Please, it's wrong. But of course you can. Would you like to? You want me to give you the?
I'm helping.
I'll give you the sheet. Would you like the Casey sheet?
I'm a big part of the show.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna call my wife at the commercial.
You're not. This is a key word, and you are a key cog in this whole wheel. Okay. So anyway, but between now and 3:20, we will hold the word up. You should get over to Twitch and YouTube right now. It's your only place and way to win your way in to one of the most unique prizes that we've ever given away, okay? So that's coming up here within the next 6.5 minutes. Let's go to Joe in San Jose, on with Willard and Kruger. Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I think you guys, the other thing about Draymond Green is that, first of all, the Warriors is not a championship team. And the second point is maybe Draymond thinks he knows the Warriors better than anybody. Maybe you think the Warriors not a championship team. He may want to go to a team that has championship potential, and which would be Sacramento would be a good fit for him to think about it. They're young, full of energy, and he just don't think the Warriors is a championship team, and that's why he may want to opt out while he still has value in his game. And I think that's the way he's looking at it. And we're not looking at it the same way he's looking at it, but I think that's what he's looking. And it's a fair way to look at it too, because he just don't think the Warriors is a championship team.
Okay, Joe, let's examine that for a second. I got questions for you. First of all, the Warriors are not a championship team. The first question is, even if Draymond agrees with you, why? Why do you think that, and why does he think that, do you think?
Because of Denver. They cannot match up with Denver.
Okay.
They cannot get past Denver.
I don't buy that he thinks that. I think you think that. I think that it's a fair point. I think a lot of people agree with you, but I also know the way athletes' minds work, and they don't think that. The greatest players in the world do not think, can't beat them. Just can't beat him, can't do it, especially when they just did it 12 months ago.
Yeah, but I think the caller's onto something, Mark, from the standpoint of Draymond is he's so dialed in, he's like a general manager. I mean, you heard Bob Myers talk about that. He knows their cap situation. He knows what they can spend. He knows what moves potentially can be made. He may be looking at this thing from, above and just saying, you know what, whether I'm there or not there, we can't add the piece that we need to add because of our cap situation, all of our contracts, who we're willing to trade, who we're not willing to trade. He may look at them and just say, you know what, this we can't win here.
Maybe.
And also, don't forget, he's got a huge media career. Maybe LA's attractive to him. Who knows? Maybe New York's attractive. Maybe Atlanta's attractive. I mean, he works for TNT.
I don't think he needs a city for attention. He's Draymond Green, and this is the Warriors. This is the highest rated team in terms of eyeballs and views and all that in the NBA. I just think you guys might have a point. I think it's more likely, though, that Draymond thinks the reason they're not a championship team is because of something that's wrong on the inside that can be fixed. He literally just said 3 weeks ago, we're only out of this thing because I punched Jordan. He just said that. So I think that Draymond thinks when you hear those guys parade up there and go, we weren't a championship team, I think the reason behind that in their mind was what Steve Kerr said on his podcast, which was that we did not have everybody in the room pushing in the same direction, feeling like they were okay with their role, willing to take less of a role in exchange for a shot at a title. We didn't have that. The Heat and the Nuggets do, and that's why they're in the finals and we're not. That's what those guys have said.
I think Draymond could be seeing it the way I see it, which is paying Poole what they paid him was a colossal error, and now you're either going to have him on your roster at a price that he ain't worth, or you're probably going to have to trade him at a loss, and the pieces that you bring back are probably not going to be title worthy. So he may not want to play with Poole, and the Warriors may be even willing to move off of Poole, but how they do it and what's coming back, he may look at that whole thing and just go, you know what? It ain't going to work.
Well, I wonder if he could even know that yet. Like, we're just getting started with those phone calls being made.
But like in the last 48 hours, you've seen the reports. I mean, a week ago when Kerr was on with Draymond, it really sounded like there was some momentum that Poole was definitely, and Kuminga maybe even, were going to go. In the last 24 hours, last 72 hours, I'm seeing headlines like, yeah, Poole's kind of likely to stay. Well, if he doesn't want to play with Poole, or if he doesn't think if he thinks Poole's kind of a broken player, then maybe he looks at that $27 million and goes, man, we're not winning a title with that guy making $27 million.
Where are you seeing headlines that he's going to, like,
I've just seen a bunch of headlines in the last couple days.
Going to stay?
That Poole is, yeah, if you just Google Poole and the Warriors, you'll see different headlines that say, Poole, there's people that believe that Poole's going to be here next year. I'm starting to see those rumblings. I don't know that they're substantiated by anybody concrete. You know what I mean?
I would translate that, if that's out there, that's because the Warriors want it out there, and that's because they want the rest of the NBA to believe that they're willing to keep him.
Right.
Because that keeps his value high.
All these things are viable. Totally. Yeah, that's totally viable.
Yeah. Dre in the city, next up with Willard and Kruger. Hey, Dre, what are you doing?
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Appreciate the call.
We do too.
So I'm just calling in because I just want to chime in on this Draymond situation. I think it was as predictable as could be that we were going to be looking at a problem where Draymond or Poole have to go. I mean, we had the best road or worst road situation and the best home situation, and that has to be clearly tied to the guys not hanging out on the road, trusting each other, knowing each other's game. I mean, there's so many divisions within the locker room. I think it's clear now that we have to choose a side, and Bob Myers didn't want to choose a side. And unfortunately, out of the big three, I feel like Klay Thompson may be the one that may have to go. I see the Raptors as a good trade partner if we throw Poole in there. What would you guys feel about a Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole for Siakam, OG, and Gary Trent Jr.?
I think that the Raptors would huck the phone off the wall. That's what I think.
I'm doing that trade, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that trade's done.
Dre, I hear you. I'm totally with you that Toronto, for me, that's trade partner one. That's the phone call I want the Warriors to make. I don't think that Toronto, why would they be interested in Klay Thompson? So they're going to get rid, they want to reboot a little bit, but they're going to get rid of young players like Anunoby and Siakam to get more expensive and older. I get expiring. I understand that.
They could always spin them somewhere else.
Yeah, I think, remember now, Poole makes like well more than Anunoby does.
Right.
Like if you put Klay in that deal, you got like
$70 million.
A lot of money that you got to figure out coming back. So I think it's much more likely that the Warriors do something that is Poole and or Kuminga related to Toronto that could get you an Anunoby and someone else, probably not Siakam, would be my guess. And I think that there's a conversation to be had there. I personally believe that all of the conversation about Klay Thompson being traded is just a little ahead of itself. I don't think the Warriors want to do that, and I don't think the league would be real keen on like, boy, we got to get a $43 million Klay Thompson on our roster right now.
Yeah, it sounds like you're thinking through Warrior goggles, which is totally,
That's what we got.
That's where we live. That's where we're at. But what do you think of this as far as the Green opt-out? I don't want Jordan to be here, and I'm going to opt out and just see what happens. And then maybe that provides a little heat. Like, you know what? We may trade him, we may not. If we don't get the deal we want, Draymond, we're not going to move him. Oh, really? Okay, I'm going to opt out, and then you let me know.
One thing I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, which I think is at the core of what you were just saying. And by the way, here, you want to turn? Here, Take that. I just held the word up and the number, but now Larry will do it for a little bit. Hold that. Yeah. And then that way you can also, this is good because you turned your body toward the camera And look how much thinner you look when you just turn your body toward that camera. If I were you guys sitting in that chair, I'd have done that months ago. Just turn your chair. Exactly. You look like a normal human being again instead of Jabba the Kruger. And it's not your fault. It's the camera. So look how good you look, and you got the word and the number. There it is.
There it is.
Right now, Twitch and YouTube, you can see that word, text it to that number, and that qualifies you to get into the Warrior press conference at Chase Center, the introductory press conference after the draft. And we will show that word and number to you again a few more times before we get to 5 o'clock this afternoon. All right.
Tristan Vukovic, how does it feel to be a Warrior?
See, do you know?
CD Sissoko, what's it feel like to be on a team with Steph?
What percentage of our audience has any idea who you're talking about right now? I just say.
I'm not talking about anybody. I'm just kind of being a smartass.
All right. So here's one thing I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, and you're not the first person I've heard say this, but that there's some sort of like backroom negotiation going on between Draymond, the Warriors, and Poole, where everybody's like, it's me or him. It feels a little too soap opera-esque to me.
It's plausible, obviously.
It's plausible. I think, but
you're saying that it's over.
I think it's just in an obvious sort of way. I think the Warriors and Draymond have been constant communication with one another for 10 years now, and so I think it's probably very likely that if they are going to move around the idea of trading Jordan Poole, Draymond's probably very aware of that, but he's also aware you can't just kick him to the curb for no reason and get nothing in return also. So we got to see what's out there. So here's the way I'd say it. I think Draymond and the Warriors are more on the same team here than people seem to think. That's my opinion.
Well, these
are two totally separate entities.
I totally hear what you're saying, but I think we ought to understand one thing, one reality. We don't know these guys. We get impressions, we get thoughts based on quotes. We don't know them, and we don't know how they feel about each other.
Yeah.
And there could be, like, we all think, hey, Draymond loves Kerr, and Kerr loves Curry, and Curry loves Kerr, and these guys there may be, I bet you there's somebody on that team that can't stand somebody else either on the team or in the front office, and it's never bubbled to the public surface.
That's a workplace. Do you like everybody here?
I do. I really do. Except for Grandy. I feel like Grandy. No, I like everybody. No, I like everybody.
No, you don't.
Thanks, Larry.
I don't like.
My favorite is Loneal. Same church, same
Loneal.
pew. Same church, same pew.
Exactly. Amy in Palo Alto. Hey, Amy, what are you doing?
I like Amy in Palo Alto.
I do too.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How's it
going? Everything.
Hey, hey, I wanted to get your thoughts about whether things that are leaked to the media, or the media gathers from insiders, to what extent can that even be relied on? I mean, everyone involved knows that the info is going to be released to the public. What do they want us to know? And with regard to Spears, no matter how dialed in he might be, he's still putting his judgment into the output and the tone, which by definition is subjective. So I just wonder what you guys thought about that.
No,
that's a great point,
Amy. I think you're absolutely right. But here's what I would say. So is Spears interpreting what's been said to him, and then it's up to his voice with how he wants to share it? Absolutely, and there is some subjectivity to that. However, he's definitely having conversations. He's definitely credible. He also is only going to say things out loud that are given to him. I mean, even the best of reporters, like why do Woj and Shams both have the Ja Morant and Draymond Green, all of the reports? They've got them always at once, right? It's at the exact same time because it's given to them. It's not out unless the team wants it out. # Andrew Wiggins. If the team doesn't want it out, it's not going to get out.
It's called public relations.
Yeah. All right, much more on this coming up. We'd love to continue to take your phone calls. Having a blast talking to you about it. Kruger is in for dibs. Also coming up next, though, Giants Senior Director of Player Development. He knows these Matoses and Lucianos and Harrisons and all of them. Patrick Bailey, better than anybody on planet Earth. He is Kyle Haynes, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in the
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we've officially got it squared away here, Larry. Larry's in for Dibbs, and we both have the word and the number in our hands. And during our conversation, see, now you went and just put it up again. But we also want to tell people, get over to Twitch and YouTube now. We'll hold it up again at some point during our conversation with Kyle Haynes, which is a conversation I know you and I are both really, really looking forward to.
Absolutely.
Because this is the senior director of player development at a time when player development is being discussed with the San Francisco Giants more so than, any time I can remember in the last 5 years. That's Kyle Haynes. Joins us now on Willard and Dibbs with, as I said, Larry in for Dibbs. Kyle, good afternoon, man. How you doing?
Afternoon. Thanks for having me on. I'm doing good.
Real excited to have you. So let's jump right in. Luis Matos, 21 years old. What do we got here? Where's this going?
Yeah, it's an exciting position player. Really well-rounded. I think he has a chance to help us even when he doesn't hit because he's a good defensive center fielder. He should run the bases well. He's going to make some young mistakes on the bases, I anticipate. I mean, he's 21. Most 21-year-olds are just now wrapping up their sophomore, junior year of college, and he's in the big leagues. And, there's going to be some young mistakes, but he's going to be a really well-rounded player. He's going to play well offense, defense, base running, maybe, be a spark plug to start a rally, maybe deliver a big hit. He's just a very well-rounded player. Not one standout tool, but very solid across the board in all of them.
Man, I'm so glad we have you here, Kyle. So if Farhan comes to you and says, Kyle, Team X is called and they want this prospect, give me the guy that you're like, Farhan, if they ask for this guy, hang up the phone. Who's the hang up the phone kid in this farm system in your mind?
Well, you got to remember, these are all like my kids, so I just tell them hang up on all of them. I want to keep them all and make sure that they're all Giants at the end of the day. I think depends on who you talk to. I just think, I look at our left-handed pitchers. I mean, that's the guys that really stand out to me, whether it be somebody like a Harrison, a Wizenhunt, like Reggie Crawford, those guys, those are the first names that come to my head. And then you go to our young position players, the Matoses, the Lucianos, and I can keep going. Obviously the Baileys and Schmitz, but I got way too many of those guys in my head because I love them all. I care about them for as people. I know they're going to be great Giants on and off the field, and I'm emotionally attached to all of them.
Kyle Haynes, Senior Director, Player Development, San Francisco Giants, with us here on 95.7 The Game. So, Kyle, let's dive into some of those names you just brought up. What does Kyle Harrison need to do to get to the big leagues? What's the final revolution?
Yeah, I think just efficiency. I mean, he's deep in a lot of counts. Some of it's his own doings. He gets so many swings and misses. He never gets a quick out right now, just because he throws quality strikes and their swings and misses. But I think in general that last part is going to be the efficiency of his outings, and he's just deep in counts a lot. I think people are going to point to walks. The strike zone in AAA is smaller than the big leagues right now. It's got that automatic balls of strikes that's just incredibly small. His misses are smaller this year. When you see the intended target and where maybe he does miss his, which is a huge step forward. We worked on the slider to create one for strike and one for a put away, also trying to implement the changeup a little more on the side. But in general, he just needs to be a little more efficient, and the misses just make sure it doesn't put him in hitters counts, because when you put major league hitters in hitters counts, or if you put free base runners on, those tend to come back and bite you pretty hard.
Two outfielders I got to get your thoughts on. Matos hit a ball past me at Salt River in March, and I was like, wow. But what has Matos done to conquer the minor leagues and graduate to the big leagues as far as adjustments? And my buddy, who's a hardcore Giant minor league guy, said you have to ask Kyle Haynes about Rainer Arias. He says he's like special, incredible teenager. He's not coming up anytime soon, but he's amazing.
Oh, I'm trying to hide Arias. Yeah, man, that's a good find. That's a deep find. On Matos, I'll hit on that one really fast, since he's kind of the everyone sees him on the team now. Most of the time in minor leagues, you find a lot of guys with physical tools, but offensively profile, you'll find a guy who has great plate discipline and kind of swings and misses a lot, or you'll find a guy who doesn't swing and miss and they swing at everything. And when you find someone who can blend the two, that's when you really find those special hitters. And Matos, he has unreal hand-eye coordination. He can barrel balls, 3-4 inches out off the outside corner. But when you're facing major league pitchers, that's just not a good odds, right? The odds are not in your favor if you're trying to live on corners to try to get your hits. And the last 2 years, especially this year, Matos has done an amazing job at blending his great hand-eye coordination with just swinging at quality pitches. So that's really been the biggest step forward development with him. With Rainier Arias, 16, I think he just turned 17 in the Dominican Summer League, signed for $2.7 million in this last signing period. And, he's a big, strong, physical outfielder. He's playing center field right now. That's how athletic he is, even though he's got some size to him. Good hit tool, potential good power, but still 17, just turned 17 years old, I believe. And, it's a long ways away, but it's exciting to know that whether it be in AAA or all the way in rookie ball, we have, interesting players up and down the system.
The Senior Director of Player Development, Kyle Haynes for the Giants, is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Get over to our Twitch and YouTube feeds right now. We're going to put up the keyword and the number to text here again in just a few minutes, within the next 5 minutes. See if you can win your way into the introductory press conference at Chase Center after the draft with the Warriors coming up. Kyle, I got a little bit of a two-parter just about Marco Luciano. I think the perception from fans is that things have slowed down with his development. The injuries, and maybe it's just Matos flying by him to the big leagues. Is that accurate, yes or no? And does he still project as a shortstop?
Oh, yeah, I'll go in reverse. He's doing a nice job at shortstop. Sure-handed, kind of not quite as tall and not quite the arm strength of like an O'Neal, a Cruz who plays for the Pirates. So it's not necessarily this incredibly fluid athlete at shortstop, but he's sure-handed, he's got arm strength, and he makes the plays that should be made. I think people just have heard about Marco for so long. We just mentioned Arias, and that's the same age that we start talking about Marco Luciano, and it just takes a long time for some of these younger kids to develop. And we signed Marco at 16, real instantly was rated our number one prospect, and probably rightfully so. He's still super talented. He's got a presence to him that when he's on the field, even when he doesn't have a good day, I think everybody in the field knows this is a special player. Just watching him walk onto the field and his at-bats. Actually, for having not a good start to the year, if you look at his OPS, he's significantly above league average. His expected numbers, expected OPS, those are really high to indicate some bad luck so far this year. But then also combined with the injuries, he's missed time. So, of course, if you're not on the field, you can't develop. So we knew he was a project when we signed him. He was far from a finished product for the last few years. And, he's just, kind of polishing some of the corners right now. And position players just take a little longer than pitchers whenever they have this kind of this level of talent.
I had Will Clark on the radio this offseason, and I said, Will, give me two guys in the system that you really believe in. And he quickly said Casey Schmidt and Vaughn Brown. What are we seeing from Casey Schmidt right now as far as what's the thing that he's going to have to do to adjust back to the way teams are pitching him? And what can you tell us about Vaughn Brown? Will was thrilled about Vaughn Brown's future.
Well, Will knows the system. Incredible. Most of the time, you don't see alumni with the passion for the minor leagues like Will Clark has for ours, first of all, as you guys are aware. But, he's spot on. Casey, I think obviously people have seen the good of Casey, but right now we're still seeing the youth of Casey too, where, I think he's just got to have the control to realize that it's just winning every pitch. And right now you can see him, he just up there just trying to make things happen. And, I think as he just kind of reins himself back in, he'll be fine. We've seen him go through this in the minor leagues a couple times where, he just goes through a tough rut and, he just needs to calm himself down and get himself back to the real Casey, and he'll be fine. And, young players, this is one thing you go through is that emotional control of, not panicking, trying to chase hits, just trying to have quality at bat after quality at bat. On Vaughn, I mean, if I forgot who it was, Baseball America or MLB.com or someone called me and, they said, well, if Vaughn was he's older. I said, if he wasn't older, he'd be number one on your whole prospect list. I mean, he's got every tool there is. His makeup is absolutely off the charts. I mean, between him and Reggie Crawford, might be two of the most professional, hardworking guys I've ever been around the game my entire life. And they demand respect. I don't say demand it. They command respect of their teammates just with their presence. And Vaughn has every tool that is known to man. 5 tools, very hardworking, disciplined, plays the game the right way. He had a few injuries there, but as he's gotten rolling, I think we're seeing, Vaughn take over and hopefully polishing up, some of his experience and getting those upper level development reps in, and he'll be, hopefully ready to help impact our team as well.
Kyle Haynes, Senior Director, Player Development with the Giants. Kyle, what do you think of Patrick Bailey's start here in the big leagues, and what does it mean for Joey Bart?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ecstatic for Pat. I mean, he's went through a lot. He's had some nagging injuries himself that he's tried to play through. I mean, you're seeing who he is. He's absolutely a stud catcher, calling a game. He's not the rah-rah type by any means, but he loves to compete and he loves to win. I think we're all seeing that now. Switch hitter, great at bats. We're all ecstatic for Pat. On the Joey question, Joey had the injury himself. I mean, I still think Pat Bailey, Joey Bart with Sable catching and playing the outfield, it's hard to beat that combo in the big leagues. I mean, for a catching depth. And I know Joey's still going to be a big part of our future. And there's no rule that you can't have one, or you only have allowed one catcher to help impact your team. There's a place for Joey on a winning team. I know that. And I've known Joey from day one. And he's going to go to AAA, get his reps going, polish some things up, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be needing him to come up with some big hits throughout this year as well.
Yeah, Bailey, when he blocked the plate the other day, and that was such a veteran move. I mean, so many attributes of Bailey's game are just very, very impressive. That was one of them. That was a phenomenal veteran Buster Posey-like play. The guy I got to get your thoughts on are Carson Wisenhunt. I know he's in Double-A, but man, that changeup arm action is crazy. I mean, he just looks like he is just absolutely no fun to hit off of. Give us your thoughts on what he needs to conquer to make those next steps, and what do you think of that change? Because to me, it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, most of the time when you talk about a guy with that type of changeup, I mean, you're talking about a guy who's below average fastball, and Carson, I mean, he does not have that. He's got this fastball, that riding hard heater, anywhere from the low to mid 90s with rise on it, illusion of rise, combined with this just Bugs Bunny changeup, and it's a pretty lethal combination to tunnel pitches and to create some perception of velocity on the hitter. And then you team it up with, actually, he spins the daylights out of his breaking ball. I mean, we're talking well above average spin rates on his breaking ball. So the breaking ball is nothing to scoff at either. So we're talking about three pitches that are hopefully above average major league pitches from a left-hander. So you can hear it in my voice. I absolutely love Carson. He's already played 3 levels this year in the minor leagues, and who knows? I mean, he's a lefty, and lefties who have 3 pitches they can throw for strikes tend to pitch a long time, and Carson shows all that makings, and these aren't just average pitches either.
Kyle, there's one other player, and you've referenced him briefly in this conversation, but I really want to do a little bit of a deeper dive on Reggie Ohtani. I'm sorry, I mean Reggie Crawford. My bad. I don't want to put too much on the kid. I know he's 22 years old. He's in Single-A. But does he project to someday do both pitch and play a position in the bigs?
If you put if you're making me take a stance now, I'd probably say no, but we're going to give it a chance to see how it plays out. He's got a lot of left-handed power, but still just very inexperienced on both pitching and hitting. But this is how you draw him up. And, whether he's going to be a two-way guy or a pitcher only, whatever he is, I'm going to tell you this. It's one of the biggest A-plus makeup guys I've ever been around. And his smile's contagious, and he's 6'4", 230, throws up to 100 miles an hour left-handed and hits massive homers. So it's pretty raw and crude considering how much he's not played in college due to injuries or whatever it might be, COVID years and things. But we almost view him as like a high school player experience-wise, and we'll see what we can make out of this. But it's a great starter kid, and I know this is one of those people you strive to be personally, how great of a human he is.
Kyle, it's a thrill to have you with us. And you and I have been talking for years about these prospects, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but you transcend regimes. You were there with Brian and Bobby and those guys, and now obviously with Farhan. And I'm just kind of wondering if you could be as candid as you could be with us as far as, is there anything that Farhan brought from L.A.? L.A.'s had so much success in the minor leagues, and now we're seeing the Giants have a lot more success than maybe they've had in the past. Is there anything that you can point to that comes from the Dodgers with Farhan that you guys have adopted at the minor league level that would maybe explain why we're seeing the number of prospects and the quality of prospects that we are?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if it's necessarily attributed from the Dodgers, but I think we're all a byproduct of the experiences we've had to help shape us. And I'm sure Farhan had experiences in Oakland or LA or even with the Giants that we've all learned, that he's learned from, and then he's come into the room and there's experiences that, Michael Holmes or Joe Salermo or Jeremy Shelley have had, myself, that we all apply to trying to build the best player development department in all of baseball. And, it's brutal because you have to stay so focused on a great process and an evolving process, and then you're judged on the results. And you just got to stay disciplined and know that you're making the best decisions you can. Now, whether, those are all just Farhan's, I think Farhan would come on and say it's a group effort, and that's the way I feel. And we have all of our experiences to help shape us. I mean, Dick Tidrow and people like that helped shape me. Also, I played 1 year in Cleveland, so there's people there that shaped me. There's all these experiences have been, added to our player development from many different avenues, whether it be a Gabe Kapler, our major league coaches, our front office, et cetera. They're all contributors to what we do.
Kyle, you mentioned what Farhan would come on and say. He's going to do that in about an hour and a half. So is there anything you'd like us to ask him on your behalf?
No, that's okay.
Okay, you have his number.
I need to ask him. I'll ask him. I talk to him every day.
Okay,
so,
all right. All right, we'll ask him then what you asked him. We'll do that coming up. But Kyle, thank you so much. Thank you for coming on. That was a whole lot of fun.
No problem. Happy to be on.
Thanks, Kyle.
There it is. Kyle Haynes, Senior Director, Player Development, San Francisco Giants. Farhan Zaidi joins us at 5:20.
Giants have it going right now. Giants have it going. I mean, think about it.
It's so funny, right? The way you feel about their farm system today versus how you felt about it even just 3 months ago.
Oh, we've been waiting. We've been telling us about guys. Harrison looks like he's on the verge. Schmidt's up. Matos is up. Von Braun doesn't sound like he's far away.
Bailey is up.
Bailey's up. Wisenhunt is looks unbelievable.
He's already up. They say he's already switched spots twice this year. He's already up to Double-A. He's only 22.
Camilo Doval's probably going to be a all-star, National League all-star.
Not probably.
He's been amazing.
He's on. That's an all-star. He's on the team.
And I'm going to ask Farhan later tonight about Camilo Doval in April, Mark, and you and I talked about this. The pitch clock was bothering him.
It was supposed to be one of the problem pitchers with regard to that rule change.
And they somehow either sped him up or he adjusted, and he looks so comfortable right now. I didn't know that Doval could make that kind of improvement in that short a period of time. It's been one of the huge stories for the Giants up to this point.
Well, it's interesting because I'm hearing a lot of people use Camilo Doval actually as an example when you see these conversations about the Warriors and 49ers and the potential of giving up on people too soon. Not that Doval took a long time. He didn't. But when he first came up, there were bumps, bruises. He couldn't spot the fastball. He gave up a few walk-off homers.
Big hit to Bellinger in the last game of the year, right?
Absolutely. And so it was like, oh, God. But, yeah, you got to go through the bumps and bruises with a guy for sure. And I know that people are frustrated with regard to Trey Lance, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, to a degree, maybe even Jordan Poole on all of those conversations. I don't know. I mean, I think each of these scenarios is a little bit different. The Giants had last year and the year before maybe a little bit more time than these other two franchises had to offer also, because it wasn't such a demand on a championship and it wasn't a roster like the Warriors and 49ers have right now.
Yeah. And, to me, it's interesting. We, in the Bay Area, we never, when we talk about provincial, we always talk about the Midwest, The Harry Carey announcers always are popular in the Midwest. The Bay Area fan, I think, is very provincial as well. We really, I think you've seen it with the reaction of the fan base to the young players coming up. We like our own. We like guys who are kind of homegrown. And the Giants in the early regime of Farhan and Gabe, I mean, they had the 107-win year, but that was Brian's team that they tinkered with. Now they're building their team. And it's exciting to see these guys graduate to the big leagues.
Was it you yesterday who said to me, how about a Giants-Rangers World Series?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Boch, how incredible.
Joint press conference after each game with Boch and Kapler.
Get a beer. Get a beer.
What are you eating over there?
Let me get out of the way and let Gabe sit down
you
here.
Look really skinny.
Gabe sure's in shape, isn't he? Got to come over and have a steak off my Traeger.
888-957-9570. Draymond reportedly going to opt out. Warriors have a new general manager. Plus, as we bring up Trey Lance, you and I have been waiting to have a conversation about this. Yeah. There's something really unfair going on with regard to the conversation surrounding the 49er quarterbacks. We'll do all of that. Coming up next, Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Alameda County Fair is back in Pleasant.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you are just joining us, been an interesting day already. Mark Spears with the report that Draymond Green is going to opt out, although that's not a surprise. Mike Dunleavy is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. We just had Kyle Haynes on, the player development director for the Giants, and Farhan Zaidi is going to join us in an hour and 20 minutes. Plus, for one more hour, the possibility exists, and we will do it at least once, probably twice actually, where we'll hold up the keyword for you to win your way in on Twitch and YouTube only, so get over there to that audience. But we'll hold up the keyword for you to win your way in to the Warriors introductory press conference at Chase Center after the NBA draft. So big day, lots to talk about, 888-957-9570. And there's also this. I look at this almost as a conversation where I want to get something off my chest because this has reached the point, Larry, and Larry in for Dibs today. This has reached the point where I find it almost like troublesome. We all have different bias in life. Like that's the way it is. That's unavoidable. But the definition, I think, of bad bias is almost like the way people watch Fox News and CNN now, where it's like, I've got my mind made up, and now I'm going to head out into the world to find the data that agrees with me,
right.
No matter if it makes sense or not whatsoever. And we have officially reached that point with the 49ers quarterback situation. And I don't get it for two reasons. One, I'm a 49er fan. I'd like the best person to play. That's it. I don't care how tall they are. I certainly don't care what color their skin is. I got called a racist on Twitter the other night because I apparently don't like black quarterbacks. That's one person on Twitter. Who cares? We get weird stuff like that. That person's been blocked. But my point is I don't care who that person is. I want the best player who's going to go win for the 49ers to be that person. That's number one. But number two, we've got this thing now where everybody has just sort of picked their person, no matter if they've got anything to back it up, and it's become angry. Let's spew anger at those who don't agree, even though I don't even know what it is we're agreeing with. In other words, if someone wants to say right now that you want Trey Lance to start, other than like draft politics and your own excitement, what could you say? What would the reason be?
I do understand, because it's what it comes down to is a lot of people bought into the narrative of Trey's going to be the face of the franchise, and big trade up, lots of draft capital expended, and they got invested, and they just kind of want to see that investment come to fruition somehow, some way. And I get that, but I don't understand the anti-Brock Purdy stuff, or the anti-anybody stuff, really. But Brock Purdy is 8-0. He's never lost a game that he started and finished, and that includes 2 playoff games. And he had an incredible start to his career. Now, does it guarantee that he's going to be a star? No. He's had a relatively serious elbow injury. We don't know how he's going to recover. But, yeah, I don't understand. If you want to see Trey's talent blossom, I get it. But these people that are just like, I'm going to use this stat, and I'm going to say that this quarterback competition is all about arm strength, and Trey's got better arm strength, and thus Trey's got a better future than Brock. And then all of a sudden, well, okay, and then now, but here comes Sam Darnold, and he may even have better arm strength than Trey. And it's like, well, wait a second, no. Now my argument is Trey turns it over less than Sam Darnold. And then, so if it's really about turnovers, Brock turns it over the least of the 3. No. Yeah, it's like let's find the stat that aligns with the narrative that I want to push, as opposed to, hey, look, the 49ers are in a great situation. They had their state of the team deal last night, and Jed York was like, we've got 3 young quarterbacks that are very cheap. The Niners have the cheapest quarterback room in the league, and it allows them to have the best left tackle in Trent Williams, and one of the best defensive tackles in Hargrave, and one of the best defensive ends in Bosa, and one of the best middle backers in Warner, and they've got an Ayuk and Debo and Kittle, and they've got this star-laden team. And the reason they're star-laden is because they're spending so little on their quarterback, and they couldn't do that if they had Jimmy making $25 million. So I don't know. I mean, to me, I'm a Niner fan, and I would just like to see them win games, and I'm satisfied with whomever they win games with. And if it's Brock, great. And if it ain't Brock and Darnold wins the job, I'm not going to be anti-Darnold. I'm going to be excited. And if it's Trey, you know what? That'll be great. And I do understand. Hey, man, I've got a lot invested in Trey emotionally and mentally, and I would just want to see it come to fruition. I get that. I'm with you. I want to see him blossom too. But at the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch know best. They're watching all the practices, all the meetings, all the reps, and they're going to make a determination. And unless it's blatantly obvious that they've blown it, I'm going to kind of defer to them as far as who's the best option for the 49ers. And I will say this. I did a deep dive because I wanted to see exactly how all the best quarterbacks who ever played this game started their career. And guess what I found out?
What'd you find?
Almost every Hall of Fame quarterback, you name a Hall of Fame quarterback outside of like 2 or 3, they all started poorly in their first 2 years. There's many guys from Kurt Warner to others who never even hit the NFL before 27 or 28 and made it to Canton. So all these people that have already decided Trey sucks and he's never going to be any good. Based on what?
Yeah,
he's got 4 starts. He's got 5 touchdowns. He's got 3 picks. Don't tell me you know what he is. Sam Darnold sucks. This and that. He's 25 years old. There's a handful of quarterbacks that never even started until they were 27, and you've already decided that Sam Darnold's garbage because he was bad with the Jets and Panthers. Steve Young was bad with Tampa. 11 touchdowns, like 22 picks, way sub 500 record. But guess what? He became a Hall of Famer here in San Francisco. Better offense, better surrounding cast, better head coach, better play caller. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, and every guy, I mean, name a quarterback. Dan Fouts was like 5-20-1 in his first 3 years. Troy Aikman.
I think Peyton Manning led the league in interceptions his
28 picks for Peyton Manning as a rookie. And the list goes on. And what I found was Purdy and this immediate success, that's the exception to the rule. There are guys, Marino, Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes had 50 touchdowns in his first year. First full year as a starter.
Yeah, he wasn't a rookie. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there are some guys who burst onto the scene and were great. But there's there's roughly 30 NFL quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame. 27 of them were garbage in their first 3 years. I mean, literally bad. Terry Bradshaw, Roger Staubach. You name all. I'm not talking about just guys. I'm talking about the best quarterbacks who ever played. All struggled in their first 2 or 3 years. So let's just pump the brakes on Trey sucks. Let's pump the brakes on Darnold will never be good. And let's just celebrate the fact that Brock Purdy's on that select group of 8 to 10 quarterbacks who started really fast. And let's give him our support and let's see where it goes.
I guess my question would be, and we can put this out to our audience at 888-957-9570. Why is it personal? That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
The conversation gets personal between people, between fans. You're a Lance guy. You're a Purdy guy. I worked in L.A. when you had to be a Kobe guy or a Shaq guy. You had to pick.
It was that polarized.
Oh, my gosh. It was ridiculous. You had to declare like you're playing poker or something. Well, we're not doing that. Why is it personal for so many of you, whether you're a Purdy guy, a Lance guy, a door number 3 guy, Sam Darnold, what have you? I am completely, while I would absolutely back with every fiber in my being that Brock Purdy, if healthy, is the week 1 starter. By no stretch am I like, and he starts every week for the rest of the year, period, and next year too. No. Like, when did this become something other than being a 49er fan? I don't care who rises to the top.
Right.
I want someone to do it. And if it's multiple guys, well, hey, banana pancakes. Like, that's tremendous if that happens. Very, very rare.
It would be understandable, Mark, if there was some discourse or some kind of unhappiness, discord, I should say, between Trey and Brock. They get along great. They've got great mutual respect for one another. Darnold and Trey, Brandon Allen and Brock. These guys get along great. And so it's all of this anger and resentment and battling and negativity. It all comes from outside the room. Inside the room, these guys are high-fiving each other at practice. They're supporting each other. We just talked to all three of the primary quarterbacks. They all had great things to say, very positive. So I don't know. Maybe just football's hugely popular and people want what they want.
Is this personal for some of you? And why did it get there? We can get into it. 888-957-9570. Plus, coming up next, I got a Purdy stat. Oh, you got to hear this.
How pretty is it? How pretty is it?
Well, and you actually just gave me an idea when you said, if it ain't Brock. I'm like, we should do T-shirts. If it ain't Brock, don't fix it, right? Why is that on not on 957shop.com?
I'll buy that.
If it ain't Brock, don't fix it. And see, then people get ticked. Oh, we got to get Trey Lance. Here we go. We'll take your phone calls on this next, though. But, yeah, you got to hear this stat. This is a mind blower. Coming up next, Larry in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $399 a month for 36 months with $4,399 due at signing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but not today. Larry's in for Dibs. And then you're in for me on Monday?
Yep.
All right. So then Larry will be in for Mark on Monday. I'm going to Tahoe, and I'm not coming back.
Have fun, man. I love Tahoe in the summer,
nothing
man.
better, except for I think the weather there is the same as it is here. I don't think summer has reached there yet either.
You know what's the best day in Tahoe is when you get a windy day, and then suddenly it's like you got waves breaking. Waves breaking with no undertow and natural water as opposed to salt water. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's beautiful. I'm actually looking. So what do we got? Like it says it's 67 up there right now.
That's kind of cold.
Yeah.
What do you do? You golf?
Headed for 73 tomorrow.
Beach?
All. Water, beach, golf.
Maybe a little gambling?
Pizza. No gambling. I got 4 kids up there this time and no other adults.
No baseball.
No.
I like to go down to the casino, bet on a couple baseball games, and then take the kids to the beach, then come back, barbecue, have a glass of wine, maybe a couple beers.
I'll even do my this is how far away from work I can get. I will still do my Sunday Fox show live from Tahoe.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we'll just get some pizzas and let the kids run around the house a little bit and do it that way. So
fun.
I can't. Yeah, I just. Believe me, man, I'd love to go throw some dice. I can't get away from the guilt.
Mark needs a new pair of shoes.
I'll do it, but not when I was like, okay, kids, which one of you wants to babysit? Who's taking care of who? Daddy's going to play dice. I can't quite do it. Can't quite do it. Gosh, if the lovely Christy was coming along, she can't make it this particular time. Maybe it would have been a little bit different, but it just can't quite get away.
I would go down to the Biltmore because my buddy's house was in Kings Beach on the north side, and so I'd go down to the Biltmore to bet on baseball. And sometimes you'd be standing there, some fat cat would roll up and be like, "Let me put $25,000 on the Phillies tonight," and I'd be like, "Are you really?
$25,000 on the Phillies?"
And then I'd come back, 5 minutes later. I'll take $25 on the Phillies.
$7 parlay on the Phillies and the over, please. Yeah.
Are you calling your pitcher? Yes, I am. Thank you.
25 large. But I actually want to talking about this weekend. I haven't a chance to say it yet. A bunch of people on our YouTube feed wished it to us earlier. I want to make sure we don't get out of here without saying Happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you,
because you have 18 kids, and Happy Father's Day to everybody out there.
To you too.
Thank you.
You got 3.
Happy Father's Day to everybody who has children. And then, of course, those of you who maybe are just thinking about it.
It's the best title I've ever had, for sure.
Well, it's the only one that we don't get fired from.
That's right.
Is usually what happens. So anyway, but yeah, Happy Father's Day to everybody, and thankful to each and every one of you who have that label and to listen to us. And speaking of the YouTube feed, let's see, where are we? 4:22 right now. Within the next 6 minutes, by 4:28. We will again put up the keyword and the number to text. So get to YouTube and Twitch right now. That's the spot where you'll see the word, you'll see the number, you'll have the opportunity to text it in and qualify to get into Chase Center for the Warriors introductory press conference and right after the NBA draft with the new draftee, as you will. And you can.
CD Sissoko.
Yeah, there you go. And you can ask a hard hitter, which also YouTube is expecting you to do in 1 hour when Farhan is here. Everybody thinks I'm just going to be like, so Farhan, peanut butter or jelly? What's your favorite?
Give me your fantasy sleeper.
What's your favorite color? Casey Schmidt, amazing, am I right? Like, these are going to be my questions to Farhan.
Do you eat crab sandwiches in your box?
You got to come in here with Correa's X-rays, what the hell, Farhan? Like, that's your job here in an hour.
Why were you hiding out?
Yeah.
Where did you go to hide out after the Correa?
What the hell? What the hell, Farhan?
Just every question is what the hell?
You're going to cancel the presser 2 seconds before that? What are you doing? Huh? So that's the way it's going to go here in an hour.
Yes.
And then I'll be right behind you, and I'll be like, do you like black or orange? What's your favorite Giant uniform? City Connect or Giant Fridays?
boy, that's a great question.
What do you like?
I did get the great question from Kyle Haynes. Did you notice that?
I did. Actually, I didn't.
Yeah,
Which one was it? I didn't notice. I usually notice.
I didn't get a great answer to my great question.
I usually notice because Dibs does like a freaking lap around the building if he gets one. Did you, Grandy? Did you notice it? Did he get one? Or
I didn't catch it either.
I think it was in your head.
No,
I'm trained to notice that stuff.
No, it was the question about the Dodger organization, and do you guys steal anything from the Dodgers?
I didn't even listen to you ask that.
That's a great question.
I don't think you asked that. I think you did that in your head.
That's a great question.
It was a dream you had last night.
I'll check the tape.
I know that's not coming from Mark. That's a hell of a question, kid.
Mark, no. Mark was over here asking about Reggie Ohtani.
So that was the other takeaway.
Yeah.
He's no longer a hitter.
No, he didn't say that.
But like in the Giants farm system thing on the pipeline, it's listed as a left-handed pitcher
well,
only.
Yeah, you're not going to list him like they do recruits coming out of high school. He's an athlete. You're not going to list him that way. I do think, and Kyle said this. He said, if you were going to, gun to my head or paint me into a corner, I'd tell you that this guy's probably going to be a left-handed pitcher in the major leagues. Yeah. That's the projection. But right now, raw, age 22, didn't play a lot at the lower level, and now is just up in single A. They're like, the guy's throwing 100 miles an hour and he's hitting bombs. So we're going to ride that as long as it goes. But yes, I've heard this from more than just Kyle, that right now he's projecting a little bit quicker as a pitcher than a hitter, but we'll see how he develops.
Yeah.
It's on the table.
I love the fact that he kind of referenced him as a really high makeup guy. That I didn't know that he was that special. And also, I love the when he described Carson Wisenhunt's changeup as a Bugs Bunny.
A Bugs Bunny changeup.
Bugs Bunny changeup.
Yeah.
It is crazy. You got to see this guy. He throws hard, and he's got this changeup that's just ridiculous.
Speaking of Farhan here in 55 minutes, how do we ask the Ohtani question without using the word Ohtani? How do we do it? Because he can't do it. He can't say anything about it.
Well, the question that I really would love to ask him is: did your miss, or if you want to call it that, on Carlos Correa, the fact that you dodged that bullet, has it changed your philosophy about the mega free agent? And isn't that kind of a way to ask that question about Ohtani without asking anything about Ohtani?
I think that's Larry. I think that's a great question. I think that's a great question. And yeah, we can ask, he's going to say everything's on the table, but I mean,
maybe not though.
I wonder what his thoughts are with regard to the free agent who's going to make north of $300 million through his 40th birthday. Whoever it is, Shohei, anybody, all these Padres who are all signed till age 41, feels like a bad bet. And I bet, that's literally what he does better than anyone, is run the numbers and play the percentages. And so nobody hits 100% on signings and draftees and whatnot, but you're playing the percentages, and the percentages tell you those are bad deals.
Right. And they're bad deals, I would say, just off the top of my head, like 80% of the time they're bad deals. Yeah. They're not bad deals like 60% of the time. They're bad deals most of the time. I would say 3 out of 4 for sure.
Yeah, that feels even low.
Yeah. Maybe 90.
When we tried to come up with let's put that number at $300 million. Everybody who's made $300 million on a contract, how many of them would you do again?
Right.
I can think of Scherzer, maybe Harper.
Kershaw's been good for the money he's making in L.A.
Did he do a $300 million
I don't know about
one?
$300 million, but he signed a monster deal. Bonds was a great deal for the Giants the first time. Ned Colletti signed him to a $90 million deal the second time. That was a huge winner. So, all these gigantic Barry Zito deals. Just for the Giants' perspective, you just go look at the biggest deals the Giants have issued. Barry Zito, good deal, bad deal, bad deal. Aaron Rowan, good deal, bad deal,
bad deal. Johnny Cueto,
Jeff Samardzija, bad deal. Yeah. So anytime the Giants have gotten up there and spent big cash, it's been a bad deal. So
this was earlier this year. MLB.com, the largest free agent contracts in MLB history. You tell me, would you do them again?
Okay.
Number 1, Yankees, Aaron Judge, 9 years, $360 million.
I would say good deals until proven otherwise.
Yeah, but it's been 70 games of that deal.
We'll be positive. We'll say that's a good deal.
Number 2, Bryce Harper, 13 years, $330.
I think that's a bad deal.
Yeah. I mean, so far it's been a good deal, although he's hurt. He's had a lot of injuries.
Yeah. And but it is a position player. So and he's been healthy. So his body's not broken down.
Number 3, Corey Seager, Rangers, 10 years, $325 million.
Well, I mean, they're in first place, right?
Yeah, although this is year 2 of his deal.
Yeah.
Number 4, Garrett Cole, 9 years, $324 million.
He's been solid, but not worth that.
Yeah. Number 5, Manny Machado, 10 years, $300.
No, bad deal.
Trey Turner, Phillies, 11 years, $300.
Too new to say.
Yeah. Number 7, Xander Bogaerts, Padres, 11, $280.
No, bad deal. They're sub 500.
Number 8, Alex Rodriguez, Yankees, 10 years, $275.
I mean, I'm not a A-Rod guy. I guess you could say it was a decent deal, but I don't like that.
You know what's wild? Right behind number 8, Alex Rodriguez, is number 9, Alex Rodriguez. Rangers.
252 is on
10 years, 252.
Obviously, that was a bad deal. They had to divest themselves of the player in the middle of the deal.
Okay, listen to some of the names I'm about to huck at you. Number 10, Anthony Rendon.
Terrible
7 years, 245.
Terrible
explosion.
Deal.
Watch this one. Steven Strasburg.
Nightmare.
7 years, $245 million.
I mean, who's paying that? The insurance.
Yep.
That's an insurance deal. He's done, right? I mean, his career's over.
Currently, possibly, yes. How about some of these? Now, these are the top 10 free agent deals historically by AAV. So forget the full life of the deal, but per year. Max Scherzer at $43 million.
It was such a short-term deal,
right? Justin Verlander, 43. We already talked about Yankees. Aaron Judge, 40. Number 4, Jacob deGrom, 37 a year.
Bad deal.
Injured. Then there's Cole, Strasburg, Rendon. Number 8, Trevor Bauer, Los Angeles Dodgers.
Terrible deal.
Zach Greinke, Arizona Diamondbacks.
Terrible deal. They couldn't get out from underneath it.
Carlos Correa, Minnesota Twins.
Terrible deal.
Yeah.
And what's it? 8? It was 8 years for them.
Well, no, it was 6, but then there were additional years that could get thrown up.
He's hitting 210, and he's hurt, and he's got tons left. And the Giants offered him $350 million over 13 years.
Usually not good. That's usually not good.
The Giants dodged a major bullet there.
We'll get back to the Warriors in a second, but first, this very, very important update from Mark Randy, which is whether or not you got a great question from player development executive with the Giants, Kyle Haynes.
Is there anything that you can point to that comes from the Dodgers with Farhan that you guys have adopted at the minor league level that would maybe explain why we're seeing the number of prospects and the quality of prospects that we are?
Yeah, that's a great question.
It's a great question.
I'm impressed. I must have gone to the bathroom. I missed that.
Could have said that's a long freaking question, too.
You know what they all are.
Yeah.
As long as you're sitting in the same seat as Guru, you're never going to sound like you have long questions. And I hate throwing strays at the guy when he's not even in town. He's in Texas having a good time with family. And so hopefully this doesn't
daughter
get
just
back
graduated
to him.
College.
Well, he's usually the first to
lay off.
He's the first to point to himself with his what did he do last week? It was like a 95-second question that wasn't a question. He threw out 8 topics, and he was just like, so yeah. He was talking to Warren Moon, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah, and he just said a bunch of stuff, and then finally stopped talking. And Warren was like, yeah. I
did that to somebody. I did that to somebody in the Niner locker room. I asked him a really long question, and the guy's like, "Was that a question?" Because it was kind of like a statement at the end. Like there was a question in there, man.
I'm a few minutes late, but go ahead and hold up your piece of paper there, Lair. We're going to hold up the word right now, the word and the number to text to get yourself to Chase Center for the Warriors NBA Draft introductory press conference. Unlike anything you've ever experienced, I promise it. It's not even like being in a suite for an NBA game. It is just sweet. It is being behind the scenes. So get over to Twitch and YouTube right now. The word and the number are up. If you have the word, you text it to that number. You are officially qualified. Okay, there's the word. There's the word. All right, there's the word. And we will. The contest goes till 5 o'clock. 27 minutes to go. And I will promise it one more time. One more time.
Number one.
Before we get to 5 o'clock. But there's the word, there's the number. Good luck to each and every one of you. I think that will be very, very cool. Speaking of the Golden State Warriors, how about it? Mark Spears, ESPN, right before you and I started our show today, with regard to Draymond Green and also newly minted Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Dunleavy already has a strong relationship with head coach Steve Kerr. He's growing in his relationship with co-owner Joe Lacob. As Woj mentioned, he's a 15-year NBA vet, so he played in the league. He was drafted by the Warriors. I'm told that he's already met with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. The Warriors expect Draymond Green to opt out of the final year of his $26 million contract, I'm being told. But Joe Lacob, Dunleavy, like the Warriors, they're going to do everything in their power, if he does as expected, to bring him back. You know, Golden State is also getting calls on Kuminga. They're getting calls on Jordan Poole. They have the 19th pick in the next week's draft. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. isn't getting no training wheels.
No, and that's why I've sort of this whole thing feels a little disingenuous, but I understand it. I'm not mad at the Warriors for this. But I do think there's a lot going on right now, both behind the scenes and right under our noses, where it's like, come on, what do you think? We were born yesterday? I'll give you example one. Joe Lacob shows up at the press conference to let Bob Myers go. Bob Myers announcing that he's leaving the Warriors. And Joe Lacob is there. Like, I just found out 2 hours ago.
This is a surprise. I knew nothing of this.
Okay.
And I'm so unprepared. I knew nothing. I know nothing. I see nothing.
It's just funny. It's like, what
Stop.
do you take us for? The whole world's been sitting here wondering for 6 months, what's Bob going to do? What's Bob going to do? What's happening with Bob? Why don't we know? Is there an offer? What's happening with Bob? And Joe's like, I'm sorry, when did this become a thing? I just found out about it.
I just found out. And my favorite part of the entire presser was Tim Kawakami's, Joe's like, I'm going to keep Bob to the 30th. And then Tim, genius, I love this question. He's like, well, the draft is actually between now and the 30th. So is Bob going to be running the draft? And Joe's like, kind of pivots over, kind of,
Bob?
What are you going to do? Well, I was never really good at that to begin with or whatever.
I got to I bet Bob Myers and Joe Lacob have not seen one another nor talked to one another since that day. That's my bet.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Come on.
And also kind of the way they talked after off mic briefly.
Why would he? The only reason you would call Bob Myers right now, post announcement that he's leaving, is if you needed Draymond advice, which he literally said that day. He's like, look, I'm moving on, but if anybody needs help with Draymond, you can give me a call. And I bet maybe that's happened, right? But this idea also Mike Dunleavy's the new GM, as if they just thought of that today. I guarantee you that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been acting at least sort of like the GM since February. He's already the assistant. It's not like this is brand new. He's involved in every conversation. He's been rumored to be the guy.
There's no rules, by the way, in the NBA for interviewing candidates.
Good question.
Because in the NFL, it'd be like, well, you didn't interview you didn't interview any other candidates.
I'm sure they dotted their I's and crossed their T's, but it's been obvious from the jump that they were going to hire and promote from within, and that's why nobody was stressed. No, this didn't catch them off guard. No, Bob did not go have ayahuasca and come just decide an hour before the press conference. It's the funniest thing in sports, quite frankly, that we do repeatedly. Guys will come with, like, a presser is planned. People have suits laid out. Like, PR people are all set. The media is assembled, and everyone will be like, I just decided 45 minutes ago. No, you didn't. Like, we planned this. Kevin Durant. I woke up today and decided I want to be a Warrior. No, you didn't, Kevin. No, you didn't.
No.
Nobody makes decisions like that 2 hours before they announce it to the world.
You
it's just
ran
not
off
how
to
it
the
works.
Hamptons and made everybody chase you
So
to a
funny.
place that's so difficult to get to.
I mean, Lakem would have us believe he didn't even know Bob didn't have a contract. Well, where'd that come from?
Is Bob going to be running? Well, I don't know, Bob. Are you going to be running the draft? I would have loved it if Bob said, you know what, thanks, Joe. I am going to run this last draft. I appreciate that you're going to give me that one last draft. Oh, it would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. Joe would have been,
Bob could have, like 10 minutes later, he's like, I'd like to announce, we've just traded Steph Curry. I'm still working,
I'm
aren't
still
I?
here,
I'm
right?
still the GM. We just traded Curry to the Knicks.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay with you, right, Joe?
Well, I'm in charge, right? Till
Save
the 30th?
money. I know you want to save some money.
Yeah.
We're getting Julius Randle back.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
So funny. So, no, it didn't go that way. However, I will say this. Bob leaves. Jama Malalela leaves. That's one of Steve's lead assistants and runs their player development program. He is now with the Toronto Raptors. That announcement came yesterday.
I don't want to be a jerk, but who did they develop?
Jordan Poole.
Okay, but, well, how long has that guy been here?
Jama?
Yeah.
Well, in that specific role, he was elevated last year, but it's not his first year with the team at all.
But, I would say the development crew should not be necessarily puffing out their chests.
Well, I think
James
that's-
Wiseman's in Detroit. Kuminga's on the verge of being out. Moody was sitting behind Lamb for a good portion of the year.
I think that's a little unfair to pin it there because
We're going to develop people at 5 o'clock, and we're going to play games at 7:30.
Well, there is also the scenario you're in, which is you're on the defending champs, and they've got veterans, and they want to win right now. Like, James Wiseman was traded. He was injured, and then traded before he even had a chance to develop.
Yeah, but didn't the Delos developmental coach, when Wiseman got sent down to Santa Cruz, not even go with him to Santa Cruz? His job was development. You don't think he should have gone maybe to Santa Cruz to help, I don't know, develop?
Well, again, I think that's a very small sample to suddenly say the player development team wasn't working if, Jonathan Kuminga didn't get the minutes that you wanted. In fact, I would argue this. If everybody wanted Kuminga to play so many minutes in the playoffs, isn't that because you liked what you saw in March and April from Kuminga? And if you did, then player development.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
He was developed until he got to the playoffs, and then suddenly the development curve changed dramatically. There's a sharp turn in the arc.
Yeah, or just Andrew Wiggins came back to the team. Yeah. That's all. I put it this way.
He was getting 30 minutes a game in March.
I think that Bob decides to go. Bob does not take the offer that we know was there. We know it's been reported. He could have been the highest paid general manager in the sport, and he didn't take it. I'd still love to know why. I'm sure family was part of the reason. I don't buy that it was the whole thing. But I'd love to know why. And does that mean that there is some sort of exodus taking place? At this point, it's only Bob and Jama. But when you then get the news, and Draymond's going to opt out, even though it was expected.
Kerr's still in a lame duck situation.
Clay also. It shakes your trees a little bit. That's all. That's
What's
all I'd
really
say.
going to shake the tree is if you get Mark Spears just talked to Steph Curry, and
he's furious.
And he is absolutely irate.
I don't think that's going to happen. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that. One more time where we hold up the keyword. Get to Twitch and YouTube right now to see that. And Farhan Zaidi is going to join us in a half hour. Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
These are emails.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you just ask? What'd you ask?
I was asking you about Zion Williamson.
What about him?
Sounds like New Orleans may...
I think they're ready to move on.
May move on from Zion.
Okay.
Are you have any interest? I mean, I love Zion at 275 or less. I don't love Zion at 290, and I wouldn't. I mean, this guy's a hell of a talent, but and anything over 285, I'm not interested.
I don't even know how you do it. 33, 36, 38, 41, 44. Those are the next 5 years in the contractual number.
Zion?
For Zion Williamson.
Do you remember how they celebrated when they got the news they were getting him? It was like...
Well, I still think, look, when he's played, he is a difference maker. So I think that a lot of times in sports, there are tons of examples where fans and media get frustrated with an injured player and decide, okay, that's it. I'm done with all the injuries. This is damaged goods. And that person goes on to have a wonderful career. One example, and this is at no level of this kind of money, but I remember how much the 49ers were roundly ripped when Jimmy Ward was brought back. Everyone thought they were going to go get Earl Thomas. We got to get a free safety. Got to get free safety. This Jimmy Ward guy can't stay healthy. 49ers were like, all right, we're bringing back Jimmy Ward. Oh, my God. Everybody torched him.
And then he stayed healthy.
And Jimmy was fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a huge piece of the puzzle the last handful of years.
No doubt.
Right? So,
but Zion has gotten to the point where his body weight is problematic as far as running up and down on the hardwood floor.
Yeah, and this might be more than just injury. This might be mental health. This might be lack of motivation. We're starting to dance around in those areas, it would seem. I just also know, man, when he was playing the first half of the year this year, dude, what were they? They were like the 1 seed or the 2 seed in the West.
I know.
And then he stopped, and they ended up in the play-in tournament, and they got beat.
Do you remember the night when you and I sat in Joe's seats in his bunker suite for Zion against the Warriors?
I do. Thank you. Yeah, this is a double drift. Yes, I do remember that night.
How great was that?
Do you remember?
Remember how sweet? There's like wainscoting in the suite. So I felt like I was in a house in Pacific Heights, and then all of a sudden I walked out. I'm on the floor.
Just hit it all hour, Grant. He just hit it over and over again.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it was. Do you remember
Tri-Tip? I think we were eating Tri-Tip. It might have been Filet Mignon.
You're just making everyone feel great right now. But do you remember when the game ended? And this was the year where the Warriors ended up with the number 2 pick in the draft. But do you remember when the players left? Do you remember young Jude getting a player's towel?
Yes.
Do you remember who it was that gave it to him?
Was it Poole?
It was Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole gave my Jude
it was like
a Gatorade
5,
towel.
maybe?
Little did we know that 4 years later I'd be like, trade him! Get him out of here! Yeah, life's funny.
That was a fun night.
That was a very fun night.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Raymond. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Warriors. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Warriors.
Good seats, man. Good seats.
Good seats still available. Yes, absolutely. That was a whole lot of fun. So, okay. Brian in Palo Alto here with Willard and Larry Krueger. Hey, BPA, what you doing?
Not much, guys. Just driving home from work. Didn't hear what you guys said earlier. The vibes emanating from the Warriors aren't good. I don't know if you guys would agree with that or not.
Kind of, yeah. It's a little bit TBD, though, don't you think?
Kerr's a lame duck coach. Jama leaves. I don't think he wanted Jama to leave. Draymond says he's opting out. We're going to run it back with Jordan Poole articles through Anthony Slater. And I don't have any belief in Mike Dunleavy Jr. to be the general manager. None. Didn't believe in him as a player. Don't believe him as a GM. Don't believe a single other one of the 31 franchises in the NBA would have hired him to be a GM, which means our front office is really completely bereft of talent.
Can I ask you a question? BPA, can I ask you something? Because I'm interested in this. I'm not saying you're wrong. I have no idea what Mike Dunleavy's going to do as a GM.
But Larry Harris is still there. He's pretty talented.
I guess what I'm interested in is when someone's never even had the job, yet they've been right next to the job and right next to someone who was uber successful at the job. Like, what's the hesitation? When you say I have no belief in Mike Dunleavy as the GM, that's based on what?
I mean, you can disagree with my point that not a single franchise in the NBA would even consider Mike Dunleavy to be a GM, much less hire him. And I think that's a pretty good, I think that's a fairly accurate statement.
But why is it relevant?
Nobody else thinks.
Why is it relevant, though?
Because if he was some monster talent that everyone around the league said this guy's a star to be, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then somebody would be like, yeah, I want Mike Dunleavy to be my general manager. Like, it's pretty simple. You hire a coach. If you hire a head coach that, like, not a single other franchise wants, yeah, there's room to be, skeptical about that.
I guess, but it doesn't necessarily have a connection with the job that he's going to do. Would you agree?
Lakeups are in the capital to do it. Obviously, he's in it, it's vibing like a Jerry Jones Lakeup type of era coming here. But we'll see. He's in the capital and he can use it up as fast as he wants. But yeah, I mean, he went from Jerry West and Bob Myers to Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Kent Lakeup. That's an unequivocal, massive drop.
The Jerry West for sure, right? Jerry West is the logo. Jerry West is one of the best talent evaluators in the league. Myers, on the other hand, was a little bit of a roll of the dice.
No doubt.
Right? I mean, you're talking about converting an agent to a general manager, but you still had Jerry there. And, so, I mean, at least in the early days. I hear you. I think you're making a number of compelling points. I mean, I won't condemn Dunleavy because for all we know, guys, Dunleavy could be the greatest GM ever. He could be Sam Presti times 3. But I agree with the caller. On the surface, it's like, hey, trust me. It's a trust me move because there's no resume there.
Well, except for internal hires often feel that way. That's an internal hire. You're not going to be, oh, hey, wow, they got him. Well, no, he's somebody who was at a lower level and within the organization, and
it can work even if you have no credentials. I mean, I think John Lynch, came out of the booth. He was a Hall of Fame safety, but he had no front office experience to speak of. The 49ers have one of the deepest and most talented rosters in the NFL annually.
Yep.
And under his run. So, I do hear what you're saying though. There's reason to there is plenty of room if you want to be skeptical to be skeptical.
Sure.
And I'm with the caller. I'm more skeptical than optimistic on the Dunleavy thing as well. But I think, sense of fairness, you got to give it time to breathe a little bit, right?
I know it's hard to sound like it's an opinion at all when you're like, well, we'll just wait and see. But I think that we have to do that with everybody. You know who I'm going to do that with next? Whoever the Warriors pick next week. And I've told you this, and I know you and I may not see this the same way, but I will never, ever, 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 ever read any article the day after a draft about who won the draft and who had an awful draft. I think it's the stupidest content that we even produce in sports media to tell me who had a good draft when all they did was draft a bunch of people who have not played yet. We got to see this 2-3 years down the road. And so I think while equally it's totally fair to be skeptical about Mike Dunleavy, it's also fair, therefore, to then be excited about Mike Dunleavy because he has a huge basketball pedigree and he's been sitting there learning under Bob Myers and within the Warriors organization for a number of years, and they've been highly successful, and he's gone all the way through a championship just as an assistant. So, just because, this is the way I look at it, just because someone hasn't done it doesn't mean they can't do it well.
Right. But you're asking your fans to take a leap of faith. And that's not always, it's not like every general manager you would hire requires a leap of faith. If you had said, hey, you know what? We called Oklahoma City. We got permission to interview Sam Presti. We tripled his salary, and he's now our general manager. That would be greeted with a totally different response to, we hired Mike Dunleavy, who nobody else was offering a general manager job to.
But what is
and
it?
I kind of view it as, hey, you know what? Mike knows our culture. And what is our culture? Our culture is I have a say and my kids have a say. And there are some people that would say, you don't deserve a say and your kids don't deserve a say and you shouldn't be anywhere near basketball operations. That, and that's, I think that, to me, that's the way it looks. It looks like Mike's a buffer to allow Joe to have a say and to allow his children to have a say.
Maybe, first off, just before we hit the 5 o'clock buzzer here, the word is up one more time, the word and the number to text on YouTube and Twitch. Hope you're there taking a look at it. Your last chance to text in right now and qualify to be in the building for the Warriors introductory news conference after the NBA draft. I guess I would just say this. Let's say they did get Presti. That guarantees you what?
Nothing.
Okay. Sam Presti, trust the process. How are they feeling right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, they're very, very frustrated with high-priced players and a high-priced roster and all of that. I guess I'm a bigger believer in the whole picture. I think we just spend too much time focusing on one person in sports. If it doesn't go well with the draft, it's Mike Dunleavy's fault. Well, he's not making the decisions by himself. And so I have confidence in Mike Dunleavy Jr. because he's the Warrior GM, not the other way around. He has smart people around him, maybe not as many as he did a week ago, but this is a successful organization that I think has largely earned some of that faith that you're asking for. How about a free agency effort from the San Francisco Giants? Damn it, Farhan. Well, he didn't do that by himself. He's not the only person pitching. He's not the only person coming up with contractual thoughts and numbers. He's not the only person. So these are collectives. Yeah,
okay, but we're talking about resume. We're talking about short resume versus a lengthy resume. Do you have a short resume? I think you can either have no resume, a short resume, or a lengthy resume.
What's his resume in your opinion?
Who?
Mike Dunleavy. And
it's a short resume.
Before you answer, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM's EFM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
I guess it's a short resume. If, all of a sudden your house burned down and, you can go hire a general contractor who's, first question would be like, how many houses have you built? What kind of houses? Do we have some references? Can we see them? Can we go through it? Can we talk? And then what happens if you just go to a guy and say, you know what? My kid just graduated, and he loves to build things. Mm-hmm. And what do you think of hiring him?
Well, first off, that's not a comp to Mike Dunleavy Jr. at all. You know who that's a comp to? Bob Myers when they hired him. Like, Mike Dunleavy's resume right now is way bigger than Bob's was when they hired him. He was an agent.
Yeah, he was an agent.
Mike Dunleavy has been Bob Myers' assistant.
Right.
And grew up around the game from the second he was born. Played at Duke,
but also
was the number
Bob
3
Myers,
pick in the draft.
Bob Myers had the ability to consult Jerry West. There's a big difference between Jerry West and consulting just whoever's left in the office.
I'm not going to say anything bad about Jerry West. I will say that it is funny in the history of him as an executive, he has been given credit for all kinds of things that he's only maybe been attached to. I watched this in L.A., where, Jerry West traded for Pau Gasol with the Memphis Grizzlies. No, he didn't. He wasn't even doing it anymore. And so he's got this legend that's been built. I know he's also credited with he was the one who stood on the table and would not let Klay Thompson go for Kevin Love. Maybe, but Jerry West wasn't doing this stuff by himself. Could Mike Dunleavy call Jerry West now? I don't know. Maybe they've probably known each other for a really long time. I guess I'm just saying
it's just basic experience,
But I think he. Don't you think the last 5 years with the Warriors, he's gotten a lot of experience?
He's gotten some experience, but you're talking about building a team from the ground up. What team has he built from the ground up? None.
Are we on the ground right now?
Well, but you might be.
Maybe
you might be.
You might not be. You're 12 months removed from a championship, and if you re-sign Draymond, you've got your core is still there.
I'll just say this. The one thing the caller pointed out was that nobody else would be offering Mike Dunleavy their general manager's job. I don't know that that's not the case, but I don't know that that is the case. You know what I'm saying? I don't know for sure, but I haven't heard any other team rumored to be giving Mike Dunleavy the general manager's job. I
guess that just doesn't land with me. Like you just brought up John Lynch as an example. No one was going to hire him either.
Right.
No one was going to hire Bob Myers when he got hired.
It's an unknown.
Yeah.
So it's a roll of the dice is what it is.
Totally.
And it also could, since we know that Joe's got a board and also, his sons have interest in basketball operations, it could very well be that, that he and his sons want to have input into the pick, and that's not crazy, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit of a trust me, and some people want to trust, and other people are more skeptical.
Totally.
And I don't think we can question them. We can't sit there and be like, "You don't have a reason to be skeptical." Yeah, they do.
Oh well, but granted, but I think you can do that with someone with experience too.
Sure.
In fact, sometimes people with experience that's even tougher. Because you've got the warts and the hits and you've taken the bullets and all of the things that happen when you're experienced.
Or you might have lost your fastball.
Right.
You might have been a great evaluator. There are people that claim that the late Al Davis was one of the best evaluators. By the end, not so much.
One of the worst. Right. Your NFL team could hire Bill Belichick tomorrow, and couldn't I be like, what's he won without Brady?
Right.
Remember when he was with the Browns?
And I think we've already kind of seen it.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick as a coach, genius. Bill Belichick as a general manager, hit and miss. Very much hit and miss.
Well, and they all are. They all are. Like, I don't know. When I watch GMs and we think of the draft, I give them the assumption that you're going to miss on some. Yeah. I don't like, to me, let's take John Lynch is a great example. And that 49er roster you just mentioned. Every single person who's a Niner fan listening to us can list all of the misses. They go, oh my God, what the Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster and you idiot. Well, at the end, if you've got what you think is maybe one of the best rosters in the NFL, well, then what is it you're upset about? So, of course, there's going to be some misses. Absolutely. And hell, if Trey Lance ends up not being a great football player with everything you did to get him, boy, we could come down everyone's road and be like, what on earth was that? And maybe that'll be the case, and maybe they'll get away with it too. In the end, I just go with the end result. And if you're talking about a team like the Warriors, to a lesser extent, the 49ers too, I'm much more likely to give them that trust. I think those organizations have proven that they're pretty well run.
Yeah. And I'll say this about Myers too. I like Bob Myers. But this idea that Bob Myers was like the world's greatest GM, I think that's also kind of not really true. I think Bob Myers walked into a situation where Nelly and Riley had already added Steph Curry. You don't win any of these rings without Steph. That was the big decision. That was the fork in the road. I'm not working out for you. I don't want to play for you. We don't care. We're drafting you. That was where the old Warrior regimes, toward Zick and you name any number of general managers through the years, would have said, oh, you know what? He's not going to work out for us. All right, well, we'll just take, Tyreek Evans or whatever. No. Nelly said, no. We're going with Steph Curry, and he made that perfectly clear to Larry Riley. Riley was smart enough at that point to know that Nelly at that point had already had an offseason in Dallas where he brought in Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash in the same offseason. And at that point, I bet you Nelly could have recommended anybody, and Larry Riley would have gone, oh, you know what? I'm going with that because Nelly likes it. So I think Nelly truly was the genius that reversed the negativity from – they got nothing to they got Steph, and that's where it all began. Well, I think Bob's, I don't want to say Bob's riding the coattails, but that was the pivotal move.
I can't disagree with that by any stretch, but that's sort of what I mean by I think we focus too much on individuals. Couldn't I also go, okay, do the Warriors win any of those titles without Draymond Green?
No.
Okay.
And that's what Bob's gets
Draymond Green without Bob?
Right. No.
Okay. So does he get all the credit? Not even close. Not even close. But, as Draymond famously said, can we get Bob some bleeping credit? Like, yeah, he gets some. He gets some. Some of these, like, depending on your team, your job as the head coach of the GM is to draft people, develop people, and then sometimes it's to navigate people. I would argue that when the Warriors get to where they are, with Steph being the centerpiece, what they needed more than, even Mark Jackson was part of the birth of all this, what they needed were people like Steve Kerr and Bob Myers who could navigate the personalities, the structure of the whole thing. That's what Phil Jackson did with the Lakers. He was able, for a short period of time, to keep Kobe and Shaq from killing one another. And he gave them books, and he handled the media, and on they went and won a bunch of championships. On other teams, you've got to bring people up through the system, develop them, figure out, teach them X's and O's on how to win. So the job is different with every team. And I personally think Bob and Steve have done a tremendous job with what this team called for them to do.
Yeah. I mean, I look at Bob, man, to me, all the greatest personnel guys have a coldness to their personality, and Bob is not that. He's warm. He's got a warmth to his personality. So I think it was probably, and this is just my guess, that Bob doesn't want to be here to be the guy who has to say, it's over. Clay, we're going in this direction. Draymond, I think he likes his relationships. I don't think he's a cold guy. I think he's a warm guy. So maybe he wasn't the ideal guy for this, part of Warrior history, as some really tough decisions are going to have to be made. And you may benefit from having a relatively cold disposition in the GM role. And as far as Dunleavy is concerned, I'm not going to say anything bad about Mike. I just don't know that I have anything good to say about him either as a general manager.
Right,
so it's it's just a total.
We're at a blank slate.
Total blank slate.
That's how I feel about even the people he's going to pick.
Yeah,
let's see him play. Let's see him play, and then we'll form an opinion about the whole thing.
But if you went with Sam Presti's not going to sit there and be like, yeah, I'm going to listen to the owner and the owner's kids. He's like, I'm a general manager. I'm going to make the call, and I don't even want these guys in the room with me. This is my show.
And do you want that with the Warriors? When you have something established like this, you want to bring in someone from the outside who's going to be like, all right, I'm taking over. I'm the boss now.
I would feel better about Sam Presti than I do about Mike Dunleavy. Yes, if that's the choice.
I get what you're saying, but that's not exactly how I was asking it. It wasn't to compare the two necessarily. It's more situational. I think the Warriors are a prime example of a time when you do hire from within because you've done an awesome job. You've been great for 10 years.
Okay. I mean, there's reasons that you hire from within. One of them is that people know the score from within. Mm-hmm. The score here is that Joe's going to call you 15 times a day. Joe's got his own board. Joe thinks he knows personnel, and he may. I mean, for all I know, Joe Lacob might be, he's not just a self-made billionaire, he's also maybe the greatest talent evaluator the game's ever seen. I don't know. But it's like, usually when people have genius, it's not like you don't have multiple genius. It's like you have genius in one thing. That's why you don't see a lot of great players become great coaches or great general managers. For every Ozzie Newsome, there's a million other guys who were great players and failed miserably as the general manager. It's rare to have both skill sets. So what Mike Dunleavy we're supposed to believe was, good enough player to make it to the pro. I mean, Jerry West had multiple skill sets, but to me, he's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, I just think also, and by the way, Farhan Zaidi in 8 minutes. Farhan Zaidi is going to join us. Larry's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. And Farhan joins us in 8 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game. I think also sometimes people make big moves and big swings, and they get credit for them, and then off we go into the wild blue yonder with this idea that they're great. I mean, Sam Presti hasn't. What has he won?
I know.
He hasn't won a ring.
Yeah.
So,
but they're probably the surprise team in the NBA this year.
Well, I don't know about the surprise team in the NBA.
They made the playoffs. I think they went over the Vegas total by a bunch.
Maybe. It's not like they were definitely a top 8 favorite before the season as well.
He's built on. He's got a lot of assets. Yeah, he's got an awful lot of picks. And he's got an awful lot of assets.
No doubt. And you look at Oklahoma City a number of years ago when. They had those drafts that even brought Durant and Westbrook and Harden and Ibaka all to the team at the same time, And I understand
they didn't win there. They didn't win.
Exactly. They got close.
Yeah.
But they just. So I'm not saying he's not a good GM. I just think sometimes, gosh, you get that ring one time, and man, we decide that you walk on water, and then if you don't get that ring, then we've decided you can't do it. There's got to be some middle ground on that. But I don't know.
It's just a speculative hire. It's like we have to speculate on what is this a good move that Dunleavy's the GM, or is it a disaster move? We don't know. It's like a blind faith thing where you're just going to have to see it play out. And there's nothing that you can point to because Mike has never been a general manager where you can say, yeah, well, Mike did this and he built this team and they went to these playoffs and they won that title. Right now, there's none of that.
Well, the whole thing, though, also is that my prediction would be this is all going to go back and forth 12 times before he leaves. Okay? Gabe Kapler, good hire? Exactly. Depends on the year.
I don't know.
It depends on the year. If you were at his opening press conference, you're like, holy hell, this is uncomfortable. People are angry.
He's got the record for wins in a single season.
And then there's a pandemic, and you're like, I don't know what to do with all this. But hey, they were a little better than I thought they were going to be. Then they win 107 games. He wins Manager of the Year. The following year, everybody wants to wring his neck, and oh my gosh, the players hate him. Have you heard?
He's really bright. I'll say that.
And then
Gabe is really bright,
right? And then there's this year where you're like, TBD. People were mad at him 4 weeks ago. You go on a winning streak, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Gabe and Farhan. I think I can wrap my head around this.
Right. Things look a little better now than they did in April.
7 of your next 10. I can't believe they hired this guy.
What the hell?
Right? So that'll happen to Dunleavy too.
Yeah.
Right? So Chris in Petaluma. Farhan joins us in 5 minutes. Hey, Chris, you're on with Willard and Larry Krueger. What are you doing?
Not too much. Just driving home, sitting in traffic. How you guys doing?
Good.
We hanging, man.
Good. Hey, Larry, kind of siding with Larry on this one that maybe hiring from with outside might be a better opportunity for the Warriors, and the concept that you're hiring from within someone who knows the organization, but as we're seeing is sort of the organization isn't what it was in the past going forward. So having someone with a fresh take, talent acquisitions, and looking at someone with a different scope of eyes going forward.
That's interesting. Chris, thanks. Appreciate that. I like fresh set of eyes when things feel like they're about to transition, they're starting to downturn. I get that. Can we also acknowledge the difficulty of that in this specific situation? You bring in a brand new GM, fresh set of eyes on what? Steph Curry and Draymond Green? You think those guys want someone to come in and be like, all right, I got a new idea on how we're going to do this.
I've got a vision.
They're like, how about we know what the hell we're doing around here? How about that, new guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a tough situation to walk into if you haven't been a part of it.
It's one of those things. If you believe that you've got a great culture, then maybe hiring from within is a good thing. If you feel like hiring from within, you just kind of know kind of the sense of things, that can be good or bad, right? I mean,
Joe clearly thinks they've got a great culture.
Yeah.
There's one thing I took from when he showed up at Bob's press conference, we don't care what the rules are. We're going to win. We're going to figure out how to win. So we're going to win now. We won before. We're going to win again, whether that's with Bob or Steph, whatever. I mean, he's like, it's
great to
a
hear.
fault. You love it. You love it. I don't know if I buy it. The NBA doesn't seem to work that way.
It's great to hear, and it's a great goal. You know what I mean? It would be
sure.
I would have loved it if he had given Bob a little bit more and been a little bit more gracious, a little bit more human.
What do you mean by give Bob a little bit more? You don't need money, do you?
No, I'm talking about like, hey, you know what? Instead of a statement pointing to the camera going, "We're gonna win," which makes you feel good as a fan. How about, hey, you know what? We've had as you guys all know, we've had an enormous amount of success here. Bob's had a huge hand in a lot of that success. We wish him great wherever he goes, and we'll be fortunate if we can have as much success in the next decade as we've had in the last decade. And I just want to thank Bob and let's hope for the best. Because at the end of the day, that's really all you got anyway. Instead of, we're going to win.
Wow,
we're going to win. Really? You got all your players are old and you're up against, you got an expensive repeater tax. You got the CBA's designed almost single-handedly to defeat your momentum. And so now you're just going to make this proclamation, we're going to win. I mean, it sounded good as a Warrior fan. I'm like, yeah, but then really?
Well, he kind of said the opposite. I mean, he looked directly at Bob. This is one of my most uncomfortable moments in that presser. He looked right at Bob and he goes, and I don't think you're done with this job, but whenever you take your next one, I think you're going to have a hard time having the success we had here. He's not wrong.
That's not the right thing to say.
He's not wrong, but yeah, but Larry, like we talked about this yesterday, that like billionaires are unaware of they are. They're I find them to often be emotionally unaware. Right? Here we got 30,000 A's fans who show up with tears in their eyes, and Fisher and Manfred within the next 24 hours, Fisher's still silent, and Manfred's like, oh, that's nice that you could finally have some people show up once in a while.
I know.
Like, you're so flipping unaware.
Right.
And so I'm with you. I would have loved for Joe to make that day just about Bob. When the questions went somewhere else, I'd have been like, you know what? That's for a different day, because today is about Bob. And we're thanking Bob because Bob's done an amazing job, and we're going to worry about all the other stuff for another day. But he's the billionaire, and he's probably the billionaire because of the way he thinks.
I know, but I mean, you could have easily said, you know what? You guys know me, and I wear my heart on my sleeve, and my intent is to be better and, to keep this thing rolling, and my standards, and, we talked championships, and you guys laughed, and we got championships, and so I got belief that we're going to do this, and I really I have great conviction that we can do this and do this well. That's a much better statement than we will win, because now you're kind of setting expectations for Kerr and for the players and for the GM, and your mouth is writing checks that can't cash, and it's just a little bit off-putting.
From a discussion about the president of basketball ops with the Warriors, how about if we go to the president of baseball ops with the San Francisco Giants? Mark Willard, Larry Krueger, 95.7 The Game. Farhan Zaidi now joins us live. Hey, Farhan, how you doing?
Hey, guys, good to talk to you.
Very good to have you. We appreciate you doing it. Hey, right off the bat, how you feeling about the farm system today versus how you're feeling about 6 to 8 months ago?
We're feeling great. We talked a lot last year on how we had some injuries and some down performances, and the one silver lining when you have a year like that is when you feel like you've got the talent to bounce back, and we've had a number of those guys bounce back. We've had other guys emerge, and it's a really good vibe and dynamic right now. They're helping out the big league club. We've got guys throughout the system performing well and getting promoted, so a lot of positives going on.
No question, and one of them is Camilo Doval. And Farhan, in April, it seemed like the pitch clocks were bothering him and maybe speeding him up and making him uncomfortable. And now he looks so comfortable. So could you talk to us a little bit about what you guys did to try to help him, speed things up without, having him rush and keeping a young player real comfortable?
Yeah, just a really great job by our coaching staff and also our catchers, Joey Bart, Pat Bailey, Blake Fable. All those guys, I think, played a role in, making Camilo mindful of the pitch clock and keeping the pace going and calling those emergency, bullpen, mound visits when they needed to. So now he seems like he's in a really good groove. He's not even getting it down to the 3-2-1 where you start holding your breath on whether the guy's going to start his delivery or not. So he's done a great job of adjusting, and obviously he's been on an incredible run here, saved a bunch of close games for us, which has been a huge part of the recent success of the team.
Farhan, Larry here wants you to sell at the deadline. I'd like you to buy. Who's going to win this argument?
Well, I hear some of the rumblings about selling, and both as an executive and as a fan of sports, I don't understand that at all. I mean, when your team has a chance to get in the playoffs, and we know anything can happen in the playoffs, you'd like your team to fight for that, and that's sort of my mindset. That's our collective mindset. We think we have a good team to play with. Anybody, this is going to be a big test for us, not just this weekend, but next week when we're back at home playing the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Got a lot of competition in our division, and This time of year, the trade deadline is a month and a half away, and a lot of times the team and the team's performance dictates your strategy. But I hope we're in it, and I hope we're in a position where, look, the perfect scenario is you've got a really well-balanced team. You don't have any weaknesses. You don't have to go out there and plug holes and, compromise the great farm system development that we've had. But if we're in a position where there are pieces we need to fill or guys we think can help us, we want to be in a position where we're pursuing those guys.
Farhan, I'm mostly kidding about that. I think everyone's open to everything like you're saying. However, I would ask it this way. How do you balance that when the excitement about the young guys is building in such a way? Because I'm sure you don't want to part with those players at this time when the farm is finally bearing fruit. So how do you balance getting the young guys up and trying to win at the exact same time?
Yeah, it's a good question. And really the expanded playoffs has changed the dynamic around the deadline pretty significantly. It used to be that, if you were just competing for a division, you could be 10, 12, 15 games out, and the math was pretty clear that, hey, we need to start planning for next year. Now, with the wild card dynamic being what it is, you have teams that are 4 games out of the wild card spot that decide to sell. And, honestly, that's a difficult rationale for me to wrap my head around. I see the playoff percentages like everyone else does, and you can be 4 games out at the trade deadline and have only a 35% chance of making the playoffs. But as far as I'm concerned, when you're 4 games out, you're one good stretch of 10 games of 2 weeks from being in a position to get in, and so that's a really hard thing to give up on. As for the question on how aggressive to be, again, the perfect scenario is you've got a team that's being fortified by young players. We've seen some of that. We've got a couple of other guys that we may see before the deadline. And you just don't feel like you've got to go out and improve the team externally, that the young guys are providing that extra boost to get you through the end of the season. But, it's always a balancing act. In 2021, we traded away a couple of really good young players to bring in Chris Bryant, and we wound up winning the division by 1 game. So, every little contribution we had, including from Chris, mattered. And sometimes those are the difficult but important decisions you have to make.
Farhan, I watched you guys out of spring, and I thought, man, this team might struggle against left-handed pitching. And then Slater and Haniger got healthy, and you called up Casey Schmidt, and you guys really started to do better against left-handed pitching. But what would you say, just looking at the way this club has played, what was the impact of the young players, not just on the field, but on the chemistry? Because it seems like there's a better vibe since you guys have started to introduce some of these young, talented guys.
Yeah, I think it's really uplifting. You've got veteran guys who, it's such a grind getting through the 6 months and the 162 games, and suddenly you've got a kid coming up, in the big leagues for the first time. You're seeing everything for the first time through their eyes, and you're celebrating their first hit the first time they get interviewed after the game. Our guys have made quite a practice out of dousing these guys with every substance and liquid imaginable when they come back in through the clubhouse after a win. So that kind of thing, I completely agree with you. It adds an energy that you wouldn't have otherwise, and it creates an added sense of responsibility for the veterans on the team. Again, you're thinking about that grind, and now they're not just thinking about my at-bats and how I'm performing, but they're like, hey, I got to help Casey out. I've got to, help Pat out. And when guys kind of have those added responsibilities, it just changes the vibe. It changes the dynamic, and it helps you get through the grind of the season. So I know our fans have been really excited about these guys, and rightfully so, but I think they've also injected a little bit of energy into the clubhouse, which has been great.
Farhan Zaidi with us here. Larry in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Farhan, I bet you know this about you, like you are in some ways a face for analytics, even though that's all over the place. It's all over baseball, and if analytics is about math and playing percentages, then where do you stand on the idea of these 9-figure, $300, $400 million contracts, especially after the Correa experience, because quite frankly, analytically, they seem like a bad bet.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, when you're talking about upper echelon players, there's a certain cost of doing business. And, when you're talking about position players in their prime, guys like that, those are really the best bets out there that you're, going to get value for the investment. But, now the market seems to be factoring that in, and those deals this past offseason went to a place we haven't really seen them go before. So it'll be interesting whether we see a little bit of a correction in the market going forward, whether those deals wind up being a stepping stone for more deals like that. And again, I think like you said, we were in that market this offseason, and I think we did it with the recognition that, hey, we may be paying for these deals later. We may not be getting, our money's worth in terms of production in the later years of this deal, but we're willing to do it because we're trying to push chips in right now. And again, if you're operating, in the best possible way for your organization, you're not really kind of, mortgaging the future in a way to push more chips in the present. So, again, it's just the cost of doing business, and I'm sure we're going to be having those conversations this offseason and off seasons to come, but certainly a different dynamic in that superstar position player segment of the market this past offseason. It'll be interesting how it plays out going forward.
You guys are really playing well, 25-15 since the beginning of May, the most wins in the majors, best run differential in the National League. But your job is to always kind of look ahead. So what gets you to October, Farhan? What do you guys need? Is it starting pitching? Is it bullpen? Is it defense? What do you view as the need for the club that would get you into October? I think that's what all Giants fans want to see is this club playing in October.
Yeah, I personally think that our offense, when everybody's healthy, which seems like it's never going to happen, but we've had it for stretches. But I think we've seen it for enough periods where we've had just enough guys healthy that you can see how productive this offense can be. It's interesting when I compare it to 2021. There's some similarities because we do match up a little bit. We've got different looks against left-handed pitching and right-handed pitching. I think one difference is, we have more everyday bats. We have more right-handed bats that you're going to leave in there when the left-handed starter is out of the game. Guys like J.D. Davis and Thairo Estrada are all-star game candidates. And even from the left side, Lamont's been hitting lefties better. Conforto's got a track record of hitting lefties. So we're a little bit more split-proof, even though we do like playing the matchups, and we've won some games doing that as well. So, but really looking forward, when you're talking about the playoffs, you're thinking who's starting game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4 for us, and who are our 3, 4, maybe 5 relievers who we know are going to get the bulk of the important innings in a short series. So you really start, it's kind of like the NBA. You sort of shorten the, the playing rotation, and it happens that way with pitching staffs in the playoffs as well. So we've got to make sure that, our front end 7, 8 guys are guys we really believe can get us through playoff series.
Farhan, I want to see if you can answer this question without using the phrase "it's a good problem to have." What happens if Matos is amazing and he sticks, and then Haniger gets healthy? Because you had stated even a week ago, right now we don't have a spot. Where are we going to put the guy in the outfield? And you've signed Haniger. With that money, that's supposed to be your starting outfielder for 3 years. So what happens if Matos is just crushing it for 2 months when Haniger gets healthy?
Well, I think if this is unfortunately, given the prognosis we have on Mitch, going to be a while. It's going to be a couple of months, and if Luis plays the way anything like what he was doing in Sacramento, if he shows the ability to be a productive everyday major league player, we're not going to send him down. He's going to stay with the team, and we're just going to have to figure out how the pieces work around him. I'm trying not to use the phrase that you mentioned, but Gabe has shown the ability, our staff has shown the ability to manage a rotation of guys, to get guys days off, and like we talked about, to play matchups when it makes sense. So It'll make for a deeper roster, and we may have to move some things around. But I don't see us sending Luis back if he plays well these next 2 months. That'll be a great development for us.
Farhan, let's talk Bailey for a second, man. I love watching Bailey. I mean, that little block at home plate was such a veteran move. His framing's nice. His hitting's nice. I mean, he put a throw at second base on the bag. All Crawford had to do was just apply the tag the other day. Last 10 games, he's like 12 for 35, 3 doubles, a triple, a home run. Talk to us a little bit about Bailey. He was your first pick, and obviously he's a really nice all-around player. Talk to us a little bit about his kind of, matriculation through the system.
Yeah, I remember when we drafted him in 2020, a lot of the conversation, the comp was actually Yasmani Grandal, who, I had for some time in LA, a switch hitting catcher with power and patience, good framer, good defensive player. And that's a really valuable package if it all comes together. And I think for Pat, and it's just true for a lot of guys drafted, particularly in that 2020 draft, the COVID year, it was just a weird start to his career. His first experience was, coming into camp before that abbreviated season started, and then he was at the alternate site. It's no secret he struggled a little bit early in his career, but he's really come around. He's developed physically, and I think what we see, we're not terribly surprised by the defense. He's always been an elite defensive player, although to your point, some of the specific things, the throwing, the framing, the way he's managed the staff has been even beyond our high expectations. But I've just been really impressed by his approach at the plate. You've seen the power of the patience, and just high quality at bats right out of the gate, which we know can be a challenge for rookies. So that all around game, when we called him up, we were just hoping he could hold his own defensively, and we went to him partly because of his familiarity with our pitching staff. And we just figured if he could manage the staff, that would be good enough. But the offense that he's gotten, we thought he had this upside, but for him to do it this quickly has been really impressive to see.
Farhan Zaidi with us here on 95.7 The Game. Farhan, I remember, and I wonder about your free agency experience last offseason. And I mean that all told. Everyone you did get and everyone you didn't get. Prior to that, you had sort of, and I know you'll remember this comment, but you had commented that you guys are finding that at times with certain players it's difficult in terms of geography to get players to come here, and so you had started to target players with local ties. But that was before another round of free agency. Did you find that again? Is that still, and I don't know if problem is the right word, but is that still an issue that you guys are dealing with?
Yeah, I think some of those comments were taken as a little bit more incendiary towards, the Bay Area, Northern California than I certainly meant. I mean, this is home for me. I love living in the Bay Area. I think it's the best place in the country to live. But, baseball players are from all over the country. The guys that played and grew up on the East Coast, they, want to play for East Coast teams. They want to have spring training in Florida, and all things being equal, that's going to be their inclination. So, I think if you look at the players that we did wind up signing this offseason, they were either guys who had West Coast ties or guys who had some kind of personal connection or ties to our organization. Maybe they played for one of our coaches. Maybe they were somewhere that myself or Pete Patilla, our GM, or somebody else had as a player at some previous time. So, you cast a wide net in free agency. You don't want to eliminate anyone, but, you're competing with 29 other teams, not always 29, but at least a number of teams. And so having some inroad, having some advantage, I think those tend to be the successful free agency pursuits, and that's what we saw this past offseason.
These lefties that you got coming are really intriguing. We had Kyle Haynes on earlier, and he described Carson Wisenhunt's changeup as a Bugs Bunny changeup. And, Wisenhunt just looks incredible. And then I saw Harrison pitch last night. He's looking great at AAA. Do you view them, I know they're on the fast track, but do you view them as contributors this year? Are we going to see them this summer up here, or how far do you think they are away?
Yeah, I mean, I think once guys are in Double-A and certainly Triple-A, they're just a phone call away. And with Kyle, big landmark yesterday, reaching 5 innings for the first time. We've been a little bit careful with his pitch counts, but he also hasn't always been efficient, even though he's racked up a bunch of strikeouts and he's got a really good ERA for that league. And so seeing him get to 5 innings and I think just a hair over 80 pitches, that was great to see. Wisenhunt does have the really double plus changeup that he can go to any time. He's a college guy. He's been a really quick mover, and he's thrown a ton of strikes. And hey, I mean, Luis Matos and Patrick Bailey both started this year in Double-A, so we know it can happen fast once you get to that level. So I think for both of those guys, it's very much a real possibility for them not to just pitch for us, but to really impact our club this year. And I'd say particularly with Kyle, who's been in Sacramento all year, has pitched pretty well there. I mean, we think he's really just a small adjustment here and there and throwing a few more strikes away from being able to help us.
Farhan, it has been announced that Max Muncy has just been placed on the injured list. Your thoughts?
Well, they've got plenty of good players. So I saw they called up Michael Bush. He's a great young prospect for them. And if he does what Max Muncy has done against us the last few years, I will tip my cap. Max, I'm sure, is going to be just fine in the long run. Wish him the best. But he's put a number on us these last few years, so maybe that gives us a little bit of help this year.
Speaking of Max, and when you first encountered him, definitely want to get your thoughts tonight on what has taken place over the last week and months and years with your former employer in the Oakland A's.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it was great to see them go on that nice run here, winning a bunch of games in a row, because I think they've got a lot of good young players on that team, and it's nice to see them coming together a little bit. Obviously, I know the good front office guys there, work with them and wish them the best. I mean, Oakland's, got a special place in my heart. It's where I started my career and have a lot of fond memories there. And it's nice to see them playing better now.
Farhan, wonderful to have you, man. Thank you so much for spending some time with us tonight.
All right, good talking to you guys.
Okay,
thanks, Farhan.
There he is, Farhan Zaidi, President, Baseball Ops, San Francisco Giants.
Giants have won 11 of 12 on the road, and they get a Dodger team that just came off a brutal road trip, and they just, they might have gotten the Dodgers at the right time.
Well, no Max Muncy is all you got to say to me.
Yeah.
No Max Muncy this weekend. I'm in. Sign me up for that. We're brought to you by Cars.com. We'll react to more of what Farhan had to say. Coming up next, Kruger's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
If new Heineken...
Trade him!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so we'll just say exactly how this. I mean, I was not going to ask directly about Shohei Ohtani because all you're going to get is you're going to get that nervous laugh that he can't say anything about Shohei Ohtani. So
Damn it, Farhan.
Yeah, so we. Oh, good. I'm glad we've got that.
Who's that?
That's me. Damn it, Farhan. Trade him.
That is awesome.
That's right. So we did ask about his philosophy and has it changed at all on these 9-figure, north of $300 million deals. I think about 2 or 3 times in the answer he used the phrase "the cost of doing business" when it comes to elite players, and did say at the end, "You can expect us to be involved this offseason." I don't know how many other 9-figure deals are coming out of this offseason. I know who that is. That's Shohei Ohtani. So yeah. They'll be involved. I have no doubt that they'll be involved. Are they a serious contender? Would Shohei even look at them? I have no idea. I do think that they are. Every single time I see a list of potential destinations, I would say it this way. They're not in the top 3, but they're also not in the top 6 as far as potential landing spots.
Well, and what's happened this year, what's transpired this year on the field, I think ups their chances of landing him significantly.
I agree.
It's not about how much cash you have. It's about what does that situation look like. Nobody wants to go somewhere where they're going to get paid a ton, but the team's going to lose a ton, and there's no momentum towards victories or towards winning. And with Schmidt and Harrison and Wisenhunt and you got all these Matos and Bailey, and I mean you've got the new core. You've got the new championship core. And I'll say this about all these prospects. You don't know how they're going to do, and will Matos fall on his face and be sent back? Will Schmidt, be pitched a certain way, get sent back?
People are already leaving the Schmidt wagon.
Right.
They're already leaving the Schmidt wagon.
Beyond what they're doing, right now, I think it's safe to say that every single one of these guys is a foundation pillar going forward. Maybe they'll be sent back and you'll have guys up and down. But Bailey, Schmidt, Matos, these guys are going to be the part of the next giant championship team.
And Harrison for sure.
Harrison,
you could
Wisenhunt.
probably hitch yourself to his wagon more so than any of the other guys, even the ones who have hit the bigs already. Because you're right, you don't know how long that's going to stick. Schmidt had a wonderful 2 weeks, a predictable now downturn. Bailey has been consistent since he arrived. That's amazing. Matos is super exciting, even though he's super young. Harrison is the one who's the number 1 ranked prospect in the system right now, and he's going to get the longest of looks. And again, how does it work out? I don't know, but I could promise you this, almost beyond a shadow of a doubt, save injury, Kyle Harrison is in your starting rotation next year to start the year.
Yeah,
and yes. You will see him at some point for some reason this year. I have zero doubt about that at all.
Well, he kind of admitted as much.
Sure.
He also kind of referenced that there's more coming. I mean, there's a few more guys that they feel good about. They got a shortstop down there named Tyler Fitzgerald, who's swinging the bat well. Obviously there's Harrison, there's Wisenhunt. He said once you're at AA, you're a phone call away. So there could be 4 or 5 different other guys that are part of this kind of youth movement, and I think this series tonight is going to be really juicy. Dodgers are throwing out a young pitcher that the Giants have never faced, which has never been good for the Giants. But the Giants have won 11 of 12 on the road, and they're getting this Dodger team coming off a brutal trip. Dodgers went 2-4 on the trip. They had 3 walk-off losses, and you know what? The one thing that's going to be really interesting, I think, also about this Giant-Dodger battle this summer, Mark, is L.A. suddenly and the Giants suddenly are probably going to compete in the trade market for starting pitching. The Dodgers' rotation is a concern. Urias and May are on the injured list. Syndergaard's got a blister. He's not pitching. They're probably going to go 4-man rotation, they're saying, the rest of the month. Gonsolin's pitching, but his velocity's way down. They got Kershaw and they got that kid Bobby Miller, and they don't have a lot else. So you're going to see L.A. really probably in that trade market for starting pitching, and the Giants will probably be in it as well.
Yeah, the opener thing just is never going to feel good to me. I know the Rays have been doing it for years with success. The Giants have had a measure of success, but you go into tonight, the Dodgers are throwing a 23-year-old star out of Double-A. His name is Emmett Sheehan. He's struck out 88 batters in 53 innings.
I saw that. It's crazy.
You know what I mean? These are Kyle Harrison type numbers. His ERA is sub-2 in Double-A this year, and they added him, and he's going to make his major league debut tonight against the Giants. And they're the Giants countering with John Brebbia for 7 seconds. It's uncomfortable, but doesn't mean they're not going to win the baseball game. But I get it. I'm with you. One other thing on the Shohei train. What you say I agree with, which is that the Giants' core looking like it's developing is very helpful to their pitch to Shohei. The one thing that's working against the Giants right now that has happened this year is that the Angels are playing well. The Angels are 39-32. I quietly am rooting against the Angels this year because they don't want them to make the playoffs and Shohei feel like he can win there. You need Shohei to feel like now maybe he just wants a bigger market no matter what. I don't know. But if the Angels continue to play well, end up in the playoffs, make noise there, I don't know. That's got to increase the chances that the Angels have a seat at the table, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. Though, I still think he's probably going to leave. But, the interesting thing is some people want the Giants to trade for Shohei in the summer if he's available. But in some ways, I kind of think that might not be the better route to go. The better route might be to hoard your prospects and try to build the thing up and then go pursue them full bore in the offseason. And to me, he's a $500 million guy. He might be a $50 million player. But you know what? Having Kyle Harrison making nothing, Casey Schmidt making nothing, Luis Matos making the minimum, Carson Wisenhunt making the minimum. When you could have 7 or 8 or 9 guys on a 25, 26-man roster making the minimum, guess what? You can pay Ohtani $50 million. And I kind of liked the way of going not trading for him, because if you trade for him, you're probably going to have to trade maybe Harrison, maybe Luciano, maybe both. I mean, you seriously would have to. He's that level of a player. You'd have to give them significant pieces. And I don't know that I would be interested in that.
I'm 1,000% not interested in it. I do not want it. First of all, that's the good news of the Angels winning. Why would they trade Shohei Ohtani if they're winning and they're in the race? I don't think they will. But I'm completely out on the idea of giving up a good prospect for 9 weeks of a guy who then potentially could leave. I'm way more interested, and only interested for that matter, in signing Shohei long term.
The only way I'd be interested in that is if you thought, I don't know. Let's say you had some prospect that Baseball America and MLB Pipeline says is a 10, and you think, you know what, this guy's got issues and he's not going to make it, and he's highly rated, and you could somehow get Ohtani for that guy. But I mean, what are the odds of that?
I don't know. I just that feels like way too big of a risk. But he's still only 28. He's only a year older than Correa was when the Giants grabbed him for 13 years. He is 6-2 with 105 strikeouts in 82 innings. And oh, by the way, leads the majors in home runs with 22 and has an OPS over 1,000. Like, this is an absolutely ridiculous baseball player. And we're probably
historically great.
Well, I mean, none of us ever watched Babe Ruth. Outside of that, it's kind of hard to say that this isn't the best baseball player we've ever seen.
Right.
At least just within the last year and a half.
Right.
I don't know how you could argue otherwise, to be honest with you. It's insanity.
I know.
So
it's funny. Ned Coletti's a buddy of mine. We had him on the show. I said to him, Ned, if you're sitting there on your deathbed and you could say to your great great grandkid, I saw this player, what player would it be? And he said Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani, no doubt. A lot of fun to have you here.
Oh man, it was great.
Yeah,
have fun in Tahoe,
man.
man.
And thank you for stepping in for me on Monday. All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game. which is a full hour of everything that was the best of today with our own Mark Grandy, and he promises that he will start off with Farhan Zaidi. So if you missed any of that, a lot of that is coming up here in mere moments. So once again, happy Father's Day to everybody out there. Have a wonderful weekend for Larry, for Grandy, for John and Curly and everything.